Alright Shove It Squad, welcome to the second year of total non-stop action wrestling. A year which started out with a continuation of the wackiness of the first year of TNA. It then slowly faded into the Slapnut show, and then by the end of the second year the show was really struggling and a complete chore to watch. But I'd say it leaves you with just enough to show that the following year is going to be a good one, as TNA passes from the pay-per-view era to the Fox Sports TV deal. So for the next 10 hours or so, kick back and enjoy the second year of TNA Wrestling.
Sting is now in TNA. That's pretty much all that happened. We're having the first ever TNA steel cage match on this episode. And surprisingly, we start TNA off with that very cage match. America's Most Wanted to challenge for the tag belts that belong to Triple X, Daniels and Skipper. I guess low-key's still out injured. This match has the potential to be insane. Mike Tenay clears up the SEX faction on commentary. He says that Russo owns the rights and he's not letting anyone use it. What a way to end a faction that existed for half of TNA's existence at this point. Skipper and Daniel start off with a double team suplex on Harris. AMW respond with some clunky work in the corner, leading to a Harris Bulldog. This match is only winnable by pinfall and tag rules apply. Chris Harris is the first man to taste the steel cage. It doesn't taste like cherry pie. Skipper throws him at it again. Harris is busted open. Chris Harris desperately tries to fight back, so Elix Skipper shuts him down with a double springboard moonsault. Crowd like that one. It continues to go badly for Harris. He's kicked now by Daniels. Chris Harris does eventually manage to hit a clothesline and he tags the Cowboy in. James Storm with a really nice move to send Skipper into the cage. He also gives Daniels a running net breaker. James Storm hits the power slam now for a 2 count. Daniels calms him down by sending him into the cage and squashing him against it. Triple X wants to hit a double team move now. Skipper slips off the top rope and the crowd are all over him. They eventually do a suplex crossbody block combo on Storm. Then we get a mid-ring collision, 2 heads smashed together, and Chris Harris gets the hot tag. Harris sends the Triple X boys into the cage time and time again. One of my favourite moves up next is the Chris Harris full Nelson slam, but he can't get the free. He tries the catatonic on Daniels, which he reverses and nails the Angel's wings for a 2 count. This cage looks like it's barely held together, it's wobbling everywhere. Storm and Daniels start fighting while stood on the top rope, which leads to a Daniels STO. Elix Skipper gives Harris a belly-to-belly and a judo-type throw. Still no idea what to call that one. I think I asked last time. Another big move now is James Storm hitting the top rope powerbomb on Elix Skipper. Christopher Daniels with the overdrive now. Everyone's starting to bust out the big moves. Now Harris and Daniels are fighting on the top rope. Chris Harris hits him with a diving spear. Really fun match this one. Elix Skipper sort of hits the play of the day. It doesn't look great, but we'll let him off. Elix Skipper then decides to climb the cage even though there's no winning for escaping it. He's of course only there to do a dive, and he pisses in the wind on James Storm. That's just a 2 count. Seconds later, Skipper has climbed the cage again, but this time he's knocked to the floor by Chris Harris. Daniels is very upset that his little friend has been knocked out of the cage. James Storm hits Daniels with a super kick. Then something goes wrong. AMW try the death sentence, but I think Harris slips mid-dive and it looks like bird turd. Luckily that one doesn't end the match. Skipper just can't get back into the cage. AMW keeps stopping him. AMW decide to try the death sentence again, but this time Chris Harris climbs to the top of the cage. They hit a super death sentence, and that's how this match ends. America's Most Wanted are the tag team champions once again, now they're 3-time champions. It's only 2003. A really good match. It wasn't the cleanest match, but you really got the sense that both teams were trying to kill each other. What a way to start TNA. D'Lo Brown will now cut a promo in the cage. He says he came to TNA to be the World Heavyweight Champion. He doesn't like AJ Styles because he's chosen to be aligned with Russo. This brings out AJ and they immediately start fighting. D'Lo gives him an alley-oop on the ropes. Now he does a Luthez press and he screams at the crowd, "What's up with that?" AJ Styles is getting completely battered, but I don't think this is an actual match. Styles eventually turns it around and he tries to escape by climbing the cage, even though there's a perfectly good door, and D'Lo knocks him from the cage. D'Lo is still beating Styles up, and then this randomly turns into an official match. Seems pretty unfair on Styles. AJ turns the tables with a chair shot. This is another violent and bloody brawl. D'Lo gets a 2 count on the big wind-up slam, then he hits the biggest sky high of all time. That one really was in the sky. D'Lo wants to finish him with a lowdown and he decides he needs to do this from the top of the cage. But unfortunately Vince Russo stops him with a baseball bat, and then there's a ref bump. D'Lo is knocked off the cage and then the ref calls for DQ. AJ gives him a back body drop suplex to add insult to injury. AJ Styles keeps up the attack with a steel chair. Then, a wild Slapnuts appears.
Double J, Jeff Jarrett.
He wants to try and help, but he's stopped by the red shirt security. I'm surprised Jeff didn't smack them, he usually does. AJ Styles hits the Styles Clash before some geeks come out to protect D'Lo. In the car park outside, Shane Douglas is beating up Julio De Niro. Mickey's also here and she screams "oh shit" when she sees Douglas. Shane Douglas gives Julio a belly-to-belly out in the car park and then he makes his way into the arena. The franchise is here to talk about things that happened in ECW back in 1994. He cuts this promo stood in the Raven perch position. Shane Douglas says an old friend in management managed to get him into TNA as long as he takes out Raven. The man called Raisin eventually gets sick of the promo and he attacks Shane Douglas. Unfortunately for him, the gifted Glenn Gilberti, how is he gifted, attacks Raven. Pepsi Punk rushes to protect Raven, but he's kicked down the stairs. Slapnuts appears again with a chair, and the Hills are terrified of him. Now it's an unsanctioned fight in the car park. Jerry Lynn and Justin Credible. Credible is lobbed for a fence. They're now fighting in someone's back garden. They end up in the back of a pickup truck. Lynn hits a low blow and throws Credible into a stack of trays. Why is there a half-broken table in the car park? TNA really need to learn to put things back in the bin. They start coming into the building where Credible is thrown into a piece of cardboard. Jerry Lynn dives over a guardrail. He also shunts Credible into the stripper's cage. The stripper runs and clearly gets out of the way, but now the stripper, who's called Lollipop, is somehow hurt. Lynn's trying to be a gentleman, but Credible isn't one. They keep fighting on the ramp with Credible hitting a back body drop. Then, completely randomly and out of the blue, Jerry Lynn rolls up Credible. A 3-minute match which was a massive anticlimax. Lynn's starting to flirt with the cage dancer, which leaves the door open for Credible. He handcuffs Lynn to the stripper cage and beats him with a steel chair. The ref doesn't care about Lynn, he only wants to care about the stripper. What a dick. It ends with Credible spitting on Lynn and walking off. In the mold locker room. Oh, so this faction is still together. Disco slaps Daniels and says to get the tag titles back. He's handing out orders left, right and centre, and then he randomly starts insulting Shark Boy. I think Disco has much more bigger things to worry about than Shark Boy. What will this mighty group call themselves now they can't use SEX? Leave your suggestions down below. An X Division match now will be Frankie Kazarian taking on Chris Sabin in a singles match. This is a non-title one. Sabin starts out working on the arm. Kaz turns it around and does the same thing. They have a pretty nice trade-off ending with a Sabin snap Hurricanrana. Kaz fights back for springboard and some drop kicks. Chris Sabin tries to fight back, but he's crushed with a springboard DDT. Now Kazarian with a flurry of moves ending with a single leg dropkick. Chris Sabin reverses his next move into a DDT. Don West points out that the crowd are amazed that they're actually seeing a normal match here. Sabin with a beautiful flip dive to the outside of the ring. He comes back to the ring with a springboard clothesline, 2 count. Now we get the trade-off with pinning attempts. The crowd are silent, not sure why. Maybe it's because they've seen so much craziness on this show already that they're burnt out. Sabin with the jumping enziguri which shuts down Kaz. These two seem to be completely even. I'm not even sure which man's going to win this one. Sabin tries a victory roll, which is a bad mistake because Kaz reverses it with the Back to the Future. It's not over though. Kaz starts messing around on the top rope and out of nowhere Sabin throws him with a released German suplex. That's not free either. Kaz with a Death Valley driver into the turnbuckles, which also puts Sabin into the Tree of Woe. Kaz tries a springboard coast to coast, which Sabin easily dodges. I think he moved a bit too soon for my liking. Sabin hits Kaz with a spinning backbreaker for a 2 count. Eventually, Sabin's finisher is reversed into Kaz's finisher, but Sabin's able to kick out of that too. This match is having so much time dedicated to it. Sabin hits a dragon suplex for a 2 count now. His following dive is cut off by Kaz, and I believe for the first time we see the flux capacitor from Kaz, and that's the 3. What an incredible match that was. So far this is the best episode of TNA in their history. The promos have been short and the matches have been good, but we're still getting some storylines mixed in. Oh no, Shane Douglas is back again. He says he's an expert on the wrestling business. He calls out Slapnuts for getting involved in his business earlier tonight. He challenges Slappy and Raven to take on Douglas and the gifted Glenn Gilberti. That is a main event I have absolutely no interest in seeing. Just not rating the cage dance tonight, she looks at least 50. Kid Cash will have a match now against Eric Watts. This I believe is his first ever TNA match. About time, he's been hanging around in the TNA locker room like a bad smell for months. Eric Watts is a tall man who dresses like a geek. Kid Cash tries to springboard him but he's caught and suplexed overhead. The commentary team explained that Eric Watts is nicknamed Mr. Explosion because he's undefeated on Explosion. What a weird thing to call yourself. Name yourself after a show that literally nobody watches. Is that meant to impress anyone? Kid Cash stops him now with a diving Hurricanrana off the steel steps. He comes back into the ring with a diving clothesline for a 2 count. Cash does alright for a bit before getting shut down with a boot and a leg drop. It's like watching a young Hulk Hogan. Watts is a fake main eventer, so he's drop kicked in the back of the leg by Kid Cash. It's going to be hard to take him seriously after this match. It's nothing against Kid Cash, but he's literally getting dominated by a man half his size. Kid Cash has never been booked as anything more than an X Division competitor at this point, so why is Watts struggling? Watts eventually does something and he hits something a bit like Billy Gunn's One and Only. Nice bit now as Cash tries to spring into a crossbody, but Watts counters him and slams him. Kid Cash tries another one like a complete idiot, and this time it's a botched head scissors. Cash tries to move on quickly with a tornado DDT. Kid Cash is unable to hit the moneymaker, and Watts turns it into an Alabama slam. Eric Watts is now fighting back with some basic offense. The powerbomb attempt is reversed by Cash, and then there's a ref bump. Eric Watts hits the last ride, but no ref. The Monster Abyss appears in the ring, and there it is, Black Hole Slam. The ref wakes up immediately to count the 3. Goldilocks rushes out to check on her boyfriend Eric Watts. A decent match, a bit botchy. The show slows down a bit now with some free live crew. I have literally no understanding of any of their jokes. It sounds like it's Deep South humour. No idea who Mrs. Butterworth is or what a double wide is. Court Bats or Philly Blunts? What? Sammy Causa. Who? Barry Bonds. Moldog is trying to sell us a playing card for Barry Bonds, whoever that is. So far, Free Live Crew sucks Sonny Siaki's ass. I never have any idea what they're talking about. The only bad part of the show so far. Things improve now because Shark Boy is sat in a paddling pool getting a lecture from New Jack. Jack tells him that the Shark should be watching his back and scouting his opponents for his upcoming match. The Shark wants Jack to get in the pool. New Jack refuses because black people don't like water, and last time it didn't go well for them. Now the Shark wants him to throw hoops at an octopus. Jack eventually says screw it and dives in the paddling pool. A truly legendary segment. Oh no, it's the Hard 10 tournament. How is this thing still not over? It's a semi-final match between the Sandman and Sonny, don't look at my ass Siaki. Do you know what? I'm disgusted with the lack of Sonny Siaki on these shows lately. Siaki scores 1 point already despite the bell not ringing. Siaki then goes 2-0 up. They are in the ring now. Sandman puts a chair on his face and hits a leg drop to score his first point. Hack then puts Siaki on the ropes and hits a chair-assisted guillotine leg drop. We're tied 2-2 now. The Sandman decides now is a good time to light up a cigarette. He gives the cigarette to the referee who's disgusted by it. Sonny Siaki manages a drop toe hold now, which sends the Sandman into some chairs. Siaki randomly decides to smoke, which almost makes him throw up. The Sandman no-sells Siaki's next move, but Sonny throws a trash can out of the ring in his face. What the hell, Siaki have a splash on Sandman through the table now, but it's still not over as Siaki only has 9 points. Somehow the Sandman is the first man up and he starts scoring some points to catch up. A 6-year-old boy hands Sandman a weapon, how things have changed. Siaki is now set up on the table and the match ends with the Sandman hitting a swanton bomb through the table.
Dude, I was watching the Hard 10 tournament semi-final the other day, man. And this dude, the Sandman, he stole my swanton bomb finishing maneuver, man. Man, hardcore hack, I'm going back to Carolina. And I'm gonna tell my stoner friend Shannon all about you, Sandman.
It ends with Siaki bailing from the ring because he's scared of New Jack. Now New Jack has a microphone. He asks the Sandman if they ever imagined that they'd be fighting again. Jack says he's going to show Sandman where all the gangster stuff started. In the meantime, they share a beer. What a fantastic 10 minutes of television that was. I think I loved everything about it. Things go downhill now because Jarrett is here to do an interview. He says he's up for the challenge teaming with Raven tonight. Raven appears and says he's fine as long as Jeff doesn't stroke him from behind. Sounds a bit weird. Siaki appears screaming, "Where's Vince Russo?" Back in the paddling pool, Mike Sanders is beating up the Shark and trying to unmask him. Elsewhere, Jerry Lynn is still threatening Just Incredible. He says they're going to have a Russian chain match. Enough said. Yay, Goldilocks has caught up with Don't Look at His Ass. He says he won't say why he's looking for Russo, but he promises that things are about to change in TNA. Trinity walks up and puts Goldilocks in a sleeper, so I guess it's a heel turn. I just don't care about the main event, I'm sorry. Gifted, Glenn, Gilberti and Douglas versus Raven and Slapnuts. I just can't take Gilberti serious as a main eventer, and Douglas isn't much better. It's pretty bad. We do get a funny Slapnuts botch in this one. He just randomly falls down and looks confused. Jarrett hits Gilberti with the guitar, and then he makes the cover, and the ref gets to a 2 count, and then he just falls out of the ring. It looks so dumb, I think Douglas missed his cue. Father James Mitchell is here for some reason, and then it's revealed that the reason is to throw a fireball in Raven's face. And just like that, the show ends. I feel like this was almost a perfect episode. It was let down by that final match, but a really good show overall. Dare I say it, this actually felt like a pay-per-view. Let's see if that trend continues and check out our next episode. This one starts out with the franchise Shane Douglas in the middle of the ring surrounded by trash. He says he's been a bit controversial. Well no, he's not really done anything of note actually. He lets us know that Raven is in hospital due to the fireball incident. He's still complaining about things from 1994 when Douglas threw the NWA belt in the trash. This guy seriously needs to get a grip and come into the modern day. Next week, when Raven returns, Douglas will send him back to that hospital. But for now, Douglas will fight Pepsi Punk in a Clockwork House of Orange match. Punk is out wrestling him and the crowd chant, "We want Pepsi." He hits a suicide dive, which they love. Douglas does turn it around eventually. Then, like a complete idiot, Punk throws the trash can to Douglas and then he dives straight into the shot. I mean, what was he expecting? Douglas is now using a tennis racket as a weapon. He should have hit him like a ball. Why did he use the handle bit? Punk with a nice reversal now from the corner, and he dives with a steel chair shot. He also hits a nice backbreaker for a 2 count. He's eventually stopped when he's kicked in the slash zone. Douglas now has brass knuckles wrapped in tissue for some reason. He hits him in the face, and then the belly to belly gets the 3. The Devil, Father James Mitchell, is here again. Punk spits in his face. Mitchell shoots him with a pellet gun. Well, apparently it was a fireball, but it looked like a pellet gun. The Gathering run off the bad guys. Jeff Jarrett up next for a promo. He can't say anything because Russo walks out straight away looking like the biggest geek of all time. He sets up a camping chair. He looks really pleased with himself. Russo says Jarrett looks stressed. He starts doing Slapnuts impressions accompanied by the fake accent. Russo says Jarrett will not be getting a shot at Styles' belt. Jarrett says the name of the show is Total Non-Stop Action, not Tits and Asses. He rushes Russo, but he's stopped by just Joey Legend, who is debuting tonight. They fight in the crowd for ages. He throws Jeff Jarrett over the crowd barrier and it doesn't look great. Legend throws Jeff on the stairs again, it still doesn't look great. The kick into the steps sends Jeff flying. I think I'd prefer if this was an actual match, because I don't understand why nobody's breaking this up. It's been like 10 minutes at this point. Legend looks like he almost breaks his leg when he misses a top rope leg drop. Jarrett puts on the figure 4 leg lock before AJ Styles makes the save. Legend and Styles kill Jarrett together. They tape him up on the ring ropes and Russo is back with a baseball bat and he hits him in the gut. Russo introduces Jeff to Joey Legend and there won't be any title rematches with Styles. Finally some geeks turn up. What were they all outside having a smoke break with Siaki and Sandman? We're now half an hour into the show and it feels like literally nothing has happened. What a contrast to the previous episode. Out now, it's Sonny, Don't Look at His Ass Siaki and the master of the cab driver slam, David Young. Somehow, they will be challenging for the tag titles. Not sure what they ever did to qualify for them. The champions are of course America's Most Wanted. Siaki gets a 1 count of a crossbody block. Harris does one back for a 2, so I guess his crossbody block is better. AMW go full force with the double teaming. They hit about 3 double team moves. I guess the ref is biased, he doesn't like cab drivers. The commentary team remind us that if David Young gets anyone with the spine buster, it's all over. That very man is in now. He doesn't do well and he's hit with a Storm Alabama slam. AMW have an atomic drop Russian leg sweep combination now. The blue boys turn it around via cheating. Young slams Storm and it seems like Siaki wants to dive but then he loses his nerve. James Storm with a big power slam on the cabbie now. He crawls to the wrong corner like a moron. Then he finds the right corner and he tags out. Harris with the catatonic, it should be over, but Siaki breaks up the pin. The sit-out pile driver from Siaki now. We've seen some big moves in this one, but we still haven't seen the biggest move of all time. Wait, there it is, the cab driver slam, it's over. This match is over, the whole world's over. Wait, no, Harris kicks out. Unfortunately, Young is super kicked and then given the death sentence. I really thought the team at Don't Look at My Cab had a chance at winning the championship. A fun match. In the back, Kid Cash is screaming, "Hello big scary dude, are you there?" He's trying to bribe Abyss with chocolate bars to come out his cage. He isn't actually called Abyss yet, but little known fact, Kid Cash now gives him the name Abyss because he likes hanging around in dark places apparently. Eric Watts jumps Kid Cash from out of nowhere, but this will actually be the very first match of Abyss taking on Eric Watts. And I know someone's going to say it in the comments section. I mean the first match of the Abyss character. We're not talking about Justice here. It's so weird seeing Abyss wrestle in jeans. Abyss hits the shock treatment backbreaker which gets him a 2 count. Another backbreaker follows. Eventually the Abyss misses a dive and Watts has a chance despite looking like a dork. Watts hits the power slam which gets him a 2 count. Surprisingly, Watts is able to hit the choke slam. Then there's a ref bump. Kid Cash holds onto the monster's leg as Abyss desperately tries not to expose his stomach. I know I've always called him the idiot, but I had no idea he was an idiot in his very first TNA match. He seems like he's trying to do a moonsault, so Watts simply powerbombs him from the top. Eric Watts also takes out Kid Cash, but when he gets up, Abyss is back up. There's the black hole slam and there's the 3. Abyss carries his little friend away to go eat some chocolate bars in the darkness, I guess. It's now a really long, boring interview with Steve Borden. He looks pale and bored. He basically praises Jerry Jarrett for 10 minutes for giving him his first chance in wrestling. He calls the Ultimate Warrior bizarre and then it ends. What an overhyped interview for so little payoff. Now it's a Russian chain match. Why it's Russian I have no idea. Just Incredible taking on Jerry Lynn again, because the last match was just so amazing we have to see it again. It's a chain match, there isn't much to say. Okay, quite decent spot in this one though when Lynn keeps yanking on the chain forcing Incredible into the pole. Lynn starts biting Incredible, it seems a bit out of character for him. It ends when Lynn hog ties Just Incredible with the chain and pins him. Good, now don't ever wrestle again. Incredible attacks him straight away. He's literally been beaten twice, he's clearly the worst man. He does a tombstone piledriver into the chain. Incredible in TNA sucks. Lollipop, the cage dancer, wants to check on Jerry Lynn. The camera zooms on her ass and it ends. Kazarian is in the back complaining at some goon that he deserves an X Division title match. AJ Styles walks up being a dick. It's mic'd so poorly I can't even hear him. He gives Kaz a shot at the world title for no reason at all. AJ the heel champion is a fighting champion handing out shots to the younger guys. Oh wow, Pirate Mike Sanders is actually having a match. Feels like it's been a while. He'll be facing the Shark. This is actually the final match of Mike Sanders in TNA. Sad times. Sanders really needs some blonde just for men at this point. All the mould from the TNA locker room has turned his hair a different colour. Shark Boy with a Russian leg sweep and a dropkick. Sanders blocks an attack in the corner but walks right into an arm drag. The Shark is now biting his hand. Mike Sanders does manage a kick now, which gets him a 2. Mike Sanders isn't really trying to win this match. Instead, he just wants to unmask him like Glenn Gilberti asked him to. Sanders looks like the biggest indie wrestler of all time. Then Sanders reverses a crossbody attempt into a pin of his own, but it's not enough. Mike Sanders is able to fight off the deep sea drop, but his obsession with trying to unmask Shark Boy cost him and he's rolled up for the 3. The Harris boys quickly storm the ring and they try to hit the H-bomb, but the Shark slides away. The Harris brothers are still in a bad mood and they try and hit the H-bomb on Sanders, whilst Mike Tenay sarcastically says he's really upset for Sanders. Now the Free Live crew are sitting in front of pictures of TNA wrestlers making fun of them, except it's not funny. It's the complete opposite of this channel. Tracy and Nurse Veronica are in the ring now. She starts doing a promo saying that she has something that she needs to get off her chest as the cameraman zooms in. She is upset that women are no longer allowed to fight men. Why is Nurse Veronica a nurse? They make an open challenge which is answered by Lollipop and April Pennington. The security geeks prevent the fight and it ends. Why are they giving the cage dancers characters now? The Hard 10 tournament final is next. New Jack taking on the Sandman. New Jack starts off using a staple gun which somehow doesn't seem to count as a weapon shot for some reason. Sandman hits a trash can shot for his first point. His next shot is blocked with New Jack's chair and then he scores a point. Another point with the trash can now. New Jack is 2-1 up. Sandman retrieves his kendo stick and he gets 2 points from that. New Jack starts getting weapons from the crowd. Both men are heavily busted open. They fight their way into the crowd and up some steps. We're now on a score of 7-5. Now on a balcony. It's hard to see which way this one's going. Jack tries a finishing blow with a chair. He takes a run up off a box. He lets out a funny scream as Hack throws him off the balcony and through a table. Sandman is the winner of the Hard 10 tournament and New Jack is a crazy man. Congratulations to Sandman for finally winning something in TNA.
NWA Impact brings you the Smack of the Week. Sponsored by All New Blonde for Men. If you're a brown-haired Potter, put some blonde in it. It makes you look hotter.
Oh, it's New Jack, man. Oh, he wallops the Sandman like a salmon. That's 1 point for New Jack. This Hard 10 penis tournament's insane. New Jack's looking for the killer blow, man. He steps up on a crate with his chair. He takes a run up. Oh, he dives it. No! New Jack falls off the balcony. He's not alive. How can he be?
That was the NWA TNA Smack of the Week. Sponsored by Blonde Just for Men. Get it? Got it? Shove it.
And I think it's just the main event left now. Frankie Kazarian challenging for the World Heavyweight title. AJ Styles the champion. This could be a really good one as we still have got 20 minutes of the show left. Kazarian actually has 1 year's wrestling experience over AJ. AJ Styles is really cocky in the early going as he arm drags Kaz all over the ring. Kaz drops his cockiness with a dropkick. He also hits a clothesline and a springboard leg drop for a 2 count. Kazarian's then sent out to the ring apron but he slingshots back in with a DDT. AJ has to bail from the ring because he's getting his ass handed to him. Not a move from Kaz that I've seen before now as he head scissors AJ back into the ring. AJ hides in the corner and dumps his nappy of fear. He's actually just playing possum to get the advantage. AJ Styles with a nice swinging net breaker now, getting lots of moves we're not seeing that often. Nice leg extension and a kick from Styles. Something else new from AJ now, he sort of head scissors Kazarian across the ropes with a guillotine effect. Styles starts playing with the crowd. He doesn't want to dive out the ring because he's a heel now. Instead he gets Kaz in the ring and he hits the brainbuster. This match is all Styles and it's a great match. Kazarian gets the odd lucky roll up before Styles shuts him down each time. We get a double down on the most intense double crossbody attempt I've ever seen. The ref is an idiot and tries to look after Styles, which allows Sabin to interfere. He hits a backbreaker on Kaz and doesn't get the free for Styles. AJ is unable to connect with his next move and he ends up stuck on the top rope. Sabin distracts the referee and this time Trinity interferes. AJ dives but Kaz kicks him in midair. The crowd are chanting TNA. Trinity with a diving hurricanrana but she hits Styles instead of Kaz. They both reverse finishers, ending with Kaz hitting the Wave of the Future. That's just a 2. Kaz is still having to fight all the people on the outside, but he gets sick of it eventually and takes them out of a dive. He springboards back in, but AJ catches him with a powerbomb. He doesn't release his grip and picks Kaz up and hits the Styles Clash. And what a Styles Clash, he almost killed Kaz. The three friends keep on attacking Kaz, and now Russo's here with his bat again. He hits Kaz in the gut. D'Lo Brown makes the save, so this is the title match we're building to, and you know what, it makes perfect sense. Do you know what doesn't make sense though? Why is Russo forming a new faction when he already had SEX? And they wanted to do his bidding, but he turned against them. He's just replacing one heel faction with another for literally no reason. I don't get it. D'Lo asked to fight Styles next week, instead it'll be a tag with Russo and Styles taking on D'Lo and a mystery man. The crowd sound bored, and that's it my little friends, what a contrasting show. Only things worth watching on this one was New Jack's fall off the balcony, and the main event was good too. As with most things in early TNA, we start in a car park where a wild slapnuts appears.
Double J, Jeff Jarrett.
He threatens Joey Legend and Vince Russo, says he's going to hit them with a bat tonight. We start with a tag title match. The challengers will be Swinger and Diamond, managed by the gifted Glenn Gilberti. How is he gifted? Not sure what these two guys have done to earn a title shot. I don't even remember seeing Simon Diamond in TNA before this. I feel like I've missed an episode, but I haven't. The champions are AMW, just coming back after that awesome cage match with Triple X. Gilberti is on commentary, so I've got that to look forward to. Harris is doing pretty well until he's hit with a Diamond Superkick. The Lou Thesz press turns it around for a second, but he can't tag the Cowboy in. He's isolated and hit with a backdrop. TNA is now moaning on commentary that Shocker and Abismo Negro were supposed to be here tonight, but they've screwed over TNA and not turned up. The Simon series now from the Diamond Man. That doesn't hurt him too much and he tags Storm. But the ref has missed it, so it doesn't count. He eventually gets Storm in for real. He skins the cat to dodge Swinger and then he immediately throws himself out of the ring. He's flying everywhere. Now there's a diving crossbody for a 2 count. James Storm nails the super kick, which is just a 2. He's a hawk on fire and he hits a double DDT now. Harris back in and they nail a double T move. The ref refuses to count. Harris turns around into a jawbreaker and the Swinger Stinger. He's been useless in this match. Luckily Storm's on form tonight and he does a Frankensteiner on Diamond. That's just another 2. Another super kick on Swinger. AMW try the death sentence. They can't manage it though as gifted Glenn Gilberti shoves Harris off the top rope. Storm has Diamond rolled up but he's shoved off into a Gilberti chair shot. Swinger and Diamond do a double flatliner, but as established Storm is on fire in this match and he kicks out. They try another double team but now Harris is back. He hits a spear on Swinger for the 3. Such a strange match. Harris was literally useless the entire match and then he hits a spear and he wins it. Not a very exciting tag title defense. Gilberti looks like he's on coke here. We get a really weird hype package now. It's Christopher Daniels. He says he's going to lead people into the light. He is the fallen angel and he will save your soul. Such a weird character change for literally no reason. Then he gorms into the camera. We come back from that to Legend in the ring. He's here to do a Vince Russo impression. He has a thick Canadian accent, so it sounds weird with him trying to do a New York accent. The Slapnuts music hits, but it's just Vince Russo dressed as Slapnuts from the mid-90s. He says, listen up Slapnuts. Why is Russo dressed as Jarrett but Legend isn't really dressed as Russo? The real Vince Russo says that Jarrett's pants are so tight that he's about to dump in them. He says Russo made Jarrett's career. Together they will take TNA to the top. Then he asks to kiss Legend's ass. Luckily we don't get to see Legend's ass because the real Slapnuts jumps them. Jarrett dives on Legend but he's caught and given a backbreaker and then splashed. You know, what was the idea if the real Jarrett hadn't run out? Was Russo literally going to kiss Legend's ass? What am I even talking about here? At this rate the Hawk's going to have to start writing erotic love novels.
One fine day, a young man called Vincent Russo realized that he was in love. His love interest was Joseph E. Legend. The E apparently stood for enormous. Vincent decided to make a move on Joseph. Joseph had a Jeff Jarrett fetish, so Vincent decided to play dress up for him.
Anyway, they fight in the crowd where Jarrett is at home because he gets to use chair shots. I feel like I get deja vu every time I see this. Last time these two had a fight in the crowd for 10 minutes, and now they're doing it again. And neither confrontation was an actual match. Jarrett eventually throws Legend off a ledge, hence the name Legend. It doesn't hurt him much and they keep fighting out by the old SEX locker room. Legend kicks Jarrett's head into a fence. It's been 5 minutes and it doesn't look like stopping anytime soon. Legend wants to powerbomb Slapnuts through 2 chairs, but our brave hero fights it off and back body drops him across the chairs. Can't believe it wasn't the stroke that he did. Now he hits the stroke onto the chair. There it is. Jarrett tapes Legend to the ropes. I really hate it when they do this in wrestling. Surely a big 6'5" wrestler would be strong enough to snap through the tape. I unintentionally break things in my house all the time, so how am I supposed to believe this? Russo tries to make the save for Legend, but Jarrett hits Russo with the bat time and time again whilst Russo screams and dumps in his nappy. Jarrett has the figure 4 on, but he's distracted and Legend hits him with his own guitar. Joey Legend hits some wacky cutter move to zero reaction. This is still going. They keep hitting slapnuts with the belt. Enough, I don't care about any of these people. Randomly, the security geeks turn up. What, were they all asleep or something? Why did it take them 10 minutes to come out? Jarrett is so hurt that his dad checks on him. In the back, Scott Hudson is with Chris Sabin. Hudson keeps calling him Kazarian. It sounds so stupid. Sabin says he's the real future because he's the champion and he's not a loser. Chris Sabin does not want to give Kazarian a title shot. He walks off screaming goodbye. Now it's a hype package for Elix Skipper screaming it's my house. No offense to Skipper, but claiming he built TNA is a bit of a stretch. He's had a few decent tag matches, but they could have done without him, let's be realistic. Skipper walks out looking like the biggest dork of all time. He'll be on commentary for the next match. The match is a 6-way elimination match. Kid Romeo is back for his monthly appearance. Also in this match is Matt Sydal, who's only 20 years old here. Altar Boy Luke, who has a vicar gimmick. Delirious from ROH fame, and the man with the monobrow Matt Striker. And finally, Frankie the future Kazarian. They couldn't telegraph it anymore that Kaz is going to win this one. The man with the monobrow starts with Delirious. They chain wrestle for a while. It ends with a Striker spinebuster, which I doubt is the most impressive spinebuster we're going to see in this video. I might be wrong though. Delirious is being wacky. Kaz is now in and he gets a 2 on a cradle. Skipper randomly gets angry and leaves the commentary desk. Delirious with a big missile dropkick and Altar Boy Luke now. Matt Sydal also crushes Altar Boy Luke with a crossbody. Romeo makes a blind tag, comes in with a shoulder block. Sydal drop toe holds him and stands on his back and then does a standing moonsault. Not seen it done like that before. Romeo comes back at him with a head scissors. Then Kid Romeo with a lovely alley-oop. Always enjoy Kid Romeo when he shows up in TNA. Kaz gets back in with a 2 on a slingshot leg drop. Sydal manages to tag out and the half man, half monobrow is back in. He front suplexes Kaz on the ropes and Sydal drop kicks him away. Now everybody does the standard let's dive to the outside of the ring spot. Sydal with the most impressive one, a moonsault to the outside. Beautiful move now. Sydal tries a kick which is caught and he's thrown backwards, but somehow he kicks monobrow with the free leg. Matt Sydal misses his next dropkick on the monobrow and he's slingshotted into Kid Romeo's last kiss. Altar Boy Luke comes in, he hits a half Nelson into a powerbomb. Then he falls over as he goes through the ropes. He hits a moonsault but it's just a 2. Romeo retaliates with a bulldog for a 2. Pretty cool triple move now. Kaz's sunset flipped and at the same time Altar Boy Luke is Germaned. Delirious tries to get rolling now. He's unfortunately hit with a pump kick. Kaz finishes him off with the Back to the Future. Striker rushes the ring but he can't connect with the Lion Salt. Now it all gets a bit blotchy, with Romeo and Monobrow in. They eventually end up on the top rope where Romeo hits a top rope last kiss. That eliminates Monobrow Man. We go to an advert break and we miss some eliminations. When we come back, the final 2 trade reversals for a bit. Kaz hits the Wave of the Future for the 3. Really fun match. Can't believe they didn't sign Matt Sydal and Romeo based on this match. Chris Sabin stops the celebrations with Kaz. Sabin admits that he's a worthy contender and he will give him a title shot. But unfortunately for Kaz, it's going to be right now. What the hell, like a complete dick, the referee rings the bell to start the match. Kaz now has injured ribs and Sabin won't stop attacking him. Sabin suplexes him across the guardrail and gives him a double axe. He puts Kaz back in the ring, who fights back and hits a release overhead suplex. Now Kaz with a spinning facebuster. He can't follow that up because his diving crossbody is countered by a Sabin knee. Sabin tries to dive with a sunset flip, which Kaz reverses into a 2 count. Sabin is determined to dive, but it keeps getting countered. Instead, Sabin buckle bombs Kaz and it actually looked nice. I find that a lot of buckle bombs don't really look that impressive. Chris Sabin nails the Future Shock to retain the title. Just a short match to establish Sabin as a dick. In the back they're waiting for an ambulance for Slapnuts. Poor service from the emergency services in the US apparently. Legend and Russo attack Slappy again. Do we really need more time given to this storyline? Now for some reason Lollipop is in the ring. She's calling out the bitch slap girls. She wants to give the crowd what they wanted. Nurse Veronica makes her way out looking like a boss. Why is Veronica a nurse? Once again the cage dancers brawl with the nurse but geeks stop them. Why are they giving the cage dancers characters? Mike Tenay interviews Father James Mitchell. He says he's hanging out with Shane Douglas because the 2 of them have made an alliance to take out Raven. Mitchell hates Raven because he's too much of a whiner. He says Raven hasn't really got anything to complain about in life and Mitchell's had a much harder life. He calls Raven a drug addict. He calls Raven's whole act a joke. Mitchell is going to show him what pain and suffering and loss really is. Julio and Mickey in the ring now calling out Shane Douglas. Julio complains that both Raven and CM Punk have been set on fire in recent weeks. He says he's going to wipe his ass on Shane Douglas' teeth. Here comes Shane Douglas. This guy sure didn't age well, did he? Just 4 years before this he looked like $1 million in ECW. Now look at him. Julio suplexes him and keeps using a t-shirt to choke him. Julio with a back heel trip now, which is just a 2. Douglas hasn't managed a single punch yet. Massive full Nelson slam from Julio now. Douglas bails to the ring, but that doesn't help him either as Julio crashes on him. On the outside, Mickey slaps Douglas. He looks really offended. Douglas is distracted by Mickey and this enables Julio to hit a dive from the steps. Pretty pointless, couldn't he just do that from the apron? Douglas finally does something now as he delivers a TKO on the steps. Shane Douglas looks like he swallowed Chris Candido whole. Julio with a twisting elbow drop now, and there's a super kick too. Douglas comes back in with a couple of atomic drops, but then he turns around into a Mickey James diving DDT. That gets Julio another 2. The Gathering crash into each other, and when Julio turns around, there's the belly to belly. That's the 3. What a nonsense match.
NWA Impact brings you the Smack of the Week, sponsored by all new Blonde for Men. If you're a brown-haired Potter, put some blonde in it. It makes you look hotter.
It's Shane Douglas, man. The ex-ECW World Champion's getting taken to his limits by Julio De Niro. Who is right? This dreadlock guy's treated him like shite. Oh, the Gathering crushed together when Julio turned around. Oh, there's the belly to belly. It's a one-hit KO. It makes you go say, oh.
That was the NWA TNA Smack of the Week, sponsored by Blonde Just for Men. Get it? Got it? Shove it.
James Mitchell comes out and he wants to shoot another fireball at De Niro. Instead, they set fire to Mickey's greasy hair. Jesus, I felt that one. In the car park, Jarrett is thrown off his stretcher. Wrestlers then rush to his aid. Things continue to go badly because one of the Harris twins is having a match. He will face the Shark Boy, who outsmarted them all last week. He doesn't have his best friend in the world, New Jack, with him though. The Harris brother bullies the Shark around the ring. It's really boring offense. Shark Boy with some drop kicks, but his crossbody is caught. The Harris Boy can't slam him and Shark Boy rolls him up for a 2. The other Harris brother cheats on the outside. That leads to Shark Boy getting thrown into the ring apron. The Harris brother is really more interested in trying to remove Shark Boy's mask. The Shark tries to fight back again, but it doesn't work and we see a big slam. The Harris Boy is still trying to unmask him. What is it, glued on or something? Shark Boy has some familiar Shark-like offense now. The other Harris Boy is on the ring apron and the Shark dives at him. Unfortunately, when the Shark turns around, he's chokeslammed and the Harris Boy wins. The Harris Boys are bad winners, so they follow up with a double chokeslam on the Shark. They remove the Shark's mask, but he has another mask on underneath. Sharky manages to escape and it's a feel-good moment, I guess. Ugh, not this again. It's the Free Life crew with more Deep South humour that I don't understand. They are doing Fake News Report. These 3 guys seem like they have ADHD. Stuff about the president having diarrhea. Kobe Bryant had sex with Juventud Guerrera. Truth rants about the weather for a while. It isn't funny. Mold Dog says they've been sat around all day trying to find something funny. I guess they didn't succeed in finding anything. Then they end it by saying that at Vengeance, Stephanie McMahon will face Sable, and there's nothing funnier than that apparently. D'Lo Brown is in the back. He's happy that he put Vince Russo in a side headlock earlier. Then he channels his inner Rock and he tells Scott Hudson that it doesn't matter. AJ Styles jumps D'Lo Brown, but that doesn't go well for AJ. Now Kid Cash is carried to the ring by the Abyss. Cash will be having a match against Jerry Lynn, who might as well be fired. He's become more pointless as the weeks have gone on, and it shouldn't be that way, but it is. You'd think we'd get a good match here, but it has the slowest start ever. The crowd are sat in complete silence. The Lynn backbreaker is the first major move in this one. More stupid stuff now, they're running around the ring and Lynn has to keep dodging the Abyss. Cash throws Lynn out of the ring, who's caught and given an Abyss shock treatment backbreaker. Cash still can't beat Lynn in the ring though. For some reason, Kid Cash is using an iron claw. It would help if he actually looked strong or had big hands, but he doesn't. This just seems to wake Jerry Lynn up. He gives Cash a hell of a facebuster. Then there's a ref bump because Cash tries a springboard dive and Lynn dodges so he hits the ref. Jerry Lynn connects with the TKO and of course the Abyss uses this as a chance to climb into the ring. The ref is now standing up pretending he can't see anything. Abyss doesn't actually do anything though and Jerry Lynn DDTs him. Cash now sends Abyss to the top rope for some reason, so Lynn simply runs at him and hits a Frankensteiner. Jerry Lynn is now setting up for a pile driver, but he can't hit it because Road Rasher is here, and he hits Lynn with the cane, and that's the 3. Now we are told we will be looking at Sonny Don't Look at My Ass Siaki. I don't know what the point is in all these random packages. All he says is I'm going to put my ace in your face. Mike Tenay is in the ring. He announces that the Sandman is now officially a hardcore legend due to winning the Hard 10 tournament. Sandman wakes his way out looking like a piece of trash. Tenay asks him how it feels to win the competition. Sandman says he's hurt and pours beer into the cup. He wants the fans to drink with him, but he spills half of it trying to leave the ring. His celebrations are interrupted by an obese bald man in a suit who smashes him about. And now Don Callis is here with him. The big man is introduced as Edward Chastain. Never heard of him. Callis says there'll be no more hardcore matches in TNA. Oh great, another ECW gimmick. Callis puts rubber gloves on just so he can throw the Sandman's cup in the trash. Up next, Steve Borden rants about his hatred of internet wrestling fans. He says you watch it so you must love it, so stop talking negatively about it or I'll smack you one. Scott Hudson now with Trinity, who's looking incredible. She calls him Scotty Not Too Hotty. She refuses to explain why she turned heel. Then she explains it anyway and said it's just because she hurt herself every night and is tired of having to try and get the fans' respect. She says Russo has much bigger plans for her than wrestling. I have no idea what she's talking about here. She threatens D'Lo Brown and Moldy Locks. All that's left is the main event. Downtown D'Lo Brown will challenge for the TNA Heavyweight title, which of course belongs to AJ Styles. D'Lo Brown says he's got an equaliser before the match starts. It's Russo in a cage dressed like Jeff Jarrett. It looks so flimsy. D'Lo throws AJ Styles into the box straight away. I wouldn't do that, it might break. Styles struggles to land a move and he gets the shaky head leg drop and a simple shove across the ring. D'Lo with a high ankle back suplex now. Styles bails from the ring but D'Lo can't dive on him. Instead he has to make do with a spear into the crowd barrier. AJ slides under the ring like a slug now but D'Lo still catches him. We come back to the ring with D'Lo hitting a senton for a 2. AJ desperately tries to come back but it's not happening. 3-quarter net breaker from the master of the lowdown now. That seems to wake Styles up, who connects with a hurricanrana and a super kick. AJ Styles throws himself out of the ring. I can't remember what he calls that move. Was it like the Fosbury flop or something? D'Lo counters his next move with the Alabama Slam. Really fun match with some nice moves so far. D'Lo starts firing up and he goes to the power game with a spinebuster. Styles is losing so Trinity interferes and it's a wacky corkscrew crossbody. D'Lo Brown still kicks out. Then there's a ref bump from an enziguri kick. D'Lo hits the powerbomb on the lowdown but no ref. Sonny Siaki rushes the ring and hits D'Lo with a steel cane and the Siakalypse. AJ Styles finishes D'Lo Brown off with the frog splash. Damn, that was going along nicely until that finish. They put D'Lo in the chicken coop just so Russo can then hit it with a bat. The coop has tipped over and falling apart. Ah well, that's one showdown, not great. Show 2 once again starts with Slapnuts and Legend brawling. That's 3 times now, I wonder how long this one's going to go on for. Well, security actually do their job for a change, but they aren't doing their job well. Both guys still manage to get at each other like a couple of pit bulls. Here is D'Lo Brown again, he's here to cut a promo. In 7 days, D'Lo will get a rematch with Styles in a 2 out of 3 falls match. First, D'Lo has some problems he'll need to take care of. He's going to deal with Sonny Siaki tonight, and if D'Lo can win it, he gets 5 minutes with Vince Russo. And that match is now because Siaki and Trinity come out. D'Lo refuses to wait and he dives out of the ring onto Siaki. Back in the ring with the senton, Trinity gets involved and she kicks D'Lo off the top rope. That allows Siaki to hit a big net breaker. Siaki with a big impressive suplex now. Another suplex follows for a 2 count. We get a double down after the 3-quarter net breaker from D'Lo. When they get up, it's only going one way. D'Lo hits the spinning heel kick and the Fez press. The spinebuster gets him another 2. Trinity once again gets involved. For some reason the referee gives her a count on the top rope. She dives with a crossbody but misses and hits Siaki instead. And that's how it ends. Not as good as I'd hoped for. Ugh, not again. Road Rasher is apparently facing Jerry Lynn. This time it's a last man standing match. None of their matches are good. Why do they keep fighting? That fighting will happen now. Lynn stacks Rasher on his nutsack and hits a springboard dropkick. A leg drop follows. These 2 guys are like the ECW guys that nobody really cared about. They were only really pushed because all the actual stars had left the company at that point. And that's coming from someone who knows Lynn's great in the ring. Jerry Lynn charges off the ring apron and he catapults Credible into the ring pole. Both guys are almost dead already and it's been 5 minutes. Mike Tenay complains that we haven't had any pinfalls or submissions in this last man standing match. Somebody smacked Tenay one. After a Lynn superplex, the big move of the match happens. It's Lynn hitting a top rope hurricanrana for a table on the outside. Jerry Lynn then pins him, but it's just a 2. I thought it was a last man standing match, I'm so confused. Credible counters the piledriver now and superkicks Lynn, and it sure didn't make him grin. That's incredible from Just Incredible. That's the 3 count. Oh, I see what they're doing. It's a last man standing match where you have 10 seconds to get up after being pinned. Jerry Lynn does make it back up, so the match continues. Moments later, Lynn hits his own piledriver for a 3. Credible makes it back up at 8. Oh, wow, that's actually quite nice. Just Incredible tombstones Lynn off the second rope. Gotta admit that's good. Credible gets the 3 count, but then somehow Lynn gets back to his feet at 9. Road Rasher's going to need to kill Jerry Lynn to keep him down. Credible's distracted and he's DDT'd on a piece of table. Now they keep reversing each other's piledrivers attempts, ending with Lynn hitting his. So essentially this match is just a bunch of piledrivers. It gets Lynn the 3, but it doesn't keep Credible down for a 10. Lynn piledrivers him again. Somehow they then both get a 3 count on each other. They must now both get up before 10. And they do. Wait, what? They both get up, Credible is clearly on his feet, then Lynn shoves him over and Jerry Lynn is declared the winner. I don't get that ending. Someone please explain how Credible lost this one. What a dumb match that was, I'm serious TNA, never do this again. It's the Free Live crew in the back doing a hillbilly impression. They're interviewing other hillbillies. They start making fun of this poor lady's teeth. Problem is she doesn't have any. They ask her the meaning of life, and honestly I couldn't understand what she said. Some boys are interviewed which Truth calls the pimp convention. Another guy with the worst sideburns I've ever seen keeps saying yeah boy. Mole Dog interviews a cow now. It ends when the dog finds a turd on the floor and says he's found the meaning of life. Oh no, Legend and Jarrett are brawling again. That's 4 times now. Luckily it doesn't last too long this time. The X Division title is on the line again now. Once again it's Kaz versus Saban. This one's going to be a lot more even because Kaz hasn't just had a match this time. We get some nice action on the outside of the ring with Saban getting the best of Kaz. Bit of a clunky moment now as Saban tries to put on an abdominal stretch. Kaz gets a couple of roll-ups before his springboard is countered with a dropkick to the back. Kaz manages the Back to the Future which Saban kicks out of. Now he looks for the flux capacitor but is battled off. Then there's a ref bump from a Saban missile dropkick. Saban is the only man standing in the ring after the backbreaker. He grabs the X Division title but he can't hit Kaz with it and it's kicked into his gut. Kaz with the Rave of the Future into the belt, and that my little friends is the 3. Kaz thinks he's the new champion but then another referee rushes out and says the win shouldn't count due to the belt use. Funny how this only ever happens when a face wins. Think of all the times Slapnuts cheated to win. Were they all sleeping through his matches or something? In the back, it's the best friends in the whole world, New Jack and the Shark Boy. Jack says last week he couldn't be here because some of his teeth were loose. He threatens the Harris brothers for a while. The Shark keeps bugging him and interrupting his promo. He asks New Jack to wear his shark mask. Jack says that the guy's like a hemorrhoid, but tonight he's going to do it for Shark Boy because New Jack is over even in a dress and flip-flops. Great promo. And that match is up now. It's Harris brothers taking on the New Sharks. New Jack proves that he was right as he's very over with the crowd. He grabs a steel chair and dives off the apron taking out the Harris boys. He lifts the mask up and lets out a funny giggle. New Jack shows off his wrestling skill now with a slow motion back elbow. The Shark Boy gets the tag and he's given a bunch of corner clotheslines and an overhead suplex. The Harris brothers also double team him with a boot into a big wind up slam. The Shark is now hit with the chair, but seconds later he's somehow okay and he does a net breaker. New Jack's back in legally now and he hits a back elbow and a scoop slam. And then another scoop slam from New Jack. He's putting on a wrestling clinic. He puts a steel chair on the Harris boy and then leg drops across it. For some dumb reason he decides to get another chair. He doesn't notice that the other Harris brother is back in the ring and he's picked up the chair that Jack left behind and he swats New Jack out the air with it. The Harris boys hit the H-bomb to New Jack and that's the 3. They also take out Shark Boy, and of course they feel the need to unmask him. They take off both his masks and celebrate that they've done it. They're busy gorming out when New Jack takes his own mask and covers the Shark's head with it. Shark Boy runs out the ring. He returns back with the Hulk hands to a massive ovation. The Harris boys are no match for the Hulk hands. Love this segment despite the Harris brothers winning. An interview of Kid Cash now who has the Abyss behind him. He's here to talk about paying your dues. Most people are only getting a chance because they knew or blew someone. Abyss has ADHD and he keeps smacking and ripping apart the TNA set while Cash talks. I think someone forgot his Ritalin today. Cash tells TNA he doesn't have the right to criticise wrestlers because he isn't one. Abyss almost kills Mike TNA to end the interview. TNA shakes his head with disappointment. Another hype package now, this time for Eric Watts. He's somehow got a crowd of people chanting his name. He's here to talk to Scott Hudson. He announces that Eric Bischoff will be in TNA next week. Goldilocks is also saying she wants her job back as an interviewer. He tells her not to get her panties in a twist, to which Goldilocks replies that she doesn't wear panties. Oh no, the cage dancers are fighting. The nurse and a new woman who's dressed as a cheerleader are here. Once again, security break it up. Another video package for the Fallen Angel. He asks us to put his faith in him. Elix Skipper makes his way out now with a clipboard. Oh no, it's a scale. That's the smallest scale I've ever seen. Skipper says this is my house. He says he's the best athlete in the universe. Wow, he's actually taken on Amazing Red. We haven't seen this guy in like forever. This has potential to be a great match. Remember when we last saw Red? He put Raven through a table. Yeah, I think TNA forgot about that too. Red lands on his feet from a German. He also lands on his feet from a suplex and rolls up Skipper for a 2. The Amazing Red runs up his back in the corner, but he can't hit the Code Red. Skipper dumps in his nappy and bails from the ring. Red tries to baseball slide him, but smartly Skipper spins him around and DDTs him on the floor outside. The match carries on pretty nicely with Elix Skipper hitting the handstand leg drop from the corner. Red recovers with a head scissors into a DDT, and there's another DDT, this time diving from the corner. That's just a 2. Nice range of moves here. Skipper tries a powerbomb which Red turns into a Hurricanrana pin. Skipper matrixes out of the pin and kicks him. Elix for some reason decides that he needs a chair, but the ref takes that away. It almost allows Red to roll him up. For some reason, the TNA producers have censored out a crowd sign. It says, "We have pride." Was this something different in 2003? Skipper wins with a smack with the scale. Match should have been a lot better. Neither guy was in a position where they could afford to lose. Don Callis and Butterball are back this week. Callis says he's now a TNA management consultant. He reveals that Butterball has removed the Sandman from TNA. He's just here to be against hardcore wrestling. It sounds like Butterball will actually be having a match tonight against Norman Smiley. What an incredibly strange match we've got here. Smiley is still really popular with the crowd. Norman Smiley can't do much against this 500-pounder. Smiley makes this guy look really short too. Norman tries a sunset flip and it doesn't work, and Butterball tries an ass drop which doesn't work either. A really weak front slam from Butterball now. He charges at Smiley, grabs his arm. The submission doesn't work and he's side slammed. The pin doesn't get the free because he gets his foot on the rope. 4 clotheslines next that don't take the big man down, but then a 5th one from the back does. Norman Smiley does the big wiggle. Seconds later, Smiley crashes into his stomach and then Butterball finishes him off with a splash. What a weird and horrible match. This felt like it belonged in the first few episodes of TNA. Oh no, it's the gifted Glenn Gilberti with Diamond and Swinger. They call JB into the ring. Swinger complains that they didn't get a fair shot at the tag titles last week. Diamond accuses the NWA of playing favourites with America's Most Wanted. They are annoyed about some magazine column that JB wrote. They tell JB he needs to eat the paper. Borash smacks Disco in response. They're about to beat Borash down when America's Most Wanted make the save. AMW clear the ring with ease until Diamond smacks Storm with a chair. Swinger smacks Harris too. Why are we still giving time to these jobbers? Disco refuses to leave the ring until someone sanctions a match for Swinger and Diamond. Randomly, this call is answered by Raven. Raven beats them all up like the jobbers that they are. Raven calls out Shane Douglas and Father James Mitchell because they set him on fire a few weeks ago. Mitchell starts trying to cut a promo when Raven rushes them on the ramp. It's yet another brawl that isn't a match. There's just too much of this. Slash and Brian Lee attack Raven. We haven't seen them for a while either. Brian Lee looks lankier than ever now. At this rate, he won't be able to be called the Underfaker. They smash Raven into a chair, and then they do it again. Mitchell tells the New Church to do it again, and they do. No one, including security, cares about Raven. It's so inconsistent. Legend in the back telling us that he's a great Canadian athlete because heroes come and go, but legends live forever. Now it will be the match that we've been building to for 3 shows, Jarrett versus Legend, which starts straight away. Jarrett throws him out of the ring. Jarrett has wrapped up ribs like he's just taken a punch to the gut from the Hawk. Within 2 minutes, we get crowd brawling and chair shots. Jarrett misses one shot, so he just throws the chair at Legend. These last few weeks have been Jarrett at his worst. As he smacks the security members with the chair, all I can think about is Stone Cold Slapnuts. More chair shots. Jarrett tries a diving chair shot. Thought this was going to be a ref bump then. Vince Russo's here and it leads to Just Joe hitting Jarrett in the back of the head with the bat. A 5-minute match with 20 chair shots and nothing else. This show sucks Sonny Siaki's ass. In the back, Scott Hudson is with Vince Russo, who's dressed like the night he won the WCW title. Russo says that Jarrett is out of the title picture due to losing to Legend. He ends his promo saying that wrestlers are stupid. D'Lo Brown's in the ring now. He's with his hen coop from earlier. I guess they fixed it. He's supposed to be getting 5 minutes with Vince Russo. Russo doesn't look too excited to get in the ring with him. He tries to walk away, but one geek stops him. With exactly 5 minutes left of the show, Russo climbs in the ring, but straight away AJ Styles sneaks in too and fights D'Lo. The stipulation was supposed to be 5 minutes alone with Russo. Why make stipulations if you're not going to bother going through with them? Styles is shut in the chicken coop when Siaki in a beanie jumps D'Lo, but D'Lo handcuffs Siaki to the ring ropes. Now Trinity is here. D'Lo gives her a brutal sky high. Oh, not this guy again. Legend's here. D'Lo throws him into the chicken coop. AJ Styles breaks through the cage like the Incredible Hulk. D'Lo will now get beat down by 5 people. AJ gives him the Styles Clash and they do a fake 3 count. As AJ Styles has him in a deathlock, Russo says we'll see you next week. Same bat time, same bat channel. I've noticed this was a catchphrase he was trying to get over at this point. It didn't work. Tenay and West are screaming that we need an authority figure in TNA, a storyline which has been running for 3 months. Russo tells us this is New York style. They put D'Lo in the chicken coop to end the show. Not good. Way too many brawls and bad book matches. And I really hate it when a company promises something and they don't go through with it. But we start the show in the best possible way. D'Lo Brown challenges for the NWA title that belongs to AJ Styles. He has Trinity with him, who's looking like a boss as always. This will be a 2 out of 3 falls match with Russo barred from ringside. The first fall will begin with a straight up singles match. D'Lo Brown with the first 2 count after a diving clothesline. There's no hanging around in this one, they're trying the big moves early, which are admittedly all getting reversed. It turns out to be a fairly easy match for AJ Styles because Trinity is interfering. This enables him to hit a springboard splash. Although that doesn't get the job done, the ref is distracted and Sonny Don't Look at My Ass Siaki interferes and helps AJ Styles get the 1-2-3. I have to question what the point is in barring Russo from interfering if it's fine for anyone else to do it instead. The second fall will be later tonight. The directionless Elix Skipper is out next to cut a promo. He tells the cameraman to focus on his abs. He issues an open challenge because he's a bad man. Completely randomly, this is how Crash Holly debuts as Mad Mikey. He's pretty much playing the same character as in WWE, but now he's angry with a kitten t-shirt. Crash scores a few simple knockdowns including a Turtle World backbreaker. Crash thinks about climbing to the top rope but changes his mind. Oh, now he's going to the top. He dives and lands on his feet and jumps up into a splash. He calls this move the Hop Splash.
NWA Impact brings you the Smack of the Week, sponsored by All New Blonde for Men. If you're a brown-haired Potter, put some blonde in it. It makes you look hotter.
Cousin Crash, man, this guy's going to the top rope like Superfly Jimmy Snooker. What he got here, man, a hip-hop drop or the flip-flopping hop? Man, that's ridiculous. You ain't gonna keep down an athlete or even skip a caliber that easy, man.
That was the NWA TNA Smack of the Week, sponsored by Blonde Just for Men. Get it, got it, shove it.
This isn't enough to keep Skipper down surprisingly, who grabs him and nails a reverse suplex across the ropes. Skipper quickly follows that with a big leg drop, crushing Crash against the ropes. Crash fights back with a wheelbarrow into a pin for a 2. Skipper simply grabs him and throws him overhead. Crash stamps his feet in pain. Crash is already really over this crowd. He reverses the next move from Elix Skipper and hits a net breaker for a double down. When they get up, Crash drops Skipper on the ropes and hits a bulldog. Skipper kicks out, but he's almost beaten again moments later when the head scissors drops him on the turnbuckles. Crash apparently misses his old gimmick and he snatches the scale from Skipper's corner. That proves to be a bad decision as when he turns around, Skipper smashes him with a massive wind-up slam. Elix Skipper is the winner. What a way to debut. We go to a video package now about Jeff Jarrett and Joey Legend, so I promptly skipped it. Or should I say, I skippered it. It sucks. Unfortunately for me, the package had just built up to a promo battle between these two men. Joey Legend is still doing his annoying catchphrase, which is no, no, no. That's exactly how I felt when I saw this segment. He doesn't like the pro-American crowd. He reveals that he's hired a black shirt security team, whilst at the same time calling them poor scumbags. They are instructed to protect Legend from slapnuts. He will be in a handicap match against Altar Boy Luke and Matt Sydal. What a random matchup. They both immediately dodge him a few times. They try a double sunset flip, but they aren't strong enough. He does a double duck down and springs up into a double clothesline. To be fair, it's a nice spot. Altar Boy Luke is sandwiched between Legend's back and the mat. Not sure what Sydal was going for here. It looks like he's arguing with a fan. Sydal does come back, but he's quickly hit with a sort of sit-out spinebuster. Altar Boy Luke is back on his feet though, so Legend has to sort him out now. He gives him what looks like an F5. Now, a wild Slapnuts appears.
Jeff Jarrett.
He's just here to watch the match from the ramp. The cruiserweights with some teamwork now and they manage to get a 2. Altar Boy Luke tries to dive, but Legend gets him on the top rope. He ends up with both the men on his back and falls back to the mat with them. Don West calls it the piggyback stunner. It ends seconds later with a move they call the stone cutter. Looks more like a grease cutter. Slapnuts is happy that the match is over and he rushes the ring. The security leave because they only agreed to protect Legend during the match, but now it's over. It's the same battle we've seen 6 or 7 times already. Slapnuts hits the stroke and has his acoustic equaliser, but he can't use it because now the red shirt security team are here. Why are the security teams getting so much camera time? Slapnuts starts brawling with one called Kevin Northcutt, which Jarrett wins to end the segment. Scott Hudson in the back now, he's listening in on a conversation between Styles and Russo. It sounds like AJ's been too cocky and Russo's trying to calm him down. Their second match is next. This one is submission only, but it doesn't go to plan because once again, Don't Look at My Ass Siaki attacks D'Lo on the ramp and AJ joins in the attack. Siaki is expelled from ringside. I bet Trinity still turns up though. Oh look, there she is. AJ is focused in on D'Lo's leg. It's nice to see a submission match where a wrestler is zoned in on a body part straight away. D'Lo is down getting his leg smashed for 5 minutes before connecting with a 3/4 net breaker. D'Lo hasn't done a single bit of submission work yet, so it's not looking good for him. Oh. D'Lo manages to reverse a sharpshooter into one of his own. He digs his knee into the back of Styles' head. AJ taps. I guess working a body part is pointless then. They must now have a ladder match to decide the final fall, which will be later in this show. Mike Tenay interviews Don Callis, who is the new management consultant for TNA. He says he will be the first ever management consultant who understands both wrestling and business. He also hates hardcore wrestling. He doesn't like the cage dancers fighting either. And on that subject, Nurse Veronica is in the ring. Why is she a nurse, you might ask? I have no idea. She also has a cheerleader with her because they are the bitch slap girls. She calls out the cage dancers just like every week. The referee grabs a mic and starts a let them fight chant. Trinity also runs out, I guess because she doesn't have any women to actually fight. Trinity kicks one of them in the neck and the other one in the gut. She actually powerbombs Lollipop too, I wasn't expecting to see that. What a weird segment, but talking of weird segments, it's the Free Live crew now. They are in the hood where Road Dogg looks really uncomfortable. The other two say they are going to teach him how to be accepted. He interviews a local and asks him if he's packing a gun. The man is offended to be asked. He interviews another who tells him to suck it. He decides to go into a beauty shop for some reason. Now there's a weird shopping montage. He has a makeover. He eventually walks out dressed like something out of Ali G. He tips his drink on the floor and says it's for the homies. The local residents look very bemused. The gifted Glenn Gilberti is in the ring now. How is he gifted? He asks Jeremy Borash to join him. He wants JB to become a ring valet for America's Most Wanted. He hands him some clothes, but JB doesn't seem happy about that. This episode has fallen into the bizarre territory. America's Most Wanted jump Gilberti and they strip him for some reason. Diamond and Swinger jump AMW and this has turned into a match. Apparently the tag titles are on the line here. Storm is thrown out the ring to take out Swinger and Diamond. Harris also dives out the ring. It's good action for the most part and it gets a good amount of time dedicated to it. It's pretty much game over for the ECW guys when Harris gets the tag. He hits a crossbody for a 2. The ECW guys get an almost victory after a super kick before AMW hit the death sentence. They can't get the freak because Glenn Gilberti is back, hitting them with a cowbell for some reason. I guess because Storm is a cowboy. Harris is whipped for a while. Storm tries to crawl on top of him to protect him. How cute. Up next it's James Mitchell in the New Church threatening Raven. It's a very good promo from James Mitchell. Why does Bulldozer Brian Lee now look like the Hamburglar? Shane Douglas will franchise Raven. It leads to a 6-man tag between the New Church and the Gathering. Julio hits the first big move, a diving double clothesline. They clear the ring as Shane Douglas dumps his nappy of anger. The match calms down a bit with CM Punk squaring off with the Slash Man. Punk hits a big T-bone suplex, the crowd chant Pepsi. Punk hits a knee in the corner on a wacky clothesline. He tries to hit a Hurricanrana which is countered into a powerbomb. Hamburglar Brian Lee does some stomps. This guy's moveset sucks. It's quick, regular tags from the New Church with Punk getting more and more isolated. Slash then accidentally hit Lee with a knee and CM Punk tags Julio. Julio with a lovely spin kick and he keeps spinning with a full Nelson. He's taken out the Church all on his own. It's weird at this point in their careers he seems like a bigger star than Punk. His fun doesn't last because the Hamburglar Brian Lee takes him out of the ring and smashes him into the pole. Eye of the Storm from the Slash Man now. Lots of nice high impact moves in this match. Hamburglar Brian Lee really needs to hit the gym. His head looks too heavy for his body. He's like the opposite of me. Fortunately for Julio, Slash misses his swanton bomb and Julio can tag out.
Dude, I was watching the NWA TNA show the other day, man. And you know what? Since my stoner friend Shannon stole my finishing maneuver, I've gone back to North Carolina and I've given up on life.
So Raven's in the ring and he's doing his standard Raven offense. And he chases Shane Douglas to the back. But a hand comes through the curtain and drags Raven away. It looks like Goldust in a 7 gimmick. Punk and Julio manage a dropkick spinebuster combination. But now Shane Douglas is back and he clotheslines Punk out of his boots. Raven makes his return. I've made this clip blue because Raven keeps getting my videos age restricted. He's been beaten down. They set him up against the table but he fires up and fights back. Then there's a ref bump. I'm not sure it's even necessary to bump the ref at this point. Raven scores a couple of Raven effects before James Mitchell distracts him. Shane Douglas spears Raven through the table and the ref is woken up to count the 3. If we hadn't had enough weird segments on this show, we keep going. There's all these legends from the wrestling business in the ring. I guess we're just forgetting that the Rock and Roll Express joined Brusso's Sports Entertainment Extreme. Come on TNA, it wasn't even that long before this. Harley Race is introduced as Kid Cash's music plays over the intro for ages. Eventually Cash and the big scary dude Abyss make their way out. Cash is smaller than all of these OAPs including the woman Sarah Lee. Sarah Lee looks like Jarrett's granny. Cash calls her the original ring rat. He says another has Alzheimer's. Ricky Morton apparently trained Kid Cash in the first place. Cash tells him that he's too good to need a partner. Kid Cash tells Harley Race that it doesn't matter how many titles he's won and he's a disgrace to the industry. Morton calls Cash an ungrateful punk whilst Mike Tenay looks like one of the Cabbage Patch Kids. Cash smacks Morton and he puts Sarah Lee in a chokehold. Eric Watts appears out of nowhere and gives Cash a chokeslam. He calls him Kid Ass. Apparently Eric Watts is the new director of Authority. Does that mean he's above or below Don Callis? He holds Cash up so Harley Race can smack him one. Raven is back with a gathering to cut a promo. Raven is blue again. Can this guy please stop getting colour? He says next week it will be a Clockwork Orange House of Fun match. He mispronounces it and then says it's just because he's overexcited. Yeah, alright Raven, we all make mistakes sometimes. Just the ladder match for the NWA Heavyweight title left. D'Lo Brown looks very happy during his entrance. AJ doesn't look so happy. We start with some nice usage of the crowd barrier in the steps. D'Lo with a nice dive into the crowd. AJ tries to come back for suicide dive, which is blocked by D'Lo of the ladder. Not long later, AJ is able to land a flip dive to the outside and the crowd is squirting with happiness. AJ is now in full control of his chair shots and a ladder is set up in the corner. He promptly throws D'Lo into the ladder. It then falls on him to add insult to injury. For the first time, AJ climbs the ladder, which doesn't last long because he's powerbombed. This gives D'Lo a chance. He can't manage it either and the ladder is shoved over. Quite a while is wasted as AJ starts looking for a table. That gives D'Lo a chance to recover and he sort of back body drops him on the entrance ramp. With AJ on the table, D'Lo starts climbing the ladder in the ring, and he jumps with a frog splash. Time seems to freeze for a moment, and it's the lowdown through the table on the outside. That should mean D'Lo is about to be the new champion then, right? Well no, because surprise surprise, don't look at my asses here. D'Lo might not want to look at this bit either. Siaki shoves the ladder and D'Lo flies out the ring bouncing off the table. How many matches has Siaki cost D'Lo at this point? D'Lo does make it back to the ring and both men are at the top of the ladder. Then both men fall to the mat whilst holding the belt at the same time. Vince Russo rushes out to try and intimidate the referee. It's eventually ruled that Styles is still the champion as it was unclear who's won. To be fair, it was the right call. Enjoyed these 3 matches though. Let's move on to episode 2. The show will start off with a limo in the parking lot. Out steps Trinity, who's looking like a fucking boss. AJ Styles follows her and says he's done with D'Lo Brown. Sonny Don't Look at My Ass Siaki is also in the limo and he says that today TNA is making a documentary about his life. The problem with Siaki's character is that he's become so deluded at this point he comes across as an idiot. Primetime Elix Skipper opens the show. Must be a record to see him 2 weeks in a row. He faces Jerry Lynn, who suffered so much he's pretty much worthless to TNA at this point. They aren't hanging around here and Skipper throws him straight away with a butterfly suplex. He can't hit the player of the day as Lynn then rolls him up for Mahi Stra Cradle. And that's a 3 in less than 1 minute. Skipper has the mic and he's a bad loser, so he demands to have a 2 out of 3 falls match. Seems like TNA are in love with this gimmick right now. The second fall doesn't start well because Lynn hits the back suplex. Skipper retaliates for super kick. The match slows down now. I'm so glad Lynn isn't feuding with fake Road Rash character Just Incredible anymore. Skipper stacks Lynn on the rope and hits him with a rope walk Hurricanrana, just a 2. He flips over the rope and tries to connect with a clothesline. It doesn't look great. Elix Skipper is completely dominating this fall. He connects with the headstand into the leg drop in the corner now. After this long period of dominance, the comeback begins with a Lynn diving DDT. Skipper tries to shut him down with a turtle wheel, which causes a ref bump. Skipper kicks him in the nutsack and wants to hit him with the scales. Lynn promptly boots the scale into his face. The ref wakes up and that's the 3. Not often you see a 2 out of 3 falls match just be 2 falls. I guess Skipper is done then. Siaki and Trinity are out to the ring next. He is now referring to himself as Cocky Siaki. He tells us that the ladies love him, and to be fair there's a lot of little girls screaming in the audience. He does a 50 Cent impression and sings that he's got the magic stick. Siaki gets serious now and he brags about interfering in all 3 of the D'Lo Brown AJ Styles matches last week. He tells AJ that if it wasn't for him, he would have lost the belt. I thought they were friends, that's interesting. This brings out the champion who looks like someone just dumped in his cornflakes. AJ tells Siaki he knows nothing about being a champion. He tells Sonny he needs to know his role. AJ tells him to carry his bags. Siaki responds by saying, "Listen kid, I'm Vince Russo's right hand man." He also says they're both in the same playing deck, but Styles is the Joker. That causes Styles to slap him. AJ calls Trinity a rat and says he doesn't need either of them. This is such weird friction when both Trinity and Siaki have constantly interfered in his matches and helped him for the last few matches. Anyway, D'Lo Brown comes out to the ring. He stirs the pot and agrees that AJ doesn't need Siaki or Trinity or Russo. D'Lo wants to see the old AJ Styles. He reveals that he hasn't been sleeping well because he's disturbed by not knowing who officially won the ladder match. D'Lo asks for one more match. AJ admits that he almost did lose that match. He agrees to wrestle him one more time for the belt, but this time it's going to be about respect. AJ offers to shake hands and they hug. Siaki jumps D'Lo and they all beat up D'Lo Brown. Eric Watts makes the save. Big choke slam on Siaki. To be fair, I've dumped on Watts a lot, but he's getting some great crowd reactions. Watts tells us that Styles and D'Lo will have another match for the title next week, but the twist here is that no one will be allowed to interfere. What a novel concept. Especially the ace hole Sonny Siaki. This starts an ace hole chant in the crowd. The match will also be in a cage. Didn't they already have a cage match? For some reason, Iceberg is back on the show. I have no idea why. His last match was truly awful. He is still the backup for Don Callis, the management consultant. He announces that the following match will not be a hardcore match because the people want to see a normal match. Iceberg will be taking on the Sandman. We've hardly seen him since he won the Hard 10 tournament. Sandman tries to use the cane, but he can't land a shot anyway. Iceberg is certainly a bizarre looking individual. After hitting a leg drop, oh god, he misses a senton off the ring apron, and this gets literally no crowd reaction. I'd have thought that would be a big deal. Sandman smashes him into the crowd barrier. In the ring, it's the Bulldog from the Sandman. The ref takes Sandman's stick away, so Sandman hits the ref with his hardcore trophy. This is a ref bump. Sandman lands a cane shot and the white Russian leg sweep. The dumbass referee decides to count the 3 for him. Why wasn't it DQ for smacking the ref with a weapon? Sandman pours beer into his trophy and shares some with the fans. Callis has the mic and says there's going to be consequences for this. He berates Iceberg. He tells him as he lost to a degenerate drunk, he will be punished. Callis puts on a rubber glove and then fires him and shakes his hand. Wow, thanks for coming, Iceberg. Complete waste of time there. In the back, Shark Boy is crying next to a paddling pool. He misses New Jack. Athena tries to cheer him up with some Hulk hands. Randomly, Norman Smiley walks in and teaches Athena and Shark Boy how to do the big wiggle. They are now a team. The story is basically that Callis is getting rid of the ECW guys, which is why New Jack's gone. Out now, it's Simon Diamond and Johnny Swinger. They have new music telling us not to mess with them because they're from Long Island, New York. Not personally a fan of any of these men, but at least they're being established as a proper tag team, because the tag division is bird turd at this point. They take on the team of Norman, Smiley and Shark Boy. They get jumped straight away. It doesn't help the New Yorkers as Sharky and Smiley suddenly have double team moves, despite never teaming before. Once Norman leaves the ring, Shark Boy starts getting dominated. The Simon series gets a 2 for the Diamond Man. Sharky suddenly stops Simon and he starts wiggling. Simon says stop dancing or I'll smack you one. There are lots of people with shark masks in the audience, it looked pretty weird. After a long period, Sharky gives Swinger a facebuster and Smiley has the tag. Big wind-up slam on Swinger. Diamond tries a wheelbarrow but he gets spanked instead. Smiley is smashed out the ring and just after it's Shark Boy with a missile dropkick. Moments later the New Yorkers win with a DDT flapjack combination. The gifted Glenn Gilberti immediately gets the mic. He brags about beating up America's Most Wanted last week, but more importantly he wants to whip Jeremy Borash. AMW make the save wearing weird leather hats. It's pretty much the same as last week. Storm has a chance to speak though for once. He says he had worse beatings from his mum. He challenges the New Yorkers to a strap match next week. I think this is where Storm debuts his catchphrase sorry about your damn luck. Don't think he said it before this, but I could be wrong, I have been before. Russo is interviewed for ages. He says Sports Entertainment Extreme ended because he hates slapnuts. He's still angry about Jeff putting his kids on TV. He keeps talking about the power he has because of the NWA title. You'd think he was the champion the way he's talking. He claims his power meant he got rid of Goldilocks for some reason. I forgot about her. Chris Sabin is interviewed now. He has to face Shawn Michaels' cousin tonight, but he isn't bothered about it. Eric Watts walks up and says Frankie Kazarian will be the special ref for that match. This poor guy Michael Shane is constantly being compared to HBK. Those are some big shoes to fill. He's not even thrown a punch in TNA yet. Michael Shane does start out this match well, but soon he gets in trouble. Chris Sabin hits a big springboard dropkick which crashes him in the back of the head. There are some shenanigans running around ringside which leads to a Michael Shane flip dive to the outside. He can't land his next dive because Sabin catches him on the top rope and throws him nutsack first onto the ropes. Check out this massive springboard dive to the outside by Sabin. It feels like he's getting better on a weekly basis at this point. Something new for me now is a net breaker from the middle rope that puts Shane back in control. The flatliner gets him a 2 count. Chris Sabin crushes him with a big DDT now. Referee Kazarian can only count a 2. Sabin goes running. He senses he only needs one last move to put him away, but he runs straight into a sweet chin music. There's lots of unique moves in this match. Never seen a man hit the DDT the way Sabin does it here. Sabin is supposed to be a heel, but the crowd chant that was free. Chris Sabin tries to get disqualified by smacking Kaz out with the belt, but Kaz takes it away and then Shane almost rolls up Sabin. Sabin kicks Michael Shane down and then he shoves Kaz just once. Kaz flips and hits him with the Wave of the Future. Michael Shane makes the cover and Kaz tries to count, but another referee arrives and takes Kaz out of the ring. He banishes Kaz away. Sabin uses this as a chance to hit Michael Shane with the X Division title, and that is the 3. Not a bad first match from Michael Shane at all. Definitely good stuff to come from him. A video package now promoting Mad Mikey, aka Crash Holly. It shows him getting angry at things throughout the day. He completely flips his lid over the most basic of things. My favourite is when his computer from the 1980s doesn't work, so he simply picks it up and throws it off a balcony, almost hitting a reversing car in the process. He also gets some fast food, but flips when his order contains cheese. He's also annoyed that he didn't get a black and white shake, whatever that is. He climbs into the fast food joint in anger. This whole thing is just hilarious. Big thumbs up to whoever came up with all this stuff. Backstage interview of Ricky Morton. He claims he taught Kid Cash everything he knows, but he didn't teach Kid Cash everything that he knows. It's Kid Cash versus Ricky Morton. Can't believe this guy is still wrestling. He looks 60 years old at this point. What follows is actually quite an impressive wrestling match despite his age. This match contains high-risk moves from both guys. I was quite enjoying it, but then the ref is distracted and the Monster Abyss appears and he kills Ricky Morton. Cash pins him for the three of everyone disgusted. The NWA legends are back trying to confront Cash, who gets in their face. Kid Cash is being established as a dick, good stuff. And it must be a record because the next segment is also good. It's the Free Life crew in the hood again. This time they're at a bar in the hood. They chat up women and get drunk. Mold Dog ends up getting diarrhea from Sambuca, I'm not sure why. Someone in the production team decided to play Miss TNA Bruce's theme, which keeps saying push. The truth is smashed at the bar. Conrad is boring and being the responsible one. They all agree to go back to Mold Dog's trailer. These guys are getting better each week. There's a lot going on in this one for sure. The cage dancers are back again. They say it wasn't a fair fight last time because of Trinity, so they must fight all over again. Trinity brings out the nurse Veronica and the cheerleader Valentina. Trinity sends them to the ring. It's a cat fight of whipping and all sorts of stuff. It doesn't last long. I'm surprised it's still going, to be honest. Now it will be a Clockwork Orange House of Fun match. Shane Douglas and the New Church taking on Raven and the Gathering. For some reason it's Mickie James instead of CM Punk here, so the Gathering are at a massive disadvantage. As I learned from my recent Raven video, I annoyingly have to be careful with what I show here. I've had so many videos age restricted just because of Raven. To be fair as usual, Mickie James shows she belongs in the match with some of the damage she takes. It's really not talked about how many things she did for TNA in the early days. She gets a massive pop from Slash crushing over the Eye of the Storm. It's mostly just a typical hardcore match which is essentially all about Raven and Douglas. Raven is hit with a belly to belly. Seconds later Julio does a victory roll to avoid a top rope dive. It looks nice, but it's not enough to end the match. Mickie almost gets powerbombed out the ring, but she reverses it into a head scissors, taking the Slash man out the ring. Brian Lee floors her. She ducks his next move and Raven and Julio hit stereo super kicks. This is the most hyped I've seen a TNA crowd for any match. Mickie canes her opponents, then almost throws the cane in the referee's face. Raven gets Douglas on the table, but before he can dive, Mickie does diving DDT to Slash. Then Raven puts Douglas through the table. The mystery man is here again. He pulls Raven under the ring. Maybe it's the Rat. Mickie is chokeslammed. Julio and the Bulldozer take each other out with trash cans. The noise in this building at this point is deafening. No one is moving now. Douglas manages to drape his arm over Raven, who has re-emerged, and that's the three. Really enjoyable match, the best hardcore match in TNA at this point. D'Lo Brown is interviewed behind a fence. He's just hyping up the match with AJ next week. AJ responds with one of his early wacky TNA promos. He says, "I took D'Lo Brown's wrestling class, and it sucks." Unfortunately, all that's left is the main event, which is a baseball bat and a guitar on a pole match between Slapnuts and Joe E. Legend. Whoever booked these shows certainly hated Sonny Siaki. He yet again interferes. He's become one of the more annoying characters on this show. He stops Jarrett having the bat. Later, Legend tries to dive with a baseball bat shot, but Jarrett grazes him with the guitar at the same time. As it doesn't break properly, Jeff hits a diving guitar shot. Now it's broken. Slapnuts wins. Christopher Daniels randomly appears in the ring. He hits an Arabian moonsault. Daniels has been built up for the last few weeks with a new religious character, but he's not been wrestling for a while. Legend hits the grease cutter and Daniels hits a diving bat shot to end the show. Good show, but weak main event. That's it for another time.
And then they decide to start the show with a strap match with Simon Diamond and Johnny Swinger and the gifted Glenn Gilberti. How is he gifted? All of these people are repulsive to me. This will of course be a tag team championship match against America's Most Wanted. This is going to be one of those weird strap matches where the wrestlers aren't actually strapped together. It's just a random weapon to use. Don West talks about how this is better than a normal strap match because their real talent will shine through because they aren't strapped together. Glenn Gilberti is cheating. Did you expect anything less? Diamond and Swinger get a 2 on the double team. Gilberti hits Harris with the strap once. What was the point? Diamond suplexes Harris back into the ring for a 2. Harris eventually gets lucky and makes the tag to Storm. James Storm uses the DDT, but he can't use the strap because Johnny Swinger stops him. Storm's choked out of Harris, unable to help him. I guess this referee is really strong. Storm eventually dodges a dive, which takes out Gilberti and Harris tags in. Harris with the nice full Nelson slam and a back body drop, which isn't as nice, and that's just my personal preference. The best bit of the match is Glenn Gilberti getting speared and whipped by both members of AMW. Somehow this match is still going. Diamond and Swinger hit a double flapjack. Storm gets rid of Diamond with a missile dropkick. Wow, that's a dumb move. Storm powerbomb Swinger, which causes his own partner to get the superplex. Just a 2. In the end, Diamond is caught in the sharpshooter for literally 2 minutes, but he doesn't tap. In that time, Swinger takes out Storm, which distracts the ref. Swinger smashes Harris with a steel chair, but he can only get a 2. The ref stops him from using a chair again, but somehow another one's here. Storm super kicks the chair into Swinger's face. AMW can't hit the death sentence as it's broken up by the Diamond Man. It doesn't matter, as moments later Storm hits a hangman's noose as Diamond's on Harris' shoulders. There's the 3. The annoying group are bad losers, so they do a beatdown after the match. They also steal the tag belts. Great, so this storyline isn't over. In the back, Jerry Lynn has been refused entry to the building by Don Callis and the red shirt security. Apparently Don Callis doesn't want his wrestlers doing anything extreme or violent. Lynn's hardly the most violent person on the show, it doesn't make any sense. There was more violence in the match we just saw. Jerry Lynn is sent home, I guess so we can spend more TV time on the red shirt security. Now we're here with 4 X Division geeks. Michael Shane says he's Shawn Michaels' cousin within 5 seconds. Joey Matthews, who looks like a tin of dog food. How is he getting a potential title shot? Danny Doring with a weird, blonde Great Rule of China on his head. And Shark Boy, who's interviewed by Norman Smiley before the match. This is the only bit of the entire interview segment which is acceptable, because it's funny. Smiley tells Shark Boy he's got to focus tonight, because tonight he's having a match against Shawn Michaels' cousin. Yeah, that's actually how he says it. So here we go, a 4-way match. Michael Shane, Dog Food, Doring and Dark Shark Boy. What a random X Division match this is. 2 of these guys can't even be considered TNA guys. Shane spits on Doring, who sort of spinebusters him. This show is changing so much on a weekly basis. Shark Boy connects on 2 guys with a missile dropkick. He dodges Dog Food and snaps off a head scissors. He's the only man getting cheered here. Doring grabs Matthews by the nipples for some reason. How many matches can you say that Danny Doring has the size and weight advantage? This feels more like a tag match anyway. Doring takes out Dog Food with a pump kick and tags are made. Shark Boy throws a bunch of drop kicks. He does the big wiggle. Shark Boy's the only one in here not trying to do 50 moves. He's just trying to be entertaining. Doring throws himself out of the ring. Michael Shane does the same thing, but better. And then the Shark climbs to the top to take out Michael Shane to 0 reaction. Probably because his dive was the worst of the 3. We're back in the ring quickly. Shark Boy blocks the Frankensteiner and hits deep sea drop on Matthews. No pin is made because Doring takes him out. Doring connects with a deep panty leg drop or whatever he called that thing. Randomly Skipper interferes and takes out Doring with an alley-oop. No idea what that's about. Skipper takes out the 2 other guys as well. He screams it's my house and leaves the ring. He cuts a promo sulking that Jerry Lynn isn't here tonight, he wants to face him. He talks about how it's prime time and leaves. The match continues and Michael Shane quickly eliminates Dog Food and Doring with super kicks. Shark Boy is the final man, but he blocks the super kick and hits a net breaker for a 2. The Shark's too busy dancing around again, which turns out to be a bad choice because Shane hits him with a fisherman's DDT. Michael Shane is the number 1 contender. The match was no way near X Division standards. Eric Watts is in the back. He's talking about a man called Eric who's joining TNA soon. I feel like this has been going on for months. He threatens Vince Russo and says he won't be able to put his hands on him physically or sexually. In the ring, it's Shane Douglas. He's feuding with Raven. He brags about beating Raven last week. He says wrestling companies can't make it unless they hire a wrestler like Shane Douglas. This guy's completely deluded. That being said, he's not as bad as Swinger and Diamond, but this show has gotten so boring since all these guys showed up. He's not funny and he just drones on and on and on. Tonight, he will franchise Raven's ass. Instead of coming down the ramp, Raven appears behind him, so it's a coward gimmick. The advantage doesn't last long and the franchise boots him in the slash zone. Raven's down get beaten up for a bit before the super kick and the Raven effect shuts down Douglas. Some horrible audio starts playing, it's James Mitchell. Eventually video accompanies the audio. The New Church have captured the gathering backstage. Bulldozer Brian Lee is threatening to set them on fire. Mitchell says that Raven could either finish off the franchise or save his friends. Don't forget to bring the marshmallows. Raven runs off to save his friends, which Douglas finds hilarious. In the back is Larry Zbyszko talking about beating up young disrespectful wrestlers. Tonight will be the end of Kid Cash. I like how they show the TNA cage dancers with a creepy young man's face watching her. Kid Cash will now take on the living legend Larry Zbyszko. He bows to the cage dancer. Zbyszko does a weird dance. They both trade submissions. Kid Cash dumps in his nappy and takes a breather in the corner. Larry continues doing well with the arm ringers. That is until Cash does the double spring into the crossbody. Cash is unhappy with the referee's count, so he slaps the ref, who slaps him back. Larry stops Kid Cash with a nut claw.
Zbyszko looks for a backbreaker now, but the big scary dude rushes the ring. He flattens Cash by mistake. This distracts the referee, so Abyss can black hole slam Zbyszko. That is the 3. So far this show belongs in the turd zone. Raven can't find Mitchell in the new church. He smashes a chair against the fake wall in anger. We cut back to the ring where somehow James, Mitchell and the new church have taken the gathering. It's not a big arena, how the hell did Raven miss them? Mitchell says that Julio and Alexis are about to feel some real pain. Raven rushes the ring, I'm glad he's finally found them. He takes out the new church on his own. Remember when these guys used to be a threat? He tries to DDT Mitchell when franchise Shane Douglas appears and hits Raven with the belly to belly. Now they all beat him up thanks to their hero Shane Douglas. Somehow Julio escapes, but the bulldozer boots him down. They put Raven in a body bag and slowly boot him. Not sure what the point was. Yay, Mad Mikey is back. This was the highlight of the show last time. Basically it's these wacky skits of Crash Holly being angry about things. He's too short to play basketball, so he beats a guy up to get a leg up. He beats up a receptionist for taking too long to serve him. His roommates drink his orange juice and Mikey kills him and stuffs him in a fridge. Then he's beaten up by some girls at poolside. It's really weird, but it's great at the same time. Oh no, why are these guys back again? The gifted Glenn Gilberti says they'll be waiting out back with the tag belts. Simon Diamond says they're the best tag team in wrestling. He's wrong, by the way. AMW jump them and they brawl against a fence, which looks like it might collapse. Now they're coming back to the arena. Why? They fight in the ring again. It's going okay until Glenn Gilberti hits Storm and Harris with the tag belts. Yay, more whipping. We already had a strap match. We don't want to see this again. Some geeks stop them and the belts are given back. Now it's a very, very long video package explaining the feud between Kazarian and Sabin. Basically, Sabin has held onto his X Division title despite getting beaten up all the time. And now they must have another X Division title match. So once again, it's the battle of the future, Kaz versus the champion Chris Sabin. Sabin is supposed to be the heel, but I think the crowd prefer him. Kaz is in control in the early going with a dropkick and another dropkick in the corner, shade to Jeff Hardy. Sabin realises he's losing and he German suplexes Kaz into the corner. Now it's a clothesline with acrobatics. Sabin tries a big wind-up slam, Kaz sort of pins him from it, but it doesn't look great. Sabin's in control for a while until Kaz counters with a kick. They fight outside the ring where Kaz slingshots off the apron into a DDT. He gets back in the ring. Sabin looks like he's going for a moonsault, but he's too slow to do it, and Kaz gets him on his shoulders from the middle rope and hits the back to the future. How the hell is that just a 2? It makes no sense. Kaz also gets stopped from diving as Sabin springs to the top and throws him overhead, also a 2 count. Then there's a ref bump. Sabin smacks Kaz with the title belt. We literally saw people getting smacked with belts 10 minutes ago. That's how this match ends. Wait, no, a geek from the back says that the match needs to restart. Whilst it is a good call, you have to wonder why only sometimes people from the back notice people cheating. The referees are arguing. As soon as the match restarts, Kaz does the wave of the future, which is the 3. But the referee throws a strop and takes the belt away. Borash says that the referee's going to the back to check with big pause. And then he remembers that Eric Watts is the man who's supposed to be in control right now. I expected much better from that match. At Trailer Park, it's time for the Free Live crew. This is apparently the home of Mold Dog. I guess all that WWE money didn't get him very far. Conad and Truth are here looking for him. A mechanic tells them where he is. I wonder what happened to Jamie Dundee. But I guess this guy is a villain or something because he's rubbing himself and pointing menacingly with a shoe. Wait, no, Mold Dog's in a river trying to catch fish. He has a tattoo on his belly which says, dog. Why is that weird guy still watching them and rubbing himself? Mold Dog brings them to his trailer. Now Dog is teaching Truth how to rap and use a harmonica. Now Sweet Home Alabama starts playing. What the hell am I watching? What drugs did they take? It ends. I have no idea what to say. The fallen angel Christopher Daniels is in the crowd. I have no idea what he's talking about. Something about being against tradition and he doesn't like slapnuts. Join the squad. As Daniels talks, I find myself being more entertained by the little kid pulling funny faces behind him. Someone hit me with a brick. And that kid too. He says that he used to be traditional as a fat drunk woman is yelling at him. Daniel says he wasn't sure about joining Sports Entertainment Extreme, but Russo helped him see that wrestling was stagnating, so now he's all about change. This goes on for ages, such a strange character change. He starts singling out random people in the audience, trying to see if people are ready to embrace change. A random punk throws a drink at Daniel, so he attacks him. Then a wild slapnuts appears.
Jeff Jarrett.
Possibly his most low-key appearance of all time. Jarrett invites Daniels back out to face him whilst people are trying to construct a cage. Red shirt security, who exist for some reason, try to stop Jarrett. Now there's two different security teams in the ring. Who wants to see a feud between two security teams? Daniels appears in the ring, which I barely noticed. He kicks Jarrett in the slash zone and hits a crossroads. America's Most Wanted are back again. Chris Harris says, I know there's a lot of people in here who want to beat up Glenn Gilberti. He wants a 6-man tag next week. Their partner is going to be Dusty Rhodes. AMW and Dusty Rhodes versus Swinger, Diamond and Gilberti. I have zero interest in ever seeing that match. Why do I have to watch this? Mike today has a sit-down interview of Russo and AJ Styles, who I keep forgetting is even the NWA Heavyweight Champion. Today asked why AJ would associate himself with Russo. His response is, why not? Isn't it pretty obvious when the man has the top belt? Mike today is upset because he thought AJ was his little friend. AJ is smaller than the two men on either side of him. Russo tells AJ he can go now. This was not a good interview. AJ came off as a little kid. Russo and Today square up to each other as usual. Russo threatens him for a while. This show is so bad. And I believe all we have left is the main event. But first, Eric Watts is here with some handcuffs. It's a cage match with D'Lo facing AJ Styles. Watts has handcuffs to chain Russo to him. It's a really good start to this one. As established, they have nice chemistry. Styles tries a springboard which is caught and D'Lo hurls him into the cage. The vicious dropkick from AJ sends D'Lo into the steel. Both guys have juice coming out their faces. Out of nowhere, D'Lo hits a Samoan drop, which I guess I'm half okay with. Bunch of suplexes from D'Lo now. Love it when he starts busting out the moves you wouldn't expect. AJ also tries the Styles Clash, which is reversed into the Alabama Slam. And straight up he goes to hit the lowdown, and I have no idea how that's just a 2. Suddenly AJ powerbombs him out the corner and flawlessly turns it into a Styles Clash. D'Lo kicks out too. Nice move from D'Lo now, he tackles AJ into the cage straight into a Sky High. And now it's a spine buster from D'Lo. This is such a one-sided match. D'Lo climbs to the very top of the cage, but he doesn't dive because he's distracted by Russo throwing powder into Watts' eyes. This causes Watts to slam Russo into the cage, which knocks D'Lo to the mat. AJ makes the cover, and that is the 3. Such a weak ending. D'Lo's fall didn't even look that devastating. And the whole thing with having Russo handcuffed to Watts was a complete waste of time. Why do it if it's going to be that easy to cheat still? The match itself was okay, but the show overall sucks Sonny Siaki's ass. Speaking of which, where was he? Oh wait, here he is. Russo starts cutting a promo, but today screams that we've run out of time. Yeah, great show right here. For the second episode, I'm going to be switching over to my files because the Impact website adverts have slowed me down too much. Hence the downgrade in quality. Don't like it? Shut up or I'll smack you one. We open with Gangrel, Crowbar and Sin. Not 3 people you'd like to run into in a dark alley. Sin is, of course, the future Kazani. Wow, they'll be facing the 3 Live crew. I can't believe they're actually having a match. Apparently this team have been tearing it up on Explosion, the B show. I can't even comprehend that. Considering the 3 guys involved, you'd think they'd be on the main show. I don't think this one's going to last long. Konad does a facebuster and a head scissors in the first minute. He tags in the Mold Dog, which he shouldn't have done as he gets distracted, which enables Crowbar to hit a Northern Lights. Crowbar assists Sin to hit a moonsault, quickly followed by a line salt, quickly followed by a Gangrel elbow. Somehow Road Dogg kicks out of all of that. We get double down and tags are made. Why are they showing the Harris brothers in the crowd? Hasn't there been enough annoying people on this show? Truth has the tag and does a scissors kick with a wacky dance beforehand. Now it's the splits, not into a kick because Konad hits a clothesline. The crew now hold Gangrel's legs so Truth can do a leg drop to the nutsack. Crowbar tries to dive on them but he's caught and Konad kicks the pile over. The crew do a bunch of sexual moves to Sin and the Mold Dog wins the pump handle. A pretty nice debut. This show's starting out better than the last one. Eric Watts is suddenly in the ring complaining about AJ Styles and Russo. He keeps calling Siaki ace-hole. Out come AJ and Russo. Russo says as long as we've got the belt, we've got the stroke around here. Russo says that there's no more contenders for the belt, so they're jetting off on holiday. Watts is left speechless by this. He eventually has a thought and stops Styles and Russo just before they leave. He says they have 2 choices, either get a hotel room together with a single bed and forfeit the title, or AJ Styles can fight Low Key tonight. Low Key's name gets 0 crowd reaction. Russo says they'll have to get back to him, but Styles ignores Russo and goes to the ring. AJ dares Eric Watts to take the belt from him. Before any fight can take place, Low Key rushes the ring. Joey Legend stops him, but Watts quickly takes out Legend. Is it me or are Legend and Watts hard to tell apart? Watts is stopped by Russo with a bat. Slapnuts is also here and he easily beats up Team AJ. Low Key does a rolling kick to clear AJ from the ring, and now he holds up the world title. The last time I remember seeing Low Key in a match in TNA is when Jeff Jarrett beat all 3 members of Triple X on his own. So why should we think he has a chance?
In the back, it's fucking Glenn Gilberti and his friends, the Lumps. Gilberti makes fun of Dusty Rhodes doing the elbow. Simon Diamond actually does a pretty good impression of Dusty Rhodes. This was the best thing this team have ever done. Here's Elix Skipper with his scale. He's jumped on the ramp by Jerry Lynn. I guess he's allowed in the building this week. Lynn gets him in the ring and nails a big reverse spinning elbow. His offense doesn't last and he's thrown from the ring. Skipper misses his moonsault off the apron. He tries to hit Lynn with a scale, which also misses. Skipper can't land a move. Lynn randomly elbows him to the mat. I think something went wrong as Lynn looks confused by this. Skipper hits a kick and now it's a beautiful spring up to the top rope into a moonsault. Just the two. Skipper puts Lynn on the top rope and he rope walks, but he misses. Not sure if it was a botch or not, but apparently he's calling that new school. We move on to a Jerry Lynn DDT hanging from the ropes, and that is the 3. Why did this have to be so short? It was going along nicely, although botchy. I was entertained. Skipper is a bad loser and he carries on the attack. Big belly to belly, and then he misses his top rope leg drop. Lynn smashes him in the face with the scale. Jerry Lynn has snapped. Some geeks run out whilst Callis dumps his nappy of anger. Lynn is scared to confront Callis, so he leaves in the opposite direction. So now there will be a ladder match to determine the number 1 contender, Frankie Kazarian versus Michael Shane. He's Shawn Michaels' cousin, by the way. Kaz quickly scurries up the ramp to retrieve the ladder. Bad decision because Michael Shane throws himself on top of the ladder on Kazarian. Shane continues dominating the ring, throwing Kaz into the ladder time and time again. He tries to squash Kaz, who dodges at the last second. Later, Shane tries a ladder shot, which is countered by Kaz springing off the ropes with a dropkick. Big back body drop into the ladder. Kaz isn't done and he jumps over the ladder with a leapfrog into a leg drop. This guy's always had a nice leg drop. I'm surprised he can still walk in 2023. Kaz climbs the ladder, but he's stopped. Shane hits him with a net breaker off the ladder. Insane move next. Kaz does a sunset flip powerbomb. It looked brutal. Kaz is about to win, and then out of nowhere Sabin shoves the ladder over. I guess he's scared to face Kaz again. Wait, no, Shane's climbing the ladder when Sabin dropkicks the ladder away. Sabin climbs the ladder himself and steals the contract. He decks Kaz and Shane with the title. I have to admit, I like what they're doing here. I assume it's going to be a triple threat next. Don Callis takes Sabin's belt away. This Sabin attack goes on for a while. Yay, Mad Mikey is back. He starts by smashing his alarm clock. Now he's mad at Ben Affleck. He's run out of toilet paper, so he uses Ben Affleck's magazine. Suddenly the broadcast is interrupted and the crowd loudly boo. It cuts to the production truck where a nerd comes running out and screaming that Mad Mikey's here. He smashes the tape and has a temper tantrum like Christian. Really good episode of TNA so far. Slapnuts is now interviewed. He's sulking because he's not allowed any more title shots. Boo-hoo. Now Kid Cash will take on beautiful Bobby Eaton. I'm not sure why. Cash won't start the match as he wants to talk. This is actually one of the last televised wrestling matches for beautiful Bobby. Cash insults wrestling legends. He says after watching all of the Midnight Express's matches, he just has one question. Who was the conductor and who was the caboose? I have literally never heard that expression before. Cash drop kicks him sort of out the ring. For some reason he then throws a chair in his face and isn't DQ'd. Eaton does actually manage to get back in this match. Seemed like it was only going to last for a minute, but it goes longer. Eaton even nearly beats him with the net breaker. And again with a nice backbreaker. The big scary dude Abyss is here, which allows Cash to kick him in the nutsack and get the free from the roll-up. Worst thing on the show so far. In the back, the big twins are fighting again. Legend says when you mess with AJ, something something. I literally can't understand the end of what he says. He's too Canadian.
You mess with AJ? You mess with the whole Style Council! You piece of garbage!
Shane Douglas is here, so the show continues going downhill. He'll face Raven. Holy shit, the chairboy is back. Shane Brian Lawler's gone at this point. Shane Douglas attacks Raven in front of him. Basically, it's what you would expect from Raven and Douglas. Raven gets the advantage and he's about to win with the even flow when James Mitchell appears on the ramp with a body bag. He says Alexis is in the bag and she's about to suffocate. It doesn't matter anyway because Raven wins with a small package and he rushes up the ramp to the bag. But Alexis isn't in the bag. There's a blackout and a mystery man is in the bag and he's laid out Raven. They want to cut Raven's hair. The shearing is stopped by the security. They scream that Raven's loyalty has cost him. Well, he won the match, didn't he? Sonny, don't look at my ass. Siaki is cutting a promo in a tent or something. He threatens D'Lo Brown and says he's going to take his career because next week it'll be a burial of his career when they have a casket match. The production qualities of this promo were not acceptable in any way. A quick update from the cage dancers. There's a new one. She has curly blonde hair like the girl off Ozark. She won't make me bark.
Don Callis is ranting about the X Division. He says he's come up with the best idea ever to solve the issues. He holds up a sketch of an Ultimate X match. Wow, really cool to see this for the first time. He explains the rules and he says the match will also pop a big buy rate. I get to sleep for a bit now because it's the 6-man strap match. I refuse to watch this apart from the ending. I'm sick of all of these morons. All you need to know is that Gilberti, Diamond and Swinger seem to have aligned themselves with Team AJ. Yay, yet another massive faction in TNA. Slapnuts and Watts beat them all up together. Next week there'll be a double bull rope match with AMW and the Diamond Crew. I'm 100% certain I won't be watching that match. Legend and Daniels will also face Slapnuts and Joe E. Legend. I also don't want to see that one. What I do want to see though is this main event. AJ Styles vs Low-Ki for the NWA Heavyweight title. There seems to be 16 minutes left of this show, so it's either going to be really good or a whole load of shenanigans at the end of the show. AJ Styles looks a bit intimidating from Low-Ki's style. AJ Styles fights out of a submission and screams "get up," but Low-Ki is slow getting up. I think he's just being weird. Low-Ki eventually gets up and he keeps striking Styles with authority. AJ Styles slows him down with a dropkick and a neckbreaker type move. Check this bit out as AJ tries to throw Low-Ki out the ring, but he sort of 619s into him. Lovely. Low-Ki keeps throwing the kicks at Styles. It leads to another beautiful exchange where AJ sweeps his legs. Low-Ki kips up and hits a rolling kick. AJ keeps trying the Styles clash, which isn't working. He kicks Low-Ki in the back of the head instead. AJ kips into a head scissors to send Low-Ki out the ring. Off the ring apron now, it's the moonsault into the inverted DDT. AJ continues dominating in the ring with a double underhook suplex. Enjoying this match. Low-Ki tries for a dragon sleeper which doesn't work and AJ snaps him across the ropes with a head scissors. They're getting tired now and here's the ref bump just as Low-Ki connects with a springboard kick. Not sure it needed a ref bump because nothing happens. It's Low-Ki's turn to hit a double underhook into a pin, just a 2. More kicks are thrown by Warrior for another 2. AJ counters the key crush into a DDT and both men are down. They're only back to their feet for a second because Low-Ki misses the kick and he's hit with a discus forearm. AJ Styles starts showing some intensity and fire now, he's going absolutely crazy with his strikes. AJ breaks out of Low-Ki's submission attempt and hits a German straight into a facebuster. He attempts another inverted DDT, but this one is countered. Low-Ki tries to put him away with the cartwheel kick, but it sends AJ out the ring. On the outside, Russo tries to hit Low-Ki with his bat, but Low-Ki isn't having it and he beats Russo up on the table. Low-Ki wants to dive Russo for a table, but the ref won't let him. AJ boinks Low-Ki in the head with the bat, and that's how the match ends. They go off the air with Tenay screaming Russo now has all the power. What about AJ Styles winning the match? Well, at least it was a great match. The show this week starts out with a fight already in the process. Shane Douglas and Raven are paired off and so are CM Punk and Sin. Punk and Sin fight out the building as back in the ring Brazen hits the Raisin effect. He starts cutting a promo. The most entertaining part was the sign in the crowd as Raven says a whole lot of nothing. The lights go out and a mystery man appears behind Raven. This goes on for way too long. I was starting to think TNA hadn't paid their electric bill. The lights come on and Raven has been hung. He's alright though because his gathering team save him straight away. Tonight there'll be some big wacky gauntlet match to determine the #1 contender for the heavyweight title. Jerry Lynn is in the back chatting up Athena. He's been getting bullied by Don Callis lately. Lynn says he's not a prima donna superstar and he doesn't understand why Don Callis refuses to book him on the show. He has a kid and a mortgage to pay and he's been forced into poverty. Don Callis marches up and tells him that he's fining him $5,000 for being a dick, and then they force Jerry Lynn from the arena. It's so confusing, I genuinely don't understand who's in charge of this show. Now it's a really poorly produced hype package for the first ever Ultimate X match. Remember when WWE were doing their first Hell in a Cell? Yeah, the hype did not work the same way. It looks like a baby drew up the concept for this match. And here we go, just like that, we're about to witness the first ever Ultimate X match. Michael Shane, who is Shawn Michaels' cousin and nothing else, takes on Kazarian and Chris Sabin. Sabin is the X Division champion. They all stare up gormlessly at the Ultimate X structure. Then they all frantically try to fight whilst figuring out what to do in this match. Sabin gains the early advantage with an enziguri, but he's stopped by Michael Shane. Michael Shane hits a bad looking stunner into a neckbreaker. Kazarian stops him from climbing and takes him out of a charging punt. Kazarian doesn't even get to touch the rope before he's stopped by Sabin. Kaz attempts a fade to black as Michael Shane is hanging from the ropes. He attempts to do a hurricanrana but they botch and it looks horrible. The crowd are all over them for that mistake. Kaz tries to climb now but he accidentally falls. Horrible start to this match. Kaz and Shane are both hanging from the ropes and they meet in the middle. They're both wiped out by Sabin with a springboard dropkick. He isn't done though and he starts smashing guys with a chair. Michael Shane gets completely wiped out when he smashes into a chair in the corner. Sabin can't keep the advantage as he turns into a Kazarian kick into the chair into his face. Chris Sabin no-sells that and he hits Kaz with a big catatonic into the chair. It crunches with the sound a table would make. Maybe it was a wooden chair. Anyway, Sabin has everyone down so he climbs the structure. Michael Shane returns, he smacks Sabin like a piñata. Oh. The belt falls from the structure. The crowd and the commentary team go silent. Well, that was awkward. The ref shuffles around the ring looking confused. The bell rings and an announcement is made that they will have to rehang the belt. What a rocket scientist this referee is. Some geeks enter the ring with a ladder and Tweedledum and Tweedledee rehang the belt like they're twins. For some reason this takes ages. What a mess. So technically the first Ultimate X match has ladder usage, even though the ladder usage was always frowned upon. They're all fighting, then the bell rings and we're told that the match has restarted. No shit. Don West says that Rick Santel is wrestling a great match. I guess even the commentary team are botching this one. Now another botch from the wrestlers, but they do manage to recover from this one. A few good moves finally, which leads to a triple down and all three guys are wiped out. Kaz wakes up first, but he can't climb to the middle. Michael Shane tries to Hurricanrana Sabin off the ropes, which is turned into a Sabin powerbomb. Now yet another mistake. What on earth is going on with this one? Kaz screws up a springboard dropkick to knock Sabin off the ropes. He decides, screw it, and he does it again, while Sabin hangs there like a dumbass. Kaz dives with a spear. Oh, somebody smacked this match with a brick. The belt has fallen down again. The belt is rehung and the match restarts. Shane and Kazarian fight, but they've forgotten about Sabin, who is sneaking to the middle. Kaz notices and joins him. Then they both fall, which to be honest looks like yet another botch. This time the belt somehow remains hanging, so they do it again. This time Kaz kicks Sabin off the ropes. Michael Shane springs from out of nowhere and he snatches the belt down. It's over. Thank God. Based on this evidence, I'm shocked that we ever saw a repeat of this match and that it became a staple TNA match. Michael Shane, Shawn Michaels' cousin, wins his first X Division title. A botchy match with a botchy gimmick. In the car park, a hearse is backing up. The pallbearers step out. One looks like Bad Bones. Sonny, don't look at my ass, Siaki is doing a voiceover. It's not funny. Trinity is here and she looks like $1 million. They've gone and it's over. A waste of money hiring that hearse. Here is the gifted Glenn Gilberti. How is he gifted? With his stupid little tag team, the New York Connection. They'll face America's Most Wanted for the tag belts. Swinger is a goof and he desperately flexes his boobs at them. Ugh, this is going to be a double bullrope match. I almost fall asleep. I briefly woke up when Chris Harris hit the catatonic on the Diamond Man, but he doesn't make the pin. Glenn Gilberti hits Chris Harris with the stunner, but that's just a 2 for the Diamond Man. Nothing happens for ages until Storm almost rolls up Swinger. Then Storm sends him into a chair shot from his own damn chair shot from his partner. But that's also just a 2. Chris Harris has to spend ages unwrapping himself from the ropes and eventually spears the Diamond Man off the apron. Gilberti takes out Jeremy Borash for some reason, and he also breaks up the death sentence from A&W. The ref is distracted by the shenanigans which allow Swinger to smack Storm in the face with a belt, and that's how it ends. The New York Connection are the new tag team champions, hooray. America's Most Wanted might as well quit. The New York people are bad winners and they do a beatdown until some geeks break it up. In the back, it's the gathering. Julio tells us that Raven is hurt and he's gone home. I think Julio accuses the New Church of rape and then it turns into another brawl with Shane Douglas and the New Church. We come back from an advert break with Don't Look at My Ass Siaki telling us all his different nicknames. The best one was probably the Samoan Stallion, but the crowd chant Ace Hole. He says he's here to hold a funeral for sore loser D'Lo Brown. I just can't concentrate on what he's saying whilst Trinity's wearing that dress. Siaki says D'Lo is a fat failure because he hasn't managed to win the heavyweight title yet despite having a whole bunch of title shots. He calls him Dunkin' Donuts whilst the crowd desperately strain their necks to stare at Trinity. They say a prayer in front of the casket. Then D'Lo Brown springs out the casket. I completely called that one. I have to question the logic here though. How did D'Lo even get in there when we saw the coffin arrive at the building with Siaki? D'Lo dumps Trinity into the casket, quickly followed by Siaki. He closes the lid and celebrates. Unfortunately, it's the best part of the show so far. In the back is Christopher Daniels and Legend, who immediately starts screaming, "No, no, no," the world's worst catchphrase. I just can't take this guy seriously. Heroes come and go, but legends live forever. Daniels has just started doing his Fallen Angel gimmick and he's preaching. That's the gospel according to the Fallen Angel. They're going to have some sort of pointless tag match tonight. But first, it's another tag match. The Slash Man and Sin take on CM Punk and Julio De Niro. Punk hits a big dive on Sin out of the ring. They also kick Slash's leg out, which smashes him into his own partner. More kicks are thrown. The Gathering are dominating this one. This poor Sin guy, he just appeared in TNA and in the New Church faction without explanation. He's just another man belonging to James Mitchell. Who is he? What's his backstory? Why is he here?
Anyway, CM Punk is drop kicked in the back of the head and out of the ring. Slash and Sin combine their evilness to hit a double team move. Sin seems like he's a massive downgrade on Bulldozer Brian Lee. Never thought I'd miss that guy. It's the Slash Man with a delayed vertical suplex on Punk for a 2 count. Eventually Punk lands some clotheslines, but he crawls to the wrong corner like a moron. It seems like he's messed up, but then he suddenly flies to the other corner and makes the tag. Julio cleans house. Nice hammerlock takedown, I'm a big fan of this guy. The crowd like him too. Punk almost rolls up Sin. Why did they have these two guys wrestle in the same trousers as their enemies? Sin connects with a super kick. Slash throws powder in Punk's face, which allows Sin to do a powerbomb from the top, but shockingly it's just the 2. Julio has woken up now. He almost botches, but Punk assists him with a powerbomb and he jumps with a net breaker. The pin is broken up. Slash hits Punk with a nice release Northern Light suplex. James Mitchell is being wacky, so Mickey kicks the rope into his nutsack. That yet again distracts the ref, who has ADHD, and she dives on the Slash Man with a DDT. Julio nails the full Nelson slam. It should be over, but Shane Douglas smacks Julio with a chain. The Disciples of the New Church win. A fun match. I just wish the New Church could look a bit more of a threat. Mickey is beating everyone up until Shane Douglas gives her a belly to belly. Douglas starts slightly trimming the greasy locks of Mickie James. This is completely dumb and makes the whole thing look stupid. Why would you cut 1 inch of her hair off? These guys are wackier than a squirrel on crack. Oh no, it's a sit-down interview of Eric Watts, but to be fair, he does actually clear up some of my questions. It's revealed that Eric Watts is the director of authority in TNA, so not sure what authority all the other authority figures have. Watts says there's no politics in TNA and WWE sucks. Today forces him to explain the difference between the NWA and the TNA. I think he says that Don Callis is in charge of NWA and Watts is in charge of TNA, or maybe it's the other way around. He starts moaning about having to wrestle on the B-show Explosion. He says he is now Mr. Explosion and everyone has realised how talented he is. I don't remember watching a single Eric Watts match, to be honest. He says Russo doesn't actually have any power, but he thinks Russo is secretly being backed up by Don Callis. A video package now about how AJ Styles and Vince Russo have gone on vacation together. Russo is smoking and trying to get a tan, even though it's clearly nighttime. This segment has really weird vibes to it. AJ brags about being the champion and says everyone is scared of him. AJ says he's going to beat up whoever the next number 1 contender is. He starts stripping, and then he tells Vince Russo to check out a new flip that he invented. Russo applauds him and calls him his son. I don't think I could ever cheer for AJ Styles again after this segment. Some horrible music starts playing and it's Legend. His partner is of course the Fallen Angel. He also has horrible generic rock music. They take on Eric Watts, who really needs to hit the gym. Imagine being blessed with the height of 6'5", but not being able to make yourself as big as physically possible. And his tag team partner is Wild Slapnuts of
Jeff Jarrett.
These two are partners because their fathers were both successful promoters. The match starts with crowd brawling because every Jeff Jarrett match must have crowd brawling. Wow, Eric Watts dives over the guardrail. This was a career highlight for him. Slappy throws a chair in Daniels' face. Legend and Watts are brawling. They look like twins. Daniels and Jarrett make their way back to the ring where Daniels takes him down. It doesn't last and Jarrett drops him on his face and drop kicks him. Some teamwork now. Legend does a drop toe hold which sends Jarrett into Daniels' knees. Legend keeps going and boots Slapnuts in the head. Now it's a kip up into a clothesline. This Legend could wrestle pretty well. It's a shame about everything else. Slappy is isolated, but he's not isolated for long. Eric Watts gets the hot tag to 0 reaction. Wait, no, the ref didn't see the tag. More teamwork from Legend and Daniels. Considering it's their first time they've teamed together, they're doing really well. Chris Daniels connects with the Lion Salt for a 2 count. Yet again, Jarrett makes the tag whilst he's being carried, but the ref doesn't see it. More double teaming as a flapjack into a cutter. Watts says screw it and he just comes in anyway. He sends Daniels flying and nails a couple of bicycle kicks. Legend breaks up his chokeslam attempt, but he shouldn't have bothered as Watts buckle bombs him. There's the chokeslam from Watts, but Legend breaks up the pin. Wow, Watts springs to the top and hits a backwards dropkick. Where did that come from? Somebody please tell me.
NWA Impact brings you the Smack of the Week, sponsored by all new Blonde for Men. If you're a brown-haired Potter, put some blonde in it. It makes you look hotter.
Oh man, it's Eric Watts. This guy's 6'5", 210 pounds. He is the wrestling blueprint for what a wrestler's supposed to be in. And there's some proof of that athleticism right there as Eric Watts springs to the top, jumps back. Oh, Catherine will kick, man. It might not be bonfire night, but this guy Eric Watts is burning up his competition.
That was the NWA TNA Smack of the Week, sponsored by Blonde Just for Men. Get it, got it, shove it.
Daniels takes him away with an enziguri. The cab driver slam from Slapnuts. It's over, but it's not. Jarrett fails on a float over and Daniels hits him with an STO, but he misses the best moonsault ever. Jeff Jarrett tries to do the stroke, but here's Legend breaking it up with a super kick. The match completely breaks down and Jarrett wins with a weak ass pin on Legend. I was really enjoying this match until the finish. For once in my life, I enjoyed Eric Watts and Legend. They still look like twins though. This might be one of my favourite sleeper matches of all time. Legend and Daniels are bad losers and they attack with a steel chair. Some geeks break it up. These guys need a pay rise. Red shirt security are also here. They fight with the black shirt security. Apparently, one security team represents the NWA and the other represents TNA. Why on earth would they think that anyone would be interested in two security teams feuding? It's beyond me. Randomly, Jerry Lynn makes the save for the black shirts. He doesn't do very well and the red shirt security take him away to molest him or something. Legend and Daniels drop Watts across the guardrail. Oh no. Two men in Halloween masks have handcuffed Watts to the guardrail. It's a Freddy and Jason gimmick. Jason hits a big kick and a Styles clash. Surprise, surprise, it's actually AJ Styles and Vince Russo. I guess they've just got home from their love-making vacation. Russo starts humping Jeff and screaming, "No title shot for you." A table is set up. Legend, Styles and Daniels do a triple powerbomb type move through the table. Jarrett was meant to be in the Number Contenders Battle Royal tonight, but presumably he's too hurt to do that now. This goes on for a surprisingly long time. They throw Jarrett through the door and out into the rain, and he's put in a hearse with Russo. Now I've heard of Jarrett making some ridiculous comebacks, but surely there's no physical way to come back from that. Just the main event Battle Royal. This seems to be a 16-man Battle Royal. Kid Cash will start out with Ron the Truth Killings. Kid Cash is killed before the next man even makes it out. He's hit with a super sack of shit. Actually, I spoke too soon. Kid Cash springs off the ropes and hits the Hurricanrana. And out comes Chris Daniels. Strange choice of placement for him. We've just watched him for 20 minutes prior to this. Next out is the Mold Dog, who's friends with the Truth, so he's got his back. For some reason, they try to do a double claw spot, which doesn't work. Next out is Sonny Don't Look at My Ass Siaki. No eliminations yet. Slapnut's music hits, but obviously he doesn't appear. Jarrett has been kidnapped by The Undertaker. Sorry, I meant Russo. Randomly, Siaki starts cutting a promo, telling us to tune in next week to see what he's going to do to D'Lo Brown. Same Siaki time, same Siaki channel. I guess he's stealing Vince Russo's lines now. D'Lo Brown is here. He almost falls over as he enters. He heads straight for the Samoan Stallion. Crash Holly is randomly marching around the ring, but I guess he has a mad gimmick, so it's okay. Sonny Siaki is the first man eliminated by D'Lo Brown. Crash throws a tantrum on the commentary desk. D'Lo with a nice spine buster on Kid Cash. The Abyss is here now. He's got a relationship of sorts with Kid Cash, who calls him the big scary dude, and he feeds Abyss Mars bars. Wow, he eliminates Ron the Truth Killings. How far this man has fallen since the start of TNA. Abyss boots the Mold Dog out of the match too. Whoa, and he's got double teaming moves with Cash. It feels like everyone on this show has been brushing up on the double team moves. The Sandman enters. Crash Holly is in the ring now, yelling at Abyss, which was a bad decision. I think Kid Cash was eliminated at some point. Sandman tries to have a beer with Abyss, but instead he starts caning him. Seconds later, the Black Hole Slam puts the Sandman down. The next entrant is Legend. Big 3/4 cutter from D'Lo Brown on Daniels. Legend hits a sort of choke slam on Hardcore Hack. It's not going well for that guy, someone give him a smack. D'Lo Brown is killed by the Black Hole Slam now. Conrad is in this match, which seems like a strange fit. He has a pretty decent flurry of offense before Legend kicks him. Legend and Daniels hit Sandman with a double team move, and Sandman is gone. Thanks for coming, Hack. Shane Douglas is here. Conrad lobs out Legend, who really didn't want to bump for that. Raven enters the match. I guess they couldn't bother to clean him up from his attack at the start of the show. At this point of watching Raven's career, I've been more surprised to see a healthy looking Raven. Douglas dumps in his nappy of fear. Raven turns the Abyss Slam into a DDT and he throws him out the ring. Conrad hits a wacky powerbomb on Daniels, but Daniels responds with a kick to the back of the head, which eliminates him. Nice Angel's Wings from Daniels now on D'Lo, and then wow, Daniels eliminates D'Lo Brown. Impressive performance from the bold boy. But not impressive enough though, because Raven catapults him out of the ring, so it comes down to Douglas and Raven. They now have a one-on-one match. Raven desperately tries to pin him and gets closer and closer. Douglas attempts a belly to belly, which Raven headbutts away, and there's the raising effect for the 3. He is now the number 1 contender. A decent match with lots of nice moves. You know what, not a bad episode of Impact right here. I think I'm starting to warm up to some of the characters who I was dumping on before. Let's check out episode 2. Show 2 opens up with a 6-man tag. Slash, Sin and Shane Douglas take on the 3 Live crew. It's really boring unless Truth is in the ring. After 8 minutes, the match is just thrown out because the New Church and the Gathering are brawling again. The crew don't even seem to be annoyed that the Gathering caused them to get DQ'd. In the back, Terry Taylor interviews Sonny Don't Look at His Ass Siaki. He's got the hearse again. He says he's going to bury D'Lo Brown's career tonight, and that match is right now. They fight on the ramp. He throws D'Lo onto the apron, who impressively moonsaults back on top of him. D'Lo brings him into the ring with a springboard rolling elbow for a 2. Siaki is quickly sent back out the ring. D'Lo tries a dropkick through the ropes, but his belly gets stuck between the ropes and Siaki powerbombs him to the ground. He also sends him into the steps to inflict an extra punch to the gut. Siaki brings him back to the ring with a split-legged moonsault. Don West is super impressed with that one. Siaki tries to dive, but D'Lo nails him with a cutter and quickly follows it with a sit-out powerbomb. Trinity is here and she takes the ref. I don't blame him for being distracted, it's not ADHD this time. Siaki nails the Siakalypse, which is just a 2. D'Lo Brown with a nice spinning side slam in retaliation. When he gets up, Trinity flies off the top with a DDT. As usual, the ref didn't see it. Shockingly, Siaki wins with the Rikishi driver. Big win for Sonny Don't Look at His Ass Siaki. He's a bad winner though, and he beats D'Lo Brown out of the building. They want to put D'Lo into the hearse, but Slapnuts appears and stops that from happening. The guitar is slapped over Siaki's head, and Jarrett lovingly checks on D'Lo to end that segment. Don Callis announces that he's here to make sure Jerry Lynn behaves himself tonight. For some reason they recapped the Ultimate X match from last week. That was a brave choice. Shawn Michaels' cousin Michael Shane is in the back, looking like a goofball. Terry tells him he has to face Jerry Lynn for the belt tonight. Shane says he has no idea who Terry Taylor is. He also says that he's the showstopper, the main event, the Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels' cousin. Okay, that did actually make me laugh. Here we go then, Jerry Lynn versus Michael Shane for the X Division title. Jerry Lynn has dyed his beard and it looks really weird. They try to have a good match, but Lynn is distracted by Don Callis on commentary. Nice trade-off as Lynn tries a leg drop on the apron but misses and gets net-breakered. Shane baseball slides him further away, but he isn't able to dive out the ring. They fight on the outside for a bit, ending with a drop toe hold by Shane into the steps. They just won't shut up about Shawn Michaels on commentary. This poor guy Michael Shane, he doesn't stand a chance. Lynn stops Shane from coming back into the ring with a springboard dropkick. The match is fine, but it feels like it's missing a gear. It's just slow. Shane fakes out and delivering the Shawn Michaels diving elbow. Then he tries the super kick, so why bother faking out on the elbow? Lynn kicks him away, but he's still too distracted. Callis isn't even doing anything. What's Jerry Lynn's problem? Shane almost wins with a low blow into a small package. Jerry Lynn with a super authoritarian spear. Same with that powerbomb, some real authority on it. The TKO from Lynn should end the match, but no cover is made. Lynn looks for the pile driver instead, but then some red shirt geeks arrive. Lynn turns around into a super kick, which is the 3 for Michael Shane. A match which was pretty much a waste of time. Raven is sat in a romantic room with Mike Tenay. Raven talks about stuff from the early 90s. He compares his feud with AJ Styles to his feud with Tommy Dreamer and the Sandman. He's wrong, by the way. Eventually AJ Styles and Russo break up the date. AJ asks Raven if he's wearing mascara and calls him an old man. Russo stops the two from fighting. I think they're having that main event match tonight. The Abyss is here and he finally has the music that we all remember him for. I believe this is his first singles match and it's against the Sandman. Sandman starts out caning him, but the ref soon puts a stop to that. The Abyss clotheslines him down. Hack is stripped and chopped. He does manage to make a comeback at ringside, but only momentarily before Abyss drives him into the ring pole, which shakes. Sandman fights back with a dive off a chair. Now he has a table. Nothing happens with it yet. Instead, Sandman crushes the Abyss with a swanton bomb.
Dude, I was watching the NWA TNA show the other day, man. And this dude, the Sandman, he stole my swanton bomb finish maneuver, man. But it didn't finish. Man, I'm going back to Carolina. And I'm gonna tell my stoner friend Shannon all about you, the Sandman.
Kid Cash is being a dick to Abyss. I thought they were friends. Abyss tries to powerbomb him through the table, or Cash tried a Hurricanrana. Either way, they botched. Abyss gets back in the ring and wins the Black Hole Slam. A lot of blown spots in these 2 episodes. Kid Cash and the Abyss continue to fight in the back. Cash is upset that Abyss didn't protect him in the Battle Royal last week. Terry Taylor tells Cash to be a man. Cash slaps him and it ends. Now it's your weekly toilet break match as the new Turd Connection is here, but no Glenn Gilberti. They face America's Most Wanted. Again. Oh, I guess the titles weren't on the line last time. It sure sounded like they were. Once again, it's not clear if the belts are on the line. They fight on the outside for about 5 minutes and then the bell sounds to start the match. I fell asleep and drifted off, but I woke up for a Chris Harris hot tag. He shows a nice range of moves that in turn wakes up the crowd. They all kick each other like morons, but the match continues. We get a pretty cool tower spot with James Storm getting the worst of that one. Just when the match was actually getting better, the gifted Glenn Gilberti, how is he gifted, arrives. He distracts the ref, who as established is very easily distracted. He throws the Diamond Man a belt.
Harris kicks it into his head, but Disco still takes the ref. Then the ref is about to count the 3, but Gilberti pulls the ref out of the ring. The ref throws a hissy fit and takes the belt away. Somewhere, he carries it away. Meanwhile, Disco smacks Harris in the face of a chair, and that's the 3. Absolute garbage. And yes, this time it was for the tag belts. Moving on, we go straight from that to a Dusty Rhodes in-ring segment with a microphone. But the mic isn't even working. You can't make it up. Dusty calls that match bull. He's right. Dusty challenges Disco to a fight right now. Oh great, they're having another bull rope match. I've seen enough of these things to last me a lifetime, and I don't think I've enjoyed a single one. I really don't want to see a match between these two guys, especially in a bull rope match. You just know that the ref is going to get distracted and the New York crew are going to interfere. That's what always happens. Well, it's probably one of the slowest matches of all time. Gilberti isn't landing any offense at all. Disco tries to copy Dusty Rhodes, which was a terrible decision. Gilberti looks half dead. The ref is distracted. Gilberti is holding him down. Daniel sneaks in and smacks the Dream. Gilberti makes the cover for the 3. Somebody seriously needs to fire all these referees. Their ADHD is out of control. Once again, they're bad winners and they attack Dusty Rhodes. Chris Harris makes the save for Dusty. The other New York people and Jeff Jarrett for some reason are all fighting. Jarrett smashes the fallen angel right on his bald head. Next up is something we can all get behind, a Mike Tenay sit-down interview of Mad Mikey Crash Holly. He talks about hating Mae Young and he didn't appreciate her doing Bronco Busters on his face. He calls his hand his girlfriend and he admits that he's a loser. Then he flips out and throws a tantrum to a loud crowd reaction. In the back, the New York crew are arguing with the Free Live crew. For some reason, Jarrett once again uses a guitar. Road Dogg says it's a smash hit. I feel nothing but hatred for all of these people. All we've got left to watch now is the main event of Raven challenging for the world title, which belongs to Styles. The bell sounds and there's still 20 minutes left. Could be a good match. I ended up enjoying this one for sure. It makes it even more enjoyable that Russo got taken away during the match. Lots of near falls, both guys are really putting their bodies on the line. AJ is doing crazy stuff like you'd hope he would. It's cool seeing AJ spring off the ropes but smacking into Raven's chair. Raven steals the Styles clash. Randomly Sin from the New Church interferes. Bring back Brian Lee now. Styles also uses Raven's DDT but he can't end the match with it either. AJ accidentally takes out Sin but there's a ref bump. Raven nails the Raisin effect but no ref. The Slash Man tries to throw powder at Raven but it all goes wrong. Slash is blinded and accidentally hits AJ Styles with the whirlybird. The ref wakes up but that's also just a 2. The ref is now distracted by his own eyelashes. Shane Douglas tries to interfere but he can't. Raven catches AJ's dive with a powerbomb but yet another 2. How is this ref still not paying attention? Douglas hits Raven in the Slash zone and Styles wins with the Styles clash. Ugh. Horrible finish. At least Chris Harris gets to cut a cool solo promo at the end of the match. He stands up for everybody who's been screwed over tonight. He tells the referee to restart the match whilst intimidating him. It doesn't work because the New York Geeks fight D'Lo Brown and Chris Harris. Everyone is fighting whilst James Mitchell laughs. I hate all of these people so much. But of course, Slapnuts is the hero that we all need. Stone Cold Slapnuts beats them all up with a steel chair. Eric Watts says that next week all 10 of these guys can kill each other in a match. It'll be a Bloody Wednesday cage match, which is essentially War Games. Dusty, Jarrett and Watts all want the mic. Dusty wins that and cuts a pointless promo basically repeating exactly what Watts already said. In fact, he said the exact same thing. I hate this episode with all my heart. Russo calls him Rusty and the show goes off the air with a massive brawl. That title match should have been good, but it was way too overbooked. The refs are destroying this show. It's literally every match. It's out of control. Someone needs to take these guys to get a prescription. It is the biggest downfall of TNA right now. Every match is the same. Why bother watching it? It's like this every week and it's the most predictable garbage I've ever seen. And if you don't agree with that, I'll remove your spleen. The show opens up with some funky music. It's Sting and he's dressed as a woman. Her name is Laz. It seems Vito stole this gimmick. He takes on TNA crowd favourite Mad Mikey Crash Holly. Last time Crash Holly beat up Mike Tenay using his own shoe. Crash starts with a takeover but Laz starts hugging him which disgusts Crash. He invites Crash to play with him some more. Laz with a Luther's press and an additional grinding. Now there's a three-way between Crash, Laz and the ref in the corner. Laz kisses Crash which makes him grit his teeth with rage. Crash kicks him in the gut and puts Laz away with a double underhook DDT. Crash Holly is wearing a shirt with a bear from a girl's storybook. What a man. At the commentary desk, Tenay and West have a big trophy with them.
It's announced that tonight there will be a one-night tournament to crown the best X Division wrestler of all time. It's the Super X tournament. They sure got a lot of use out of that trophy over the years. It had more winners than a lot of title belts did. In the back, Note and stooge Terry Taylor interviews Dusty Rhodes about the War Games match tonight. He says tonight's match will be more vicious than any War Games match from WCW history. The first match in the Super X tournament is Juventud Guerrera. The crowd chant Juice, and he takes on Nasawa. It's good to see that they've made some efforts getting into wrestlers who aren't actually signed with TNA. The Juice is like lightning and he hits the first move, a wheelbarrow bulldog. That's followed with a kick and Nasawa has to bail from the ring. Juice does a 619 fake out and then throws himself out of the ring into Nasawa. Juve brings him back to the ring but plays with the crowd for too long and he gets jumped. We get a nice suplex reversal trade-off now. No one can hit one. But Juve can hit the spinning back kick. Moments later the Juice smashes into the corner and Nasawa super kicks him back. This match is going so quickly, Nasawa with lots of dodges followed by more kicks for a 2 count. Tenay points out that Nasawa is the ICP heavyweight champion and his attire represents that. Juve have a big setup pump handle suplex now. Now Juve does the Juve elbow, shades of Dwayne Johnson, that's a 2. The Juice has his sunset flip reversed into a basement dropkick. The Juice responds with the Juve driver, no pin is made because instead he climbs to the top. The Juice hits a 450 for the win. Great match, it wasn't boring for a second, and what a difference it makes having the crowd fully invested in the Juice. In the back, Father James Mitchell is threatening Raven. Mitchell says he and Shane Douglas are going to shave Raven's haircut off because Raven is vain and he'd be really upset about that apparently. He's interrupted by the gifted Glenn Gilberti, how is he gifted? Disco says Shane Douglas needs to forget about Raven as he's in the War Games match tonight with Disco's team. Into another Super X match we go. It's Teddy Hart who has probably the ugliest haircut I've ever seen. Someone smacked Teddy one. Now that being said, I'm excited to see him in TNA. He faces the Wonder Kid Johnny Storm from England. Teddy jumps him straight away. Johnny copies Juve and does a wheelbarrow, but this time into a DDT. The drop kick clears Teddy from the ring. Johnny Storm runs to the top rope and dives out the ring with a crazy flip dive. They come back to the ring where Storm tries another dive, but this time Teddy Hart catches him with a cutter. Hart tries an armbar, which doesn't work. Mike Tenay is telling us that this will be just like watching Owen Hart in the ring. Then seconds later Hart does an Asai moonsault out the ring. Johnny Storm connects with a flip driver for a 2 count. He climbs to the top again but his moonsault does not connect. Hart dives and lands a stalling DDT. The crowd loved that one. Teddy Hart climbs up again and hits a beautiful shooting star press for the 3. Another short match but super fun. It was essentially just 2 guys diving over and over again, but what do you expect from a Teddy Hart match? Sonny, don't look at my Asiaki is in the back telling us all of his nicknames again. He says he's in charge of his team at the War Games match. The other guys aren't impressed other than Trinity. She's impressed. Johnny Swinger says, who is this goof? Pot Kettle Black. Shane Douglas walks in and tells them all to stop being geeks. He spits all over a horrified looking Siaki. Good promo from Douglas and Siaki got the last word, enjoying the show. Another Super X match will be Chris Sabin taking on Jerry Lynn with his black Just For Men beard. Lynn runs through the young Chris Sabin a couple of times. Sabin stops him with an eyelid rake. Not for long though as Lynn does a springboard sunset flip powerbomb for a 2. Don West on commentary tells us that Sonny Siaki isn't even in the War Games match tonight. Well, that's kind of killed that promo for me now. What was the point? It seems like we're in for a good match here. Lynn does seem to have the upper hand and scores the TKO, but then it gets weird. Don Callis, who has been bullying Jerry Lynn lately, comes down the ramp and tells Lynn that if he harms the referee, he'll be fired from TNA. That distraction's enough to get Sabin the win. Worst match so far, and I'm not sure where the Jerry Lynn Don Callis storyline could possibly be going. In a dark cupboard somewhere, Raven says he isn't scared of James Mitchell or Shane Douglas. Next up, it's Michael Shane, who is Shawn Michaels' cousin and nothing else, taking on Frankie Kazarian. We've seen this match a few times lately. Shane gets a 2 count on a series of backbreakers. Kazarian also gets a couple of his own 2 counts off roll-ups. Shawn Michaels' cousin tries to get us going but runs straight into a power slam. He kicks out the pin and hits a nice kick of his own to the back of his opponent's head. Shawn Michaels' cousin looks for Sweet Chin music, which is blocked. Instead, Shane tries a powerbomb, which is reversed into a pin, and Kaz has won. Man, these Super X matches are short. In the back, it's the wacky AJ Styles with his father, Vince Russo. AJ doesn't want to be in a cage match tonight because he's got nothing to gain from it. Russo claims that the matchmakers are just trying to hurt the champion because no one can beat him in a fair match. Russo says that as long as he's breathing, nothing will ever happen to AJ Styles, and that's why he's the champ. On to the semi-finals of the Super X Cup. The graphic says Ted Hart, but Borash announces him as Teddy Hart. This kid has some mad hops. He's taking on Juventud. This match could be insane. Yeah, it is probably the fastest start to a match I've ever witnessed. The Juice manages the first big move with a DDT. He tries to dive, but Teddy Hart turns it into an armbar. The Juice fights up, but Teddy maintains the grip and does a Russian leg sweep. He then does a body scissors into an armbar. The match slows down for a moment now as Hart throws some punches. Juve blocks in the corner and dives with a head scissors, simply flawless. We get another 619 fake out and Teddy drags Juve out of the ring. He hits a Hurricanrana, not quite as flawless. Slight botch now as Teddy tries to do a moonsault off the guardrail. He slips but succeeds on his second attempt. It still didn't look that comfortable though. Juve stops his next dive and he hits a springboard crossbody out to the floor. So far this match is insane. They fight on the apron now. Teddy tries to go high flying but he's dropped on his nutsack. The Juice Hurricanranas him back into the ring for a 2 count. Juice gets another 2 off a pump handle driver. Teddy reverses the pinning attempt into a 2 count of his own. Now a powerbomb is reversed by Teddy and he hits the fade to black. Both guys are looking weary. Teddy wants to hit the shooting star, but instead he does a twisting 450. Somehow just a 2 count.
NWA Impact brings you the smack of the week. Sponsored by all new Blonde for Men. If you're a brown-haired Potter, put some blonde in it. It makes you look hotter.
Oh man, it's Teddy Hart. This guy's the black sheep of the Hart family. He's here though, trying to make a name for himself in TNA Wrestling, man. He's climbing for the top, man. He's setting up for something big. Oh, it's a spinning, flipping, tornado, shooter, elbow drop, man. This guy, Teddy Hart, man, leaves chaos everywhere he goes, man. Even his haircut's chaotic, man.
That was the NWA TNA Smack of the Week, sponsored by Blonde Just for Men. Get it? Got it? Shove it.
Moments later, another highlight. Juve randomly tries to take a walk up the ramp. Teddy sees this as an opportunity to hit the Acai moonsault out there. What a spot fest this match is. Hart's hurt his knee on that one. He tries a sunset flip into the ring, which is blocked by Juve, who does a powerbomb. No pin is made and Teddy goes running into an almost Canadian destroyer, which Juve avoids and hits a basement dropkick. The spinning Uranagi gets Juice another 2. And yet another 2 off a spinning set-up powerbomb. Once again, Teddy almost reverses the pin. Now it's Teddy's turn to get a 2 off a diving DDT. And the shooting star connects. But he can't make the pin though because his knee hurts. Juve nails the Juve driver and the 450. Wait, no, Hart kips up. What the hell? They're on the top rope fighting now. Juve battles Hart off and delivers a top rope Juve driver for a 3. Just wow. Wow, one of the most insane matches in TNA history. Find and watch this one. The show takes a massive turn for the worse now as Tenay and West interview Ryan Wilson and Kevin Northcutt. The Terminator, Ryan Wilson, doesn't even speak a word. Maybe he's a mute. A waste of time. Now Chris Sabin will face Kazarian in the other semi-final match. The match starts straight away with Kaz throwing kick after kick after kick, but you can only get a 2. Now there's a botch as Sabin tries a forward roll, but he's too close to Kaz and they just sort of slop into each other. Sabin starts throwing knees in the corner and roughly pushes Kaz out the ring. Sabin's dive on Kaz is stopped by a rope to the nutsack. Kaz gives him a springboard DDT onto the ring apron. Sabin's almost killed off for good after Kaz hits a sunset flip powerbomb onto the floor. This looks like it's only going one way. But no, it's just a 2 for Kazarian. Kaz decides to try a springboard back elbow, which is countered into a German and both guys are down hurt. Kaz is first up and he tries a powerbomb out the corner. It doesn't work and Sabin head scissors him into the corner. Straight away, followed by a dragon suplex for a 2. Sabin tries a submission, tying Kaz's arms around his throat. He should have done it to his legs because he got them on the ropes. The next few moves are reversed, no one can land anything. Eventually Kaz hits the Wave of the Future for just a 2 count. Next, Sabin manages to kick Kaz off the top rope and Sabin hits the Back to the Future, but Kaz kicks out. They both need new finishers and also need new names for their finishers. They fight on the top rope until Kazarian hits a Spanish Fly from up there. He can't make a cover because both men are dead again. They get up and beat the 10 count. Kaz tries a victory roll in the corner, but Sabin rolls it over again, and that's the 3 count. It's the second best match of the night. Lots of nice wrestling on this show. In the back, America's Most Wanted are wearing matching white shirts from the dollar store. James Storm apparently owns an iron, but Chris Harris spent all his money on joke books. They say tonight they're on the side of tradition in the cage match. Randomly, Kid Cash and Abyss march up. Cash says he doesn't respect authority or tradition. He slaps Terry Taylor. That was random. We've got the finals of this tournament now to crown the first ever Super X Cup winner. Chris Sabin is taking on the Juice. Both of these guys must be exhausted. Guerrero is the clear favourite here. Guerrero is the clear fan favourite here. Sabin tries to shake hands, which turns into a slap-off and a shove-off. Both guys mirror each other for a while. The Juice hits a kick and a head scissors with Sabin neutralised. He tries to slow the match down, but that hasn't seemed to happen at all tonight. The Juice goes rolling and jumps at Sabin, who powerbombs him on the back of his neck, and he immediately kicks him to the mat. The Juice is fine and recovers from that one, does a spinning heel kick to send Sabin out the ring. 619 fake out for the third match running, and Juice splashes onto Sabin. Juve gets him back to the ring and hits a slingshot elbow drop for a 2. The crowd are getting noticeably distracted by something. It's probably ICP in the crowd. Back to the ring, Sabin turns a wheelbarrow into a German suplex for a 2. Sabin isn't in a rush to do much now, and he almost pays for it. The Juice gets a 2. Sabin's trying lots of submissions in this match, which is understandable because both guys are probably shattered. Sabin ends up on the Juice's shoulders and he's smashed with a Back to the Future for a 2. Both guys keep reversing powerbombs. Now they reverse pin attempts. They both collapse to the floor with dizziness. It's quite funny. When they make it up, they're still reversing each other like crazy. At this rate, they both deserve to win that lame little trophy. They both end up crippled on the floor with tiredness again. The Juice is up first and he hits a springboard dropkick. He motions for the Juve driver, but he can't hit it. Instead, Sabin drops him with a facebuster. Juve responds with an insane pile driver move. How is that one just a 2 count? How is this match still going? Sabin hits a DDT now. Sabin looks to finish him off with a dive, which doesn't work. Juve counters with a dropkick. Juice goes to the top. He's stopped by Sabin though. Chris Sabin hits him with a superplex for a 2. Back on their feet, the Juve driver finally connects. The Juice climbs to the top and he hits the 450 splash. 1, 2, no! Sabin gets his foot on the rope. Randomly, they get back up and Sabin hits the Future Shock for the 3. Wrong guy won here. The Juice was insanely popular with the crowd. What a match though, and what a tournament. In fact, this tournament was so successful that they'd bring it back in slightly different forms over the years. Now it's hype for Roddy Piper, who's apparently coming back to TNA, and he's pissed. My prediction is he'll do one shoot interview and disappear again. There's a very long break from any action now because they have to construct the cage. Things start out weird with this cage match. Eric Watts will be the special referee. The 3 live crew are here too for some reason, and they keep showing Tiny the timekeeper. Mold Dog is the guest ring announcer. The first actual competitor is Christopher Daniels. Don't you just love seeing Russo with the heavyweight belt? The next man out is Wild Slapnuts for this.
Jeff Jarrett.
And because it's Jeff Jarrett, we get crowd brawling, because every Jeff Jarrett match must have crowd brawling, even cage matches. They make it into the ring pretty quickly, and Slapnuts does a spinebuster to Daniels. Daniels responds by hitting him with a cane and then dropping it. If that was me, I would have smashed Slapnuts with that cane 1,000 times. AJ Styles is the next man out, so the heels have the advantage now. You wouldn't know it though from the way that Slappy throws AJ about in the cage. Chris Harris is next to join the party and he hits a nice spear on Styles. Slapnuts goes for a table just as the Diamond Man Simon Diamond joins the match. Nothing happens. D'Lo Brown with a trash can enters for the faces. Chris Harris lands a crazy catatonic on AJ Styles. He is not having a fun night. Shane Douglas is here, said no one. James Storm out next. Slappy hits Daniels with a diving guitar shot. Johnny Swinger and Raven round off this match. I'm not really a fan of these War Games matches if you can't tell. And because this is early TNA, there's no lid to the cage. It ends when AJ Styles decides to climb the cage and thrust at the crowd. Slapnuts gives him the stroke from the top of the cage, followed by Harris and D'Lo both diving on him to kill AJ for the 3. But the show goes off the air with Russo's other friends beating up all the good guys. So I guess this cage match settled absolutely nothing and it was a complete waste of time. But overall, it was a great TNA show, and if you enjoy War Games, then there wasn't a single bad match on this card. But what has Show 2 got in store for us? It starts with a number 1 contendership match between 4 tag teams. It's the 3 Live Crew versus Abyss and Cash versus Slash and Sin, Man I Miss the Undertaker, and America's Most Wanted. The most notable thing in the early going is the New Church doing this new wacky double team backdrop. Mitchell gets involved in the match and Harris shoves him over on the floor. Sin has some dodgy tattoos and skulls on his tights, so he must be a really edgy guy. Mold Dog joins the match and almost straight away Storm kicks his head off. Kid Cash also gets a 2 on the Moldy one. Cash does that springboard senton leg drop to the nutsack, which we haven't seen from him in a while. Kid Cash misses his next dive and Truth tags in. He hits the scissors kick on Cash, but he doesn't make a pin. Instead, he smiles and hits Cash with the splits into the kicks. Cash is losing, so he brings his big scary dude Abyss into the match. Truth dances at him, does the splits and tags Mold Dog. Mold Dog rings his arm and also makes a quick tag. In fact, all the tag teams are doing the exact same thing against Abyss. It gets a massive pop from the crowd and they're loving it. Whoever came up with this spot, good work. Cash slaps his own partner and tells him not to be an idiot. That fires Abyss up and he destroys everyone in this match on his own. It's really fun to watch. He's stopped by a double spear from America's Most Wanted. They throw themselves out the ring on top of him. Kid Cash tries the moneymaker on Truth with the ref distracted, but Terry Taylor sneaks out and hits Cash in the nutsack. Rod the Truth wins the match with a front suplex. A fun match. Roddy Piper is here to cut a shoot promo as usual. He says he's not crazy, he's just a little unwell. He sounds like a crazy man, he's screaming at the crowds. He starts having a mental breakdown and throwing chairs around. Predictably, Russo makes his way out. Piper says he should have beat Russo up last time they were in the same ring. Russo says that he's not here to fight, he's here to talk. He says that Piper's only here because he burned every bridge in wrestling and he hopes his children starve to death. Bit harsh. Russo threatens to leave TNA along with AJ Styles unless someone removes Roddy Piper from TNA. Russo screams something else and walks off. Thanks for coming, I guess, Piper. Up next, it's a casket match. D'Lo Brown taking on Sonny Don't Look at My Ass Siaki. This is happening because Siaki had tried to put D'Lo and his career in a coffin recently. D'Lo has the match won in the early going, but Trinity stops him. D'Lo returns to dominate in the match. He puts the casket in the corner of the ring and throws Siaki into the casket. D'Lo tries to follow it up with a splash, which Siaki is able to counter. Siaki drops the coffin on top of his nutsack. This thing's a piece of crap, it's on the verge of falling apart. D'Lo wakes up and starts winning again for a moment before D'Lo is wedged in the corner between the casket and the turnbuckles. Siaki keeps throwing the casket into him. Sonny's only in control for a bit longer as he throws some punches because he's too slow and he's stopped and hit the sky high on the casket. D'Lo follows that up with the lowdown on top of the casket, but he can't win the match because Umaga debuts in TNA. He hits the Samoan drop and a big splash to D'Lo's back. They put D'Lo in the casket and Sonny Don't Look at My Ass Siaki has won the match. Will this be the start of a new amazing Samoan tag team? Probably not. Don Callis threatens Roddy Piper for a bit before Eric Watts walks in and they argue over who is running the show. Eric Watts says he now has all the power in TNA and he has the papers to prove it. He says he has to get them for his jacket and he pulls off a jacket flip-off. Russo marches up and says AJ Styles is issuing an open challenge tonight. Watts is still laughing and does the flip-off joke again. 6-man X Division tag match now is Nasawa, Chris Sabin and Michael Shane, who is Shawn Michaels' cousin and the X Division champion and nothing else. And they take on, randomly, Eric Young making his TNA debut. And you couldn't make it up, it's probably the worst debut ever for EY because he has his name mixed up with David Young, the master of the cab driver slam. Where has that guy gone anyway? He's completely disappeared from the show. His taxi gig is probably paying more than TNA, to be honest. Kazarian and the Juice is back once again. Big pop for him again. Juve and Shane start. Shane thinks he's got the better of the Juice and does a comical laugh. Then the Juice makes him pay with a chop. Nasawa gets the tag and lots of backbreaker reversals happen until a basement dropkick from the Juice. There's a big ICP chant going on in the crowd. Eric Young is in now and he tries a sunset flip on the ropes which doesn't look great and Nasawa boots him in the head. Sabin gets in and he's dropkicked a couple of times from EY before Kaz comes in. He and Eric Young do a wacky double team together. Sabin takes the ref and the heels cheat to take out Kaz. Sabin springboards back into the ring with a spinning back elbow. Kaz is in real trouble. Shane hits him with a net breaker from the top rope. Sabin gets the tag and this is Kaz's chance to make the tag after he hits a pump kick but he can't make the tag. The match breaks down and the heels try a shield powerbomb which Kaz turns into a hurricanrana. He takes out the other two heels with a double springboard back elbow. The Juice gets the tag and hits a springboard crossbody and a double bulldog. Nasawa is killed by a spinning heel kick and moments later the Juice throws himself out of the ring just about. Everyone else hits dives as you might expect. Sabin's springboard flip dive is by far the most impressive. He gets the Juice in the ring but he can't put him away and then the Juice hits the Juve driver. He's stopped from hitting his 450 and he falls in his nutsack. Sabin hits him with a cradle shock, the pin is broken up. Kazarian hits the Wave of the Future. He can't win because Shane hits him with an Impaler DDT. Michael Shane is dragged from the ring. Nasawa and EY are fighting in the ring now. Nasawa hits a Shining Wizard. Young stops his next move and it looks like he's going to win, but Sabin smashes him with the title belt. Michael Shane steals the pin from Chris Sabin and he isn't happy. Kazarian is shown at ringside flirting with a young hippie version of Angelina Love. This is a storyline that never went anywhere. Now Chris Daniels is in a broom cupboard doing an Undertaker impression. He's preaching to some nerds. I guess he's brainwashed them or something. He thinks he's God, I guess. He tells them to take out Slapnuts. The geeks tell Daniels that he is their light. Bizarre. The Slappy One himself makes his way out next. He cuts a promo demanding a title shot and threatening Vince Russo. He also wants to beat up Chris Daniels. Slapnuts is here in his favourite Ice Cream Man outfit. In the back, Crash Holly is told he has a tag title shot tonight, but he's not happy because his partner will be Jaws. The Shark is playing games as usual. Crash tells him he likes to play with himself too, but he does it on his own time. Crash throws a hilarious tantrum. This is a team that the Hawk can get behind. Out now is the tag team champions, the New York Nerds. Shark Boy keeps getting put in comedy tag teams. Crash is all business in the early going. He drops Swinger on his face, then he does a bottom rope walk to take out Swinger. Shark Boy gets the tag and hits a missile dropkick into the Crash spinebuster. Swinger drops the Shark on the turnbuckle, but he isn't hurt and hits the Diamond Man with a Hurricanrana. Shark Boy and Crash do another wacky double team, but Crash isn't happy about it. The Diamond Man scores a cheap shot superkick for a 2. Then the New York guys kill Crash with a double team. The match keeps getting interrupted by Slapnuts hunting for Daniels in a garden. Shark Boy has the match won with a deep sea drop, but he can't get the 3 because the gifted Glenn Gilberto, how is he gifted, breaks the pin-up. Crash throws a temper tantrum and attacks Disco. The New York guys kill Shark Boy with the problem solver for the 3. Scott Hudson is with Jeff Jarrett, who's also throwing a tantrum. He's found Daniels' minions. I'm not sure if these guys are actual wrestlers, but Jarrett seems to struggle with them. Jarrett throws one of them off a balcony and through a table. I think it was a cheap version of Steven Richards. New Jack would have been proud of that bump. Wacky AJ Styles video package now. It seems he's facing Jerry Lynn tonight. Not sure how they had time to make a video package when he only issued the open challenge 10 minutes before. And that match will be now. Trinity looks golden tonight. Here we have a match with 2 guys whose early TNA matches helped the company so much. Lynn throws Styles backwards and clotheslines him down. Lynn also hits the Tilt World Backbreaker. This match is all Jerry Lynn. He drops Styles on the ropes and springboard drop kicks him away. AJ does a baseball slide onto the guardrail and he disappears for a moment, but Lynn is still in control of Styles. AJ double legs him and flips him into the steps to calm him down. Lynn brings out all his big moves for this one. He suplexes Styles overhead into the corner. He hits the TKO and he hits a set-up powerbomb, but none of this can beat Styles. Trinity cheats and AJ almost wins with a brainbuster. Lynn reverses the Styles clash with a fade to black, but it still isn't over because Trinity makes another save. AJ tries to use a steel chair now, which is blocked by Lynn. That doesn't matter anyway because Styles hits a net breaker on the steel chair. Lynn incredibly kicks out. The crowd are rallying behind Lynn to beat Styles. They're coming to their feet, and just like that, Styles hits the clash for the 3. A good match which was missing a couple of minutes. The crowd were behind Lynn for his fiery comeback, and then there wasn't one. Vince Russo is here and he demands to know if TNA is choosing him or Piper in TNA. This whole thing might make sense if Piper had stuck around for more than one night. Dusty Rhodes, who is one of the 50 authority figures on this show, comes out to provide an answer. Except he doesn't provide an answer. Instead he reminds AJ that he is the highest paid person in TNA. Don't make me laugh, Dusty. Dusty also tells AJ to leave Russo. It ends with Styles jumping Dusty and smacking him with a title belt. Roddy Piper tries to make the save, but the red shirt geeks stop him. Jarrett arrives and the heels all bail because they're terrified of Slapnuts and tradition. In the back, 50 people are screaming and crying. Don Callis removes Piper from the building. Slapnuts is very unhappy at this decision. Somewhere else in the back, James Mitchell is insulting Raven. He says Raven has hornswoggled his fans into thinking that he's great. Douglas looks like he's constipated and he's pushing hard. In the main event, the franchise Shane Douglas takes on Raven. It's a hair versus hair match. There's a long stare down to start this match. Shane Douglas keeps getting distracted by the crowd though. He needs to pay attention because Douglas would definitely not look good bold. Raven smacks him one a few times and launches him out the ring. He's unharmed. Raven sends him out the ring again, but once again he beats Raven back into the ring. He's playing games. Raven drives his fist into his meathead. Eventually they fight in the crowd. Raven hits Douglas with the chair and does a leg drop to the chair. Now Raven has a fan hold a steel chair and he throws Douglas into it. The ref is a dick and demands they go back to the ring. For a while now we get Raven trying the Cobra Clutch. It doesn't really look very tight. Douglas punches him in the gut to get him off. With Douglas in control, he drops down and hits the drop toe hold to send Raven from the ring. But that doesn't help him and Raven does the Russian leg sweep into the crowd barrier. Another drop toe hold now, this time it's Raven on Douglas. Raven is stopped by a kick to the nutsack and he slams Raven's head into the steps. He targets Raven's head with some more smacks and he's opened up. Wow, we get an actual move now. It's Douglas that does that throwback type move which Cena used. He's unhurt and both guys start trading submission holds. Nobody manages to keep on a hold for long though. It ends with Douglas hip-tossing Raven out of the ring. Douglas brings it back to the ring. Both guys look like bird turd. Raven does some smacks which causes Douglas to start puking in the middle of the ring. It looks like it's almost over, but it isn't. Shane Douglas gets a steel chain and smacks Raven in the head for a 2. Raven responds with a drop toe hold into a steel chair. Raven yet again crushes Douglas, this time with a bulldog into the chair. Douglas looks like he's in real trouble. Raven ducks his clothesline and hits him with a super kick. It's just a 2 because the Slash Man is here and he pulls the ref away. And now we get one of my favourite all-time ref bumps that we've seen before. Raven knocks 2 wrestlers and a ref down like bowling pins. Unfortunately for Raven, this means he's beaten up by other members of the New Church, and Douglas boots Raven in the head. The Gathering fight the New Church away. Douglas quickly loses the advantage as the Raven effect connects, just a 2. Now Raven stacks him on the top rope. He's looking for something big, but he can't find it because Douglas pushes him for a table. Surprisingly, that's also just a 2. Douglas puts Raven on another table. He climbs to the top, but Raven suddenly wakes up and climbs to the top. He hits the Raisin effect on Douglas through the table. The ref tries to count to 3, but the lights go out. When the lights come back on, there's a mummy in the ring who turns out to be Vampiro. He DDTs Raven and leaves, and that's the 3 for Shane Douglas. Raven is the victim of a haircut, something he's been fearing for years since his mum gave him a bowl cut that one time. This match felt very far away from all the other matches we've seen tonight. It's mostly been a high-flying affair for the last 2 shows. The show starts with an argument in someone's back garden between Eric Watts and the Black Shirt Security and Don Callis and the Red Shirt Security. It's NWA versus TNA. Callis seems to win that exchange because he has a Terminator on his side. JB is in the ring frantically screaming the 3 Live Crew are here to debut their new single. I've covered this before, but basically it's a big mix of all 3 guys just taking turns on the mic, and Conrad is terrible. Their performance is broken up by the gifted Glenn Gilberti, how is he gifted, the Diamond Man, and the master of the cab driver slam David Young. If you're confused, so am I, but the cabbie is here because Johnny Swinger has had to tend to a medical emergency. They make fun of 3 Live Crew, calling them American Idol rejects. Raisin and his Gathering crew smash them away. Raven's apparently embarrassed about his new haircut. He's fake crying, this promo is weird. He was of course the victim of a haircut from Shane Douglas. He says he's paranoid, depressed and a schizophrenic. Look Raven, I know it's a bad haircut, but that's going a bit far. He threatens the New Church and Vampiro for giving him the haircut and then they leave. Tenay and West start running down tonight's matches, but Kid Cash interrupts. He's going to fight the Red Rooster tonight, and he says he won't be held responsible for the damage he does to the Rooster. In the back, Jerry Lynn, who makes the girls grin, is in a better mood than usual because he's got a shot at the X Division title tonight. He's talking about how people are calling him old and broken. Some things never change. He finishes the promo by saying, "Destroy the opposition" in that fake metal voice. So stupid.
The shirt says, "Destroy the opposition."
Number 1 contendership 5-way match for the X Division title is Nasawa versus Kazarian, who chats up the cage dancer. Lollipop looks really impressed. This is Kaz's new gimmick, by the way, ladies man. Also in this match is Juventud Guerrera, Chris Sabin and Randy the Ram. Nasawa and Kaz to start. It's a decent start with Kaz flipping on the ropes and hitting a clothesline. Nasawa isn't doing well, so he kicks Kaz in the nutsack and in the head. This gets an ICP chant. The Juice joins the match. He's pretty quickly kicked down with a spinning heel kick. He fails, so he tags Sabin. Lynn tags in and joins with a dive and a head scissors. Jerry Lynn ain't finished though, and he snaps off a Hurricanrana on Sabin off the ring apron. Sabin slows him down for double knees, and both guys close each other down and tag out. The Juice and Nasawa fight. Nasawa smashes him into the corner and hits a release German. Finally, the Juice does land a move with a Fisherman's Buster, and Nasawa's been eliminated just like that. Everyone takes each other out. This is good action so far. The Juice dodges a basement dropkick and hits one of his own. Whoever head scissors to the outside now. The Indian Leatherman thinks he's got Juice with the fade to black, but Sabin makes a blind tag and dropkicks Guerrero away. Lynn joins the match with a leg drop and a splash on Sabin. So many blind tags in this one. Juice springboard dropkicks Lynn, and Kaz also does a dropkick. Kaz follows that with something new. It's a sort of front flip axe kick. It's really cool. The crowd really only want to see the Juice though. They don't get him. Kazarian connects with the Wave of the Future on Sabin, who kicks out the pin. Sabin retaliates with the Cradle Shock, and surprisingly, the Leatherman Kaz has been eliminated. Sabin hits the Juice with an alley-oop into the corner and Lynn tags in. Lynn throws Sabin into her Juventud dropkick for a 2 count. All 3 guys are working well together. Not sure who's winning this one. Sabin does a sunset flip powerbomb to take out the other 2 guys. He also throws a nice kick, but turns around into a Juve driver. It seems they've forgotten about the rules of tagging in and out here. Juice and Lynn do loads of pinning reversals, and Lynn eventually has enough of that and crushes Guerrero for the 3. Down to the last 2 guys. Sabin comes close, but not close enough. Lynn gets a 2 on a superplex. Shawn Michaels' cousin, the X Division champion, is shown intensely watching. It's going well, but then there's a ref bump. Lynn looks to do the TKO, but he can't because Shawn Michaels' cousin is here and he smacks Sabin with the belt. Lynn gets rid of him with a DDT and beats Chris Sabin with a cradle piledriver. The biggest push Jerry Lynn has had in a year. In the back, for some reason, Crash Holly is dressed as SpongeBob SquarePants and he isn't happy. Umaga and Sonny don't look at my Asiaki walk up and kill them both. This is a feud the Hawk can get behind. More stuff with Roddy Piper. Mike Tenay is annoying him, asking how he feels about all the TNA Authority figures siding with Russo last week. Piper is desperate to be in TNA, but they aren't letting him in the arena. He talks for 5 entire minutes about this. So despite not being allowed in the arena, he's still allowed 5 minutes of TV time. In the ring, 5 head Don Callis talks about the exact same thing. Last week he had to choose between 2 of the biggest names in wrestling, Piper or Russo. He sided with Russo, and he banned Piper from the asylum for life. He says he did it because deep down people do prefer Russo to Piper. He says he has another decision to make tonight because last week Jeff Jarrett attacked him. Don Callis is about to fire Slapnuts when out walks Eric Watts and the black shirt security. They run them off. This is such a weird feud. Watts calls him Don Cowass. Watts makes a match tonight with Jeff Jarrett versus Christopher Daniels. He also makes the matches of AJ Styles versus Dusty Rhodes in a bunkhouse brawl, the New York Guys versus the Free Life Crew, and the Gathering versus the New Church in a dog collar match. And, oh no, a match between the 2 security teams. Weird that we're getting all these matches announced 40 minutes into the show. So into the security guard match we go. 4 guys having a match who nobody could possibly ever care about. And they never did. The black shirts are Rick Santel and Chris Vaughan versus the red shirts, the Terminator Ryan Wilson and Kevin Northcutt. The Terminator hits a spinebuster, big size mismatch here. Wilson continues smashing his opponent into the corner and makes the tag. The red shirts continue hitting attacks. Northcutt hits a big pump handle suplex, but the pin is broken up. Wilson strips Chris Vaughan for some reason and then rubs his disgusting sweaty shirt on his own face. Why? The Terminator misses a big boot, but he does connect with a big full Nelson slam. Once again, Rick Santel has to break up the pin. Northcutt picks the jobber up and roughly dumps him to the mat. Most one-sided match I've seen. The crowd are actually into this one though. Big side slam from Ryan Wilson. Eventually, the jobber hits an enziguri, but he still can't make the tag because the red shirts take the ref. This is such a prolonged beating. Why don't these idiot red shirts just kill the other guy who's breaking all their pins up? Well, the tag is eventually made. Rick Santel takes down one red shirt guy with a flying forearm, but then he walks straight into a Terminator big boot. Wilson gorilla press slams him out of the ring. Jesus. This distracts the ref. Eric Watts sneaks in the ring and hits a choke slam on Kevin Northcutt, and Rick Santel makes the pin. Really wasn't expecting the black shirts to win this one. To be honest, this made the red idiots look extremely weak, considering they lost to literally one move. In the back, Terry Taylor looks like a young Robert Roode. He says he's a 48-year-old dad who's too old to wrestle. Crazy how that's changed. 48 is pretty normal nowadays. He says he doesn't like Kid Cash because he's disrespectful. Into that match we go. Kid Cash accompanied by the big scary dude Abyss versus Terrence Taylor the Red Rooster. Surprisingly, America's Most Wanted back him up. These guys have been completely directionless on the show. Cash is very arrogant in the early going of this one. He does an arm drag and celebrates with star jumps. Alright, jumping jack, shut up or I'll smack you one. His next attempt is blocked and then he runs into a clothesline for a 2. Cash dumps his nappy of fear and bails out the ring. He slaps Abyss for completely no reason. Cash returns to the ring where they play with a test of strength. Cash tries to kick him away but he's stopped and dragon whipped. Terry Taylor puts on the ankle lock with Kid Cash quickly making the ropes. Cash says, shut up or I'll smack you one. Cash kicks him in the nuts right in front of the ref, who has to pretend that he's distracted. This is like the opposite of last week. The ref was constantly distracted. This week they're not even bothering to distract the ref. Eventually Taylor does a jawbreaker for a hope spot. Don't get too hopeful though, he's quickly shut down for neckbreaker. Cash goes high flying for the first time. The crossbody only gets him a 2 count. Abyss takes out America's Most Wanted on the outside as Taylor hits a couple of atomic drops. The ref somehow doesn't notice that the massive Abyss is in the ring due to AMW. He hits the black hole slam but it isn't over. Harris hits an incredible spear on Kid Cash and that gets Terrence Taylor a win over Kid Cash. In the back, Russo is screaming at Eric Watts and swinging a baseball bat. Watts must have been watching the Warriors before coming to this show because he says he's going to take the bat, shove it up his ass and turn him into a popsicle. On to the next match as the fallen angel Christopher Daniels, who now has crackhead followers, versus a wild slapnuts Abyss.
Jeff Jarrett.
I have to admit that Slapnuts feels like he's massively pushed himself around this time. He doesn't feel like the main character at the moment. Jarrett bat body drops Daniels, who immediately turns it around and sends Jarrett out the ring. Daniels misses his dive on him and he's smashed on the crowd barrier. An old lady aggressively pushes the barrier back on him. Slapnuts is distracted by Gacy and Daniels is able to hit a choke slam. Daniels does a leg scissors across the ropes. He tries to do the sign of the cross, but it doesn't look great. The vertical suplex gets Chris Daniels a 2 count. Jarrett gets a quick hope spot before he's kicked back down. Another Uranagi from Daniels and he flawlessly connects with the BME. Wow, wasn't expecting Slappy to kick out of that one. Actually, what the hawk am I saying is Slapnuts. He always kicks out. Slapnuts connects with an Inzaguri kick for a double down. Back on their feet, Jarrett drops Daniels on his nutsack and hits a drop kick. Jarrett takes a rare trip to the top rope and gets a top rope crossbody. He tries a running crossbody now, which Daniels almost reverses into the 3 count. Big spinning setup powerbomb for Daniels now. The crackheads take the referee and try to help Daniels, but instead it costs Daniels and he's rolled up for the 3. That's the problem with this new gimmick for Daniels. You bring him back just to lose matches. It's not going to help him, is it? Even with a 4-on-1 advantage, he still lost. He's a bad loser too, and he beats up one of the minions using a leather strap. Daniels is the Howard Power. In the back, one of the many TNA authority figures, Dusty Rhodes, has talked about AJ Styles' lack of respect. Give me a break, we already did this with Terry Taylor and Kid Cash. Why would they do this storyline twice on the same show? Next match is the Free Live Crew versus the Diamond Man, the Cab Driver Man, and the How Is He Gifted Man. The crew clear them from the ring and Konad starts cutting a promo. He says he's going to bust some ass, and not the way they're used to having their asses bust. Konad and the Diamond Man start us out. Konad does a forward roll into an eye poke and tells him to suck it in the corner. I think Konad is sexually frustrated in this episode. Mold Dog with a kung fu stance now to David Young, but regrets it when he's smacked down. The Free Live Crew turn it around through cheating, and Truth does a top rope leg drop to the cabbie's coin purse. Gifted Glenn Gilberti joins the match. Truth humps the air at him, which causes Glenn to reconsider his actions. Gilberti clotheslines him down to a round of applause. Truth retaliates with the splits into the kicks for a 2 count. He gets another 2 off a thrusting power slam. Diamond cheats, which allows Gilberti to gain the advantage of a kick. He's joined the match now and he gets a 2 count from the Simon series. The cabbie gets the tag and he hits a clothesline with authority. Eventually Truth connects with an axe kick which lets him tag out. That causes the match to break down and everyone hits their big moves. Unfortunately the Diamond Man super kicks his own man. Truth missile drop kicks the Diamond Man and dives on him to kill him. Unfortunately for Mold Dog, Glenn Gilberti hits him with a steel chair. And there it is, the Cab Driver Slam, the Cab Driver Slam. It's over. For real for once. David Young has pinned Mold Dog. But no time for celebrations because Dusty Rhodes and AJ Styles are fighting in a field. So this is actually a match. It'll be a bunkhouse brawl. It's more like a handicap match because Russo keeps helping Styles. AJ is thrown into a fence and he has a trash can bounced off his head. We're back in the arena now, which is a shame because I was enjoying the variation. This is one of the most boring matches I've ever seen. AJ Styles pulls down his jeans and moons Dusty. That fires the Dream up, who pulls down AJ's nappy and spanks him. Russo's here crawling around the ring, and Slapnuts is here for some reason too. And then Trinity arrives. It's probably the hottest thing I've seen in pro wrestling. I can't really show it because the video will be taken down. But Trinity is a very attractive lady, and basically they spank her. The cameraman understood the mission here. The ref throws the match out because there's nothing topping that. It's a shame they've got nothing else for this girl to do because she should obviously be on TV. Dusty was definitely just here to have a good time, but I can't help but feel it's a little bit creepy. The wacky AJ Styles storms back out of a microphone and says he's angry. This is dangerous. AJ Styles says that Dusty is into spanking young men's butts, but AJ isn't cool with that. AJ is the world champion if you needed reminding. It's a terrible promo where AJ just rambles on about respect. And then, wow, AJ Styles gives Dusty a shot at his title next week. There's definitely something in the air this week. Russo walks up looking like an old hippie and tries to talk AJ out of it. AJ Styles says zip it, Russo. Russo suggests instead he and AJ Styles face Slapnuts and Dusty in a tag match. Wow, this promo's terrible. AJ Styles seems so childish, pathetic and wacky.
There won't be no NWA title shot with Dusty Rhodes next week.
Zip it, Vince. I know what I'm doing. Yeah! Next week, Dusty! You want some of me and Vince?
And I know I could take him.
Vince is gonna kill you!
Why would they think putting themselves at a disadvantage is a good idea? Near the end of the show now, James Mitchell brags about giving Raven a haircut. Apparently Raven was the first man to get a haircut in front of a live audience on telly and wrestling. Surely that can't be true. And we just go from that straight into a 6-man dog collar match, the New Church versus Raven and the Gathering. I've seen this match before on this channel, it's not my sort of thing. Basically it's a slow botchy match. Raven and Douglas were fighting outside the ring, and you hear the 3 count, but we learn that Julio De Niro has won, but we don't see it. Not sure how he won, or what he won, maybe it's a punch to the gut. This match was terrible, it was slow, botchy, and I didn't even get to see the finish after sitting through it. The Church hang Raven and CM Punk across the ropes, but nobody saves them and the show ends, so Raven and Pepsi Punk are dead. I've said it before and I'll say it again, Eric Watts sucks as an authority figure. I also said this before, but someone needs to update their Wikipedia pages because Raven and Pepsi Punk are dead. A very strange show with questionable matches and booking decisions, but it is worth it to see Trinity and all the homoerotic fun on this show. The second show starts with father and son walking together. Russo says he thinks they can get out of the match tonight because him and Slappy go way back. Completely dumb and stupid considering the feud him and Slapnuts have been doing in TNA since the start. The opening contest is America's Most Wanted versus Kid Cash and Abyss. The commentary team are more interested in talking about Randy Savage's rap CD, and apparently the Harris twins have left TNA to manage him, or something. How bizarre. Abyss seems to be doing okay before his own partner slaps him. Poor Abyss. Storm and Cash have a fiery trade-off. Storm does a Japanese arm drag and a top rope crossbody for a 2. AMW start double teaming Kid Cash. The notorious KD won't die. Cash randomly slaps Storm and tags Abyss. Poor tag team work from AMW letting him just get away like that. It'll be Chris Paris and Abyss now. The camera cuts away to Kid Cash flipping out at a fan, not sure what happened. Harris looks terrified of the monster. Chris Harris gets fired up though and it works. Harris is in the middle of tugging on Abyss's arm when Cash gets in the ring and slaps his own guy, causing Harris to release the hold. This fires up Abyss, who press slams Harris. Abyss throws Cash on top of Harris and follows it with a leg drop for a 2. Kid Cash tries to do a double spring at Harris, which doesn't work, and then they botch a catapult into the corner and it looks rough. Storm and Abyss get the tags. Abyss is battered in the corner and then he randomly decides to climb to the top rope. Of course, he falls on his nutsack. But Cash turns it around on Harris and he climbs on top of Abyss and damn, he hits a moonsault from Abyss's shoulders. That was cool. Straight after, Storm hits Abyss with a Frankensteiner. Everyone's down. Eventually back to their feet, we get another beautiful spear from Harris. Storm hits the super kick on Abyss, which doesn't knock him down. They double spear Abyss instead, which does knock him down, but they can't pin him because the ref's distracted. Cash throws a chair into Storm's face. There's the black hole slam from Abyss, and it's over. Really enjoyable match, but America's Most Wanted feel ruined now. Terry Taylor is here. Is this feud still happening? The crowd chant Terry Taylor sucks. Taylor fights Kid Cash and Abyss. Man, what are his clothes made out of to tear apart like that? AMW make the save for him with chairs. In the back, Shawn Michaels' cousin is talking about Shawn Michaels. He says Shawn Michaels never won the first Ultimate X match or the X Division title. He says, from now on, Shawn Michaels will be known as the cousin of Michael Shane. So far, 10 out of 10 entertainment on this show. X Division title match now. It's Jerry Lynn taking on Michael Shane, who I believe has a nobody cousin called Shawn Michaels. They keep talking about the first ever Ultimate X match, which was absolutely horrible. I can't believe how much they talk about that thing. Before this match starts, JB introduces Antonio Pena, who is the AAA owner. I guess some talent is about to be exchanged. It's all pretty slow and lacking energy until Lynn tries to skin the cat but instead gets drop-kicked and sent to the floor. Chris Sabin's on commentary reminding us that he won the Super X Cup and he's complaining he hasn't had a title shot. Sabin says next week he's putting his cup on the line in an open challenge. This match is boring, I'm sorry. It's full of very slow reversals and the crowd sound restless. Lynn just says F it and hits a big spear. He carries on not giving a turd and boots Shane in the face. Lynn nails the TKO, which is just a 2. Lynn's dominating, he drop kicks Shane out the ring and dives off the ropes with a Hurricanrana. Ultimately, it all comes down to Chris Sabin interfering. Lynn's in full control and Sabin makes him fall in his nutsack, and then Michael Shane wins with one super kick. Really did not enjoy that match. In the back, Crash Holly is crying. He keeps calling Shark Boy Jaws. Before he can talk, D'Lo Brown interrupts. He says that he's also looking for revenge against Siaki and will be on their side tonight. The Human 5-Skin marches up and tells D'Lo he's gonna see red tonight if he causes any trouble. D'Lo looks like a balloon that's slowly inflating. Callis gives him a match, which will be next. Christopher Daniels and his little crackhead crew arrive to face downtown D'Lo Brown. Daniels is being cheered over D'Lo. Brown keeps smacking Daniels down and screams, "You suck." Daniels just can't knock him down, and D'Lo's hilarious in this match. He keeps yelling things. Daniels runs into a spinning heel kick for a 2 count. D'Lo's having an easy time and he throws Daniels out the ring. D'Lo slams him, but then he gets surrounded by crackheads. D'Lo smacks one, but he pays for it as Daniels dives on top of him. D'Lo Brown isn't hurt though, and he flings Daniels on top of the crowd barrier. D'Lo starts puffing out his cheeks, and the look on his face is the most f***ed face I've ever seen, so he dives, but he misses. In the ring, Daniels hits a spear. What is it with everyone suddenly using the spear in this company? D'Lo blocks his next move and quickly snaps off a middle rope moonsault, which catches nothing but knees. Daniels shows him how it's done. Soon after, we get the 3/4 net breaker for D'Lo Brown for a double down. There's a herd of people at ringside now. D'Lo almost wins with a spine buster. One of the crackheads grabs his leg, so D'Lo dives on them all. He'll need a bath after that one. D'Lo returns to the ring and climbs to the top. The red shirt security distract D'Lo, and Daniels' arm drags him from the top. Daniels does the last rites, and there we go, Daniels wins. The same finish 2 matches in a row. Who booked this crap? And it's not as if either guy could afford to lose this one. In the back, Eric Watts is with Rick Santel, who has a separated shoulder from the match with the red shirt security, which is surprising because the other guy took all the offense. Eric Watts says TNA should pay the man's medical bills, but they're refusing. Don Callis laughs at the thought of looking after wrestlers. He says the company have no responsibility. He says Eric Watts was the one who booked the match last week, so he should pay the medical bill. He sort of has a point, but this hasn't aged well, and it's making TNA look stupid. Another pointless interview of Roddy Piper. The show is already 10 minutes shorter than usual, so I'm not sure why we're taking up more time with the show. Piper's basically said that the wrestlers should have health protection. You know, TNA could have done something really good here with all this talk. They could have really stuck it to the WWE at this time, but instead, I don't know, why do they keep bringing all this stuff up if they're not going to do anything about it? Tag team action now. Umaga and Sonny don't look at my ass Siaki with Trinity, who sadly isn't wearing that dress this week, and they take on Crash Holly and the Shark Boy. This one's all fun and games. They suplex Siaki into the ring and 619 Umaga out of it. Double team dropkick and spinebuster now. Unfortunately, they dance too much and they pay for that. Umaga kicks Crash and does a full Nelson to Shark Boy. Shark Boy isn't done and he jawbreakers Siaki. He can't hit a head scissors though and he's slammed. Siaki and Umaga double team the Shark. Umaga lets him up from that pin. TNA talks about bloodlines in 2003. The Shark bites Umaga in the ass. He pays for it when he's squashed in the corner. Cool double team now with Siaki doing a springboard splash on the Shark. Siaki can't connect with the Siakalypse and Shark does a net breaker. Tags are made. Crash dodges a splash in the corner and bulldogs Siaki. He also dodges the Umaga elbow. The odd couple do 10 punches in the corner into a bite and the crowd love that one. The Samoans get bored of playing and they do a gorilla press slam into a net breaker. Umaga punctuates it with a splash and that's the 3. I don't know if it's the fact that I love all 4 of these characters, but this was an excellent short tag match, non-stop entertainment. The Samoans are bad losers though, and Siaki powerbombs Crash and puts him on top of the Shark. Umaga looks to splash them both when D'Lo Brown makes the save. D'Lo clotheslines Umaga and he sells it like Rikishi did. Trinity's attempt at a low blow is another highlight of this show, but D'Lo blocks it and does the lowdown. Getting low with Trinity, a lucky man. The red shirt boys handcuff D'Lo and drag him away. Why doesn't Watts do something? What a horrible authority figure for letting these things happen. And that, my little friends, was the final TNA match for Crash Holly. Very sad, I loved this time there. An interview with the New York Nerds now allows me to fast forward. When David Young is the most likeable person on the screen, you know there's a problem. Actually, there is some character development here. Gilberti tells him that he's not part of their team. The cabbie's very upset. He tells David Young to take his place in the match tonight and he'll reconsider. Slapnuts and Dusty Rhodes get interviewed. Jarrett says he won't forgive Russo and the tag match is happening tonight. David Young, the master of the cab driver slam, is here and he's all fired up. He randomly takes on the Sandman, who I feel like we haven't seen for a while on this show. His top says, I smack Raw and I want more. Young eventually gets tired of his long ass entrance. David Young springs into the ring with a diving clothesline. He looks really short in this match for some reason. His short moonsault doesn't work because the Sandman gets his knees up. Sandman retaliates with a cannonball in the corner. He drops the cabbie on his gut across the ropes and hits the leg drop. No pin is made because Hack is in a K-hole or something. He looks so happy in this match. On the outside, Hack takes a long run up and jumps off a chair into David Young. Having a lot of fun with this match too. Oh wow, it's the most famous TNA fan of all time, the Chair Boy. It's been a while. In the ring, Young regains the advantage and he overhead suplexes the Sandman into the corner. The Sandman isn't finished, he hits a Frankensteiner, quickly followed by a Swanton Bomb. That's the 3.
Dude, I was watching the NWA TNA show the other day, dude. And this man, the Sand Dude, he stole Jeff Swanton Bomb finishing maneuver, man. Dude, I'm going back to Carolina. and I'll go tell my stoner friend Jeff that you stole his finisher, man.
The New York Turd Trappers beat up the Sandman. They celebrate and thank the cabbie in the ring before turning on him. Good, he was far too likeable to be hanging around with those guys. He's randomly saved by the Free Live crew. Maybe they needed a cab home. In the back, Vince Russo is dressed in riot gear. Slapnuts emerges from a door looking in complete shock to see him. Russo keeps screaming, "I'm your friend." Jarrett ain't buying it. The disciples of the New Church are here with Vampiro. Mitchell gives the credit to Shane Douglas for getting rid of Raisin from wrestling, but it sounds like their business is over now. Mitchell reveals that their next plan is coming up now that Raven's dealt with. This leads to a match against the Free Live crew. Vampiro looks extra skinny here. He kicks the Mold Dog down and Sin and Slash also double team the dog. They do a drop kick into a Russian leg sweep for a 2 count. Moldy does turn it around against the Slash Man with a pump handle slam. Truth does a pretty cool double takedown in this one, followed by a splits into the kicks. Honestly feel like these Free Live crew matches suck until the Truth gets going. Truth hits Vampiro with the back, sack and crack, but Mitchell takes the referee. Vampiro hits Truth with a diving weapon shot. The ref must have seen it because the match is thrown out. Then Raven returns and he takes out Vamp. Douglas dumps in his nappy of anger on commentary. Raven hits James Mitchell with a funny kick. Douglas saves James Mitchell from a hanging. Raven vows to eliminate a New Church one by one until he's left alone with Mitchell. It's a very good promo from Raven. It's got to the point quickly and I could understand what he was talking about. Not enough of that from Raven in TNA. Here comes the main event match. AJ Styles and Russo with Trinity versus Dusty Rhodes and a wild slapnut. Rhodes and AJ will start. Don West keeps accidentally calling him Rusty. Styles is scared of Rusty and he has to bail for a bit. It's not really going well for Styles. This is essentially a handicap match. AJ can't connect with his dropkick and Jarrett does the strut. Russo pulls a distraction and AJ gets the advantage from a kick, and that's pretty much how this match trundles along. Check out this release German suplex from Slapnuts though, can't recall seeing him do that very often. We also get a rare wrestling move from Dusty with a delayed vertical suplex. He turns back to his elbow game. A bunch of distractions get AJ the advantage again. More distractions allow AJ to hit Dusty with the baseball bat. Everyone just starts doing whatever they want. Trinity tries to interfere with a dive, but she's caught and powerbombed by Slappy. Jarrett puts the figure 4 on Russo. The hold is on for 10 seconds and Russo doesn't tap out. AJ hits Jarrett in the head in front of the referee with the bat, but he no-sells it. Slappy hits the top rope stroke on Styles, Dusty drops the elbow, and he sits on Styles' face and spanks him as the ref counts to 3. Dusty's weird in TNA. I'm sorry, there's just something uncomfortable about him. I don't care if he's a legend. And that's 2 weeks in a row AJ Styles has looked like a complete idiot. AJ throws a tantrum and he challenges Dusty Rhodes to a one-on-one match of his choosing. Probably a spanking match. I thought they already did that anyway. Please get AJ away from Dusty. Styles smacks Russo down, which surprised me. Dusty says that the only stipulation for the match is that it's for the world title. Slapnuts gets upset about that because he's supposed to be the number 1 contender. That's that. Show 2 is pretty much average. This Dusty stuff just isn't sitting comfortably with me. It's making AJ look ridiculous. And what's with all this ass slapping on this show? And if you don't agree with that, come on, let's go. The episode starts with a wild Slapnuts appears.
Jeff Jarrett.
Didn't take long for that one. He says he's pissed off, as he always is, and he cuts a promo on Dusty Rhodes. He doesn't like it because Dusty is in the number 1 contender spot rather than him. Jarrett tells Dusty he doesn't need to say anything. Dusty's just desperate to speak, with Jarrett continuing to cut him off. Jarrett rants about how Dusty is secretly a bad guy because he robbed Jarrett of his title shot. Jarrett says he's going to fight whoever wins out of Dusty and Styles, and then he drops the mic and walks off without Dusty being able to respond. In the back, AJ Styles is crying whilst Trinity pities him. AJ is crying because Vince Russo has disappeared on the night of his biggest match of his life. Sonny, don't look at my ass, Siaki and Umaga walk up and say they've got his back. AJ mishears and thinks he got called an ace-hole, and yells at Trinity for even asking Siaki for help. Red Shirt Security and Don Callis out now for a tag match against Downtown D'Lo Brown and Chris Vaughn. The story here is that the 2 security teams have been fighting and Chris Vaughn is one of them. The red shirts broke the other black shirt security guy's arm and TNA is refusing to pay the medical bills. D'Lo does not think it's right. Yeah, that is the storyline here. D'Lo starts with a dropkick on Kevin Northcutt. He tags in Jobber Vaughn, who flies in with a double axe. He tries an arm wrigger, which is a fail, and tags are made. D'Lo hits the Terminator with a double axe. Once again, he tags the Jobber back in. That seems unwise. The jobber throws a couple of grazing drop kicks. He tries a diving hurricanrana but gets brutally powerbombed by the Terminator. It's at this point you really have to question why all these people are getting so much TV time on a cutting edge promotion. The red shirts smash him up in the corner. Northcutt hits a nice pump handle suplex, but he misses his leg drop and Vaughn throws another bad drop kick. The tornado DDT doesn't work and he gets destroyed with an overhead suplex into the corner. A sweaty t-shirt is thrown at D'Lo. Vaughn thinks he makes the tag, which the ref doesn't see. D'Lo just says screw it and tells the security team shut up or I'll smack you one. D'Lo wipes the Terminator out with a crossbody. Meanwhile, Jesus, Northcutt kills the jobber with the Northcutt driver. You know what? Fun match. Love watching powerhouses throw jobbers about. The red shirts try a post-match attack. Eric Watts saves the day. Don't you just love him? Dusty has an interview with Mike TNA. He calls Vince Russo evil and says he wants the title to mean more in wrestling. Dusty looks 1,000 years old. He compares himself to George Foreman and says he's going to knock out Styles tonight. Jerry Lynn complains in the car park about the TNA management messing with him again. Says he's been sent home. Again. We've got an X Division title match now. Also on the line is the X Cup trophy. Chris Sabin versus Shawn Michaels' cousin, Michael Shane. It's remarkable how little Sabin has aged over the years. Sabin with a nice first flurry of offense. Shane slows him down and throws him from the ring. They return to the ring with Shane getting a 2 from a snap slam. Sabin comes back with a springboard spinning leg lariat for a double down. Sabin's taken full control of a big boot and a springboard DDT now. Lots of reversals take place. Sabin eventually hits the future shot for a 2 count. It's now Michael Shane's turn to come close with a powerbomb. Shane tries to use the belt, but he's not strong enough for referee Posey. Sabin does the cradle shock as the dumbass ref gorms out whilst getting rid of the title belt. What is he looking at? Just a 2. Wow, that looked dumb. Loads of pinning reversals now, ending with Michael Shane getting the 3 whilst pulling down Sabin's knickers. He is now the X Division champion and the X Cup holder. In the back, it's gifted Glenn Gilberti. How is he gifted? They make fun of Free Live Crew. Disco does an impression of Eminem saying, "My name is." The master of the cab driver slam marches up angry that the New York Crew beat him up with a chair last week. Disco says that they actually like him and David Young is almost close to being accepted into their stupid little group. Why would he want to be in the group? A 6-man elimination match now is the Diamond Man, the Swing Man and the How Is He Gifted Man. They take on the Free Live Crew. Mike TNA proudly tells us that TNA have just upgraded to the best sound production available, yet there's sound mistakes all over this show. Truth is winning and he tags the Mold Dog who immediately loses the advantage. He returns to hit a leg drop to the nutsack of the Swingman. Gifted Glenn is scared of Conad. This match is not good at all. All Conad's pinning attempts look sloppy. Conad gets distracted by Gilberti on the outside and when he turns around he's eliminated by a double flatliner. Conad returns to trip Swinger up which allows Mold Dog to hit the pump handle slam. Johnny Swinger has been eliminated. Gilberti crawls into the ring and smacks the Moldy One in his moldy nutsack and works with the Diamond Man. Mold Dog gets eliminated by a stunner into a super kick. I just don't know how to describe this guy, he's incredible, his talent is really shining through. Truth power slams the gifted Glenn Gilberti, but he doesn't go for the pin. In fact, Disco is so gifted that he dodges a dropkick and nails a slow motion elbow drop. Truth replies with a scissors kick on Gilberti and the back, sack and crack on the Diamond Man. And now he's gone. Of course Gilberti is the last man on the team. He's about to show us just how gifted he truly is. The master of the cab driver slam arrives at ringside to watch the match. Truth nails a DDT for a double down. Truth gets up first but Disco throws him out the ring. Young's watching the fight on a chair. Gilberti tries to use Young as a human shield, so the Truth climbs up Young and dives over him. Truth wants to use the chair as a weapon, but Young takes it away from him and throws it in his face. Gilberti rolls Killings into the ring, and the winner is the gifted Glenn Gilberti. That's how he's gifted.
NWA Impact brings you the Smack of the Week, sponsored by all new Blonde for Men. If you're a brown-haired Potter, put some blonde in it. It makes you look hotter.
Oh man, this guy Glenn Gilberti is so gifted. He's on the verge of greatness in TNA. He's winning all these big matches, man. He's even got his own cab driver man. Oh man, the cab driver man just gave Truth a chair and didn't charge a fare. And this man Gilberti has just pinned a former world champion. That's why he's gifted and his star has been lifted.
That was the NWA TNA Smack of the Week, sponsored by Blonde Just for Men. Get it? Got it? Shove it.
The New York guys run away from the cab driver guy. They are ungrateful. In the back, the new church is interviewed. As usual, they are feuding with Raven. Mitchell says every time Raven takes out a member of his new church, he'll just replace them with someone else. Mitchell says Raven will face Sin, while Slash throws darts into his back. So random. I love the wacky faces from Slash here too. Out now, it's Frankie, the future Kazarian, who is going for a ladies' man gimmick. He gives the cage dancer some roses. What a simp. He will take on the fallen angel Christopher Daniels. His storyline right now is that he is the Howard Power and he has crackhead followers. Despite being distracted by the women and his new gimmick, Kaz is on fire. He throws himself out the ring onto the crackhead crew and he slingshots back into the ring with a DDT. Daniels grabs his haircut to slow him down and he gets a 2 on an enziguri. A video shows that the Don't Look at My Ass crew are all in the car park waiting for Vince Russo to turn up. Daniels gets another 2 on a slingshot leg drop. This is a good match, but it's so distracting with all the cuts to the car park where literally nothing is happening. Kazarian hits a flipping axe kick for a 2. He tries to fade to black, but it's reversed into a victory roll. It's not over, but it might be after the Uranagi and the best moonsault ever. No, just a 2. Kaz responds with a big pump kick, but the crackheads are on the ring apron. Daniels is thrown into the crackhead. Kaz hits the Back to the Future, but no, foot on the rope. Once again a crackhead interferes, which allows Daniels to hit the Angel's wings, and that is the 3. Christopher Daniels isn't very grateful and says it's time he calls upon his brothers. Oh boy, Kane's going to be in the Impact Zone. Raven makes fun of the dart throwing incident from earlier in the show. He tells Pepsi, Punk and Julio not to get involved in the match tonight. Punk starts saying something and the camera cuts away from him. Out now, it's the KID, Kid Cash and Abyss in a tag match against America's Most Wanted. The problem with this match is that Kid Cash is feuding with the referee, Terrence Taylor, so it's all a bit unfocused. Cash and Abyss actually have double team moves, which is pretty sweet to see. Cash climbs up Abyss in the corner and dives off his shoulders, but he misses his moonsault. AMW work together to beat up Abyss with double flapjack. Storm dives out the ring on Cash and Harris hits a big diving lariat on Abyss. Harris wants to dive, but Abyss makes him fall in his nutsack. Randomly, Cash and Abyss hit a double team spear and clothesline combo. I'm amazed by just how much these two work together. They must have been putting in some wowers behind the scene. Terry Taylor takes out Kid Cash. Abyss is left on his own and Harris hits a middle rope spear for just a 2. Kid Cash comes back and tries a chair shot, which is taken away by Terrence Taylor. Cash kicks him in the back of the head. Cash and Harris fight whilst Abyss squashes Storm in the ring. Storm manages to nail Abyss for swinging noose net breaker, but no referee. When he turns around, it's the smash mouth from Kid Cash. A ref immediately runs out to count the pin, but it's shockingly just a 2. Cash takes out the new referee. Harris takes the chair away and throws it at him just as Storm hits the super kick into the chair into his face. That is the 3. Pretty fun. I love the teamwork with both teams, and Kid Cash is just being a complete dick, which is entertaining. I wonder how far this Kid Cash and Abyss team can go. Cash is very frustrated with the loss. He shoves Abyss in his head and slaps him. Abyss thinks about choking him, but I guess he's too much of an idiot and he leaves. Wait, no, he returns and slaps Kid Cash. He tries a choke slam but gets kicked in the nutsack. The crowd are going nuts for Abyss. He almost kills Kid Cash on a back body drop. Cash bails from the ring, avoiding the black hole slam. So much for that fun tag team. TNA is screaming it in the back. It's Scott Hudson with D'Lo Brown. Scott Hudson says no, it's not D'Lo Brown, it's Don Callis and his security team. He makes fun of D'Lo Brown's head shaking gimmick. Callis says no matter what happens, he won't be paying for any jobber's medical bills, whether or not D'Lo Brown and Roddy Piper have an issue with it. Weird black and white promo now of the franchise Shane Douglas claiming he's forming a new franchise. He brags about starting shoot promos in wrestling. He almost looks like a failed Nasty Boys member here. Sin Bodhi has recovered from his darting earlier and he's out now to wrestle Raisin in a dog collar match, or at least I think it's a dog collar match. Sin doesn't seem to be chained up, so who knows. It only goes a couple of minutes. Raven obviously wins with the Raisin effect. He hangs Sin, but Mitchell smacks him with his cane. The Slash Man saves Mitchell with a final cut. Raven wakes up and he lassos Slash. Looks pretty clean actually. Raven once again has Mitchell. Now Vampiro's here, looking like Eddie Slapnut Edwards. Raven is killed and they take him to the back. He's hung from a balcony. CM Punk runs out and shoves them away and hugs Raven. Mike Tenay says that he's proud to make the next huge announcement, and that is that the NWA TNA will be presenting their first 3-hour pay-per-view event, Bound for Glory. In the back, AJ Styles and the Don't Look at My Ass crew. AJ says that tonight he's not going to be teabagged by Dusty as Umaga laughs. Whoa, Vince Russo walks up and he's drunk. He's screaming that he loves AJ Styles. He tells AJ to humiliate the old man tonight. Well, that was unexpected.
Here we go then, the main event nobody could ever possibly want to see. Dusty Rhodes challenging for the NWA Heavyweight title which belongs to AJ Styles. Everyone is laughing at how embarrassing Russo is with his drunk antics. Yeah, this isn't about to go well. The bell rings and there's still 20 minutes on the clock. Is this seriously about to go 20 minutes? AJ is a bumping machine for Dusty in the early going. Trinity is having to hold back the drunken Russo. Yeah, this one is long and it's hard to find anything positive to say about it. AJ misses a springboard 450. Dusty gets the figure 4 on. Ref bump. AJ hits Dusty with Russo's bat. He puts on the figure 4 and Dusty passes out as the ref ends the match. Russo starts screaming that Styles is still the champion. He says he wants to humiliate Dusty as Dusty humiliated AJ 2 weeks in a row. Russo has a belt, and Dusty has a bottle. They start beating Dusty down in the corner. Russo whips the security team. The Don't Look at My Ass team arrive and they also beat up Dusty. AMW try to make the save. AJ smashes them with a bat. Dusty is spread out in the ring as Russo whips his fat belly. He's screaming, "Take off his pants." No, please don't. Jeff Jarrett arrives, but he isn't in a hurry to help. He does eventually help and he hits all the heels of a chair. Russo screams that he's tried for a year to be his friend, but Slapnuts just won't listen. He vows to take Jarrett's title shot away. Dusty Rhodes also challenges Siaki, Russo and Umaga to a tag match next week as the show goes off the air. A real mixed bag there, some entertaining stuff on the lure card, but too much focus on stuff I don't actually want to see. Let's check out the next show. Well, we've seen this before. This is the show where TNA bragged about Jarrett attacking Hogan in Japan. I've made a whole video on that one, so we're not going over all that again. Raven attacks James Mitchell and tries to hang him before the New Church make the save, and the Slash Man puts Raven through a table. Russo's here looking like a hippie of his Don't Look at My Ass crew. He seems to be sober this week. Legend has now joined their crew for some reason. Russo says he has something big that he needs to do, and he asks everyone to keep away from him tonight. Sonny Siaki has the best music for the cage dancers to grind to. It sounds like Legend has taken Russo's place in this 6-man match. They take on America's Most Wanted and The Dream. We start with Siaki and The Dream, which sounds like a made-up match. But no, it happens, and it doesn't go well for Don't Look at My Ass. Storm and Harris hit about 5 elbows to Siaki's arm. Siaki is thrown out the ring on top of Umaga. Then Storm dives on all 3 of the bad guys. Legend's in the ring now. No, no, no. The match breaks down. Siaki hits a super kick on the outside to Harris. Umaga eventually gets in and destroys Harris. Siaki does a net breaker whilst Umaga looks like he wants to bang him. Harris is isolated, but nothing exciting happens. Storm eventually gets the tag and he does well for a moment, but everyone climbs in the ring and AMW beat Legend with a death sentence. Enough said. Shane Douglas is laughing whilst groping 2 girls. I think he wants to put his Little franchise inside them. Shawn Michaels' cousin brags about having 2 accolades to his name. He's disappointed that he's not being thrown a party tonight. He says he'll face Christopher Daniels tonight and calls him a geek. That match is next. Daniels and his crackhead crew take on Shane BK. Oh, talking of crackheads, wow, new cage dancers, they've really upped the quality here. It's hard to concentrate with these strange-faced people at ringside, and I ain't talking to TNA fans. Franchise is scouting somebody, probably the cage dancers. Michael Shane hits a big flip dive out the ring. Daniels responds with a split-legged moonsault out the ring. Shane Douglas almost reached the point of climax of that one. Back at the ring, it's more of the same springy moves. It's heel versus heel, so the crowd are a bit dead for it. Daniels eventually hits the Angel's wings, but surprisingly Shane kicks out. Shane wants to cheat, but a crackhead takes the belt away. Moments later, Daniels is sent into the crackhead and his belt, and Shane hits Sweet Chin Music for the 3. Michael Shane brawls with the crackheads until, of all people, Chris Sabin runs him off. Maybe Sabin needed a fix. Daniels and Sabin argue and it's over. Now, as I mentioned earlier, large parts of this show are dedicated to Slapnuts and Hogan in Japan. Slappy's in the ring now. He chats for ages about Hogan and things from WCW. Basically, he doesn't like Hogan and he doesn't trust him. This goes on for a while, until Hippie Russo runs from out of nowhere and spears Jarrett. They brawl into the crowd. This is random. Russo is now smacking him with a chair and sort of sent him for a table. Jarrett no-sells it as a cameraman is knocked down. Slappy has the chair and that's bad news for Russo. Don West says you just don't want to see a man out there who isn't a wrestler, and you also don't want to see a man get killed, but then again it's Vince Russo. No one helps Russo as he told his guys to stay away. What I want to know is why is this getting so much time? These two can't have a compelling match, so why feud? Shouldn't AJ Styles be in this spot? Slapnuts ties him to a cage and beats him with a trash can.
I started to wonder where the security were, and here they are, they arrive. Oh no, they're gone again. Jarrett takes them out like stone cold. Jarrett hits Russo with about 20 more chair shots. Siaki and Umaga finally stop him. What did I just watch? AJ Styles is in the ring in an ugly brown beanie. He just stands there like a goon for a few minutes whilst Russo is helped away. Nothing happens and none of that made sense. Promo with Kevin Northcutt. He says Don Callis isn't here tonight, but he will make an example out of Eric Watts tonight. The Terminator just stands there. Kevin Northcutt has a Piper interview on tape apparently, but TNA says they will no longer show Piper's interview, and he smashes it. And here he is, Kevin Northcutt. He's not actually been that bad so far from what I've seen. Eric Watts has the 2 damaged security guards with him. Not very sensible for people struggling to pay their medical bills. Eric Watts starts for head scissors and boots him out the ring. We cut away from the match to see Russo going into an ambulance. Does he really need more camera time? Watts does a dodgy looking Thez press. Northcutt shuts him down and nails a neckbreaker. Now it's a nice pump handle suplex for a 2. The match slows down for a while. Watts hits a terrible looking chokeslam. He punches out the Terminator and somehow this distracts the referee who stares at nothing at all. And Northcutt lands a smack with handcuffs for the 3. What a horrible match. The red shirt security kills some more black shirt security members. All these guys look like they're landing on the backs of their heads. Then Don Harris returns. That is the largest pop of his career right there. He clears the ring. This guy's incredible. He's going to be the new main event that TNA need. Then Goldilocks returns too. She cuddles Eric Watts. It was previously hinted that these two are in love. The segment's over. This whole show is insane. The hits keep coming as the New York guys are out next. Wait, that isn't the Gifted one, but the music is the same as theirs. It's Eric Young and Sonjay Dutt making his TNA debut. They face Jarrell Clark and El Fuego. Who? Never heard of him, he's certainly not from Burnham-on-Sea. What a weird match. Jarrell Clark and Sonjay are flapping around the ring like the Hawk. They head scissors each other. Eric Young and El Fuego have the tag. Eric is a real showman, even in his second TNA match, and he's also just great in the ring. Young hits a big belly to belly, but decides not to make a pin, which is a mistake as he's kneed in the back. Fuego takes him down with an armbar and tags out. Jarrell hits the sliced bread and a pump handle slam. Now he goes running and flipping like a nutcase. Eric Young ends up hitting them with a double Death Valley driver, a move he'd become known for. Young makes the tag, dual dropkick from Sonjay. Sonjay does a unique Hurricanrana and a Tornado DDT. The ring is cleared. Eric Young slides out the ring into a neckbreaker. Everybody hits dives. This poor El Fuego guy, he just doesn't stand a chance for all these guys in there. Jarrell Clark almost kills EY on a 630. Sonjay Dutt breaks the pin up. Moments later, he beats El Fuego with the Hindu press. Great stuff, but incredibly random. That's what I liked about spot matches back then. They never outstayed their welcome. 5 minutes of non-stop action right here. In the back is the dancing Kid Cash. He calls the interviewer Scotty Not So Hottie. Kid Cash brags about beating legends and women, and now he's going to beat a giant. Kevin Northcutt arrives to deliver a message to him from Don Callis. We never find out what that message was. Here come the New York guys, and the master of the cab driver slam David Young. Swinger and the Diamond Man will be facing Danny Doring and Roadkill. Wow, the wrestlers just keep getting more and more random. This is an ECW matchup. Doring and Roadkill, the last ECW tag team champions. This match starts out a mess. The Hills are cheating and the match breaks down 20 seconds in. Roadkill squashes the Hills in the corner. Doring dives to the top out of the ring. Roadkill tries to dive off the ropes but smashes into the guardrail. Disco talks about how over David Young has gotten since hanging out with Gilberti. The Hills manage to get a 2 count off a double team. The Simon series gets the Diamond Man another 2. Doring eventually manages a double underhook DDT and Roadkill is tagged in. Big sidewalk slam on Swinger and a side slam on Diamond. Now Roadkill flies in with a double clothesline. I love me some Roadkill. He hits a running power slam. Disco complains that they're supposed to be squashing these jobbers. He blames them for the death of ECW, which seemed a bit unusual. Danny Doring nails the panty drop leg drop. The Hills are cheating and Doring falls in his nutsack. AMW rush out to stop the cheating and Danny Doring beats Swinger with a wacky pin. That was all strange. Raven is sat in a 4-cornered room staring at the candles. As Raven tries to talk, his mic isn't working and all you can hear is the crowd chanting "Disco sucks." Raven once again tells the gathering that he doesn't want their help. Once again, Punk starts cutting a promo and the camera cuts away. Someone seriously hates Punk. Kid Cash out now. I miss characters like this from wrestling. He takes on Abyss, who has Sabu's entrance music. This one should be fun.
Abyss yanks him down straight away, but Cash is like a pit bull as he desperately attacks Abyss. Cash keeps running Abyss around the ring. Abyss shrugs off the Smash Mouth chair shot. Back in the ring, Abyss nails an insane throw into the air into a flapjack. He isn't done though and bear hugs Cash into an overhead suplex. Cash manages to stop him with an eyelash rake. Kid Cash keeps slapping Abyss to no effect. Abyss simply picks him up and slams him. For some reason, the monster tries a middle rope splash, which misses of course. Kid Cash tries his own dive, which is stopped, and Abyss powerbombs him. For some reason, they decide to bump the ref so Cash can get a chair, even though he used one earlier. He smacks Abyss in the head, who waves his arms like a toddler learning to swim. Cash isn't strong enough to roll Abyss into a pin. He eventually manages it for a 2 count. Kid Cash has the chair again, but this time it's booted into his face. Cash slips out the backbreaker, but instead runs into the black hole slam, and that's the 3. Abyss's music has changed again. It's an entertaining match, which I wish had gone a little bit longer. After the match, Cash throws powder into his eyes and uses a chair. The big man won't go down, so Cash boots him in the nutsack. Now he's down. Abyss manages to get the last word of a backbreaker. Talking of back, in the back, there's more stuff with the New York crew. Glenn Gilberti calls his guys an embarrassment for losing to 2 guys who ran ECW out of business. He says next week AMW will have to face a mystery tag team that are chosen by him. Tag match now is the Slash Man and Vampiro teaming up against the Gathering. Slash dives out the ring and he's slammed to the floor straight away. He's also DDT'd on the floor. CM Punk heads as Vampiro out the ring. Slash gets in the ring and tries a middle rope dive. Instead he gets Julio Cutter. The heels keep headbutting Punk, who looks a bit worse for wear in this match. Julio eventually gets the tag and hits a nice spinning full Nelson, but the ref is distracted. Vampiro misses a wacky dive and gets booted in the head. Julio stacks the Slash Man on his shoulders and Punk flies in with a nice double team, but the ref still has ADHD. Vampiro hits Julio with the nail in the coffin, and that short match is over. Raven rushes out and does a clunky beatdown on the heels. The Raisin combination takes them both out. Raisin desperately wants to get his hands on James Mitchell, but as usual, he's stopped. So no big match to end on. Instead, it sounds like we're going to end on the AJ Styles promo that's been hyped throughout the show. But for some reason that never happens, because Jarrett takes the time. He wants to talk about Hogan again. AJ does eventually interrupt his promo and they brawl for a couple of seconds and the show ends. Very poor hype for their title match. The show is incredibly unfocused. It should have been AJ and Russo's spot. Just not an amazing show, because lots of the show was taken up with Hogan and Jarrett too. I guess in 2003, rightfully so, but hindsight is a wonderful thing like a punch to the gut. Because we all know now this is a complete waste of time, as Hogan would never come to TNA in 2003. But every dog has its day, and if you don't agree with that, I'm going to make you pay. Talking of Hawks, we start off this show with a memorial to Road Warrior Hawk, who has just passed away. It cuts from that to a replay of Raven trying to end James Mitchell's life. Pretty awkward cut right there. We all know what Mitchell is on, but maybe the problem goes further than him. Anyway, the show actually starts and the music of Sonny, Don't Look at My Ass Siaki is blaring out. Now, then, forever. It's a 6-man tag with the Don't Look at My Ass crew taking on the Free Live crew. The Free Live crew have really weird music here. It's not their normal music, so not sure what happened. Siaki and Truth to start. Really weird start to this match. They're running everywhere like they've been hanging out with James Mitchell. Conrad and Legend square off. Conrad hits an overly dramatic facebuster. Truth connects with a leg drop to the nutsack. Umaga has the tag and he tries to slam Truth, which is reversed into a head scissors. Ekmo kicks up and floors him. He also hits a nice full Nelson slam. The heels are truly on top. Legend punts Truth in the head. When the match turns, Trinity tries to help out the heels, but instead she takes out Siaki. Road Dogg beats Siaki with the pump handle slam. The Don't Look at My Ass crew are directionless. In the back, Scott Hudson is banging on a mouldy door, and a wild slapnuts appears.
Jeff Jarrett.
Scott says there's a big match tonight with AJ Styles and Slapnuts fighting for the title. Jarrett says he's taken out Russo and is excited to finally have his title shot after 4 months of Russo blocking it. Dusty walks up and talks about Hulk Hogan. Dusty says now the whole world is watching TNA. He vows to have Jarrett's back, but at the same time they call each other self-serving son of a bitches. Kid Cash out now, he's been impressive with his character work. He's a very hateable man. He's facing Sanjay Dutt, who recently debuted on the last episode for TNA. This should be fun. Cash calls him small, pretty sure Dutt is taller. It's a frantic start to the match, and as predicted, it is a lot of fun.
Sonjay wants to shake hands. I guess he doesn't know Kid Cash is a dick. They keep reversing each other until Sonjay drop kicks him out the ring and nails a springboard corkscrew dive onto Cash. Don West points out he didn't hit him cleanly. Cash fights back with a springboard into the ring for a 2. Cash locks him in a surfboard variation for like a second. Here comes a top rope dive from Cash, but he takes too long and massively overshoots his frog splash. Dutt hits a springboard back elbow and a crazy DDT out the corner. Dutt was really bringing the unique stuff back then. Dutt comes close to winning again. He gets Cash set up on the top rope, but the superplex is blocked and Jesus Christ, Sonjay Dutt is dead. That's the most obvious 3 of all time. Really nice spot match with a brutal finish.
NWA Impact brings you the Smack of the Week, sponsored by all new Blonde for Men. If you're a brown-haired Potter, put some blonde in it. It makes you look hotter.
Oh man, this guy, the notorious KID, what a dick, but what a wrestler, man. This guy's gonna be the future of the X Division, man. He's got Sonjay Dirt on the top rope, man. He's gonna goozle him, man. He's got him in his clutches. Oh man, he just dropped him like a log into the pisser, and I think he heard his kisser.
That was the NWA TNA Smack of the Week, sponsored by Blonde Just for Men. Get it? Got it? Shove it.
Cash continues beating on the dead body until the Monster Abyss waddles out. These two had a little falling out on the last episode. Cash manages to escape. Dutt tries to crawl up Abyss, but Sonjay soon learns that everybody in TNA is a dick as Abyss kills him for the second time of his life. Sonjay must be a cat or something. In the back, the Don't Look at My Ass crew are trying to get through the mold door. Siaki says it's AJ Styles' locker room and he won't let him in. Siaki says it's in their interest that AJ Styles remains the heavyweight champion. It's a tag title match now for the ECW tag title. Sorry, I got that wrong. I just thought I was watching ECW for a second because it's Roadkill and Doring challenging for the New York Numpties titles. They're of course managed by the gifted Glenn Gilberti. How is he gifted? He has a tennis racket, which is presumably a shot at Jim Cornette. They're also hanging with the master of the cab driver slam, David Young. Doring connects with the panty drop leg drop, but that's just a 2. That's his finisher dead then. Basically, Doring and Roadkill have the match won multiple times, but the heels are cheating, which distracts everybody. Swinger hits the Roadkill with a tag belt, surprisingly just a 2. Roadkill nails a big side slam. Doring takes out the nerds on the outside and Roadkill also slams the Diamond Man. Roadkill is going to dive. He climbs to the top. No, he misses the splash. The New York Numpties win with a move they call the Problem Solver. No, the only problem we've got here is that we've got these guys as tag team champions. Another hype package now about Shane Douglas trying to find people to franchise. He makes boob jokes and promises that next week the new franchise will be revealed. He tells a mystery person that he needs to win the match tonight to impress Shane Douglas. We go from that to an X Division match, so it's obviously one of these 3 guys that Shane Douglas was talking to. Christopher Daniels, who seems to be missing his crackheads, takes on Chris Sabin and the champion Shawn Michaels' cousin. What dumbasses! His entrance starts with Shane Douglas's face and music. Don West laughs and they try not to talk about how they just spoiled their own reveal. The producers of this episode need a punch to the gut. Don West asked today who he thinks Shane Douglas was talking to earlier. Wow, this is embarrassing. It's hard to focus on the match with all this silliness, but this should be a good one. Chris Sabin gets the first 2 off in Northern Lights. AJ Styles is shown shaking in a dark cupboard. Presumably he's been kidnapped. Ugh, Shane Douglas is here, scouting. This is so stupid. Despite the lack of crack, Daniels is dominating. He misses the BME but lands on his feet and flips out the ring to take out Michael Shane. For some reason, he tries an Angel's Wings on the ramp when Sabin crashes into him. Sabin hits the Cradle Shock on Daniels, but the pin is broken up by Shane dragging the referee. Sabin brings him into the ring and he blocks the super kick and almost rolls him up for a 2. Sabin now have a beautiful springboard DDT. Michael Shane gets his foot on the rope. Shane shoves the referee into Sabin and when he turns around, it's Sweet Chin music which connects. Michael Shane is the winner. Talking of crack, James Mitchell is in the back with the Slash Man who has a new look. Mitchell says he's tired of Raven trying to kill him. He accuses Raven of doing something to him before the TNA days. He doesn't reveal what this thing was. Instead, he says Raven has a spot waiting for him in hell because the Slash Man will send him there in this dog collar match tonight. In the ring, Mike today wants to address the rumours about Hulk Hogan in TNA and brings out Hogan's manager Jimmy Hart. Today asks Hart if Hogan has signed with TNA. Hart says he has signed. What a load of rubbish. But at the same time, Hogan won't face Jarrett on the first ever TNA pay-per-view as he's hurt his knee and he has to have an operation. It all ends with Slappy beating up Jimmy Hart. In the back, the gifted Glenn Gilberti says he's rewarding the New York Numpties with massages from Thai girls. He says he isn't done tonight and has a surprise for America's Most Wanted. He brings the Naturals forward and says they will take out the Cowboys. The cab driver is repeating everything that Gilberti says like that one Stone Cold Vince McMahon promo from the Invasion times. That was weird.
Dog collar match now between the Slash Man and the man called Raisin. I hate dog collar matches. Raisin is winning, so Mitchell boots him in the nutsack. It's not enough though, because as expected, Raisin wins with the Raisin effect. Raven gets his hand on James Mitchell before the Vampiro saves him. The Gathering save Raven from a beatdown, but Raisin doesn't seem happy to have their help. In the back, Don Callis is told that now Russo is gone, the door is finally open for Roddy Piper to return to TNA. Don Callis says that won't happen because nobody asked to see an idiot in a kilt. Hudson asked him why he got rid of Jerry Lynn and D'Lo Brown. He says D'Lo Brown is actually back and they pull out a bobblehead doll and play with it. Hudson says it's interesting that Goldilocks has also returned to TNA. The Naturals make their way out now, led by the gifted Glenn Gilberti. They are the team of Andy Douglas and Chase Stevens, and they've been wrestling on Explosion recently. They take on America's Most Wanted, and we start with a big brawl on the ramp. The match is going on really nicely, but of course Disco gets involved, and that leads to the Naturals winning. Eric Watts forces the match to restart. Chase Stevens continues to cheat with a tennis racket. He turns around into a super kick, but Disco drags the referee out. This match is a real mess. The cab driver and Eric Watts are brawling. Chris Harris wins with a crossbody. Could have been good, but instead it was a complete mess. Eric Watts gets his hands on Disco before the red shirt security come to his aid. Then one of the Harris twins makes the save. We have about 10 people in the ring. He cleans house and the Harris twin is everybody's hero. Gotta love the placement of the young ladies behind the commentators. Raven climbs onto the commentary desk. He talks about dog collar matches from history. He promises that next week he will take out Vampiro to get his hands on James Mitchell. It'll be a Dream Blood Gallows of Retribution match. What? It will basically be a match where you have to hang your opponent until they're unconscious. Thanks for coming, Raven. In the back, it's an interview with the world champion. He seems like he's all business. Hudson asks him why he hasn't visited Russo in hospital. AJ is annoyed that Russo was stupid last week and had a fight with Jarrett. AJ says he'll show Jeff why he's phenomenal. The Don't Look at My Ass crew run up and ask what the deal is. They tell AJ that they've got his back, but AJ tells them to stay out of his way. It's a very heated start to the match. Eric Watts has to come to the ring to calm everybody down. AJ smacks Slappy down, he looks really confused. AJ continues doing well with the first two off a springboard crossbody. They brawl on the outside of the ring and into the crowd they go. And you know why that is, don't you? Because every Jeff Jarrett match must have crowd brawling. AJ hits a crazy flip dive out the ring and over the rail. He tries to bring him back into the match, which is stopped by Jarrett. Good match so far. Jarrett decapitates Styles off a clothesline. Nice spinning back suplex for Slapnuts. Wrestlers are all shown watching this big main event. AJ reverses a powerbomb into a pin, but instead tries the Styles Clash. Jarrett blocks that and smashes him with his knee. Big Enziguri kick from Styles for a double down. When they get up, it's all Styles with a sort of powerbomb. We're seeing moves that we don't normally associate with either wrestler. Bit of a botch now. Jarrett throws Styles into the corner, who tries to come back with his flip over, but he gets stuck on Jarrett. Luckily Styles is good, and he turns it into a German suplex instead. Now they're fighting on the top rope. Damn, Jarrett hits a TKO from the top rope. I don't remember seeing him do that before. This match is refreshing. That's a 2 for Jarrett. Jarrett blocks a spin kick and does a nice leg sweep into the figure 4. Oh no, here comes Siaki. Eric Watts won't let Siaki through though. The Dream appears and he smashes Siaki with an elbow. During that ruckus, AJ escapes the figure 4. Jeff Jarrett grabs a chair with the ref distracted. He smacks Styles on the head and the ref turns around to count, but it's just a 2. It's weird that Jarrett and Styles have switched between heel and face without really doing much during this match. AJ has the chair set up, the ref just stares at it. Styles traps Jarrett's head and he climbs up but misses his leg drop. AJ misses another kick and there's the stroke into the steel chair. What? How does AJ kick out of that? That's a bit silly. Jarrett grabs the title belt now. For some reason, Watts takes exception to him using the belt. They were just using a chair. AJ almost rolls him up. More distractions and Jarrett hits AJ with the belt. That's the 3. Why did the ref need to be distracted? What a mess. This was so good, but then every single match tonight has been ruined with so much dumb stuff happens. Presumably they wanted Slappy as champion in case Hogan signed for TNA and then they could have an epic Bash at the Beach match again. Jarrett cuts a promo saying he's taking care of everybody in TNA. Don Callis is celebrating. Since when were they teammates? Jimmy Hart is screaming somewhere. The camera really struggles to find him. It's so jarring hearing his screaming voice but not being able to see him. They eventually find him on a video screen. Hart claims that as revenge for the beating earlier in the night, he'll bring somebody to TNA to beat up Jeff Jarrett. That's that. Typical TNA, incredible action which is ruined by constant dumb moments. They were having a 5-star match there and they ruined it. That one should have gone down in history. Let's check out the next episode. Jimmy Hart is stood by a limo, refusing to reveal who's inside the limo. He teases opening the door for a few minutes, but ultimately he's going to make Slapnuts wait for his surprise.
The opening contest is the gifted Glenn Gilberti and the Master of the Cab Driver Slam teaming up. They'll take on America's Most Wanted. It feels like these guys lose every match. Young and Storm keep doing flips over each other. They prove to be completely even and have a standoff. It's not really two guys you normally see fighting. Gilberti tells the cabbie that wasn't good enough. He walks into a drop toe hold and Harris is in. They smash the cabbie of double team moves for a 2. Harris then hits a delayed 10-second suplex to the cab driver. More double teaming from America's Most Wanted. Gilberti pulls his own tag team partner out the ring and yells at him. The cabbie can't make it back into the ring as Storm dives down on them and Harris does the same. Gilberti hits Harris in the back with a tennis racket to finally turn the match. Now Gilberti is happy to join the match. For some reason his offense all looks really silly. David Young misses a splash as the ring almost implodes. He's not done though. He reverses the catatonic and there it is. The cab driver slam. The cab driver slam. It's over. No, it's not because Gilberti refuses to make the tag. Storm drop kicks Young and waits for the tag. He gets it. Storm snaps off the Hurricanrana and super kicks the cabbie. Gilberti breaks the pin up but soon regrets it as Storm beats him around the ring. Storm hits a power slam and the ref refuses to count because Gilberti isn't legal. Harris returns and gets rid of Disco. Storm puts the cabbie in the sharpshooter. Disco distracts the ref and hits Storm with a tennis racket. When the ref turns around, it's just a 2. Young has the tennis racket now and he swings and misses as Harris hits a spear. Gilberti is in the ring and hits the chart topper and also takes out Storm. He's unable to hit the Village People elbow and runs into a super kick. America's Most Wanted beat David Young with a heart attack and the death sentence. A decent match, which was weirdly booked. Why did Disco refuse to have the tag after Young hit his finisher? Surely that would be the perfect time to tag in. Chris Harris on the microphone demands a tag title shot next week. In the back, Shawn Michaels' cousin Michael Shane is screaming that he's facing Sanjay Dutt in a non-title match. He says he was advised not to put the title on the line. Instead, he says there should be a tournament to decide his next opponent. They still don't acknowledge Shane Douglas. That match is now. 2 quick pinning attempts from Sanjay Dutt. It's all Sanjay. He's not doing anything insane like the last match though. It's still hard to believe he was only 2 years into his wrestling career at this point. He's a guy who probably came along a bit too soon. Finally, the match turns when Sanjay tries to skin the cat, but instead he's speared to the floor. Shane slowly climbs to the top, but unsurprisingly, Dutt drop kicks him and hits a big flip dive out of the ring. He also hits a crazy springing elbow drop. This guy has some mad hops. Unfortunately for him, he misses the Hindu press and Michael Shane rolls him up. Are you guys impressed by Michael Shane? I'm not really sure what he does. He just seems to win. Maybe that's the point. Is his only move the super kick? In the back, Dusty Rhodes refuses to speculate on who's in Jimmy Hart's limo. He also says Jarrett must be lonely as champion. Why would he be lonely? He always has loads of people around him. Apparently, Booker T has been asking Dusty Rhodes why Jarrett did what he did at Bash at the Beach. I'm so confused. This promo was all over the place. The red shirt security are here. Oh, hello. Best cage dancer yet, if you ask me. They'll be taking on Eric Watts and a Harris twin. How exciting. No, it's not. I'd rather stare at that cage dancer for the next 10 minutes. Eric Watts starts with a hip toss and a dropkick. The Harris twin has the tag and he boots Northcutt in the ribs. Don't you just love storylines about feuding security teams? He lands a bunch of corner clotheslines and a double team elbow of Eric Watts. The Terminator eventually takes a cheap shot and drags Watts out. Northcutt has to awkwardly delay his leg drop. There's the pump handle suplex from Northcutt. He drop toe holds Watts onto the ropes. You know, I didn't realise that this Kevin Northcutt came from the WCW power plant. I've also noticed they're really limiting the Terminator's ring time. Goldilocks attacks Don Callis because she's the one dating Eric Watts. Callis throws handcuffs to Northcutt, but he can't use them and he's rolled up by the Harris twin. Why is this guy getting such a big push? The red shirts are bad losers and kill the Harris twin. Watts comes back in with big boots. He almost takes out Callis, but the red shirts stop him. Watts is killed with a really bad looking spike pile driver. I'm not sure what's going on here. More Hogan stuff. Skip. Jarrett eventually calls out Jimmy Hart, but instead he gets hair gelled Styles. AJ asks for a title rematch. Jarrett says he's fallen to the bottom of the barrel and tells him to go back to the X Division. AJ says the X Division is no joke and put the company on the map. AJ says he made the division. X marks the spot and Jarrett is stood in the spot. The red shirt security aggressively stop AJ Styles. Don Callis is on the mic and he tells AJ Styles he isn't booked on the card so he can go home. It looks so funny as he's dragged away. Jarrett goes back to calling out Jimmy Hart. Now he gets Dusty Rhodes, who also asks for a title shot. Jarrett smacks his hat off and tells Mike Tenay to get Dusty out of the ring. Tenay isn't security. How is he supposed to do that? Tenay shakes his head with anger. The segment ends. A waste of time. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. It's Glenn Gilberti again. How many segments will I have to sit through? The New York numpties say they want to face America's Most Wanted for the title. Disco calls over Sonny, "Don't look at my ass, Siaki." He asks if Siaki can take out AMW. He says maybe later, he has a match now. Trinity, Siaki and Umaga make their way out. I miss when Siaki was like The Rock. They'll be facing Doring and Roadkill. Doring takes out Siaki with a nice flurry of offense. Eventually his head scissors is reversed into a side slam. Roadkill makes a blind tag and nails a big front slam and an elbow drop. This might not last long. Power slam now, straight into the panty drop leg drop. Siaki bails from the ring. He catches Doring's diving hurricane and bashes his head into the steps. I felt that one. Umaga is legal and he squashes Doring. Roadkill has to break the pin up. Oh no, Gilberti is here again. Why? He's nagging Siaki and Trinity for their help. Umaga gets a 2 off a leg drop. Siaki and Umaga nail a big double team slam. It's really not going well for Doring. He gets a Siaki suplex into the corner now. Umaga misses his splash and in comes the big man. He side slams Siaki and squashes the Samoan in the corner. Big jumping jawbreaker from Doring, but he's forgotten about Umaga who hits the Samoan drop, which I'm okay with. Roadkill takes him down with a springboard shoulder block. He can't hit the splash as Siaki shoves him. Umaga kips up off the mat now and super kicks Roadkill. There's the top rope splash for the 3. Disco climbs into the ring to try and encourage the Don't Look at My Ass club. Siaki says next week he will do it. He will take out America's Most Wanted, and Trinity doesn't agree with that decision as she storms off. Out now, it's known dickhead Kid Cash. He's actually taken on Abyss. Surprised this is happening already. I thought it would have a little bit more build up. It'll be a first blood chair on a pole match. Why on a pole? I have absolutely no idea. Cash kicks him in the nutsack, but he's still unable to take the chair down. Abyss kills Cash and he throws him into the lights. Abyss tries a goofy looking splash from the middle rope, but he can't land it. Cash hits the springboard flipping dropkick. I love that move. Cash has now retrieved the chair. He can't hit Abyss with the chair and it's punched into his face. Abyss gets the chair set up in the corner. Cash is soon slingshotted into that chair. Cash manages to block the next move with a chair to the nutsack, and there's the smash mouth from Kid Cash. He also does a Sabu inspired dive out of the ring. Cash looks for a top rope dive now, but lovely foreshadowing from Abyss as he waits with his hand patiently on the chair, and of course he blocks Cash's dive with it. Once again the chair is set up in the corner. Cash dodges him in the corner as Abyss goes headfirst into the chair. He isn't hurt and he black hole slams Kid Cash. Someone is bleeding, everybody is confused. Abyss hits Cash over the head with the chair. Suddenly they've realised that Abyss is bleeding. Kid Cash wins. To be fair, it was good, and it makes you want to see Abyss kill Kid Cash even more. Abyss is a bad loser and he throws the chair at Cash. He also hits a backbreaker on the ref. He completely snaps and kills the security team. This is when Abyss was better. He wasn't doing goofy mannerisms or faces. He's not crying, he's just a monster. Yay, it's Shane Douglas. He has apparently recruited a woman. Douglas says the woman doesn't deserve camera time. I didn't know Shawn Michaels' cousin had boobs. James Mitchell is here, Vampiro. He's been very low-key in TNA. Mitchell says he hasn't slept in 3 days because Raven keeps prank calling him talking about Dream Blood. Vampiro will face Raven tonight in a hanging match. That match is now. Would have been nice to hear from Vamp. Why does he look like the Hamburglar? Raven looks like he ate the Hamburglar. Who's ready to watch a garbage match? Not me. Don West makes fun of the fact that nobody knows the proper name of this match. Raven powerbombs Vamp, but he can't put the collar around his neck. Now he drop toe holds Vamp into the chair. He does manage to collar Vampiro, and Raven starts hanging him, but he manages to escape it with a low blow from James Mitchell. Vamp boots a chair into Raven's face. He also hits a big wacky spin kick from the top. Vampiro wraps a chain around his own head and headbutts Raven. I'm not even sure if that makes sense. Vamp steals the Raven effect and he collars Raven. Raven is hung over the ropes. He bravely refuses to pass out and he keeps struggling. After a long struggle, he manages to drag himself to the apron and frees himself. Raven battles back. He puts 2 dog collars on Vamp and fetches a trash can. Vamp falls down after 3 shots to the head. Now Raven fetches a table. He hits a terrible looking DDT off the top rope into the table. Clearly Raven took all of that impact. Raven wins the match by hanging Vampiro with James Mitchell watching on. Not sure why he didn't stop Raven this time. It doesn't even make sense. He stopped him earlier. Oh. Mitchell climbs into the ring and tries to throw a fireball at Raven, which misses. Everybody bails. CM Punk is in the ring. Raven begs CM Punk to leave him alone. He says now he's taken out James Mitchell, he will get him in a one-on-one last man standing match. Don't you just love how the manager is the final hurdle in that feud? All that's left now is Slapnuts facing Jimmy Hart's Mystery Man. Hart says this man has heart and he has desire, and it's Hacksaw Jim Duggan. The crowd sound annoyed. Hacksaw says he's loyal to Hulk Hogan. The highlight is Jim Duggan using a pumpkin as a weapon. Duggan nails a choke slam. Jarrett no-sells it. Duggan gets distracted by his stick. Callis stops Duggan from using the stick. When he turns around, Jarrett's got a guitar waiting for him. That's the 3. Broke 10,000 guitars and never drew a dime. Jarrett calls out Hogan. Jimmy Hart isn't done and Rick Steiner is in the ring behind Jarrett. It's just crowd brawling because every Jeff Jarrett match must have crowd brawling. Somehow Rick Steiner lasts less time than Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Then there's a ref bump. Somehow Jarrett has another guitar and he smacks Steiner. The bell is rung, so why was the ref bumped? Jimmy Hart is back and he announces that next week Sting will face Jarrett. Jarrett dumps in his nappy of fear and the show ends. Way too much Glenn Gilberti. He really isn't that gifted. Ultimately, there isn't many wrestlers to get excited about, and that might be the biggest problem on this show. Jimmy Hart is in the back bragging that he's got the man called Sting to face Jarrett tonight. We actually start straight off with a match, and it's a tag match. On a night where Sting is wrestling in TNA, the dumbasses book Laz, who is almost identical to Sting in every single way, except he sucks. He teams with Kid Cash to take on The Gathering, Julio De Niro and CM Punk. The image of seeing Punk sell for Laz is funny. As usual, Julio is outshining his partner. I'm not saying he's better, I'm just saying in TNA he was more impressive. Nice slam from Julio which causes Laz to dump in his thong with fear and he cuddles his partner. Laz and Kid Cash are partners who don't get on. Cash reluctantly works with his partner to backdrop suplex Julio. Laz connects with a Northern Lights suplex for a 2. Now Laz and Cash hit a double back body drop. This whole thing is bizarre. It seems like TNA actually wanted to do something with Laz because he's booked like a threat here. Kid Cash hits a front slam and a springing moonsault. I never expected such a competitive match here. Laz with a diving neckbreaker now for yet another 2. A competitive match turns ridiculous now as Laz makes jokes wanting to be behind Julio whilst Cash wants to slam Julio. Cash can't take the shenanigans anymore and a shove-off starts. That allows Julio to tag out. CM Punk is a hawk on fire despite being against a comedy jobber team. Although Punk is the legal man, Julio is almost beaten by a high-low. Punk takes out Cash on the outside and the Gathering win with the near-death experience. What a silly match. The Gathering only won because one guy got distracted and wanted to shove it in another. If Laz hadn't got distracted by his urges, he probably would have won. Kid Cash is a bad loser and kills his partner with a powerbomb until the Monster Abyss stumbles out to make the save. Cash dumps in his nappy of fear and runs away. Somewhere backstage, Raven is alone in a dark 4-cornered room staring at the candles. He brags about eliminating all James Mitchell's new church members. Tonight, Raisin is facing Jim Mitchell in a last man standing match. Quote the Raisin, nevermore. Mike Tenay is in the ring screaming that out next is the self-proclaimed Mr. October of professional wrestling. Because he's had a pretty good month. Oh, I wonder who that could be. Of course, a wild Slapnuts appears.
Jeff Jarrett.
The crowd desperately chant for Hogan. If only they knew. If only they knew. Jarrett says everybody is talking about him and proudly shows off a Japanese newspaper which talks about Slapnuts attacking Hogan. Slapnuts wants to know when he's allowed to face Hogan and says it could happen in Mexico in front of 50,000 people. I wonder if or when the Hulkster has even wrestled in Mexico. Slapnuts sends Mike Tenay out the ring as he grits his teeth and squirts blood in his nappy. Tenay is very disappointed that he's no longer allowed to interview Slapnuts. Jeff Jarrett is interrupted by AJ Styles, who is in the crowd, but the camera struggles to find him. AJ tells him he should stop worrying about Hogan and Sting and instead worry about AJ. Styles wants his world title rematch. Randomly a box appears showing Sonny, don't look at my Asiaki. Slapnuts basically says that Styles isn't a draw and nobody is talking about him. In a common childish outburst from this time, AJ responds simply telling Jarrett that he sucks. Jarrett tells AJ to go back to the X Division, but Styles has no interest in doing that. He says he's coming for Jarrett and a brawl begins. AJ manages to block the stroke and drop kicks Jarrett, but then red shirt security start punching Styles and he takes them out of a load of kicks. But he does turn around into a Jeff Jarrett chair shot. Guess it's back to the X Division for him. Jarrett goes back to cutting his promo about Sting. He calls him Batman and says, same bat channel, same bat ring. Not the greatest line I've ever heard. Randomly, the Abyss attacks the red shirt security. Get them, Abyss, kill these annoying pricks. No, the Terminator boots Abyss in the head as another beating commences. Abyss isn't finished though and he terminates the Terminator. He's about to chokeslam Don Callis when Northcutt breaks it up. Before Abyss can backbreak a Northcutt, Callis starts threatening to fire Abyss, but these were the days before the idiot's annoying days, and he was actually cool. He does the backbreaker anyway and then chases Callis away. In the back, Jim Mitchell is talking about his match with Raven tonight. Mitchell accuses Raven of always preying on people that are weaker than him, but Mitchell has a mind of his own and isn't scared of Raven. Raven will not be able to outthink James Mitchell and his brain power will help him defeat Raven tonight. Then Shane Douglas makes his way out, and I suddenly feel really tired for some reason. He's facing the Sandman in an ECW throwback match. It's not actually the worst match you'll ever see. Douglas is still trying at this point, and so is the Sandman. The Sandman does his usual diving leg drop with Douglas hanging over the ropes, followed by a slingshot leg drop and a bump and grind into a Frankensteiner. Unfortunately, he's too drunk to make a cover. He does eventually make a cover after the White Russian, but Douglas kicks out. Then Tracy Brooks randomly dives on the Sandman, and they call that move the Pie in the Sky. Douglas hits a belly to belly, which strangely isn't the finish, so he simply does another. Now it's over. Tracy Brooks has been franchised. She says there's nothing that she wouldn't do for Shane Douglas. Jimmy Hart is also sat in a dark room for some reason. I think TNA couldn't afford their electric bill on this show. He randomly talks about the Bash at the Beach incident in WCW, and he starts screaming why as the camera pans to show Sting screaming why. That was actually pretty cool. Out now, it's the Don't Look at My Ass Club. Apparently they're having trouble deciding who's in charge of this group. They take on America's Most Wanted. Siaki and the Cowboy are obsessed with doing arm drags. It's actually a really good start to the match. I think Storm wins that exchange as Siaki misses a flip. Chris Harris isn't backing down from Umaga, but he can't knock him down and he's dumped on his ass. For some reason, he tags Siaki straight back in, who instantly starts losing. Harris kills him with a delayed vertical suplex. Siaki and Umaga start cheating to turn the match. It's not the greatest tag match I've ever seen. It does get better when Harris is in. He's got some really impressive shows of strength. He was a really strong guy back then. Umaga presses Harris up into the Siaki cutter for a 2. Storm takes Umaga away and hits a dangerous neck snapper on Siaki, and it just didn't look right. It should be over, but it's not. Miscommunication, and Umaga squashes Siaki in the corner. Harris connects with the spear, but no, it's just a 2. A chair ends up in the ring, but for some reason Trinity slides it to Chris Harris. He looks as confused as I was. He bashes Umaga in the face. Trinity now starts distracting the referee. It seems that she can't make her mind up if she wants to help or hinder. Harris tries to do the catatonic on Siaki when out of the blue, the master of the cab driver slam hits Chris Harris with a tennis racket. Siaki lips for the 3. What a strange match. Surely Siaki deserves a tag title shot now. In the back is the gifted Glenn Gilberti. How is he gifted? He has his New York nerds with him. They're very happy that AMW just lost because they don't want to face them for the belts. And I guess that means that AMW can't have a shot because they lost to the Don't Look at My Ass Club. The cabbie randomly blurts out that he's booked a match for tonight. When does he have the power to book a match? And he'll be facing the Free Life Crew and he wants Disco to team with him. Disco is scared, but the New York nerds encourage him to have the match to eliminate more tag teams for them. Now we have a wacky X Division Battle Royal. The Warrior Loki is the first man, the second man is Crisp Saban. We also have Sonjay Dutt. Johnny Storm randomly returns from England. Chad Collier, who was trained by Dean Malenko. Crisp Daniels, a man called X, who just doesn't look like he belongs here. This is actually PCO as far as I know. It's a very chaotic match. Everyone basically takes a turn doing a move in the middle of the ring whilst everyone else tries to keep out of their way. Johnny Storm hits a nice driver and tries to take a dive, but Daniel stops him, but Shark Boy comes to his rescue. I must have missed that Shark Boy was even here. Storm does a Frankensteiner to Shark Boy, who is caught by X and hit with a Death Valley driver. It is very fun having someone different in there. He also hits a huge pop-up powerbomb on Johnny Storm, and our first man is eliminated. Quickly followed by the Shark Boy. X hits a brutal suplex to Sonjay Dutt in the corner. He throws up the X sign, but the crowd boo. He doesn't care and press slams Sonjay Dutt out of the ring. Impressive performance. Triple X are working against Chad Collier, who I'm surprised is still in this thing. Oh, never mind, there he goes, thanks to Daniels. Ish revealed that all of these guys have now qualified for an X Division tournament, but the match continues anyway. Not sure what the winner gets, maybe it's a punch to the gut. Daniels is powered to the mat. The Warrior rolls out of his way and tries a cartwheel, which is caught and turned into a buckle bomb. X isn't done and he hits a massive Impaler DDT. This is incredible, what a debut. Perhaps a future Ring of the Hawk competitor. He does get caught on the top, and Daniel slams him to the mat, and Saban punctuates that of a splash. The smaller guys get to fight for a bit now. Saban hits a lovely backbreaker. They're apparently idiots though and don't want to try to work together to eliminate the big man. Triple X have a little falling out. It's a fun exchange, but they've forgotten about everyone else, and Saban launches them both out the ring. The final two, Saban and X, spill out the ring through the middle rope. X sends Saban into the steps. Back in the ring, X hits a package pile driver on a steel chair. The refs just don't care, they've gone home or something. X launches Saban out the ring and he's won. Absolutely nothing. I love this match, really fun and excited to see what else X can do. Don Callis agrees that it was a very good match. He's probably been planted in the division by Callis. Callis then flips because apparently Roddy Piper is doing an interview next. Piper has nothing interesting to say and just talks about Russo the entire time. Imagine going to the hassle of getting someone this big on your show and just having them talk about Vince Russo. Out now is the team of the master of the cab driver slam David Young and gifted Glenn Gilberti. How is he gifted? Disco is very upset that the cabbie has forced him into this match. They take on the Free Live crew. It'll be Truth and the Mouldy One. Gilberti keeps pretending that he can't do up his laces. Out of nowhere, it's the cab driver slam, the cab driver slam. It's over. But no, it's not, because Gilberti is now happy to join the match. He hits the Village People's elbow for a 2. There's a bit of a botch where the cabbie doesn't get under the Truth's float over. He quickly moves on with a DDT. The match breaks down. The cabbie is left alone with the Mold Dog. Dog wants to use a chair, which distracts the referee. Dog uses that distraction as an opportunity to hit the cabbie with the tennis racket. R-Truth wins with an axe kick. A bit of a disappointing match following the previous one. There's a big tag team brawl after the match involving other teams, and Chris Harris cuts a raging promo calling Disco Inferno a worthless piece of crap. He proclaims that the tag belts belong to AMW and he demands a rematch. Mold Dog disagrees and calls them Butch Cassidy and the Tommy Hilfiger Kid. He wants the tag shot for his team. Team Don't Look at My Ass also want to speak on this. Siaki says he deserves the tag title shot because Gilberti owes him one. Gilberti says that he didn't make any deals when the cabbie stupidly admits that a deal was made. This is all too much for Glenn Gilberti and he storms off. Father James Mitchell and Raven have their match. It actually seems like it's going to be a proper match, no shenanigans. Mitchell has been annoying Raven for months, and this is the payoff. It's the last man standing. It's not actually as one-sided as you would expect, as the Sinister Minister puts the chair to good use. Raven does inevitably make his comeback. This is one of those last man standing matches where you apparently need to get a 3 count first. At the very first time of asking after the Raisin effect, Mitchell is pinned for the 3 and it's over. He stays down for 10 seconds. Raven celebrates the match by hanging a man. He then grabs a mic and says he is now clear to go after the World Heavyweight title. As usual, he tells the gathering to leave him alone and let him do his own thing. For some reason, CM Punk responds by begging Raven not to leave them. He sounds like a whiny ex-girlfriend. This man had a long way to go on the mic. Before the main event, the Warrior returns and says next week he's going to beat up Christopher Daniels in a match and Triple X is finished. In your main event, a man called Slapnuts faces a man called Sting for the world title. This is Sting's second match for TNA. The match takes a while to start. It doesn't help that Jarrett keeps running away. Once we do get underway, it's all Sting. The camera is shaking like crazy. I don't think it's my recording. This crowd is shaking the entire building for Sting. Sting gets the Scorpion on quickly of Slapnuts escaping. On the outside, Sting has a Sting blanket, which he puts on Jarrett's head and smacks him one. What a souvenir for that young lady. We get crowd brawling, because every Jeff Jarrett match must have crowd brawling. Sting uses a chair in the crowd. Then Sting uses an actual fan as a weapon. First for me in wrestling. Finally back in the ring and it really looks like we're getting a new champion tonight. Sting is all over him like a bad t-shirt. Then there's a ref bump. Jarrett tries a belt shot but misses. Not sure why the ref needed to be bumped. They've been using weapons the whole match. Sting hits the Scorpion Death Drop when Don Callis takes out the referee. I knew it was going too smoothly. Callis distracts the referee as Jarrett lands a belt shot. But no, Jimmy Hart won't let it go down like that. The match continues. Slappy misses a dropkick and once again Sting has the deathlock on. The red shirt security rush the ring. Sting takes out the geeks. Jarrett smacks Sting with a chair and the match is thrown out. Did you expect anything less? They continue beating on Sting. Finally, Raven emerges from the back, smiling. Raven hits a bad-looking superkick on a red shirt. Now there's a terrible Irish whip into the corner. After a while, Slapnuts kicks him in the head. Whoever has been ringing the bell for 5 non-stop minutes needs a punch to the gut. AJ Styles flies into the ring with a springboard. It doesn't help and the red shirts take him out too. Then, randomly, Abyss hits the ring. Wow, that was cool seeing him associate with the main eventers. Give me some more of that. AJ Styles, like a geek, tries to raise his hand, but Abyss attacks him too. Jarrett wants to hit Sting with a guitar, but Sting blocks it with his bat. Sting hits everybody with the bat, heels and faces, and he is the last man standing. On the ramp, Don Callis, who really needs a tan, says next week Raisin will be facing the red shirts. Can't say that I'm looking forward to that. Sting says he likes being in TNA and he's coming back next week, but he'll only come back if AJ agrees to be his tag team partner. They will be facing Jarrett and his man Lex Luger. Sting looks like he's catching flies, and the show ends. Pretty much the whole show was bad except the X Division. Jarrett was all over this show. Let's check out your second episode of the video. Sadly, this one starts off with a memorial to the life of Crash Holly. It's a shame we never got to see more of Mad Mikey in TNA. That gimmick was really going somewhere, I loved it. Once again, the show starts with Jimmy Hart. I wish he'd disappear from this company. AJ Styles climbs out of his limo looking like Hart just gave him a happy ending. Sting says it's showtime. So it seems that a decision has been made to put all these tag teams in a gauntlet match to decide things. The members will enter on their own, so Mold Dog and Chris Harris to start us off. It's not a bad start. Harris slips away from the shake, rattle and roll and hits a spear. The next man out is the hold in my ass, Sonny don't look at my ass Siaki. And he's eliminated straight away by Dog and Harris. This is not acceptable.
NWA Impact brings you the Smack of the Week, sponsored by all new Blonde for Men. If you're a brown-haired Potter, put some blonde in it. It makes you look hotter.
Oh man, it's Sunday Siaki. This guy's gonna be the future of TNA, man. This dude's from the Samoan royal family, man. This guy's gonna kick some serious butt in there. He's in there with a road dog, Jesse James, man. They said Sunday Siaki running, man. Oh, he's out, man. I'm in complete disbelief. Sunday Siaki's run was so brief.
That was the NWA TNA Smack of the Week, sponsored by Blonde Just for Men. Get it? Got it? Shove it.
The How Is He Gifted man is up next. He refuses to get into the ring. Eventually the guys catch him, but for some reason they don't try to eliminate him. The master of the cab driver slam is here next, who's Gilberti's partner. He hits a cab driver slam on Chris Harris and a power slam on Mold Dog. Out next, it's CM Punk, who I wasn't even aware was a contender. He takes out the cabbie and disco of a crossbody. Chris Harris stops his brief dominance. James Gorm is here now. Storm almost smacks his own partner one. The Cowboys hit a heart attack on David Young and they also eliminate Gilberti in comedic fashion. I guess TNA no longer see Gilberti as a main eventer. Good. Here comes Fatu now. He quickly press slams Punk out of the ring. He also eliminates the cabbie as Julio De Niro joins the match. Chris Harris and Mold Dog eliminate each other. The final guy in there is Ron the Truth Killings. Fatu throws out Julio De Niro. He's been a real force in this match. Fatu squashes the other guys with his ass, one cheek each, but he's too cocky and tries to do it again, and this time the guys kick him out of the ring. The remaining two guys actually fight for a long time, but they can never just let them go in this company. David Young returns, which distracts everybody. Gilberti sneaks into the ring and hits James Storm with a steel chair. Truth hits the back sack and crack for the 3. So I guess this means that Gilberti would rather have 3 Live Crew get a tag shot? This was hard to figure out. It seems like either team could be a threat. Why does he view 3 Live Crew as less of a threat? Don Callis is with the red shirt nerds in the back. He threatens Raven. Then Abyss walks up, who is randomly with Don Callis now, which doesn't even make sense because Abyss was against him on the last show. He tells Abyss he's taking him straight to the top. Tenay is in the ring with Slapnuts, arriving to cut yet another lengthy promo. We waste even more time because Jarrett refuses to speak to Mike Tenay and instead wants Dom West. He blathers on for 5 minutes about Hulk Hogan coming to TNA when thankfully Raven interrupts his ramblings. Raven has Crash written on his belly, which is a nice touch from Raven. Raven is offended that Jarrett isn't thinking about giving him a match. Raven is jumped by the red shirt nerds. Northcutt repeatedly hits Raven with a microphone, which looks like it barely hurts. Just like last week, it's a 3-on-1 beatdown and Jarrett hits a stroke on the steel chair. The next match is the Fallen Angel Christopher Daniels taking on Low Key. This should be good. Sonjay Dutt is shown warming up for the match when Dom West says he's never asked to be here. Well, I didn't ask to be here either. First big move is a springboard dropkick from Daniels which sends Low Key from the ring. Daniels punctuates it with a split-legged moonsault. Christopher Daniels dominates in the ring. I only just realised that they've randomly dropped his crackhead followers gimmick. I miss those guys. Low Key comes back with a springboard kick for a double down. Daniels misses the BME, which Low Key tries to take advantage of, but his armbar isn't very well thought out. Low Key's next submission is stopped too as Daniels hits the fall from Grace and the Angel Wings. Low Key kicks out, so that's Daniels' finisher dead. The Warrior makes his comeback with a bunch of kicks, including one of the cartwheel variety. Low Key can't hit the key crusher and Daniels rolls him into a pin. Well, that was slightly easier for him than I expected. Weird short match. Thought it would be a bit better. I guess we need more time for Slapnut promos. Daniels advances to a triple threat for next week to decide the number 1 contender. Triple X shake hands, but X storms the ring and hits a package piledriver on Daniels. Low Key grimaces with fear. X will also be in the triple threat next week, so I guess that's what he won. The ability to skip one match. Raven is crying on the floor. CM Punk is hyped and expects to be Raven's partner tonight to face the Red Shirts. Another X Division match is Chad Collier versus Sonjay Dutt. I'm not quite as excited for this one. Apparently Sonjay is only here because Chris Sabin should be here, but he got injured in that last match. Sonjay kicks Collier out the ring and crashes down on him with a crossbody. The crowd are dead for this one. They don't care about Chad Collier hitting a butterfly suplex, and they don't care about the Texas Cloverleaf. I don't know why they gave this match so much time between two relatively unknowns. Dutt hadn't even been with TNA long at this point. Sonjay eventually hits a big DDT for a 2. He tries a lion salt, but apparently Collier gets his knees up and hits a German suplex. It's still not over. Dutt reverses the Cloverleaf into a pin for the 3. The right man won. Seeing as Collier failed to get the Cloverleaf on 3 times, I suggest he goes back to see Dean Malenko and gets some more training. X appears on the ramp and he slams Sonjay Dutt into it. Now it's a pre-recorded interview of Eric Watts and Goldilocks. This was weird. They do name association. Watts calls Lex Luger a $1 million body of a 10-cent mind. Goldilocks calls Scott Hudson a job stealer. Why is any of this happening? They ask Goldilocks about China, Joni Laura's new CD? I've googled it and I've no idea what they're even talking about. China had a musical career? Let me know in the comments, because I spent a while googling and the only thing I can find is a song with someone called Reggie Benjamin called Ride, but I can't see that she had her own CD or anything. Her participation in the song in question is her barely singing and just making sex noises. It's a waste of time.
Baby, won't you take a ride to the other side?
In the back, Scott Hudson is trying to interview Lex Luger, but instead he gets a wild slapnuts. Why is that door like that? Is this a prison or something? Here comes the Monster Abyss. He's taking on Don Harris, who is still hanging around with the weedy black shirt security. What a match this should be. I'm joking, it sucks. It's not the sort of match I book, because you want to build up this Monster Abyss, but he's never going to get a strong match against Don Harris. He actually spends most of the match losing too, and it's almost over to a chokeslam. Abyss has to rely on cheating from his new manager Don Callis, and he wins with a black hole slam. A stupid trash match. Abyss keeps beating people up until randomly AJ Styles makes the save. Abyss throws him out the ring, AJ just shrugs and dives straight back into the ring for head scissors. That was cool to be fair, sign me up for a feud between these two. Scott Hudson is in the back with a 3 Live crew. Konad brags that they're coming for the tag titles. Chris Harris marches up and said they're coming for them regardless of who wins the belts. Oh no, not more security people. But an interesting plot twist this time is the red shirt security. This show sucks so badly at this point, it's dying out for stars. Raven is their opponent, but he looks like a piece of trash. Raven reveals that he's picked a partner for tonight and it'll be the Sandman. Pepsi Punk can't be happy about this one. Weapons are immediately used. The Terminator is knocked into the crowd with a kendo stick. It's going so easy for the ECW guys that they have time to stop for beers. The referee suddenly decides that he wants this to resemble a standard tag match and he sends the guys to their corners. Hardcore Hack hits a bulldog and a slingshot leg drop. He keeps going and drapes Northcutt over the ropes and hits the guillotine leg drop. Raven has the tag. Pretty quickly the Terminator cheats and the match is turned. Northcutt does all the heavy lifting for his team because the Terminator is still too green. It's all over when the match is thrown out when Joey Legend interferes. The Gathering disobey Raven's orders and they clear the ring. Punk is still desperately sucking up to Raven. Like complete dumbasses, they get jumped. Our hero for this segment will be Eric Watts. It's difficult when you have wrestlers of this caliber and you have to watch it, but you know it sucks. Who am I meant to be cheering for here? Eric Watts reminds us that he has the power in the company. It feels like this idea is dropped and restarted on almost a weekly basis. Where was he last week? He didn't have any power last week. He makes a House of Fun match for next week. Fun? That name is probably false advertising. Just like that, we're at the main event. Sting teams up with AJ Styles. Entering with Jimmy Hart is an unusual image. They take on Slapnuts and Lex Luger. It's good to see that Luger is still in physical condition here, well at least from an external view. Before the match can start, Don Callis has to cut a promo running down AJ Styles. He reminds Styles he doesn't belong in the ring with legends. Luger also wishes to cut a promo and he calls AJ AC Styles. Lex Luger reiterates that he doesn't belong in the ring with them. Sting has the mic now. He yells AJ Styles in the house and tells Luger and Jarrett that they aren't good enough to be in AJ's league. This was a cool early endorsement from Sting. And Luger pulling fake scared faces is hilarious. Hang on, why did they all get to talk except for Styles? I guess he'll do his talking in the ring. But not first, as he doesn't start this match. It's actually best when Luger is in there with Styles because Styles can make all his power moves look devastating. It's actually just simple hip tosses, but they all look like they hurt. Styles tries to springboard him, but he's caught in a bear hug and dumped to the mat. Luger flexes with happiness and tags Slappy. Considering how much they doubted AJ's ability in the pre-match, you'd think he'd want to prove the doubters wrong. Instead, he's barely managed a move. Luger back in with some simple kicks to the gut. AJ does make a tag, but the ref misses it and Slapnuts powerbombs him. Finally, AJ grazes Slapnuts with a follow-up kick. Once again he makes the tag, and once again the ref has missed it. Luger launches Styles out the ring, but Sting can't take it anymore and storms the ring. He hits the Scorpion Death Drop on Jarrett, and for some reason the ref counts the pin, even though he ain't legal. Luger signals for the wrap. Sting reverses it and awkwardly clears Jarrett from the ring. Styles is back with a top rope dive on Luger, who catches him but is rolled into a pin, just a 1 count. We come back to the ring to see AJ in the torture rack. Sting starts hitting Luger with the baseball bat and AJ rolls Luger into a pin for the 3. There's a post-match attack where Styles still can't do anything. The Monster Abyss saves Slapnuts, the Black Hole slams AJ. Slapnuts brags that he's taken care of Raven and Styles and all that's left now is Hogan. Raven runs into the ring, security beat him up for the 3rd or 4th time in this video. It's over. Couple of things about this. They did nothing here to show that AJ belongs at this level. He did the sum total of nothing, and he only won because of Sting. And as far as Lex Luger's final televised match, it wasn't actually bad from Lex Luger's perspective. Just questionable booking. This episode of TNA really sucked. Every match ended with interference or a beatdown and nobody's getting over. The show starts with Don Callis and the red shirt security. Kill me. Why is Joey Legend now a red shirt security member? He was a wrestler last time I checked. Why is the Abyss pushing out a dump in the background? They're about to start moaning about something when a wild Slapnuts appears.
Jeff Jarrett.
This could be one of the most irritating starts to a show I've ever experienced. They've literally put all the worst characters in the starting segment. Jarrett says that the world is against him and wants to take his title away. Then it gets worse when Jarrett thinks that Joey Legend is Steven Richards. Jarrett asks them all to beat up anybody who's after Jarrett's belt. It feels like this happens every week. Jarrett demands an update on Hulk Hogan. You might think that's the end of anything annoying now, but no. The red shirts are coming to the ring now. The ring is filled with trash. There's also a bunch of random weapons and rubbish hanging everywhere. They're having a match against... Eric Watts, the Sad Man, and the man called Raisin. I don't want to watch it. Fine, it's a mindless weapon match. The red shirt security hit a triple powerbomb on the Sad Man on top of chairs. You could hear a needle drop in the asylum. The Terminator and Eric Watts end up being handcuffed together. Joey Legend and Northcutt get really confused about this and have a long argument about the location of the key. The ECW guys smash their heads in. Watts hits the Terminator in the slash zone. The high point of the match is Goldilocks running to the ring. That's it. That's the high point. The Terminator tries to terminate her. He screams, "Give me the key, you bitch." Watts saves her and she unlocks him with one of those well-known universal handcuff keys. The Terminator gets a guillotine leg drop on his arm and hopefully that writes him off telly. Eric Watts runs wild in the ring with a kick and the chokeslam. Raven beats the Terminator with the Raisin effect. Good, now don't let them ever be on TV again. Raven is annoyed that a tennis racket is blocking the camera's view of his celebrations. Don West tries to flog us some TNA merchandise for a while, including a D'Lo Brown bobblehead, even though D'Lo hasn't been on the show for about 2 months. It's like reverse marketing. Mike Tenay have a pre-recorded interview of AJ Styles. Tenay asks him how he feels about recent accusations that AJ isn't good enough to be a main eventer. AJ runs down a list of all his credentials. Mike Tenay informs us that AJ will be facing Abyss tonight. AJ says that match will be all about survival because he wants to have a match with Slapnuts instead. Out now is the notorious KID Kid Cash. He will be facing the Shark Boy. It seems to be an evenly well-worked start to this match until a botch. Cash tries a crossbody, and both men just sort of slop to the floor. Cash ends up on the outside where the Shark hits a dive. Shark catches Cash with a knee to the noggin on the way back to the ring for a 2. Once again now Cash tries to dive, and this time it's better with a clothesline. Cash is very unhappy at the ref's count and almost pays for it when the Shark Boy small packages him. Cash quickly hits a brutal backbreaker that is barely acknowledged. Shark Boy manages to block his next dive and hits a Frankensteiner. Shark Boy isn't finished and hits the Shark Bite and a Bulldog, which almost turns Cash inside out, just a 2. Cash finally manages something out of a beautiful springing moonsault. It should be over, but it isn't. Cash quickly picks him up, but the Shark slips out of the moneymaker. Cash is a persistent pitbull though and keeps trying and does hit the moneymaker seconds later. It's over. Kid Cash is a bad winner and a dick also, so he tries to strip the Shark Boy of his mask. Oh no, more security. But this time, plot twist, they have black shirts. Predictably, Don Harris comes to Shark Boy's rescue. Kid Cash isn't afraid of him though and he slaps him. He's about to kick Cash's ass when he runs away. In the back, the New York Nerds and the gifted Glenn Gilberti, how is he gifted, are talking about their tag match tonight because the belts are up for grabs against the Free Live Crew. The master of the Cab Driver Slam interrupts. Swinger says, "Why is this schmuck stealing my promo time?" Young desperately wants help because he has to face Crisp Sabin tonight. They tell Young he's not an X Division wrestler and he's screwed. On the way to the ring now is the Don't Look at My Ass crew. They'll be taking on the Gathering of Julio De Niro and CM Punk. They're talking about how the Gathering are no longer in Raven's shadow. I'm pretty sure the last time we saw them, Punk was begging Raven not to disown them. Punk hits the dropkick to Siaki, who doesn't go down. Punk jumps over him but regrets it when he's hit for half Nelson overhead suplex. De Niro is in now. Siaki no-sells his punch and he aggressively shoves him down. Siaki seems to have a chip on his shoulder in this match. The big man is in now. De Niro dives on him but he's caught and slammed. Umaga punctuates it with a knee drop and Punk has to break up the pin. De Niro slips out of a slam but is clotheslined down. The Don't Look at My Ass club hit a double spinebuster now, just the two. Umaga dramatically smacks De Niro down but he misses his splash. The tag is made now to Punk, who runs off Umaga to hit a Shining Wizard on Siaki. He grabs Umaga's big head and kicks Siaki down and hits a DDT on Umaga. Punk isn't done and he sends Umaga from the ring. The Gathering hit a double team side slam elbow drop. Surprisingly, Siaki kicks out. Umaga wakes up and starts clotheslining and kicking the Gathering. The crowd chant ECMO. Not this again. Trinity doesn't want to slide a chair to Siaki. This cost them when comically the Gathering kick Umaga over Siaki and dogpile him for the free. I don't even get why Trinity isn't getting on with her team. Nothing's been established. This loss is not acceptable. God help me. Once again, the red shirt security team are in the back. Apparently the Terminator is badly hurt. Kevin Northcutt grabs the mic. He says Raven isn't a genius. He's actually stupid because now he has to deal with Kevin Northcutt. They'll have a match next week. It's actually a good promo. Don Callis reminds AJ Styles that he now has to face Abyss. David Young, the master of the Cab Driver Slam, has the most generic new music I've ever heard.
Being led by Glenn Gilberti. From Gainesville, Georgia, he weighs in at 200.
He of course has the gifted Glenn Gilberti with him. How is he gifted? And he takes on Crisp Sabin. Well, it's not much of a match. David Young is saying a prayer. Sabin kicks Gilberti off the apron and rolls up David Young. They call it the fastest match in TNA history. It went about 4 seconds. Not a good show for all of our favourite characters this week. Gilberti grabs the mic and says the bell never rang. He says the fans paid for a pay-per-view and this isn't fair on them. He says Sabin is screwing the fans and he goads Sabin back into restarting the match. Chris Sabin almost beats him in 12 seconds with a springboard missile dropkick, but this time the cabbie has the temerity to kick out. Young is mad now and he throws Sabin with a released German. He hits a clothesline with authority as he stomps around the ring looking annoyed. Young puts on a submission but he can't make the crisp crunch. Sabin wakes up and cutters him across the ropes. He smacks out the gifted one. Sabin flies into the ring into a pin, but Glenn tries to help Young stay on his feet. The ref kicks his arm away and Sabin rolls up David Young for the free. The Free Live crew are in the back. Konad makes homosexual jokes about Gilberti. Mold Dog says they'll whip their opponents in 3 different flavours tonight, vanilla, chocolate and burnt almond, and take the tag belts. Harris and Storm interrupt. They argue about who the true number 1 contenders should be. Truth says don't write a check your ass can't cash. Now we get footage of Jimmy Hart on some wacky radio show. Mike Tenay describes this as the most embarrassing moment in TNA history. I guess he didn't watch the first 10 TNA shows then. Basically, Hart was on a radio show hyping up Hogan vs Jarrett again. All of this is unbearable in hindsight, knowing that it will never happen. They talk about the Bash at the Beach incident again. Jarrett storms into the studio and says no one could talk about Bash at the Beach because it's still being discussed in a court of law. Slapnuts fights with the radio host. Hart desperately apologises on the radio and the host is very upset because he says he loved Jeff Jarrett before this. A lot of time is dedicated to these news reports. And if we hadn't heard enough about this stuff, Jimmy Hart is out now. Not long until this trash angle is over. It's eaten so much time over the last few weeks. He rambles on for ages. Because this angle is stalling hard, Hart decides to ask Jarrett about Bash at the Beach again. This is unwatchable. There's some sort of bombshell that Hart is threatening to drop tonight. Jarrett is on edge. He comically chases Hart around Mike Tenay. Tenay again says Jarrett is an embarrassment to professional wrestling. Jarrett is about to beat up Mike Tenay when Hart returns to attack Jeff Jarrett. Then AJ Styles saves Jimmy Hart. Styles hits a springboard dropkick and a DDT before Jarrett has to bail again. Oh great, more TV time for red shirt wankers. Now a reminder that Shane Douglas has signed Tracy Brooks to his franchise. They've decided to pre-record the Free Live Crew musical entrance now because it wasn't very good live. They challenge for the tag belts belonging to the New York Nerds. AMW will watch this match from the ramp, perhaps giving away the ending to this match straight away. The Crew control the opening. Moldog hits a big boot and they hit a double hip toss and a double elbow to Swinger. Truth continues the domination for power slam and an arm drag. Swinger's getting destroyed in there. Eventually Swinger distracts the refs and the Diamond Man can send Moldog into the post. Finally Swinger can tag out. Diamond hits a nice arm breaker and tags out. Gilberti and Konad look like they're about to come to blows. Diamond nails a super kick for a 2. Eventually Truth has the tag though and the pace quickens. Truth and Dog hit a double team spinebuster kick. Killings now does a diving leg drop to Swinger's nutsack. Truth connects with the axe kick, but no, Gilberti drags the ref out the ring. That's enough to cause Konad to smack him one. Konad looks like a spud. Truth hits a bridging German suplex. Suddenly there's 2 refs in the ring. Apparently it's that annoying finish where both men's shoulders are down for the pin, so I guess nothing's been decided. The ref grabs the tag belts and storms to the back. It's announced that the belts have been held up. Now some X Division stuff. The Monster Mystery Man X has been dominating the X Division geeks. It's actually been really fun and I like how they've got some new camera angles for this. So it'll be a triple threat to decide the number 1 contender for that belt. Sonjay Dutt takes on the Mystery Man X and also the Fallen Angel Christopher Daniels. Daniels tricks Sonjay into thinking that they're working together and then he bails. That got a laugh out of me. Sonjay is an idiot though and the same thing happens again. The 2 smaller guys kick X time and time again. Dutt manages to take him down for head scissors, but what an idiot. He wants to celebrate with Daniels but he gets kicked down. Daniels throws Dutt into X and almost rolls up the X-Man. Now he slams Dutt on top of X. He hasn't been a factor at all yet. Now Daniels front suplexes Sonjay on top of X. And once again Daniels throws Dutt at X, but this time he's caught and thrown right back at Daniels. X starts getting a foothold in this match now. He kicks Dutt down and he's the only man left standing. X hits both guys with a back body drop at the same time. They decide to throw X out of the ring, but X catches Sonjay's dive. He doesn't really do anything. Daniels does a split-legged moonsault which just can't be caught. Now Sonjay hits a beautiful corkscrew plancher. Daniels and Sonjay fight alone for a bit now. Sonjay desperately tries to make Daniels tap when they fall out of the ring. Suddenly X flies out the ring with a flip dive. He keeps going with a top rope Frankenstein on Daniels for a 2. Big sit out pump handle slam now. Dutt has to break the pin up. The Angel's wings is reversed but Dutt kicks X down into a pin for a 2. Lovely move now as X snaps off a big pop up powerbomb. Daniels cuts him off with a jawbreaker and an STO followed by the BME. Daniels does this not once, not twice, but thrice and it sure wasn't nice. Sonjay breaks up the pin. Now Dutt hits a shooting star pin, but it's not over. I have no idea which way this one's going. X stops Sonjay's next move and drops him on his face. He press slams Sonjay into the corner whilst Daniels almost rolls him up a couple of times. X responds with a big sit-out choke slam on Daniels. Again the pin is broken up. The X-Man signals for the end as Sonjay springs into the ring with a Hurricanrana pin which doesn't look that great. Wait, and that's over? Sonjay wins? Why? I've loved every second of X in TNA and you do this? Man, 2003 sucks Sonny Siaki's ass. Raven appears on the commentary desk moaning as usual. He makes a good point though. He says after he beats one red shirt security member he'll be forced to face another the following week until he gets to Jarrett. They just did this storyline with Raven with James Mitchell's New Church, so instead he says he's just going to face the red shirts in a handicap match and get it over and done with. He looks scary, he looks intense, he's not rambling. It's the best Raven promo I've seen in TNA. Unfortunately, it was over too quickly. AJ Styles and Jimmy Hart have written AJ in feces on a truck. Jimmy Hart tells him that he's a star. The main event is the Monster Abyss versus AJ Styles. Well, at least it's finally a match that I want to see. Styles charges and clotheslines him straight out the ring and then he hits a crazy flip dive. Man, when AJ does something, it always looks so much more incredible than most of the X Division. It gets scary for a moment though as Abyss pushes him onto the ropes, AJ flies at him with a moonsault and Abyss almost misses him. He just about manages to power him onto the apron. The match continues on the outside. Abyss sends AJ into the guardrail. He slides under and dives back off the rail with a Hurricanrana. We're in the ring for the first time properly now. Comically, Abyss loses his way on an Irish whip. Styles eventually drop kicks him. Abyss throws AJ into the lights now and the match has turned. Abyss hits a big sit-out facebuster for a 2.
It's going along really well, nice intensity and fun. Then Don Callis has to get involved. He causes AJ to fly into the guardrail. See, why do they need Callis out there? Haven't we seen enough interference for one night? These guys didn't need this. AJ is busted open and the match slows to a snail's pace. Big side slam from the monster for a 2. Suddenly AJ wakes up as he slips out of a powerbomb. He hits a head scissors and an enziguri kick. AJ looks to dive, but Abyss pulls the referee in front of the missile dropkick. Nothing happens immediately and they continue wrestling. AJ hits the inverted DDT and a springboard 450 where his knees most certainly leave Abyss paying doctor's fees. But no, there's no ref. Don Callis hands a chair to Abyss. He creams Styles in the head. The ref wakes up, but only counts to 2. That causes Abyss to flip out and he attacks the referee. He soon regrets all of that because Styles hits a sunset flip powerbomb on the chair. Still no ref. A new ref finally emerges, but it's a 2. Styles wedges the chair in the ropes. Bad move because Abyss catapults him into the chair. He picks Styles up for the shock treatment and he hits it. Styles is still kicking out. Abyss once again flips and Black Hole slams the referee. Styles hits Abyss with the chair, but he doesn't go down. He goozles Styles, but the chokeslam is reversed into a pin, and AJ Styles wins. What a match! It almost made the show watchable. Oh no, the red shirts attack Styles. Get rid of them. I was in such a good mood and now it's ruined. When do these guys piss off the show? They have no redeemable qualities. AJ tries to leave, but Jarrett attacks him from behind and smacks him with the belt. Now we've got a 4-on-1 beatdown in the ring. AJ takes multiple finishers. Raven comes to Styles' aid, then Dusty Rhodes and Jimmy Hart arrive. Dusty says next week he's going to face Slapnuts. Wow, I can't say I'm looking forward to that. But the twist is that it'll be a fans' revenge lumberjack match. Right, now let's check out show 2. Jimmy Hart is surrounded by fans frantically chanting "Pick me" for the fans' revenge match tonight. To be fair, half of them are barely old enough to stand up. Jarrett and the red shirt wankers are on the way to the ring. It's announced that next week Jarrett will be defending his belt against Styles. Jarrett immediately threatens Mike Tenay. He's pissed off and says he can't deal with Tenay tonight. Jarrett is now goading Hogan, saying the NWA belt is the only one he hasn't held. He declares the Hulkster's career is finished as he doesn't have the balls to face Jarrett. He goes as far as doing a 10-bell salute for his career. He tells the morbidly obese bellboy who's called Tiny that he's too slow to ring the bell and Hogan isn't worth 10 bells. He moves on to making the fans mad, insulting them because tonight he's having a fans revenge match. He's eventually interrupted by hero Eric Watts. Jarrett is sick of being interrupted and says Don Callis runs the company. Eric Watts says he runs the company. For God's sake, I don't care who runs the company. Jarrett says Eric Watts dresses like a bum. He's got a point. Watts calls him a dick and a jackass. Jarrett starts stuttering with confusion. This is actually a fun exchange.
So I've got a question. Who? What? Whoa. Who are you listening to on the board of directors? Did I hear you right? Did you go, who? What are you, an owl?
Then Abyss jumps Eric Watts from behind. Watts gets a beatdown from everybody 4-on-1. They are run off by Styles, Raven and America's Most Wanted for some reason. I guess because they got nothing better to do. In the back, Scott Hudson is with the New York Nerds, the Cab Driver Man and the How Is He Gifted Man. The Diamond Man is really upset about his tag title being held up. It's a well-delivered promo again, but it's Simon Diamond, you find it hard to buy into it. Swinger insults the Free Life crew, said only 7-year-old acne face girls scream for them. Gilberti is cuddling David Young in the background. Up next is the notorious KID Kid Cash. He is randomly facing Low Key. This one could be good. Christopher Daniels on commentary. He says he doesn't have crackhead followers anymore because religion is no longer his goal. His goal is now the X Division title. Great end to that storyline then. It's a surprisingly slow start for this one, with both guys favouriting a more mat wrestling style. The pace quickens when Low Key does a kip up and kicks Kid Cash. Cash dumps in his nappy of anger and bails from the ring to fetch a chair. He doesn't use it. Low Key cuts him off on his way back into the ring. He hits a double underhook bridging dragon suplex. I'm not even sure what it's called, but it looked great. Cash is still in this one. He gives Low Key a nice shoulder breaker. He gives Low Key a bad gut of a spinning slam. Low Key's cartwheel kick attempt is blocked and Cash smashes him with a moonsault for a 2. Beautiful diving hurricanrana from Cash now. He signals that the end is near, but the moneymaker is reversed and Low Key does now hit his cartwheel kick. They do a beautiful top rope powerbomb hurricanrana reversal. I always like it when that comes off. Unfortunately, the warrior Low Key is distracted by Christopher Daniels. Cash pushes them into each other.
Daniels throws Low-Ki into the ring and then Cash sits on him for the 3. TNA really know how to ruin a good match, don't they? Cash is being a dick to the commentary team. Daniels is about to start a fight with him when Low-Ki gets in his face. Kid Cash is still desperate to tell us that he doesn't fear Don Harris. Then he backs into him and he runs from him. It feels like half this roster are security members. In the back, Don Callis is threatening a picture of AJ Styles. Kevin Northcutt says it's his world and Raven's just living in it. Legend calls Raven 12 steps. The next match will be Shark Boy versus the Monster Abyss. They're basically saying that Shark Boy is like AJ Styles. Sharky hits some early dropkicks before he's dropped on his face. The commentary team interestingly inform us that Shark Boy has joined the war against Jeff Jarrett, further boosting his popularity. Abyss hits a side slam but misses his diving ass drop. Shark Boy manages to hit the Stratisfaction. The Shark just keeps reversing everything. He decides to bite Abyss in the ass into a close 2 count. The DSD is attempted, but he can't hit that. He slips out of another Abyss slam, but he can't slip out the Black Hole slam. Not a convincing win for Abyss there. Shark Boy tries to attack Don Callis. Abyss saves him and crushes Shark Boy with a backbreaker. Abyss isn't done though and he powerbombs the Shark through a table. Nobody comes to his aid, not even the security team, so I guess nobody loves him. Raven is sat in a corridor like a junkie. He claims that the Terminator is the most feared man in TNA, but Raven has crushed his arm and put him out of wrestling. Oh thank God, I hope that is true. He says all of this is just people trying to block him from achieving his destiny. Ex-girlfriend CM Punk walks up asking for time to talk to Raven. Raven doesn't want to talk to him. De Niro says tonight they're going to let Raven know how they feel about him disowning them. The Mystery Man X is here now. He's been ruined, so nobody cares. He's facing Crisp Sabin. X immediately launches him out the ring. Sabin looks shook. X challenges Sabin to knock him down, but he can't manage it. Sabin comes back into the ring with head scissors. Chris Sabin attempts a monkey flip, but X cartwheels away and hits a sit-out chokeslam. No pin is made. Instead, he gets Sabin hanging over the rope. X flies with a leg drop, but misses it. The crowd groan and boo. Sabin sends him out the ring and hits a flip dive out there. He comes back to the ring for springboard spinning heel kick for a 2. X botches a bridge out of a pin and powerbombs Sabin. He now climbs to the top and flies with a swanton bomb, but he doesn't make a pin.
Dude, I was watching the NWA TNA show the other day, man, and this dude, X, he stole my swanton bomb finishing maneuver, man, but it didn't finish. Man, I'm going back to Carolina, and I'm going to tell my stoner friend Shannon all about you, X-Man. X sends him out the ring instead. He goes out there to hit a backbreaker across his knee. Couldn't he have done that in the ring with the same impact? X is now climbing to the top rope and Jesus, he misses a swanton bomb on the ramp. That was insane. Jeff Hardy wouldn't even dump in his nappy about that one. He'd be partially impressed. Sabin manages to pick him up for the cradle shock and it's over. Great match, but why does X keep losing? I'm not sure he's had a match that I didn't enjoy, so fair play for that, but why lose all the time? Jimmy Hart is in the crowd hyping the strap-on match. Yay, red shirt Burks are here. It's revealed that Raven has broken the Terminator's arm, so he is gone from TNA. So here we have Raven in a handicap match. Joey Legend escapes the raise in effect, but Raven dives on both the red shirts. Legend turns into a Kung Fu master, hitting multiple chops. The Legend's super kick gets him a 2. Now Legend switches out of a bulldog and hits the inverted DDT for a 2. Out of nowhere, Raven hits the Raven effect to Joey Legend, and that's the 3. But fans of the red shirts don't fret, because this is elimination rules, so the match continues. The red shirts just give up and start cheating. They attempt to cream Raven with a chair. He counters that, but now the Monster Abyss is here and he black hole slams Raven. The match has been thrown out. The gathering watch on as Raven is beaten down. A table is set up on the outside. Raven's ex-girlfriends suddenly decide that they can't take it anymore. They save him. Can Raven either kiss these guys or kick their asses? This storyline has gone on for months. Abyss is dragged away because he's out of control. The X Division title is on the line now as Sonjay Dutt gets his shot. The champion is Shawn Michaels' cousin, Michael Shane. We get a nice trade-off to start here, with Sonjay Dutt hip-tossing Michael Shane out the ring. Dutt is unable to fly out the ring though. Not a lot happens until Dutt hits a beautiful DDT. Talking of beautiful DDTs, Michael Shane also has one. What are people thinking of Michael Shane so far? Is he a bit bland? Is that his problem? Sonjay blocks Sweet Chin Music into a sliced bread for a 2. Dutt does manage to hit the Hindu press when suddenly Shane Douglas breaks up the pin. Everyone is really confused.
Tracy rubs the referee's face in her milk tanks. Shane smacks Dutt with a chain for the free. It's finally officially confirmed that Michael Shane is part of the new franchise, even though TNA botched the announcement like a month ago. Dusty Rhodes hypes the fans' revenge match tonight. He admits that nobody wants to see him wrestle anymore. The New York Nerds will once again fight a 3-live crew, but this time it's a 6-man. It's really hard to care. I think it's for the belts, but it's a 6-man? I'm not sure. But before anything can happen, America's Most Wanted get a big entrance. It's the mouldy one to be isolated for a long period of time, there's no need to rhyme. He eventually hits the double clothesline and tags out. Truth improves the match and hits the splits into the Road Dogg assisted kicks. Conrad hits a stone cold stunner on the gifted one. Truth has it won with a scissors kick, but no ref. The cab driver appears in the ring hitting Truth with a tennis racket. James Storm won't let that one go though, and he climbs into the ring and super kicks a chair into Gilberti's face. Truth beats Swinger with a back sack and crack. It was fine towards the end. AMW hand them the tag belts. I forgot this was even for the tag belts, it was a 6-man, it was weird. A bizarre pre-taped segment with Roddy Piper boxing a mannequin which he describes as being Jeff Jarrett. He says he's coming back to TNA now that Russo is gone. Don West types more TNA merchandise including Babes of TNA. I didn't even know TNA had babes. What is it, a 2-page spread of Trinity and Tracy Brooks? They hardly have enough women to do a spread. If any of you watching got the Babes of TNA, let me know who spread. Next week it's AJ versus Jeff Jarrett, which sounds alright, but tonight's main event sure won't be. In the back, Raven is with his ex-girlfriends. He says for one night, the Gathering can team back up with him to face the Red Shirts and Abyss. Punk beams with happiness. Raven is coming for whoever wins out of Styles and Jarrett. The main event is Jeff Jarrett versus Dusty Rhodes in a fans' revenge match. To be fair, most of the fans actually look like men. I guess those kids earlier didn't make the cut. The match doesn't start straight away because he wants to make fun of geeks around ringside. Jarrett tries to bail early, but then he realises he's actually scared of the fans. The fans desperately lash out at Jarrett with every opportunity. I guess this is the one Jeff Jarrett match that he won't have crowd brawling. The fans aren't even interested in whipping Dusty. Dusty shakes in the corner as Jarrett smacks him. Dusty punches Jarrett back with a flip-flop and fly. Jarrett tries to bail again, he's just not learning. Jarrett kicks the referee in the nutsack and smacks Dusty in his. He removes the referee's belt and starts to attack Dusty. The Mouth of the South attacks him. Don Callis is also in the ring. Now Eric Watts is in the ring. He struggles to hit a chokeslam on Jarrett. He wants to chokeslam Callis, but the Red Shirts break it up. The match is thrown out. Again. How did these Red Shirts get so much damn TV time? It's over. What a shit show. The show starts for Triple Threat. The notorious KID Kid Cash, which is a good thing because he's been a rare highlight on this show, and he seems to be facing Christopher Daniels, who is still sort of a preacher. Well, he has the attire at least, but the storyline went nowhere. The Warrior, Low Key, makes a rare TNA appearance. Hot match to start the show. They ain't hanging around or pissing about here. Daniels hits an early split-legged moonsault to Low Key on the outside. We're quickly back in the ring with Cash hitting a moonsault to Daniels' back. Somehow he isn't hurt and he's back to his feet seconds later. Cash and Daniels try to work together, which doesn't work as Low Key kicks them away. Daniels gets a couple of twos on the Warrior. Cash then reverses a last rights into a big shoulder breaker and tries to make Daniels tap out when Low Key double stomps Cash. That sets off Low Key, who nails a beautiful rolling kick and an enziguri kick. The nice moves keep coming in this match as Kid Cash hits a double springboard into a Hurricanrana. Daniels quickly slams him and hits the BME, which surprisingly Cash can kick out of. The match slows down for a bit as all three fight on the top rope, ending with Daniels hitting a double fall from grace. Cash and Daniels try a double springboard into the ring, but they both miss Low Key and hit each other instead. Key dodges another moonsault as all three men are wiped out. Triple X briefly reform together to wipe out Cash with a springboard kick spinebuster. The former Triple X members then go back to fighting each other. Low Key tries some acrobatics at Daniels in the corner, who turns it into a short powerbomb with his feet on the ropes, but just a 2. What a trade-off these two are having. Kid Cash has been gone a while. Low Key manages to hit the Key Crusher, and that's the 3, whilst Kid Cash just stands on the outside like a dumbass. Cash is a bad loser and he throws a chair in his face. A good match, but I didn't like the finish. Just like every week, Kid Cash has trouble from black shirt security, but Don Harris is too slow and worthless to catch Kid Cash. In the back, Scott Hudson has AJ Styles. Tonight AJ faces Jarrett for the belt. He shoots back at his critics who say he isn't good enough to be in main events. Here come the new tag team champions, the 3 Live Crew. They chat rubbish for ages before issuing an open challenge. Harris and Storm stomp out looking like heels. Moldog is sick of seeing them. Harris claims that they only won the belts because of AMW. He demands a title shot when randomly, a wild slapnuts appears.
Jeff Jarrett.
Slappy is apparently here to deliver news which will shake the wrestling world, but first he's looking to see who has his back. Harris tries to cut him off but gets called a jabroni. Kind of a lot of mic time here for Chris Harris. Harris responds calling Jarrett a disgrace and says they don't have his back. Jarrett calls them mid-carders. Jarrett turns his attention to the Free Live crew. He brings up his history of each member and wants them to make a decision whether they're with him. Before they can answer that, they're interrupted by the gifted Glenn Gilberti. How is he gifted? Disco says he and David Young have Jarrett's back. The Diamond Man blames Disco and David Young for their tag title loss. This is a really bizarre segment because you have Jarrett doing deep interactions with people nowhere near him on the card. Jarrett demands a decision from the New York Nerds when they're interrupted by Eric Watts. Watts makes a three-way tag match to decide the number one contenders for the tag belts. He also calls Jarrett Triple J and reminds him that tonight he's facing AJ Styles, and Watts has AJ's back in that match. Talking of back, AJ sneak attacks Jarrett in the back. The fight is on as 20 men struggle to keep them apart. A weird segment airs where Tracy Brooks and Goldilocks argue over who runs TNA. It's very childish and goes on forever. Tracy says Eric Watts has been fired from TNA. Weird way to break that news. Interview now with Sonjay and Sabin. Sonjay talks about his rise up the company. Sabin suggests we should have a second Ultimate X match. Sign me up. Out now, it's the new franchise. Shane Douglas and Shawn Michaels, cousin Michael Shane. They face Sonjay and Sabin. Douglas has a funny square off with a fan before it starts. Sonjay quickly goes sprinting off the ropes into a moonsault on Shane. Douglas and Sabin square off with Douglas cackling every time he barges Sabin down. Some cheating from the outside helps the franchise team stay on top. Douglas hits 3 suplexes in a row on crisp Sabin. Michael Shane is in now, hitting a backbreaker and an overhead release suplex. Sabin also does one and manages to tag out. Sonjay has a pretty nice hot tag here, but I can't get over how small he looks in there. Sabin springs back into the ring for double springboard dropkick. The match has broken down. Douglas press slams Sonjay onto his nutsack. Sonjay sends Douglas over the top rope and connects with a diving elbow drop. Chris Sabin tries to follow Douglas out the ring with a dive, but he pretty much misses it. The match ends when Tracy Brooks interferes with the pie in the sky, and Shawn Michaels' cousin hits Sweet Chin music for the free. The Dorks try to beat Sabin up after the match, but they fail and he double DDTs him. Sonjay also hits an insisted moonsault. Tracy screams, "What was that?" I have no idea, love.
NWA Impact brings you the Smack of the Week, sponsored by all new Blonde for Men. If you're a brown-haired Potter, put some blonde in it. It makes you look hotter.
Oh man, what's this chick Tracy with an eye doing on the top row? Oh, she hits the pie in the sky. That's certainly a cream pie I'd like to taste for my dinner, man. Oh, it's Shawn Michaels' cousin chewing up the band. There it is, Sweet Chin music. Fart Break Kid suddenly knows how to use it.
That was the NWA TNA Smack of the Week, sponsored by Blonde Just for Men. Get it? Got it? Shove it.
In the back, the world's most annoying stable are arguing. The Diamond Man is unhappy that Gilberti wants a tag team title shot. Swinger reminds Gilberti that he was white hot and held the tag belt for 4 months. Gilberti says it's all a trick so all 4 of them can take out America's Most Wanted tonight. Someone calls David Young an idiot. I love how Disco's big head covers up the cab driver the entire interview. Now we get a reminder about how the masked man X was really good for like a few weeks before TNA screwed him up. Mike Tenay is showing us where X fell on the floor in a past match. Watts has randomly put X in a match. For those of you who don't know, this is Pierre Cartoulette under a mask. He's taken on Don Harris. God, this roster is the drizzling shits. Don Harris is beating him up on the outside and hits him with a chair for absolutely no reason. Because this is TNA, that leads to X waking up and he starts a comeback. X hits a side slam and climbs to the top to hit a leg drop. The Harris brother kicks out. X flies from the other corner with a swanton bomb, but the Harris boy kicks out.
Dude, I was watching the NWA TNA show the other day, man. And this dude, X, he stole my swanton bomb finish maneuver, man. But it didn't finish. Man, I'm going back to North Carolina. And I'm gonna tell my stoner friend Shannon all about you, X-Man.
X fails on a package pile driver as the crowd come alive for Don Harris. All he does is clotheslines and a big boot. He's about to chokeslam X when Kid Cash distracts him. He throws a chain to X and he promptly smacks Harris in the head for the 3. I'm not really sure what this did for anybody. Is Don Harris going to have an incredible feud with Kid Cash now? Is this win by cheating over a jobber going to help X? Kid Cash and another jobber called Chris Vaughn fight until Cash hits him with a chain. As usual, Kid Cash runs away from Don Harris. In the back, Daniels and Low-Key are fighting. Daniels wishes him good luck next week against Michael Shane. Very polite of Daniels. The 3-way tag match is next. It's the How Is He Gifted Man and the Cab Driver Man taking on the New York Numpties and America's Most Wanted. The gifted cab drivers watch on as America's Most Wanted beat up the New York guys in the outside. Eventually, the New York nerds argue with their friends for not helping them. Harris dives on all 4 of them. There seems to be a real effort on this show to make Harris stand out over Storm. All 4 are still arguing and fighting. We get in the ring for the first time, but only for a moment before more arguing between this foursome. AMW hit double drop kicks on the Diamond Man for a 2. Finally, all 4 men get on the same page as they isolate James Storm. Young and Swinger hit a double flapjack on Storm for a 2. This match does seem to be serving a purpose to make AMW seem stronger. They keep almost winning, but the numbers are against them. The New York Nerds hit a double flatliner on Chris Harris, who manages a kick out, just about. David Young rushes the ring and pushes Diamond out of the way to hit the Cab Driver Slam. The Cab Driver Slam, it's over. No, it's not, because Young is dragged off the pin. The infighting in this group cost them when James Storm hits the super kick for the 3. Long time coming for AMW to get another tag title shot. In the back, Scott Hudson is with Raven and the Gathering. Raven keeps repeating that for one night only the Gathering and Raven will team together. Punk and Julio still feel like needy ex-girlfriends. At least Raven brags about breaking the Terminator's arm and getting rid of him. That is something to brag about. 6-man tag match now between the Red Shirts and Abyss and Raven and the Gathering. Julio and Punk are both equally impressive in their own rights in the early going. Legend cheats to turn the match for the Hills. The Red Shirts hit a nice clothesline back suplex combination to Punk. Northcutt also hits a pump handle release suplex. Pepsi Punk's getting Sonny Siaki's ass handed to him. Talking of which, where's that guy been recently? Raven eventually gets the tag and he does a bunch of clotheslines and bulldogs. Raven has a super kick for Abyss as Julio fails to clothesline the Red Shirts out the ring. Raven hits the Raisin effect on Abyss, but no ref. A bunch of distractions allows Abyss to hit a spear into a chair on Raven. That is enough to beat the man called Raisin. In the post-match, Punk and Julio manage to get some revenge against Abyss with dropkicks, but he returns and double choke slams them. The Red Shirt security are bad winners and attack Raven. Abyss also hits the Black Hole Slam and they're about to smack Raven with handcuffs before the Gathering make the save. Nice little match right there, to be fair. An update from Roddy Piper now. God, these segments are strange. He says he's coming back to TNA next week with some backup. Thanks for coming, Roddy. We have half an hour left of the show, but the main event is up next, so it's either really good or really stupid. AJ Styles challenges for the world title belonging to Slapnuts. As the match starts, Mike Tenay reveals that Hulk Hogan hasn't been able to recover from his knee surgery, so I guess that's where this amazing storyline with Jarrett has ended. The match starts extremely slowly with AJ working a side headlock. Jarrett shows off some athleticism before AJ catches him with a DDT. AJ is desperate to avoid the Jarrett crowd brawling and fights to stay in the ring, but his dropkick fails and Jarrett does the strut. Despite AJ's desperation to not fight on the outside, they end up on the ramp. AJ hits a suplex out there on the ramp. Styles then throws Jarrett off the ramp over a rail, but he ain't done and takes a running dive off the stage. No, Jarrett creams him with a chair. I can't help but feel that the camera angle let that dive down. Jarrett is in his element now, beating AJ Styles in the crowd with a chair. The crowd desperately chant for Hogan. Jarrett does a rare dive out of the ring on this one. He gets a pretty good reaction from the crowd. Jarrett tells Mike Tenay that's the X Division. I'm really enjoying this match. There's no bullshit, it's just 2 men wrestling their hearts out. Just as I say that, AJ hits a powerbomb with Don Callis pulling Jarrett's foot onto the rope. Eric Watts can't accept that and has to take out Don Callis. That distracts the ref as Jeff is handed a guitar, but AJ kicks the guitar away. The match stops as AJ throws a tantrum about the guitar being used, and this again distracts the ref as Eric Watts chokeslams Double J. Just a 2. Jarrett also has a powerbomb for Styles as we get a double down. The Red Shirt wankers and the Gathering are brawling around the ring. This was honestly going so well, and now it's ruined. AMW will also fight in Abyss. Why would everyone be so desperate for Slappy to be a champion? Then there's a ref bump. AJ has it won with a small package, but no ref. Out of the blue, Jimmy Hart appears in a referee's shirt. AJ nails a super kick and a springboard senton. Just as Hart is about to count the 3, Kid Cash randomly drags him out the ring. Cash tries to smash a guitar on AJ but can't manage it, and AJ takes him out of a Styles Clash, but when he gets up he turns around into a guitar shot from Jarrett. Ugh, that's the 3. In the back, Raven threatens Abyss and says he'll give him internal hemorrhaging in the ass. What a way to end the show. I hate this show so much, and almost every wrestler on this show sucks. This show makes me want to throw a brick through someone's window, and I'm only halfway through this one today. I can do this, I've been through worse. It wasn't exactly easy sleeping with your bitch girlfriend, but I did it. Tough times make tough men. Or Hawks. Show 2 starts with a memorial to Jerry Toot, aka Malice, aka The Wall. What a force he was for the first TNA shows. Jarrett is giving a speech to his troops. In the other locker room, the good guys are sitting around looking miserable because Eric Watts is late for their meeting. When he turns up, Harris confronts him and is desperate to know who Roddy Piper is bringing with him tonight. CM Punk wants to know if the rumours are true that Watts has been fired. This storyline makes zero sense. Why would he be making matches and be on TV if he's been fired? Kid Cash is the first man out. Oh no, not Don Harris again. Why does he suddenly have his own intro package? Oh no, again the red shirts are brawling with Don on the ramp. They batter Don Harris and roll him into the ring. Harris doesn't exactly make for a sympathetic babyface. Whose idea was any of this? Anyway, Don Harris fights back and nobody cares. Harris throws a chair into Cash's face. Back in the ring, Harris nails a spinning back suplex when the red shirts reappear. The ref is distracted, and Jeff Jarrett smacks Don Harris with a guitar. Kid Cash wins. Jarrett says that anybody who doesn't declare allegiance to him tonight will get the same treatment. AJ Styles along with a steel chair run the Goon Squad off. They've got AJ Styles surrounded though until Roddy Piper's music hits. A bagpipe crew roll into the arena. They walk around playing their music as Jarrett's crew dump in their nappies with fear. The lights go out and here's the Hot Rod. He cuts a promo saying he's taking the NWA back from Slapnuts. A sign in the crowd says smells like WCW. He runs down Jarrett for attacking so many people. Jarrett says Piper has never got the job done and says he's going to be top of Jarrett's victim list tonight. A big fight is about to go down when D'Lo Brown makes his TNA return with new DMX music. Piper beats up the red shirts and hits them with an NWA flag. Eric Watts also cuts a promo saying that he knows Jarrett is trying to remove him from his position of power. He makes a match with Jarrett and a mystery partner versus AJ Styles and D'Lo for the main event. Piper will be ringside for that match. That was a fun little segment and they use what little star power this company has left at this point. It sure makes a difference. In the back, America's Most Wanted talk about their tag title match tonight. Harris reminds us that they've been waiting for 4 months for this chance. Storm's promo is actually better, despite TNA trying to limit his mic time compared to Harris. X Division title match up next. Christopher Daniels has taken the place of Loki in this match. I'm not sure how attacking someone backstage makes you a #1 contender. He faces Michael Shane in yet another Who Are We Supposed to Cheer For match. Because Michael Shane as a manager, I guess he becomes the de facto heel in this match. The crowd are in silence for this one. The only thing that gets a noise out of them is when Tracy interferes with the pie in the sky. Daniels pulls down her trousers and spanks her, allowing Shane to hit the super kick. That isn't actually the end though. Shane is about to hit Daniels with a chain when Saban causes a distraction. Daniels smacks Michael Shane with the chain, but the ref spots it and DQs Daniels. Not the sort of match you'd ever want to see again. In the back, Scott Hudson has the Free Live crew. Conrad says that his team do not fear America's Most Wanted. The Dog calls them America's Most Whiny. Randomly, Disco walks up and once again asks them to join Jarrett's team in this war. He offers to help them keep their tag belts. Disco is no longer interested in his former New York Nerds tag team. Road Dogg tells them to go and debate same-sex marriage on someone else's time. This argument goes on for a very long time. Why do these people get so much TV time? The tag title match is up next. America's Most Wanted face the champions, the Free Live crew. As with all the Free Live crew matches, it's only good when the truth is in there. He hits a thrusting power slam, a stunner and a nice kick. The issue with this match is the same as the last match. There's no clear person to cheer for. It's poorly planned. James Storm finally hits a DDT on the Moldy one for a double down. Tags are made. AMW have it won with a heart attack, but the pin is broken up. The Truth almost wins for his team when all the New York Nerds arrive at ringside. Truth and Storm take them out with dives. Back in the ring there's a ref bump and Harris hits a spear. Harris now has a sharpshooter on, but the gifted one climbs in the ring and hits Harris with a chair. Truth nails the scissors kick and that's the 3. Wow, we waited 4 months for this. In the back, Slapnuts is asked who will be his partner tonight. He doesn't seem to have any idea. As usual, the Gathering are told that their reunion with Raven was only for 1 week. Punk is very sure that Raven loves them though. When will these red shirt wankers just go away? These guys are the definition of change the channel heat. They have horrible music, they're boring, and they're just a security team. They face Julio and Punk. At least the red shirts do that nice clothesline back suplex combination again. I like that move. They also do a giant swing into a dropkick, which is another nice move. Punk tries the roll up win, but the ref has ADHD as usual and is distracted. Legend kicks Pepsi Punk down for a 2. The punishment continues with Northcutt hitting a half Nelson suplex. It's quite similar to Punk's last match with him taking all the damage and being isolated. Eventually Julio does get the tag and wins off a lucky roll up without him really doing much in this match. It makes a refreshing change that there's no post-match beatdown. In the back, the new franchise declare that they aren't going to reveal if they're with Jeff Jarrett or not. Of course you're with Jeff Jarrett, it's not as if Douglas is going to do anything different. Douglas does confirm that Ultimate X2 will be happening though. Remember on the last video when I asked how TNA could possibly run a Girls of TNA calendar when they don't really have any girls? Yeah, I don't blame you if you don't remember me saying that. But it turns out that the girls are just the cage dancers, or at least I think they are. I didn't recognise anybody. Shane Douglas and Tracy make their way out. He's having a match against Crisp Sabin. Douglas keeps chopping him and yelling "Hell Sabin." Sabin gets angry and Inzaguri kicks him. Douglas connects with a middle rope suplex. Mike Tenay tells us that Sabin was 1 year old when Douglas made his in-ring debut in a barbed wire match. Predictably, Sabin has to end up fighting the rest of Douglas's crew. For the 3rd match in a row, Tracy is in the ring. Douglas squashes her by accident and then Sabin beats Douglas with a nice pin whilst Douglas squirts piss down his legs. In the back, it's AJ Styles, D'Lo and Roddy Piper. D'Lo looks like he spent his time off eating. AJ Styles only has one word, which is revenge. D'Lo says he was begged to come back to TNA, but he refused to come back until there was a place for Roddy Piper in TNA. He also respects AJ Styles despite their past matches. Piper says no one better piss him off tonight. Next up, the Monster Abyss will fight the man called Raisin. Could be a good match if they don't have 50 people interfere, but this is TNA and we all know what's going to happen. This match seems to resemble a Jeff Jarrett match with all the crowd brawling and chair shots. They do return to the ring with a table getting set up. Abyss comes close with the shock treatment backbreaker. Raven slips out of another and hits a bulldog. Oh, here we go. Legend is here causing a referee distraction. That distraction enables Abyss to spear Raven through a table. Legend returns, but again he's taken out. Raven hits the Raisin effect when for the 3rd time Legend interferes and pulls the ref out of the ring. The other security member Northcutt teleports into the ring, hitting a sloppy suplex on Raven. The referee returns, but it's just a 2. Raven wakes up and super kicks Abyss out of the ring when the red shirts just climb into the ring just attack him. The ref has finally come to his senses and rings the bell. Raven's ex-girlfriend save him from a further beatdown. Raven still has time to cut a promo where he says Abyss's finisher isn't that good because he's still standing. Raven asks for a cage match next week. Not sure if that's for everyone or just him and Abyss. Don Callis promo now. He talks about the power struggle with Eric Watts. He says it's proof that Watts is insane for bringing a man like Roddy Piper into TNA. It's actually a very good promo. Shame a wrestler can't do a promo like Don Callis. Just the main event tag left. Jeff Jarrett and his mystery partner, who turns out to be Kid Cash. Hang on, has he already had a match tonight? Seems like a strange choice. D'Lo Brown makes his way out to his awesome new music. His partner is of course the phenomenal AJ Styles. Piper is the special enforcer. Within seconds, AJ flies into the ring with a forearm on Jarrett. Cash tries to spring into the ring too, but gets a double dropkick. What a start to this match. D'Lo throws his own partner out the ring onto the ramp, and then back in the ring, the double teaming continues with D'Lo throwing AJ into a dropkick on Cash. It's pure dominance here as AJ also lands a dropkick on Slappy. Surprisingly, it's Cash who manages to turn the match on its head when he hits that big shoulder breaker again. D'Lo looks extra motivated here once he gets the tag. He squashes Kid Cash with a 3/4 net breaker for a 2. Jarrett takes a cheap shot which sets Kid Cash up for a springboard somersault dropkick. AJ can't stand the cheating and he hits the inverted DDT. He fights off a stroke attempt but he gets turned inside out with a clothesline, and then moments later AJ and D'Lo double team Slapnuts again with Cash just about making the save. Jarrett desperately tries to bring a chair into the match which distracts the referee. Piper smacks Kid Cash with a flag which allows AJ Styles to hit a top rope Styles Clash. Jarrett is livid at the loss and can't believe it. Excellent match, and that was interference done correctly. It was just once and it didn't piss anyone off too much because the match was filled with so much fun and awesome moves. Jarrett is really dumping in his nappy of anger at Kid Cash for losing. The crowd chant Hogan. Out walks Eric Watts. It's not quite the same thing, is it? He says this hasn't been settled and sets up a match for next week with Jarrett's title on the line, and the challenger will be the Icon Sting. Jarrett keeps saying no, the title isn't on the line, and Watts keeps saying yes, it is. The commentary team are confused and it ends. Who has the power? Who has the control? Who could possibly care? These shows are taking years off my life, and if you don't agree with that, I'll take your wife. The show starts with Eric Watts lecturing the good guys and giving them matches that they want. But unfortunately, the world title will not be on the line as the champion has filed an injunction and will only have to defend it every 30 days. Goldie Watts doubts that her man is even running the company anymore. The first person to make his way out is a wild slapnuts.
Jeff Jarrett.
Jarrett cuts a promo bragging that he's outsmarted Eric Watts and doesn't have to defend his title belt against Sting. Eric Watts makes his way out holding a ridiculously long microphone wrapped in toilet paper for some reason. Watts calls Jarrett Triple J, Jeff the Jackass Jarrett. Watts is upset that Jarrett isn't defending his belt against Sting tonight, but Jarrett will have to defend the belt on the first episode of 2004. Jeff says Watts isn't even running the company anymore and that Goldilocks is just a gold digger who doesn't realise Watts has no power. The man called Sting comes to the ring. He's going to face Jarrett in a non-title match. The match doesn't start straight away as Sting is in the crowd as they all squirt in their nappies of happiness to stand by their hero. They fight in the crowd with weapons, and I think this is a record time for crowd brawling in a Jarrett match. They fight on a balcony, which is of course a bit stupid teasing a big dive from either of these guys, as we know it won't happen. They aren't exactly New Jack. They make their way around the arena and back to the ramp where Sting hits a suplex. Sting is dominating, so Jarrett does what he does best and headbutts Sting in the nutsack. Moments later we get a meeting of the minds as Sting meets Jarrett's nutsack. After the double down, Sting hits a bulldog and the Stinger splash. He has the deathlock on when, here we go again. The red shirt security attacks Sting. This distracts everybody as Kid Cash hands Jarrett a guitar. But no, AJ Styles also appears, cutting Jarrett across the ropes and taking the guitar away. Sting hits the death drop to win in just a few minutes. I guess Jarrett ain't so hard to beat when the title isn't on the line. Jarrett throws a screaming tantrum and yells in Mike Tenay's face, but Tenay isn't having it. Jarrett is much easier to stomach when he loses. Raven is in the darkness with his two ex-girlfriends Punk and De Niro. They just won't leave him alone. The three of them are going to play a part in a cage match tonight. Raven vows to leave the ring full of carcasses of his enemies. When he wins, it'll bring him closer to achieving his destiny of facing Jarrett for the world title. Quote the Raisin, nevermore. Daniels and Sabin will have a match now, which presumably determines the top contender for the X Division title. Daniels is still injured from a battle on the last episode. It's a fun start with lots of reversals and bodies flip-flopping everywhere. After a very long period of evenness, Sabin lands a springboard missile dropkick which clears the fallen angel from the ring, and Sabin dives back out at him. Back in the ring, Daniels shuts him down for Turtle World Backbreaker. There's a weird moment here where Daniels does like a spear to Sabin's ass. The crowd are strangely quiet for this one. Daniels connects for spinning powerbomb for a 2 and starts to think about hitting a big dive, but he thinks for too long and Sabin throws him. It's game on for Sabin as he connects with a brainbuster. Daniels closes him down with Uranagi and the best moonsault ever for a 2 count. The Angel's wings is reversed now as they trade pin attempts for a bit. Sabin slips out of a powerbomb attempt and boots the bad head of Daniels. Sabin is about to spring into the ring when Elix Skipper decks Sabin from behind. Christopher Daniels wins with the Angel's wings and he smiles at his former partner Skipper, who hasn't been on telly for a number of months. In the back, Slapnuts is raising hell as he's been known to do and he's screaming at all the heel wrestlers. Everybody is yelling, all of these people are unbearable. I think Jarrett is unhappy that nobody is backing him up. Don't worry Jeff, I'm sure they will be whenever you put your belt on the line. Out next, it's the master of the cab driver slam and the gifted Glenn Gilberti. How is he gifted? They are the gifted cab drivers. They're facing America's Most Wanted, so this match feels a little bit uneven, but stranger things have happened. This is a no DQ match, hence why all the wrestlers look scruffy. The gifted drivers hit some weak double team offense on Storm. Storm is smashed into a trash can as Harris returns to the match with a big driving crossbody. He's a house on fire, but turns around into a cab driver slam, it's over. Actually it's not, because no pin is made by the moron. He soon regrets that as Storm super kicks a trash can into his face. Storm hits a jumping trash can shot to the cabbie now. AMW seem to have it won, but instead decide to introduce a ladder to the match. Young takes a ladder shot on the outside, which Tenay calls the ultimate swerve. Storm also catapults him into a waiting ladder. Gilberti and Harris brawl into the crowd. It's confusing me as Harris has Storm's merch on. We cut back to the ring to see Storm smashing a ladder into the cabbie's coin purse. Brawling continues for ages, the match is stalling a bit. Young sort of drop toe holds Storm into a ladder. He's now set up on a ladder where Young hits him with a lion soul. You forget how athletic this guy could be. On the outside of the ring, Harris is trying to powerbomb Gilberti for a table, but it's the cabbie to the rescue. Their double teaming comes to nothing as Harris overpowers them. Unfortunately for him, he misses his spear and crashes into the ladder. The gifted cabbies give him another ladder shot for good measure, but it's just a 2. Storm has woken up now and the cowboy hits a snap slam on the outside and he lays Young on the table. Harris holds him still as Storm is about to fly, but it's Gilberti to the rescue this time. He spends too long gorming out though and Harris spears him into a ladder. Quickly, Storm flies off the top and Swanton bombs the cabbie through the table for the 3.
Dude, I was watching the NWA TNA show the other day, man, and this cowboy, James Storm, he stole my Swanton bomb finishing maneuver, man, and it finished. Man, I'm going back to Carolina, and I'm going to tell my stoner friend Shannon all about you, cowboy man.
A great match, but it soon stunk up because the red shirt security are here again attacking AMW. Harris is handcuffed in the corner, but they can't deck him with the chair yet as Storm starts kicking ass. Then Jarrett rushes the ring and he repeatedly hits Storm with the chair. Northcutt and Legend hit a spike pile driver on the chair to Storm. Jesus, what a hard hitting segment this was. Slapnuts decks the handcuffed Harris with his guitar. I guess that's what happens when you cross Slapnuts. In the back, D'Lo and AJ are told that the one who makes the pin in the main event tonight will be getting a world title shot. AJ and D'Lo both want a shot, but they aren't bothered which one of them wins it. It's described as a dream match multiple times. But then, the New York Numpties make their way out. Which moron decided anything involving these two would be a dream match? They face D'Lo Brown and AJ Styles. Styles has some nice moves here, most notably with Johnny Swinger before rolling away from an attack and tagging D'Lo. It's all D'Lo until Swinger boots him in the nutsack. They keep cheating behind the ref's back, it's nothing you haven't seen before. They're morons though and they allow Styles to make a blind tag who flies in with a double dropkick, 1 leg each. Styles and D'Lo consider dives. D'Lo can't hit one, but he ducks just in time for Styles to hit the flop out of the ring. Man, these two are always such a fun team. Back in the ring, Styles hits a dropkick for a 2. The Diamond Man just can't get going against Styles. D'Lo assists Styles with a splash for a 2. It all goes wrong though when Styles attempts a springboard crossbody but instead has his gut broken in half. AJ is isolated by the New York Numpties, but not for long as Styles hits a nice Pele kick. For the first time now, Styles and D'Lo's double teaming does not work. They sort of shrug it off, and seconds later they hit dual slams. There's a really weird moment now. Styles and D'Lo look to hit stereo dives. D'Lo lands his frog splash, but I'm not sure if D'Lo shook the rope too much, but AJ tries to dive out the ring at Slapnuts, but completely misses him. It looked terrible. The New York Numpties beat D'Lo with the problem solver. They will now receive a tag team title shot, which seems like a strange choice. Good match until the dodgy finish. I'm not sure what it was supposed to be. Was Jarrett late in knocking Styles off the dive? Who knows? In the back, the Warrior low-key is looking like he wants to eat Scott Hudson. He says he's going to win the X Division title tonight. Elix Skipper walks up asking to reform Triple X, but low-key doesn't trust Daniels. Skipper tells them that they're all family. Big drama in the X Division. Here we go then, Low-Key versus Shawn Michaels' cousin, Michael Shane, for the X Division title. It's Low-Key with the first big move when he hits a 619 to Shane's gut. Low-Key keeps booting him in the ass and trying to remove his tights for some reason. Shane bails to the ring where he catches another 619 type kick. Tracy Brooks causes a distraction which allows Shane to smash Low-Key off the ring apron. Every time Low-Key makes a comeback, Tracy causes a distraction. Eventually, Low-Key does make his comeback with strike after strike and a big springboard kick for a 2. Shane calms him down with a TKO into his knee. He punctuates that with a diving elbow drop, however, Low-Key somehow kicks out. Low-Key makes his comeback with a deadlift bridging suplex for a 2. Shane then fights out of the Dragon Sleeper and dodges a kick. Low-Key catches him with a back kick, and then the pin is made and Low-Key visibly puts Michael Shane's hand on the rope. What a terrible camera angle that was. Once again, this match is ruined by a bad finish. Low-Key hits a crazy dive, drifting through the air like a leaf in the wind, but lands on Shane's knees, who just rolls him up. The audience are in complete silence and definitely hate the finish. Low-Key takes his anger out on Tracy Brooks, but Shane stops the Key Crusher. Shane Douglas hits Low-Key in the face with a ring. They are the new franchise, and Low-Key, your ass has just been franchised. Elix Skipper saves Low-Key because we are family. All of the X Division fight each other until the geeks break it up. Eric Watts now makes an announcement that there'll be a 4-way Ultimate X match for the title. The crowd don't react to this announcement. Ultimate X was not really an established match at this point, so maybe they just didn't even know what he was talking about. In the back, Scott Hudson is talking like a gangster, trying to impress the Free Live crew. I can't help but wonder how many takes this took.
Are going to dree us out from the treetops on January 7th, and let me tell you, I'm down with that because it's off the hizzle.
The Mold Dog announces that the Free Live crew are going to be releasing their new single next week. Truth invites Hudson out back for a blunt. I'm surprised they let him off so easily for his fake gangstery. Another advert for the Girls of TNA calendar. This must be a collector's item and it features Trinity, so if this is an item which you have, send it to the Hawk now. Mike Tenay announces that Saddam Hussein has been captured, which gets the loudest crowd pop of the entire night. We're also told that the next TNA episodes are just going to be special recap shows, so we can skip those. In the back, the Red Shirts and Abyss are hyped up for their main event match. Slapnuts tells them they better win tonight because Eric Watts is getting too much power. Here we go then, Idiot Security will take on Raven and the Gathering in a cage match. I think this is only the second or third cage match in TNA history, and this cage looks huge. The cage is filled with weapons, so it looks like an early attempt at a lethal lockdown. There's about 1 million super kicks in this match. The Red Shirts come back and Northcutt does a nice release pump handle suplex. Abyss gives Punk a shock treatment backbreaker. Northcutt also powers Julio into the cage and into a powerbomb. I actually like Kevin Northcutt in the ring, I just hate the Red Shirt security gimmick. Double tables are set up with Julio in big trouble. Punk stops Legend from diving by throwing him off the cage. A huge fight is taking place around the ring for this high stakes matchup, which doesn't officially have any stakes lying in the match. Slapnuts climbs the cage as Tenay screams, "Oh no, not him again." My thoughts exactly. He throws some handcuffs into the ring. It doesn't seem to matter though, as Punk hits a diving elbow drop off the cage into Abyss through double tables. Sting and Styles fight Jarrett on the ramp. Somehow the match is still going despite all the chaos. The Red Shirts are back on top now thanks to the handcuffs. It backfires though as Raven handcuffs the Red Shirts to the ropes. Abyss is trapped in a 3-on-1 but he still managed to hit a black hole slam on Raven. Abyss then sort of chokeslams Punk into the cage as Raven drills Abyss with a chair. The Gathering hit concertos to the Red Shirts and Raven is about to beat Abyss when, wow, the Gathering turn on Raven and give him a concerto. They roll Abyss on top of Raven and it's over. Wow, that is a swerve that genuinely shocked me. I didn't see that coming. I guess they got tired of being the miserable ex-girlfriends. Actually a really nice episode of TNA where most of the matches delivered. A nice change for this 2003 episode. But now it's time for the first episode of 2004 and we'll see if they can keep the good times rolling. 2004 starts out with Jarrett laying down the law and Kid Cash being his errand boy. Jarrett says Eric Watts has to step down from his position and there is also no number one contender for his title. He's positively beaming, he looks like the cat that got the cream. Jarrett is hinting that there's some big news coming from TNA, but he is warned by somebody on the phone not to reveal the news. Borash is in the ring now with the Ultimate X structure behind him. The Free Live crew are here to perform their new single. Well, it's the same as their last single with a slightly different beat, and it still sucks. Konad's timing doesn't seem to be very good.
All day, every day.
This goes on for a few minutes with Truth mainly taking the lead, which is probably for the best. I don't think the Get Rowdy remix sold many tapes, but at least it's something to make them stand out. Still no Ultimate X match as Slapnuts is out now with his ass kissing crew. Jarrett is wearing one of the ugliest suits of all time. He's in a good old mood as he brags about his year's achievements. Jarrett has forced every member of the TNA staff to sign a sheet to say if they're with him or against him. He declares himself Mr. 2003, and that'll be some sort of award segment later on today. Eric Watts is called out as Jarrett wants to remove him from his position of power. Don Callis reveals there is an ongoing court battle for control of TNA. Callis wants him to resign now in order to avoid an ugly court battle, but Eric Watts refuses to step down. He makes fun of the height of Kid Cash. He is looking very small in there. Watts says his New Year's resolution is to make sure Jarrett loses his £10 of gold. Jarrett responds saying there is no number one contender when a masked moron wearing women's tights over his head climbs into the ring. The moron beats Jarrett out the ring and back into it. Who is this new masked superstar? Looks like AJ Styles has been on the gear again. Roddy Piper goes on a drunken old man rant like he does every other week. He spends most of the promo saying how Ric Flair is scared of him. For some reason, Diamond and Swinger are talking about how horrible their career is going. Didn't they just win a number one contender shot on the last show? The gifted Glenn Gilberti tries to rally his troops. Diamond blames the cab driver for the downturn in their fortunes and calls him a hayseed. Here comes Legend and Northcutt. When will this gimmick come to an end? They are once again teaming up with the Abyss. They face America's Most Wanted and the phenomenal AJ Styles. This is a team that I can get behind. Storm makes a fiery start, super kicking Legend straight away. They send Styles into some acrobatics and a clothesline, and then AMW hit a double bulldog. Legend desperately tags Northcutt. We cut away to see Kid Cash fighting with Jeff Jarrett's grandma in the back. I guess she didn't want to join Team Jarrett. Harris flies out the ring onto the red shirts, but Abyss decks AJ from behind. AJ isn't intimidated and he sends the monster out of the ring. The ref has disappeared and Northcutt whips James Storm with his belt. They take the ref away again, which leads to more belt shots. Storm is pretty much screwed as he's suplexed overhead into the corner. It continues going badly for him because Abyss flapjacks him into the mat. More belts from Legend. Man, this ref has ADD. Storm does get a hope spot of the Hangman's noose and he manages to tag Harris. Harris and Northcutt exchange blows and Harris hits him with a full Nelson slam. Abyss can get it too with the Fez press. Now AJ makes a blind tag and hits a springboard dual dropkick. The ring is cleared so AJ can hit a flip senton out of the ring. Abyss is left alone with the AMW crew who hit a double flapjack. They can't put him away as the red shirts wake up and save him. AJ has it won now with a DDT but no ref once again. AMW finally have enough and start using belts too. AJ has just stood in the ring like a gorm when Abyss sneaks up trying to suplex him, but AJ lands on his feet. AJ tries to Stars Clash him when Slapnuts once again runs into the ring and decks Stars with the belt. Abyss wins with the Black Hole Slam. Good match, bad Jarrett. Up next, it's the 2003 Babe of the Year Trinity, who I honestly can't remember the last time she was even on this show. She talks about her stunt woman career. It sounds like she's just been off TV because she's been working on the Daredevil film. She says she loves pain. She wants to become the #1 women's wrestler in the history of wrestling. It's probably best to leave TNA then, love, as there isn't even a women's division. Her promo is randomly interrupted by Sonny, don't look at his ass Siaki, another person missing from the show for so long. He takes credit for all her accomplishments, I'm not really sure why. Then it randomly cuts to a Trinity promo in the arena where the exact same thing happens. That was weird. Siaki says that he should have been Babe of the Year. God, the 2002 glory days of his career seem like a distant memory. Kid Cash interrupts them, asking them to sign their loyalty over to Jeff Jarrett. Siaki says he's been advised not to sign it by a mystery person. Trinity also doesn't want anything to do with Cash again. The New York Numpties get their tag title shot at the Free Live Crew's belts. As usual, the crew will be represented by Mold Dog and Truth because Konad doesn't like wrestling very much. The Numpties almost win with some double teaming whilst the camera cuts away to show Daniels and Skipper plotting something. Truth hits the axe kick, but he can't win because the ref is distracted and the cab driver is here. The cabbie accidentally takes out Diamond and Truth beats Diamond with the back sack and crack. Short match, not much of a title match. It boils over with the cabbie and the Diamond Man, but fortunately their little friends are there to break it up. We now get highlights from a AAA main event where TNA were kind enough to lend them David Young and Michael Shane. Also, the IWA has some pretty nice highlights. Back in TNA land, Kid Cash forces Tiny the Timekeeper to sign allegiance to Jeff Jarrett. Why would he even want him? And why is this guy always a character? The security team are not impressed and Cash shoves Chris Vaughn, who is also a character on this show for some reason. In a dark corner somewhere, Scott Hudson reminds Raven that he still isn't getting a shot at the world title because of Julio and Punk. It cuts back to show Kid Cash is still threatening Chris Vaughn. Kid Cash calls him little when he towers over Cash. Vaughn won't sign and he decks Cash with his clipboard. They decide to turn this into a match as Vaughn ducks Kid Cash. Cash fights back quickly with a backbreaker. Don Harris comes to his rescue and hits a big slam as the referee turns his back on the match. For once, the referee has a good reason to be distracted. He doesn't agree with Kid Cash and Jeff Jarrett. Chris Vaughn, who makes the girls yawn, is the winner. Hill, Julio and Punk are in the back. They say their only mistake was following Raven. They don't really explain why they turned on Raven. The Gathering will now take on Raven and a mystery partner who turns out to be the Sandman. More like the Sadman. The comedy team explained that due to Raven losing the match on the last episode, he will never be allowed a world title shot again. I don't remember that being a stip at the time. Punk slaps Raven straight away. Raven slaps the Gathering back as the ECW crew spit beers in their faces and kick them in their nutsacks. Sandman seems quite invested in this storyline as he hits the guillotine leg drop on Julio. He misses his next leg drop but stays in control. Sandman smacks him down a bunch of times but he misses his swanton bomb which leaves Jeff Hardy dumping in his nappy of anger. Punk joins the match with a springboard dropkick. De Niro and Punk isolate the Sandman. They both hit dives on the Sandman but Punk gets overzealous and misses his next dive. Raven gets the tag to zero fan reaction. He sandwiches the Gathering which causes a ref bump. Raven hits the clothesline bulldog and looks to finish off Punk, but suddenly a dark hooded figure climbs onto the ring apron and he knocks out Raven with chloroform. Punk wins with the Raven effect. Was this the same mystery figure as the one from the first segment? No idea, it looked like Bastion Booger in his first gimmick. We aren't left waiting long as he unmasks and it's Father James Mitchell. Well, at least that makes sense, and it also definitely wasn't Mitchell in the first segment. In the back, Michael Shane cuts a horrible screeching promo about how he's the greatest X Division champion of all time. Shane Douglas says the NWA are just trying to screw him by making him defend the belt against 3 other men. It's actually a really good promo from Shane Douglas, and he shows Michael Shane how it's done. TNA, Watts and Goldilocks are here to present the Mr. 2003 award. It's between AJ Styles and Jeff Jarrett. AJ wins and gets a big trophy, which would be recycled by the cheap TNA for years and years to come. AJ promises that he'll deliver more in 2004 and will be a world champion again. Slapnuts of course takes exception to that. Jarrett thinks he deserves the award because he's the longest reigning TNA heavyweight champion. Mike Tenay defends the decision and says the fans don't like Jarrett and AJ Styles is Mr. TNA. Tenay goads Jeff Jarrett into putting up his belt in a match with the Mr. TNA trophy on the line too. Jarrett will only have that match if Watts and AJ Styles can beat Jarrett and Abyss next week. If AJ loses, Eric Watts is fired. Goldilocks accepts on Eric Watts' behalf, with Watts looking doubtful. Not sure why she's allowed to make decisions on his behalf. All that's left is Ultimate X. Chris Sabin, The Warrior, Chris Daniels and the champion Michael Shane. There's questions over whether Daniels and Low-Ki have been aligned by Skipper. Sabin nails a huge flip dive out of the ring. He's a house on fire as he leg drops Michael Shane onto a chair. Daniels tries to hit Angel's Wings on Low-Ki, and Key tries a Key Crusher, so I guess they aren't friends after all. Daniels attempts to springboard into the ring to catch the wires, but he misses. I think that was a botch because he looks really annoyed. Daniels decides to try and climb the structure instead. He doesn't get anywhere near the belt before Shane wallops him with a chair. Shane is stupid too and tries to jump off a chair to reach the belt. It's not his first Ultimate X match, so he's a dumbass for not knowing it wouldn't work. Shane gives Daniels a hurricane on a chair as it crumples. Low-Ki takes a nasty fall out of the ring and his leg hits a table. Daniels is still trying to jump off a chair to reach the belt. His desperate attempt ends in him getting booted in half by Low-Ki. The 2 former Triple X members both end up on the ropes where Low-Ki applies a Dragon Sleeper. Sabin kicks him off. Chris Sabin drops Daniels on a chair. Then there's a ref bump. Everybody is down except Michael Shane. Scratch that, Low-Ki wakes up and kicks a ladder at him. He tries a cartwheel kick but instead runs into a Shane super kick. Michael Shane tries to use the ladder to win, which is apparently forbidden in this match, but Daniels is awake now and he hits Uranagi off the ladder. The crazy moves continue with Low-Ki hitting a German off the ladder. Daniels hits Low-Ki with the BME. This match is mad. The ladder has been involved a lot in this match. It's not even supposed to be. Low-Ki and Daniels fight on top of the ladder, which is tipped over by Shane. I think they crash into the commentary desk, but the camera kind of misses it. The ref has finally woken up and he doesn't allow Michael Shane to use the ladder. Chris Gorm takes the ladder away. Michael Shane starts climbing when Sabin appears on the ropes and he kicks Shane through a waiting table. Sabin makes it to the middle and after a very big struggle to get the belt down, he manages it. Swear it's like the opposite of the last match. Chris Sabin is now the X Division champion. Much better than the first Ultimate X match, even if you can look past the ladder usage. We go off the air with Jarrett gloating about tricking Eric Watts to somebody named Tom on the phone. I'm not sure anybody really cares about the bombshell of Eric Watts possibly losing his job, but it is what it is. Great couple of shows, the timing was much better, the match quality was much better, and it feels like TNA is strong heading into 2004. I'm the Hawk and you've been listening to me talk. This one starts with Eric Watts and Goldilocks and AJ Styles in a car park. What an exciting start to the show. I can't wait to watch another 2 hours of this. I couldn't even hear what they said anyway. We cut to a wild slapnuts spin.
Jeff Jarrett.
He is feeling a bit overworked lately and he's stressed. He speaks to somebody on the phone called Tom Sr. who seems to have some sort of power in TNA. First time he's been mentioned. He and Jarrett run through the game plan for tonight. Then there's a video package using the Macho Man song Are You Ready? I'm ready to go to sleep. There's new match graphics which look horrible and cheap. The Sandman doesn't even have a proper graphic. It looks so unprofessional. Jarrett is fighting backstage with a masked man who appeared at the end of last week's show. They fight out to the ring where we learn that the masked man is El Leon. This was a wrestler called Apollo who TNA tried to make work many times over the years. He hits a nice side slam to Jarrett before the red shirt security save him. They beat on him for a bit before El Leon escapes. Mike Tenay reminds Jarrett that 2 weeks in a row the masked man has beaten him up. Everybody is screaming and frothing at the mouth. The audience look a mixture of confused and bored. Then somebody in the crowd loudly swears at Jarrett and it has to be bleeped out. JB desperately screams that it's time for a rawhide strap match. It's going to be America's Most Wanted taking on the red shirt security. For most of the match, it feels like they forgot about the gimmick because they don't even touch the straps. James Storm is just out here trying to wrestle. He hits a Hurricanrana on Legend, but the red shirts are known cheaters and known morons. Kevin Northcutt remembers that the straps exist and hits just one shot before stopping. The red shirts fail on a spike pile driver and Storm catapults them. He has the chance to tag out, but instead he's running around and hitting throws. When Chris Harris does get the tag, he fully embraces the strap gimmick. He strips Northcutt's shirt so the leather rawhide can hurt him more. Harris almost wins it with the spear. Then they almost win again with Chris Harris doing a sharpshooter while Storm rains down on shots on Northcutt. Just after that, it ends to a James Storm superkick. The red shirts are bad losers and they try to hang Harris. Storm frees him but gets double teamed. Once again, the red shirts fail on a spike pile driver and it's all over. I would be surprised if anyone on this roster is full-time making more than $100,000 a year. It's a very weak roster with almost zero star power. We get a recap of Ultimate X last week. It was actually pretty nice and Chris Sabin won. These highlights go on for a very long time with black and white grainy images of Sabin. The production values are really slacking on this show. Shawn Michaels' cousin, Michael Shane, is interviewed about being in a triple threat match tonight. He doesn't care about his injured arm and he says he's going to get the X Division title back. Shane Douglas says he only lost because of politics. Tracy is a very good actress. She looks at Shane Douglas like she's in love with him. We all know that isn't possible. That triple threat X Division match is up now. It's the Warrior Low-Ki versus Daniels. His nickname is now apparently the Lord of the Ring. He takes on Shawn Michaels' cousin. The two former Triple X members brawl. Like a dumbass, Shane chooses to break up the brawl. They just keep on ignoring him. Shame this isn't a singles match, it would probably be better. Shane throws them together in the corner and hits Ki with a released Northern Lights. Daniels kicks him down and goes back to fighting Low-Ki. Randomly, a box appears, with the Sandman walking around and smoking and looking for Raven. Michael Shane throws the two bold boys out the ring at each other. Crisp Sabin is intently watching this match to see who his next opponent will be. He looks very clean and healthy, which is a rarity on this show. Shane keeps sending them together. He controls the match for ages. The audience are in silence. I think they're bored. Daniels and Low-Ki decide to work together to take Shane out with a spinebuster springboard kick. That fires the Warrior up, who chops Shane's chest off. Now Daniels holds Shane so Low-Ki can keep kicking him. Predictably, Low-Ki kicks Daniels' head off. There's a pretty cool move now that the crowd don't even bother to acknowledge. Shane throws Ki at Daniels, who catches his foot, and Low-Ki fires backwards with a kick using his free leg. Impressive. Nice rolling kick from Low-Ki now. Just put the belt on this guy. For God's sake, he's the only person anyone cares about in this crowd. Then Low-Ki does that back kick again, but this time he rolls Shane into an armbar. It almost works, but he's just too close to the ropes. Daniels is back now and he crushes Ki with a backbreaker. Christopher Daniels takes Ki down and locks him in a submission, which is instantly broken up by Shane with the flying elbow drop. Shane hits an implant DDT with the commentary team deciding to skip to a recap. Daniels and Shane then exchange pinning attempts until Daniels hits the Angel's Wings. Low-Ki breaks up the pin. Daniels and Low-Ki now fight on the top rope. Shane shoves Daniels out of the ring, which looked painful. There's a much worse one to come in this video though. He sends Low-Ki into the turnbuckles and tries to hit the Sweet Chin Music. Low-Ki blocks that and hits another rolling kick. He keeps going with a cartwheel kick into the corner. Shane Douglas decides to come out and ruin the match, and Low-Ki turns around into a Sweet Chin Music to give Michael Shane the win. Pretty fun match, and Low-Ki, he is criminally underrated by TNA. He's the only one this crowd care about. And seriously, Michael Shane is the number one contender once again. It feels like Sabin and Shane have been fighting over that belt for months. In the back, Scotty 2 Hotty meets with representatives from AAA. They are excited to announce a new talent sharing deal. The Mexican talents are apparently very excited to be wrestling in America and they'll be competing in the upcoming World X Cup. The guy in the black is actually a very good talker, probably better than half the TNA roster. Now we're forced to watch some more grainy, poor quality footage from AAA. This goes on for ages. A miserable Jeremy Borash is in the ring and he announces an internal problems match. The gifted Glenn Gilberti, say it with me, how is he gifted, will be the referee for whatever this match is supposed to be. It's the master of the cab driver slam, David Young, taking on the Diamond Man. God, this roster sucks. Imagine paying to watch David Young versus Simon Diamond with Glenn Gilberti as the referee. But first, gifted Glenn will cut a promo. He says they are here to solve their group's problems. The loser of this match will be kicked out of their stupid group. Young wants to shake hands, but Diamond slaps his hand away, so Young slaps him in the face. An enraged Diamond Man spears him. Simon Diamond then sends Young into the corner and hits a Russian leg sweep for a 2. Diamond moves on to beat him up on the outside of the ring for a while. Back in the ring, Young hits a low blow.
David Young kicks him in the head. Once again, this crowd sound bored. Well, it is heel versus heel. Does anyone really care about who gets kicked out of this group? Young hits a short arm clothesline. He mounts Diamond with punches. Gilberti apparently isn't happy with that aggression. Diamond rolls him up with Gilberti slow counting. I'm not sure if it was deliberate or he was just gorming out. For no reason at all, David Young gets a steel chair. Gilberti doesn't let him use it. David Young is dominating this match. The crowd wearily chant, "Let's go Simon." Probably the only time in TNA this guy was cheered. Young misses a moonsault and he's almost rolled up by the Diamond Man. We get a double down after Simon's superkick. Back on their feet, Simon tries the Simon series, which Young breaks up with his own suplex. David Young attempts another dive where Simon makes him fall in his nutsack. Diamond hits a Frankensteiner and it should be over, but instead Gilberti takes that Diamond with the chart topper. David Young wins the match. I really wasn't expecting that. Johnny Swinger is enraged about this. Gilberti and the cabbie escape. So are these two teams feuding now? I can't imagine being excited about this feud. In the back, Scott Hudson is desperately banging on Jarrett's jail cell door. Slapnuts is in a poor mood because of the masked man earlier. He tells Kid Cash that he's got to take out Chris Vaughn tonight. Shane Douglas is back. Don't you just love going from a match with Simon Diamond to Shane Douglas? They basically feel like the same people to me. He's facing Elix Skipper, who flips into the ring, which is the highlight of the show so far. Skipper does a nice front flip back kick to zero reaction. Douglas throws him into the turnbuckle to stop him. Sandman is in a car park spraying beer about. Douglas connects for delayed front suplex and a neck snapper. Shane Douglas looks like a burnt crab. Skipper tries to fight back but can't, and Douglas hits a TKO. Skipper is really selling his neck now. We get a double down from a wacky spin kick. Skipper is dumb and gets distracted by Tracy Brooks. Douglas sneaks up and hits the Jericho facebuster into a full Nelson stretch. Skipper taps out. Douglas won't let go and Low-Ki has to come to his aid. The new franchise beat up the two X Division dorks. This goes on for a while until Christopher Daniels comes to his former teammate's aid. Skipper begs for Daniels and Low-Ki to make up, but Warrior won't do it. In the back, AJ Styles has his little trophy. He is Mr. TNA 2003. He wants a shot at Jarrett's world title, but first he teams up with Eric Watts tonight. They are the Dream Team. Now it's a video package hyping up how Kid Cash has been getting signatures for wrestlers to join Jarrett's army. Apparently it's not going so well. Out he comes for his exciting match against security guard Chris Vaughn. I did enjoy Kid Cash slapping and beating on Tiny the Timekeeper. Cash has been trying to force him to sign, but he keeps failing in his mission. Vaughn hits some springboard moves until Kid Cash hits a vicious shoulder breaker. Vaughn does manage to kick out, but probably wishes he hadn't as Cash lights him up with chops. Vaughn keeps trying to come back, but he's too much of a jobber and Cash keeps shutting him down. Kid Cash busts him open as Vaughn pulls faces which makes him look like a fish out of water. Vaughn is still alive though, and he clotheslines Cash and hits a spinning back elbow, followed by a net breaker and a lion salt for a 2. They fight on the top rope where Cash hits a top rope body slam. Pretty cool, I don't remember seeing that before. Kid Cash finishes him off with the moneymaker. I like that match, but why are we watching Kid Cash versus a security guard? Do we really care if Chris Vaughn signs up to Jarrett's army? I can't imagine he'd be much of a recruit. Cash uses Vaughn's red liquid to sign the contract. Then, Tiny the Timekeeper rushes the ring. He ends up topless. Gee, thanks for burning my eyes, TNA. He beats up Kid Cash. A morbidly obese, out-of-shape ogre with no athletic pedigree is beating up Kid Cash, a wrestler. Eventually, Cash does manage to take him out, but he's saved by one of the Harris boys who was also in security. The red shirt security return to fight the black shirt security. You've got a real shit show right here. This is why I'm struggling with this series. I can't watch the pointless security feud, which has been going on for months now, and it eats up so much damn TV time. This roster sucks Sonny Siaki's ass, man. James Mitchell and the Gathering in a pitch black room threaten Raven. These video packages are so poorly produced that they look like they were shot in the early 90s. Raven is sat in a four-cornered room staring at the candles. But no, it's not Raven, it's Father James Mitchell who brags about outsmarting Raven and taking CM Punk and dinero from Raven. He moves on to threaten Sandman and says as Raven isn't here tonight, it's going to be a handicap match. CM Punk says tonight they will make an example out of him. That match is next, except it's a double single Paul Kane match. The Gathering versus the Sandman. They play Raven's music despite spending the last 10 minutes establishing that Raisin isn't even here. Sandman seems aware of this too. Hack does pretty well for a while, beating the Gathering up around the ring. He gets Punk in the ring, humps his head and nails the Frankensteiner. That gives Julio a brief opening until he tries to get a cane and Sandman throws him out of the ring. Punk is feeling better now and he hits a Shining Wizard.
He falls on his nutsack though and Sandman tries to get a cane. Julio powerbombs the Sandman instead. And now it resembles the handicap match that I was expecting. They hit the side slam diving elbow drop combination. The Gathering both have canes, so it's not looking good for the Sandman, who is caned back and forth. He suddenly no-sells a shot and gives Punk a right Russian leg sweep. Julio gets one too. Sandman canes him in the head time and time again, but he only gets a 2 count. The Sandman then gets distracted by James Mitchell and the Gathering beat him with a double super kick. It was actually really fun while it lasted, but it was too damn short. Predictably, they give the Sandman a post-match beating. The 3 dorkiest security guards ever make the save. These 3 friends will need a punch to the gut. In the back, Eric Watts is looking homeless. He warns Goldilocks to stay in the back tonight whilst he takes care of business. She refuses and is offended that he asked her to do that. She thinks this means that Watts is breaking up with her. How did she get to that conclusion? Everyone looks confused about this. Back in the ring, the Sandman is screaming for Raven. He looks like complete trash. He says because Raven has not turned up, he's going to go and get Balls Mahoney. The commentary team are shocked by this sudden increase in star power on their roster. Just the main event left, but first, the Slapnuts interview. He says the face of TNA Wrestling is about to change. Okay, so does that mean Jarrett's quitting TNA? No, he's apparently talking about Eric Watts being the face of TNA. He reminds Abyss that he needs to come through in the match tonight. They want to finish off Eric Watts. The stipulation for this match is that if Eric Watts doesn't win the match, he will be fired from his position of authority. Styles looks very happy for this matchup. Abyss never looks happy, unlike Slappy. AJ Styles and Abyss are doing some fun stuff, but the cameraman prefers to focus on Eric Watts and Jeff Jarrett. We get a brief respite from that to see AJ standing on Abyss's back going into a Hurricanrana. Watts throws AJ at Abyss, who eventually hits a Tornado DDT. AJ and Abyss always had good chemistry. Jarrett avoids a dropkick and does the strut. Bad move because AJ drop kicks him. It's good when AJ and Abyss are in there. Thankfully that's quite frequently too because the heels choose to isolate Styles. I just can't get over how scruffy Eric Watts looks for this main event. He's literally written DOA, Director of Authority, on his raggy Gen Z jeans. Watts gets the tag and he chokes Sam Slappy. The pin is broken up as the match breaks down. Styles hits a beautiful flip dive out of the ring onto the Abyss. Eric Watts causes one of the most dramatic ref bumps of all time. Love that one. Slapnuts hits Watts with his title. As the ref does his count, AJ desperately crawls at him, but he's too weak to stop the count. It's a 3. Mike Tenay screams at the referee and says Jarrett hit him with the bell. Bill Behrens from the NWA board also yells at the referee. God, there's so many damn authority figures on this show. The match is restarted. Jarrett chokes out Tenay, who dumps in his nappy of fear. Everyone is screaming. My head hurts. El Leon jumps Jeff Jarrett. Watts chokeslams Abyss and AJ hits a springboard 450. Shockingly, it's just a 2. Now we get a meeting of the minds as AJ does a springboard. Goldilocks gets in the ring, but she actually smacks Abyss in the slash zone. Watts cutters him across the ropes and AJ wins the sunset flip. How come when Jarrett cheats the match is restarted but not when Goldilocks interferes? I don't like inconsistency. Don Callis throws a complete tantrum in the ring. Eric Watts says that if Callis overturns AJ Styles' title shot, he will quit TNA. I'm so confused. Isn't that what they want to happen anyway? Jarrett then screams next week Johnny Fairplay is here and Watts can kiss his job goodbye. What a strange ending to the show, it doesn't make sense. God damn it. This is crying out for some star power. It feels like they've been spinning their wheels for months with the authority storyline just going on and on. I might regret this, but let's watch another episode. The entire crowd are chanting ICP with Eric Watts in the ring. You can barely hear what he has to say. Apparently he's going face to face with Don Callis for full control of the company. He moves on to talk about the World X Cup. Watts promises that he's bringing back one of the greatest X Division wrestlers of all time and outwalks Jerry Lynn to captain Team TNA. Pretty good return right there. This causes the crowd to stop chanting ICP for a moment. Jerry Lynn's promo sucks, so I can barely hear him. The crowd get bored and start chanting ICP again. Before anything else can be said, Kid Cash interrupts him. He calls ICP painted horse. Kid Cash makes fun of Jerry Lynn for being sent home for 5 months. Cash reminds Jerry Lynn that Watts could have brought him back to TNA sooner, but he didn't do it. He does respect Jerry Lynn and tries to convince him to join Jarrett's side of the war. Didn't Jarrett and Don Callis push for Lynn to be fired in the first place? They all wronged him, really. Cash calls Watts and NWA complete trash. Kid Cash then reveals that Lynn got him a job in TNA. He says when TNA lose the X Cup, Jerry Lynn will just be sent home again. He wants Lynn to sign up to Jarrett's army to guarantee him a job. This promo goes on for a surprisingly long amount of time. Cash says if he doesn't sign, he will kick Lynn's ass. Jerry chooses to deck Kid Cash with a clipboard. Cash and Lynn fight for a while, but none of the 50 security guards on this show bother to break it up. Jerry Lynn eventually deals with Cash on his own. Pretty happy with this overall, and if these two are going to feud, you can bet your ass that match will be good. A private jet is shown, which is apparently for Johnny Fairplay. I love how they've stuck a TNA sticker on it, as if they had their own private jet. Jarrett gets on the phone to check that Kawas and Watts really do have to fight next week. I have no idea who these random people are that Jarrett keeps calling. So many authority figures on these shows. Kid Cash walks into Jarrett's room. Jarrett randomly says Cash better get a signature from Sonny Don't Look at His Ass Siaki. Why is that so important? He hasn't even been seen on the show lately. I'll take the laugh though. The opening match will be Julio De Niro and CM Punk versus the Sandman. Look at those girls, they really want some of Sandman's beer. And his partner is Balls Mahoney. The camera cuts away from his entrance straight away because the Gathering are flying. Balls actually looks okay here. The ECW guys share a beer for old time's sake. They turn around into kicks from the Gathering. It doesn't matter though, and Balls hits Julio with a sit-out spinebuster. The Sandman gives Punk a Frankensteiner and Balls does a top rope splash to Punk. It might be over already if it wasn't for Julio to go on full Karate Kid mode. As the match moves along, Punk and Balls try to do something, but they can't manage whatever it was. Julio takes out the Sandman with a baseball slide, and then Balls takes out Punk with a crossbody out the ring. When they return to the ring, Sandman does a front suplex across the ropes. He flies off the ropes with a chair guillotine leg drop. That's just a 2 count. Sandman's dominance is stopped by a Punk springboard dropkick. They hit him with a steel chair. Balls takes the chair, but Punk kicks it into his face. Punk and Julio hit him with the side slam diving elbow drop, and just like that, it's over. You know what? It was a fun match, even if Balls looks a bit rusty, and the Gathering are getting some decent build-up as heels. They're about to use thumbtacks on someone when a poorly produced audio clip of Raven's music plays. Then he's talking and it sounds terrible and strange. That gives the Sandman time to wake up and use his cane. Balls Mahoney would not be seen again in TNA for 6 years. In the back, Gifted Glenn is making fun of Diamond and Swinger. He says he gave them all their opportunities in TNA and without them they would be picking Jersey fishermen's asses. Gilberti says they aren't a cohesive unit because one of them has pledged loyalty to Jeff Jarrett and the other one hasn't. Oh, he's really sowing the seeds there. Very edgy, Gilberti. Young and Gilberti come out now. I can't help but wonder where this storyline is even going. Why would Disco want to align himself with the cabbie that he's been bullying for months and he didn't want him to hang out with them? They face Diamond and Swinger, the turds in the toilet. They take out the cabbie of a flapjack. Now Young is hit with a double team. I was surprised he was able to kick out. Diamond Man avoids a cab driver slam and gives Young a Simon series. Gilberti causes a distraction, and there it is, cab driver slam, the cab driver slam, it's over. No, it's not actually. The crowd are bored by Gilberti and they're more interested in doing insane clown posse stuff. The Gifted cab drivers do a drop toe hold into an elbow drop. The cabbie hits a middle rope moonsault for a 2. Dom West points out that if he hadn't botched it, it might have ended the match. This was one of Dom West's weaknesses in his early TNA commentary career. He'd often point out and highlight mistakes when he shouldn't have been. Gifted Glenn misses a middle rope knee drop and the tag is made to Swinger. They ping pong Glenn back and forth with punches. Then they get a double team flatliner. It's not going well for the Gifted cab drivers. David Young is beaten by the Problem Solver. This wasn't a bad match, but the crowd was so distracted. I ask once again though, where the hell is this feud going? We cut to the crowd where Kid Cash is dragging Jeff Jarrett's granny through the crowd. I was actually worried for her health with the way Kid Cash is wrenching on her head. They choke each other out in the ring. This is crazy. Cash forces her to sign allegiance to Jeff Jarrett. The man to come to his rescue is not AJ Styles, it's not Eric Watts, and it's not America's Most Wanted. Instead, it's Tiny the Timekeeper. He once again takes off his shirt. They stall for a while before Chris Vaughan saves the old lady. Cash hits him with the clipboard and David Young hits the cab driver slam. The granny is still in the ring. There's room for one more hero in this storyline, and the big hero is Don Harris. Don't you just love him? It's like John Cena whenever he turns up. Being serious, couldn't they find somebody else for this spot? Wait, where the fuck has Jerry Lynn gone? Why wasn't it him? In the back, a Hummer has pulled up with some escorts. One of them is dragged back into the car. Somewhere else backstage, Sonny Siaki is taking a dump, but he doesn't want Trinity looking at his ass. Kid Cash is also here. He asks Siaki to sign his clipboard. Siaki refuses. They keep sliding it back and forth. Siaki emerges and says he's been advised not to sign anything. Trinity does sign it for some reason. More from them now. Siaki yells at Trinity for signing. He wants her to stay away from him because he's facing D'Lo Brown tonight. It was relieving to hear Sonny's music after so long. D'Lo looks like he hasn't worked out for a while. These two have had some good matches in the past. After D'Lo dominates for a bit, Siaki hits a Hangman's Neckbreaker. He stops a D'Lo comeback with a super kick for a 2. D'Lo comes back at him with a hard spinebuster and a diving clothesline. The basement clothesline gets D'Lo a 2. Big swinging side slam for D'Lo now for another 2. Trinity appears at ringside. Man, I've missed her. Siaki leaves the ring to argue with her because he's a moron. He brings a chair into the ring and D'Lo promptly kicks it back into his face. The ref stops D'Lo from using the chair and this distracts the ref. Trinity dives on D'Lo with a tornado DDT, which is just a 2. D'Lo then reverses the Siakalypse and he beats Siaki with the Sky High. Not as good as their other matches. Now Kid Cash is back. Don West screams, "We've seen enough of this guy." Pretty accurate. He still wants Siaki to sign his stupid clipboard. Why would they want the man who lost the match to sign the clipboard? They argue for a while. Siaki eventually tosses the clipboard away. This causes them to fight. Trinity stops Siaki by kicking his head off. Cash hits Siaki with a shoulder breaker and Trinity lands a moonsault. Everybody is in shock, but Trinity is once again seemingly aligning herself with Kid Cash. In the back, it's Slapnuts, Cowass and the red shirt Burks. He tells them all that they need to win the tag belts. Trinity walks into a round of applause. She says she's loyal to Jeff Jarrett but wants nothing to do with Kid Cash. Cowass rushes off to find Johnny Fairplay. The next match is a tag team match between the new franchise and Triple X. It's hard to care. I find the new franchise the most boring team in existence, other than the red shirts of course. Shane Douglas is boring, Michael Shane is overrated, and since being aligned with Shane Douglas, Shane has lost most of his matches. So many pointless tag teams in this company. Even ICP looked bored during this one. It goes on forever and it's a waste of time minus some Elix Skipper spots. This match does feature one of the scariest spots I have ever seen. Tracy thinks it's a good idea to climb onto the top rope and try to stop Skipper from diving Douglas through some chairs. Michael Shane pushes them both off the top and through the chairs, and the noise that Tracy makes is disturbing.
This is crazy! Oh my God! Did you see Douglas get out of the way? Oh, just in time, but Tracy, leave him somebody! Talk about taking...
So yeah, not great. Daniels hits last rites on Michael Shane, but no referee. Shane Douglas smacks Daniels out of a chain and the ref wakes up to count the 3. This match caused Tracy Brooks to break her arm. I hope you're happy, TNA. Was it worth it? A complete throwaway match with a dangerous spot which caused a woman to break her arm and it was all for nothing. The 3 Live crew make fun of the red shirt security. Disturbingly, they make fun of Tracy Brooks straight after she's just broken her arm. Truth says he wouldn't hit that. They say Chris Harris looks like he was on a homosexual DVD and then it ends. Out come the red shirt security. When will they go? Who truly knows? They take on America's Most Wanted, and this match will determine the number 1 contenders for the tag belts. Not sure where all the other random tag teams sit in the rankings. It was at this point I couldn't take the red shirt security any longer and I fast forwarded. I'm sorry, but I have really tried to accept these people. I've probably sat through 20 of their matches and I don't think I enjoyed a single one. They aren't that bad in terms of ring work, but I couldn't care less about a security team. And anyway, why are 2 security guards ranked almost at the top of the tag team division? James Storm botches a top rope dive which causes him to screw his shoulder up and he'd be off television for a couple of months. He actually toughs the rest of the match out though and even takes an overhead suplex into the corner. He does a sunset flip powerbomb too. I guess the adrenaline kicks in sometimes. Legend hits him with a bad looking suplex from the top. The red shirts botch a move on James Storm. Really not James Storm's night. Harris has it won but there's no ref. Randomly, the Naturals rush the ring. One of them throws powder in Harris's eyes and the other decks him with a steel chair. Yay, more jobber tag teams. The red shirts win, and now they are the number 1 contenders for the tag belts. Well, that's one match in the future that I can skip. James Mitchell and the Gathering threaten the Sandman. They say he has a mystery partner next week, but Mitchell doubts that that'll be Raisin. Punk begs him to bring Raisin though. This guy's come on leaps and bounds in the promo department. They hardly even let Julio speak anymore. Cowass is in the ring screaming about Eric Watts. I don't care about either of these men or who is running this damn company. He eventually brings out Johnny Fairplay, the most hated man in America because he was on the stupid Survivor program. He looks like Ronald McDonald on crack. He insults the crowd for a bit. They chant, "Who are you?" It wouldn't surprise me if they actually didn't know who he was. I only know him because of TNA. But then again, the Hawk has proven in the past that he's not very knowledgeable when it comes to celebrities because I only care about myself. But this guy will be sticking around in TNA. Mercifully, AJ Styles interrupts his promo. AJ Styles asks, "Who are you?" I personally despise anybody who got fame from reality TV shows or just because they're hot. I'm probably just jealous, but I do respect hard work. Not being in the right place at the right time. AJ calls him Carrot Top on acid. He wants a world title shot and drastically throws the chair to the mat. Fairplay calls him Hillbilly. He admits that he doesn't know who AJ is either. Fairplay continues putting himself over. Kawas asks AJ to leave the ring because it's not his promo time. AJ starts attacking Kawas, but Fairplay squashes him with a chair. He blocks a second attack and he just powerbombs Johnny Fairplay. Well, at least that bit was enjoyable. ICP are finally acknowledged by the commentary team. They're having a great time in there, it seems. The main event will be Slapnuts taking on El Leon in a street fight. Not exactly a riveting main event, but maybe TNA's trying to get 3 wrestlers injured on one show. Mike Tenay shoves Jarrett into a fence. It's just a bunch of mindless weapon shots with zero creativity. We do have crowd brawling because every Jeff Jarrett match must have crowd brawling. ICP shower Jeff with drink. Tenay gets into it with Jarrett again. El Leon has Slapnuts beat multiple times, but Jarrett has the acoustic equaliser. He wants to unmask El Leon when AJ makes the save. The match is just thrown out. I thought it was no DQ. Abyss saves Slapnuts from AJ, and the show goes off the air with Abyss throwing AJ out of the ring and through a table. Today soils his nappy with anger and the show goes off the air. Jesus Christ. Yeah, so tonight is the night that 2 random strange men are going to fight for control of TNA. It's only the second or third time this has happened by the 79th TNA episode. One of those strange men steps out of a car with his girlfriend Goldilocks and 2 strange big white faces. One of them is Brian Ursula and the other is never introduced to us. Urlacher. God, you guys got me about this last time and I can't remember the correct pronunciation. I'm sick, don't make me hit you with a brick. The first man out is the Monster Abyss. Before we can find out what he's up to, a very sick-looking D'Lo Brown threatens him on camera, and these two are going to have a match. Abyss tries an early chokeslam which doesn't work, and Brown charges him out of the ring. Man, that cage dancer looks awkwardly young. Why does she hide her face like that? Brown sets up a table and flies back into the ring with a crossbody. He can't do anything else for now, and he runs into a big throw into the air. Abyss goes back to beating him up on the outside. D'Lo looks out of it after hitting the steps. A brief D'Lo comeback is shut down when Abyss boots his face off. D'Lo escapes a backbreaker and he nails the Inzaguri kick for a double down. Back on their feet, D'Lo screams, "What's my name?" and he flies the diving clothesline. Man, D'Lo really just wanted to be the rapper DMX at this point. Now somehow D'Lo powers Abyss up and hesitates before hitting a spinning side slam. That's quite impressive strength. Abyss once again attempts his backbreaker and this time it works. D'Lo kicks out at 2. The match keeps on going back and forth. D'Lo thinks he has it won after a spinebuster, but Abyss knocks him off the top by sending the ref into the ropes. The monster hits the black hole slam and that's enough to beat D'Lo. He doesn't seem to be finished as he starts molesting a table. Abyss chokeslams D'Lo off the apron and through the table. For some reason the crowd don't even react to that. Not a good night for D'Lo Brown. Abyss is jumped by El Leon. This is Apollo under a mask. TNA tried over the years to half-heartedly push this monster as many times as they could, but they always gave up. This is one of those times. In the back, a wild Slapnuts.
Jeff Jarrett.
He's surrounded by a bunch of jobbers and he's speaking to some sort of NWA representative. The guy on the phone says Brian Urlacher must leave the TNA arena. For some reason they're very worried about this man. The gifted Glenn Gilberti, say it all with me, how is he gifted, promises to take care of the clowns tonight. Yeah, that's right, the ICP and the Juggalos basically took over the last TNA show. Disco and Jarrett look like secret lovers here. Back at ringside, D'Lo is being stretchered away, and if he didn't look rough before, he sure does now. The X Division title is on the line next. Shawn Michaels' cousin, Michael Shane, is the challenger. It's good to see Tracy Brooks is back on the show, despite a horrible fall on the last show. I hope whoever was responsible for that was fired. The champion is Chris Sabin. These two have been dominating the division for the last year, and they want their final match to be a decider on who is better. We start with the crowd chanting boring. Sabin gets us started with a head scissors to bring the fight to the outside. He misses a moonsault off the apron, but he can hit a clothesline. Back in the ring, Sabin kicks him in the head, which sends Shane out of the ring again. He regroups for a while with his little friends. Tracy tries to distract Sabin, which doesn't work. She's persistent though, and the woman with the broken arm manages to pull Sabin off the ring apron. Nothing happens for a very long time because Michael Shane is pretty boring. Sabin wakes the crowd and the Hawk up with a springboard missile dropkick. He sends Shane into the crowd and Sabin hits a big dive out there. The Juggalos like that one. Back in the ring, Sabin drops Shane on his face, but he can't get the win. The The Dorks are still distracting Sabin and he's almost rolled up. Michael Shane comes even closer with an implant DDT. Sabin slips out of his next move but can't avoid the super kick. Shane wants to hit sweet chin music now but he misses. Michael Shane slips out the cradle shock and they trade pins and one of them works. Crisp Sabin is the winner. Good, now can we please get a new challenger because all the matches between these two feel a bit mid. Shane Douglas is very upset that his guy has lost again. He calms down and they hug it out. On the last show, reality TV star Johnny Fairplay debuted for TNA. He ate up insane amounts of TV time, annoyed everyone and said AJ Styles was a nobody. He paid for that. Johnny Fairplay is now in a neck brace. His shirt says, "Do you have any idea who I am?" I honestly still barely know. Mike Tenay runs down how everybody hates him whilst he smiles with happiness. Johnny Fairplay promises to bring big ratings to TNA, and he's going to do this by hosting a weekly talk show on TNA. Great, we've got that to look forward to then. The Sandman is freezing to death in an alleyway. He's crying because CM Punk and Julio De Niro keep beating him up. They really want Raven, but he's been MIA. Sandman promises to bring another new partner into TNA this week. Out now is Punk and De Niro with James Mitchell. The Sandman makes his very long entrance. He reveals that his mystery partner will be Mikey Whipwreck. Thus, kind of less interesting than Balls Mahoney the previous week. Mikey is very pleased to see James Mitchell, his former manager in ECW. Mikey looks like a normal guy on the street, which has always kind of been his deal, but he looks worse than ever here. He pretends he's going to turn on the Sandman, but doesn't do it. The ECW guys clear the ring and they share a beer just like last week. This goes on for a while until they spray beer at the gathering. It turns out to be a fun spot match. Mikey is in there hitting head scissors and stunners. Sandman hits the Frankensteiner as Whipwreck does a slingshot leg drop on Julio. Punk also gets a Frankensteiner just as Mikey misses a dive out of the ring. The Gathering now have a 2-on-1 advantage. CM Punk starts using the Sandman's cane. He isn't hurt and he hits a combination Russian leg sweep DDT. James Mitchell distracts Sandman, which allows Julio to hit a super kick. The Gathering hit their side slam diving elbow drop and just like that, it's over in a few minutes. Nice to see Mikey again and not a boring moment in this match, I just wish it went a bit longer. The post-match attack is interrupted by gory images saying that I'm watching you. The Gathering dump in their nappies with fear and they leave. In the back is the New York Numpties. There's been disorder with their tag team as one of them has recently pledged allegiance to Slapnuts and the other one hasn't. They go back and forth arguing for ages over who was signed with Jarrett. They decide that it's probably just Glenn Gilberti trying to turn them against each other. Why is this hateable team supposed to be good guys? Don Callis, the Red Shirt Burks and Johnny Fairplay call out Brian Urlacher. Not sure where his little friend has gone. TNA was obsessed with Brian. Callis says if Urlacher doesn't go home then Eric Watts will lose the main event match tonight by default. I'm not sure why they're treating this non-wrestler as a massive threat to the balance of control in TNA. He makes short work of the Red Shirt Burks before turning his attention to Ronald McDonald. Urlacher press slams him out of the ring. Okay, maybe Brian Urlacher is a threat to the balance of power. Shows how weak the roster is. In the back, a group of X Division wrestlers have gathered. They're going to be representing TNA in the upcoming World X Cup. It's a pretty exciting team. These are going to be some good matches. Jerry Lynn starts moaning about Don Callis sending him home for months. In the main event tonight, he will be handcuffed to Kid Cash, presumably to stop everybody interfering. I bet that won't go well. Up next, a completely random X Division match. Chad Collier, Shark Boy, Matt Striker and Eric Young gather in the ring. They are basically guys not under contract with TNA, but they work sporadically for the company. This is Eric Young's second TNA appearance. First, Kid Cash wants Jeremy Borash to pledge allegiance to Jeff Jarrett. He won't do it and says it's going to be irrelevant tonight when Eric Watts wins control of the company. Oh no, Kid Cash gets into it with Tiny the Timekeeper when Slapnut's grandma starts bonking him with a broom. Kid Cash dumps his nappy of fear and runs from the old hag and Tiny the not so tiny Timekeeper. Yes, there is a match still taking place tonight. I'd forgive you if you thought there wasn't. It's going to be a 4-man team from AAA. The Juice teams with Hector Garza, Abismo Negra and S.A. Rios. Wow, what a team, sign me up. As many of you would know, S.A. Rios is one of my all-time favourite cruiserweights. 19 matches for TNA. Would anyone be interested in the Hawk making that video? I've not seen any of those matches before either. Alright, I have, but I can't remember them. The Juice and the Shark start. Sharky hits a neckbreaker for a 2. Juve misses a splash and tags are made. EY fights with Abismo. He also misses a splash and Eric Big boots him out of the ring. S.A. Rios and Chad Collier in now. Rios misses a handspring and gets dropkicked. S.A. then hits his own dropkick and tags Hector Garza, the powerhouse of the team. Garza and Striker don't have very good chemistry. Team Jobber are making lots of quick tags, but they're not really doing anything interesting. Sharky hits the shark bite to 0 crowd reaction. I don't think Garza has managed a thing in there. EY has terrible roid acne. It's actually pretty vile when you look at it. He gets a 2 off a suplex.
Collier hits him with a butterfly suplex. The tag is suddenly made to Abismo. He hits a clothesline and awkwardly tries to stop a tag but fails. Let's see if the Juice can do something. The Juice is a real trendsetter with Juicy written on his ass. That brand surely couldn't have been about back then, could it? He can't do anything, so far this match is a huge disappointment. The match breaks down so dives can happen. Abismo hits a life-taking dive and S.A. Rios hits a crazy corkscrew flip dive. Shark Boy also hits his own dive, which looks very tame. Then Garza almost botches his moonsault. It didn't look like he was going to get the full rotation there. EY is left alone in the ring. The Juice hits the Juve driver and S.A. Rios follows straight after with a shooting star for the free. Well, other than the closing stages, this was very boring and I don't think these guys matched up very well. Team NWA slowly plod down to the ring to shake the hands of Team AAA. They are all the best of friends now. In the back, it's Pirate Trinity. She's told she'll be handcuffed to Sonny Don't Look at My Ass Siaki in the main event. She calls Siaki brain dead. They're feuding over Siaki refusing to sign with Jeff Jarrett. Does this make Siaki a good guy? Don't Look at My Ass is jumped by Kid Cash. They handcuff Sonny in the locker room. Why would Trinity be so closely aligned with Kid Cash after he bullied and humiliated her a year earlier? Horrible music renditions from the Free Live crew now. It seems that they have been dumped to explosion. Well, they are actually the TNA Tag Team Champions, which is easy to forget because they're never on the main show. Now Kid Cash argues with the Red Shirt security. He reminds us that the Red Shirt Burks are the number one contenders for the tag belts. Yeah, I tried to forget about that. But we got that to look forward to. Cash says if they do not win the tag belts tonight, they're going to be fired. Oh, please let that happen. Yay, a new cage dancer. About time. Apparently that tag title match is up next. Good. I needed a spray break anyway. It's nothing against the Free Live crew. I just can't stand these red shirt wankers. Can you imagine if TNA was stupid enough to have the crew drop the belts to some security guards? I know TNA have done some dumb things in the past, but even they'd never sink to that level of stupidity. Why has TNA devoted so much time to this security tag team? I do not care about this match, so let's please hurry it up and have the crew win so the red shirts can be fired. As individuals, the red shirts have some decent moves, but it's the whole dumb gimmick. Legend misses a moonsault after 5 minutes. End this now. The Free Live crew start closing on a victory. Legend has been destroyed. Suddenly, Shane and Tracy run out. Konad deals with them. The ref is distracted. Oh no, surely not. Shane Douglas is in the ring and he hits Mold Dog with a chain. Legend gorms out and he makes the pin. 1, 2, 3. Jesus Christ, words fail me. They actually put the tag titles on the red shirt security. A security team are this company's tag team champions now. TNA, why did you do this? Nobody would ever pay to see these guys. I'd have more entertainment, farting in a bucket, sealing it up and opening it a week later to sniff it and try to analyse what I had for dinner that day. It's that bad. These guys are a fart in the bucket. I had my hopes raised that they were finally going to be leaving TNA, and you did the exact opposite by making them champions. Screw these guys. In the back, the Sandman is on a phone. I'm surprised he knew how to use one. It doesn't look like a very fun conversation. The Sandman denies that he's talking to Raven. He pledges to bring a top ECW guy to help him instead, and that man will be Terry Funk. Well, that should be good. Stick around for that coming later in this video. Mike Tenay is in the ring bragging about Terry Funk. He moves on to bring out the Insane Clown Posse. Lots of juggalos in the building tonight. Despite never wrestling for TNA, the ICP have an elaborate video package. Violent J and Shaggy Two-Tope decide to bring Too Tough Tony with them because they feel sorry for him or something. This show certainly has more life to it than the last few shows. Violent J sounds messed up. He calls Mike Tenay the bomb and gets him a round of applause. He tells Tenay that he loves him. Look how much this means to Mike Tenay. Doesn't that bring a smile to your face? Sure did to mine. I was stood near to your girl that time. He tells Mike Tenay that one day he will understand the life of being a juggalo. Jay says that they've been watching TNA as much as they can because he noticed how much the juggalos have been in the crowd. From now on, they plan on sticking around in TNA. Violent J turns his attention to Jeff Jarrett. He thought the Slapnuts gimmick was cool originally, but now Jeff isn't cool. Violent J is interrupted by the How Is He Gifted man and the cab driver man. Disco says there's some big stuff happening tonight and they're wasting everybody's time. He compares ICP to Bozo the Clown. What the hell is the cab driver wearing? He looks like a medieval taxi service. Disco complains about the Juggalos throwing beer over Jarrett last week. He demands that they apologise to Jarrett. Violent J is so funny here that Disco can't keep it together. The ICP refuse to apologise and a big brawl happens. They do the do-si-do spot before the gifted cab drivers bail. Very nice fun segment. Good to see some new faces on the show and the crowd made it more exciting. It feels like it's over, but Violent J returns to the commentary table. He says next week ICP will take on the gifted cab drivers. Man, Mike Tenay loves these guys. He's beaming with happiness.
In the back, a miserable Eric Watts is main eventing. He's got to win tonight to have full control of TNA. He's been warring with Don Callis over control of TNA for months. He says a whole lot of nothing. The only thing that I did get from it is that next week Jeff Jarrett's going to have to defend his title. Don't you just love how their fight graphics cut off half their bodies? It's so professional. Don Callis in a robe. He looks like Bobby Roode had a stroke. Eric Watts looks homeless as usual. What an incredible main event, Shove It Squad. But before the battle for power can take place, all the heel and face wrestlers come out handcuffed to each other. Why did they even need to come out? I guess Watts and Callis in the main event wouldn't be exciting enough on their own. Slapnuts desperately handcuffs Mike Tenay to the rail. He looks so pissed off. The match begins. I don't see how Don Callis would have any chance in there. Watts gives him a back body drop into face smacks. He's a dumbass though, and he throws Callis out the ring so all the cuffed wrestlers can do nothing because they're cuffed. Watts realises this and starts beating Callis around the ring. Callis somehow turns it around. I'm sorry, but look at the state of this guy. Sometimes it is necessary to big time someone and no-sell their work. He isn't a damn active wrestler, and Watts is. He's supposed to be a 6'5" destroyer. Watts tries some sort of dive into the crowd, but he eats a flying chair. They proceed to have an ugly brawl in the crowd. Watts hits him with a chair and takes him deeper into the crowd. Eric brings him back to the ring area. Don Callis runs away up the ramp. Nothing's happening and they come straight back. Watts back body drops cow ass on the ramp for a 2. Slapnuts manages to grab Eric Watts. See, I told you, this handcuffed wrestler thing is dumb. They all still have a free hand. Callis hits a knee drop and struts around with happiness, but Watts isn't hurt and he hits a clothesline and a slightly dodgy bicycle kick. Don West points out that it didn't hit properly. Eric Watts goes for a chokeslam, but cow ass causes a ref bump. Watts hits the chokeslam anyway, but the pin is broken up by Trinity hitting a moonsault. The ref wakes up, but can only count a 2 from that. Eric fights off Trinity and Cowass. He powerbombs her with Goldilocks arriving on the scenes. Watts goes to chokeslam Cowass when Goldilocks smacks her boyfriend in the slash zone and Dog Cowass hits a belt shot. That's the 3? Don Callis now has full control of TNA. It was interesting that the girls had such an important part to play in this match. The handcuff gimmick was incredibly dumb because they forgot to handcuff some people who ended up affecting the outcome of the match. The red shirts winning the tag belts was a complete head scratcher, but if you look past this was the most interesting show for ages, and I will take finally having some sort of storyline progression and new faces on the show. Can they continue their momentum on show 2? We start with a recap of how Eric Watts lost his power in TNA. Literally the only thing I got from it was that they're now spelling Eric with a C in it, even though they haven't been doing that before. This must be a new gimmick for him. Jarrett says he's now running the show. Well, technically it's Don Cowass, but it's all the same thing. I wonder if much will change now. The show starts with Jarrett's army surrounding the ring. Borash brings out Slappy of his Slappy crew. I have a feeling that Jarrett's position on the show is about to get sickening. He says that he's going to keep this meeting short and sweet. I have a feeling it won't be. He confirms Eric Watts is gone from TNA. Jarrett brings out some fat dork that Jarrett has been talking to on the phone for the last few weeks. He has wacky trumpet music which sounds like a fat man falling over. This man is a lawyer and he confirms that the NWA board of directors is also gone, including Big Bill Behrens. We turn to the face guys on the stage. The lawyer calls them mentally handicapped. Well, you can talk, you fat bastard, you're physically handicapped. Jarrett wants to tell them what a breach of contract means for them now. From now on, any wrestler who doesn't follow Jarrett's orders, he is able to fire them without explanation. The lawyer says Slapnuts owns all of them. Jarrett addresses the New York numpties as one of them has pledged allegiance to Jarrett and the other one hasn't. He says it's time to come clean or they'll both be fired. He also tells Jerry Lynn that if he doesn't win the World X Cup, he will be fired. Sonny Siaki will be fired too tonight if he can't beat Kid Cash. El Leon must take his mask off tonight if he can't beat Abyss. Jarrett admits that he does have a title shot against the mystery guy tonight, but it won't be AJ Styles, D'Lo or Raven. Jarrett is a nice guy and he offers the wrestlers a chance to address his statement. Randomly, Wildcat Chris Harris is the man to step up. Harris says he's always had a problem with Jarrett. It's not a very good promo, he keeps forgetting what he has to say, but he does improve. Harris sums it up saying that they're all sick of Jeff Jarrett. Slapnuts calls him nothing more than a mid-carder, which is rich coming from Slappy. As I said, it actually turns out to be an okay promo in the end, it just started badly. Chris Harris eventually storms to the ring. This was TNA's first attempt to turn Harris into a single star because James Storm has messed up his shoulder and he's on the shelf. The good guys take the ring. Quite a long opening segment at 17 minutes, but I enjoyed the randomness of Chris Harris. In the back, AAA representatives talk about the X Cup. Man, that might be the worst nose I've ever seen. What has happened to that? It's 6 different shapes. Basically, they say that the Mexicans will win the World X Cup. That all starts on the next show. Now, a really weird pre-tape promo with the gifted cab drivers. David Young reveals that he is scared of clowns. Gilberti says they're just rappers, don't worry. ICP music is playing the whole time whilst David Young says over and over again that he doesn't like clowns. There has been a notable shift in production on these two shows. I'm not sure if it's good or bad, it's just different. The gifted cab drivers will take on the insane clown posse now. Well, they certainly bring the energy, I have no problem with them being on the show. Gilberti to start because Young is too scared. The clowns hit a bunch of double team moves to Gilberti. Young is frozen with fear. Gilberti and Young argue on the outside when Shaggy hits one of the worst dives out of the ring I've ever seen. Actually, his much larger partner Violent J hits a way better dive. Young takes a cheap shot allowing Disco to turn the match. Nice sale job from Shaggy actually. The cabbie is still scared of clowns. Shaggy turns a suplex into a DDT. Gilberti comes back in with a net breaker and his own DDT. The cabbie rejoins the match and he's still too scared. The clowns smack him back and forth. Violent J hits Young with a Death Valley. I'm surprised Young is able to kick out. For some reason, Jay just does another DVD. Gilberti has to make the save this time. Then David Young hits the cab driver slam, it's over. No, it's not, because Violent J breaks up the pin. The clowns isolate the cabbie and Violent J climbs to the top. He hits a moonsault. They aren't done and Shaggy dives with a leg drop and that's the 3. Decent little match there, it wasn't boring, it was a bit clunky at times though. Gifted Glenn is a bad loser, Too Tough Tony saves his friend. In the back, Team NWA do an interview. They have nothing interesting to say at all. It's Kid Cash versus Sonny Don't Look At My Ass Siaki now. Well, it's two of my favourite people on this show, so it should be okay. I'm just not really comfortable with Sonny being a generic good guy. Siaki hits a nice pop-up power slam for a 2. The nice moves keep coming as Sonny counters a head scissors. Siaki gets overzealous though and crashes into the ring pole where Cash decapitates him. He also hits a flying clothesline for a 2. Whoa, Siaki comes back with a released German suplex where Cash falls on his head. Everybody goes silent, even though Kid Cash is a known dick. Surprisingly, he seems to be okay. Moments later, Siaki pushes Cash off the top rope. There's going to be nothing left of Cash at this rate. Kid Cash manages to do something on the outside to turn the match. Kid Cash hits Smash Mouth with the chair, which causes Jarrett's granny to fight Kid Cash with a broom. That gives Sonny time to regroup. He can't avoid the Kid Cash DDT though. Now Cash has the broom. He swings it at Borash. That distraction allows Siaki time to roll up Kid Cash. Sonny keeps his job. Did Siaki really need help from an old lady and a ring announcer to win this one? Don Kawas immediately storms out in a bad mood. Kawas says he's sick of the 3 idiots. He calls the old lady an old bag who's supposed to be taking tickets and doing nothing else. Borash is nothing but a stooge. And Tiny the Timekeeper's job is to be a fat, disgusting piece of garbage. Kawas' words, not mine. Don fires the granny, the Timekeeper and Borash. Kawas admits that Siaki isn't fired, but he will be soon next time he breaches his contract. Cash and Siaki fight again until Trinity attacks Siaki. They hit a bunch of kicks and leave him laying. Kid Cash sticks an under new management sticker on Siaki. Is Vince Russo back or something? It feels like something has really shifted. The matches are shorter and the random stuff is ramping up. I'm not complaining, it's just very noticeable. In the back, America's Most Wanted don't look in very good health. Chris Harris admits that he did cross the line tonight. Slapnuts walks up demanding to know who he's facing in the main event. They don't tell him. The next man out is Abyss. There's no ring announcer as Borash has been fired. Abyss is credited with putting AJ Styles and Raven on the shelf. A man called Tim Wells and someone else will help out with the announcing. The opponent of Abyss tonight will be El Leon. These two big guys seem to be at a standoff. Leon knocks him down with an enziguri. He clotheslines Abyss out the ring and hits a beautiful flip dive out of the ring. Abyss wants to put him through a table, which he can't manage, but he does manage a Russian leg sweep on the outside. Abyss brutally sends El Leon into the pole and press slams him. Another fun match, not a boring moment. Something has definitely changed backstage. The TNA Booker's timeline is slightly confusing to follow, but if someone knows, please let the Hawk know. El Leon botches a float over, but he recovers with a spear. He hits a belly to belly for a 2. Abyss shuts him down for Uranagi. It's almost like someone told the wrestlers they were too boring because now it's a move a minute. Speaking of which, El Leon hits a TKO now. Nobody's staying down. Out of nowhere, Abyss hits the Black Hole Slam. He's not in a rush to make the pin. Like an idiot, he tries to remove El Leon's mask. AJ Styles makes his return and causes a DQ finish. Does this mean that El Leon has to unmask now? They clothesline Abyss out of the ring. Nobody goes through the table. AJ Styles demands a world title shot tonight, but Don Callis can't believe the nerve of AJ. He teases the crowd for a bit before saying that AJ Styles can have a title shot tonight, but it'll be a tag title shot. AJ's partner will be Abyss. It's so random, but at least it's interesting. In the back is Terry Funk and the Sandman. Funk hasn't missed a step. I always love hearing him go on an old man rant. He says something about his dog being constipated and they vow to kill the Gathering tonight. The Gathering and Punk will now take on the ECW guys. Terry Funk looks like he's got a Chase U shirt on. Here we go then, how crazy can Funk be here? They fight all over the building, it's quite hard to follow at times. Sandman uses his cane. Surely this is the night that Sandman finally gets the win. Funk hits a net breaker and climbs to the top. He flies with a moonsault but misses it. The Gathering use a chair on Funk. Julio gives him a DDT on the chair and the Gathering also hit him with a spike pile driver. Okay, maybe the Sandman isn't winning tonight. Wait, no, Funk kicks out. The Gathering hit a double suplex for another 2. They keep sending the Sandman out of the ring. Punk attempts a diving Hurricane on Funk but misses and hits his own partner with a botch. Sandman bulldogs him on a chair and he flies with a Swanton Bomb but completely misses it.
Dude, I was watching the NWA TNA show the other day, man. And this dude, the Sandman, he stole my Swanton Bomb finishing maneuver, man. But it didn't finish. Man, I'm going back to Carolina. And I'm going to tell my stoner friend Shannon all about you, the Sandman.
They beat Sandman with their double team finisher on chairs. Surprised that they lost here and disappointed by how little Terry Funk did. Now a sit down interview with the New York Numpties. Nobody could possibly care about who is friends with Jarrett and who isn't. Simon blames everything on Disco Inferno. Swinger is suspiciously quiet. He eventually speaks and says he'll do anything for Simon Diamond. Yeah, Swinger is the secret heel here, isn't he? I thought they had to come clean tonight anyway. Wait, Johnny Fairplay walks in, Diamond attacks him and walks off, and everybody looks confused. AJ Styles gets an interview. He's essentially been put in a 3-on-1 handicap match tonight as his partner Abyss is lined with slapnuts. AJ says he'll still win and he'll become a tag team champion. Here come the Red Shirt Burks, the most random and pointless tag team champions of all time. Even the belts look weird on them. Abyss pulls double duty tonight. The new ring announcer is actually pretty good. No idea who he is though. It seems like it might not be a 3-on-1 handicap match anyway because El Leon fights Abyss into the crowd. So we're left at 2-on-1. Styles hits the Red Shirts with a flying crossbody. He holds the ring and the Red Shirts can't even get in. Wow, Styles hits a cool springboard moonsault out of the ring. Legend throws him into the crowd but soon regrets it when AJ flip dives across the guardrail. What the hell is happening on these two shows? It's like they suddenly realised how boring the show was. We get back to the ring where AJ randomly jumps on Legend's back and flips backwards, then he flips off Northcutt with a moonsault to Legend. Incredible stuff. Northcutt shuts him down for a kick and a Michinoku driver for a 2. Nice backdrop clothesline combination from the Red Shirts now. Northcutt crushes AJ with a high collar suplex. I never thought that I would enjoy a Red Shirt match. It's a first on this channel. I know it's because of AJ Styles, but they are playing their part. Legend catches AJ's high flying attempt and slams him for another 2. The Legend tries a superplex now, which AJ fights off. Styles can't do anything though because Northcutt interferes and Legend hits a back pat stunner. Eventually Northcutt hits a crazy top rope suplex. AJ kicks out somehow. He's going to be fearing his body after this one. AJ hits the Pele kick and everybody is down. Back on their feet, AJ managed to reverse a double flapjack into a DDT. Chris Harris comes out to even up the odds. It looks like it's going to go AJ Styles' way until Northcutt hits his new finisher, the Northcutt driver. Looks painful, but AJ kicks out, so his new finisher is dead. Harris pulls Legend out of the ring and AJ rolls up Northcutt with a bridging pin. It all happened in a flash, but AJ Styles is now a tag team champion with Abyss. Great title reign, you Red Shirt Burks, now get off the show. AJ Styles and Chris Harris feel like real stars on this. AJ Styles and Chris Harris feel like real stars on this show. More stuff about Brian Urchula. Sounds like TNA got some good media coverage by using him last week. He says wrestling is way too rough compared to football. Man, these new graphics are horrible. Insane Clown Posse make fun of Scott Hudson. Violent J tries to explain why they're in TNA. He says they've proved something to fans by beating the gifted cab drivers, but he asked Jarrett for better opponents in a Juggalo street fight next week. Oh no, Eric Watts is here. I thought he was gone. Wait, I think it's Eric Watts challenging Slapnuts for the belt. Watts says he isn't gone from TNA, he's just no longer in power. He's just a wrestler now. He refuses to leave the ring until he can fight Jeff Jarrett. Instead he gets Gold Digger. She wants Watts to apologise for not giving her the spotlight. This again is so random as she rants and rants and rants. She says she'd be more happy pleasuring herself despite her trying to teach Eric Watts how to be a man. This is hot. It feels like a low budget adult film. She starts screaming bedroom noises and reveals that she always faked it with Watts. Eric is in complete shock. He kisses her, chokes her, and he's about to chokeslam her when Slapnuts makes the save with a nightstick. The Red Shirts soon join in. Watts is handcuffed and beaten up in a chair. He grits his teeth and dumps in his nappy of anger, but he can't do a thing. If things weren't random enough already, Dustin Rhodes makes the save for his TNA debut, and he will be Jarrett's challenger tonight. Pre-Fat Rain, it's another potential Ring of the Hawk candidate. Dustin or S.A. Rios, let the Hawk know. They fight up into the upper crowd level. Because it's a brawl, Dustin does well. He hits a DDT on the top of the ramp. Rhodes dominates in the ring for power slam and a bulldog. Abyss has returned from his fight with El Leon and he saves Jeff Jarrett. Styles also joins in and he frog splashes Jarrett. The ref can only count to 2. Then there's a ref bump. Dustin Rhodes hits slapping his nutsack with Shattered Dreams. For some reason, the Naturals interfere with a chair to Dustin Rhodes. I thought Dustin was the Natural. Anyway, that's how it ends. Standard slap. The show starts up with a video package showing all the highlights of a wild Slapnuts appears.
Jeff Jarrett.
It's actually hilarious. You can tell that he's the main character on this show. Tonight, it's a special of the World X Cup. I'm not sure how many teams are actually in this, but I've only seen Team Mexico and Team NWA, so maybe it's just the 2. In the back, team captain of the NWA is interviewed. Scott Hudson criticises the selection and thinks that TNA could have put a better team together. Elix Skipper just keeps screaming it's our house. He does make a good argument. Juventud Guerrero is captain of Team AAA. How did S.A. Rios age 10 years in 3 years? That was my main thought because my Spanish sucks Sonny Siaki's ass. There's going to be some sort of wacky point scoring system to decide who wins the World X Cup. One of those matches will be up next as the Juice takes on Chris Sabin. The crowd only care about Guerrero. Sabin scores the first roll-up as they trade pins. They decide to shake hands and they do some wacky stuff to show that they're even. Juice doesn't want to be even with Sabin and he drop kicks him out of the ring. He eventually does a head scissors out of the ring. Sabin manages to cut off his dive and he springboards into the ring for a spinning heel kick. He moves on to hit a Russian leg sweep and a seated octopus submission hold. He gives up on that and gets a 2 count. Sabin can't stay in control because the Juice does some sort of mad Canadian destroyer type move. Somehow it's not over. He also does a springboard hurricanrana and also drops Sabin on his face. How is he still kicking out? The Juice is destroying him. He hits a 619 now. Finally, Sabin counters a springboard with an Alabama slam, quickly followed by a brainbuster for a 2. So many reversals now and so many pinning attempts. The commentary team acknowledges that he can't even follow this, it's just too fast. We get a double down after a bulldog. They're looking leggy now, but Sabin is still able to hit a powerbomb. Juice counters his next one into a pin as more pins are traded. This match dumps all over the feud with Shawn Michaels' cousin. Sabin now hits a move from the top which he calls the Sabin Edge. Yet another 2. There's the Juve driver. Sabin kicks out again, but the bell rings. Everyone is confused. The Juice wins. I think they messed up the finish to be honest, which is a shame because that match was really good. In the back, Slapnut says tonight we will see who runs TNA. He wants to sign some more people to a loyalty contract. Shane Douglas walks in kissing his ass. He kisses it so much his lips get chapped. Douglas spends way too long explaining that he doesn't know who the new NWA Director of Authority is. Back in the ring, it's another X-Cup match. Hector Garza will take on Sonjay Dutt. Sonjay is someone whose inclusion is being questioned because he hasn't done that much in TNA. Garza gets started with a dropkick. Sonjay does a nice arm drag before getting smacked back down. Sonjay does manage to hit a big flip dive out of the ring which the crowd gets going for. The cameraman almost misses Garza hitting him with a dropkick mid-springboard. He's an idiot though and he breaks his own pin up so he can hit a powerbomb on a basement dropkick. Hector's playing with Sonjay like food and he eventually hits a catatonic. Sonjay managed to hit a suplex and almost falls over. His next move is countered and he's bounced off the ropes into a powerbomb. And then, Jesus, Garza finishes him off with an insane dive. Not as good as the last match, but still pretty good. In the back, Jerry Lynn worries about his team's chances. He says he's going to stop trying to wrestle a Lucha Libre style as it's not working for their team. Here comes S.A. Rios, who was Mr. Aguilar at this point. Jerry Lynn the opponent. Lynn has the advantage in the opening stage with a monkey flip and an arm drag. Lynn gets Rios on the top rope and drop kicks him from the ring. He follows him out there with a diving hurricanrana. So much for changing your style up. S.A. eventually gets Lynn out of the ring and he hits a crazy flip dive over the turnbuckles. He brings Lynn back to the ring with a lion salt for a 2. S.A. does some crazy springing off the ropes into a slam now. Man, this is the S.A. Rios we didn't get to see enough of in the WWE. I've kind of decided though, I am not going to put S.A. Rios on TNA Ring of the Hawk. He's going to be on a lot of these TNA reviews going forward and I feel like it's going to kind of ruin the surprise. Anyway, Lynn hits a back suplex for a double down. Jerry starts a comeback as he hits a net breaker and a tornado DDT. His powerbomb is reversed into a Rios facebuster. Then I think Lynn botches his power driver. He pretty much drops Rios on himself, but somehow that's the 3. That's 3 matches with 2 bad finishes. But the matches have all been fun, so don't get mad, I won't need to run. In the back, Jarrett meets with some more goons. Father James Mitchell hopes Jarrett will protect him as he got rid of Raven for him. Mitchell pledges to remove the final ECW guys from TNA. CM Punk is very sure that Raven will never show his face again in TNA. Jarrett is very sure that Mike Tenay is the secret director of authority in TNA. Up next, Abismo Negro takes on Elix Skipper. Very slow start to this one, it's not like the previous matches. The Power Ranger hits an enziguri of sorts as the pace of this match starts to increase. Abismo hits a brainbuster for a 2. Skipper responds with some insane athleticism to hit a moonsault for a 2 of his own. Skipper almost botches his rolling into the ring clothesline. Hopefully this match won't have a botched finish. Skipper puts him on the top rope and does the rope walk into a hurricanrana. Abismo does his own hurricanrana for a 2. Now he does a suplex. Abismo does some more suplexes of his own. You know what, Jerry Lynn was chatting absolute bird turd in that promo. If anything, Abismo Negro is the one wrestling a different style here. Abismo Negro randomly wins with a Mahi Star Cradle. These two did not have very good chemistry and it was the worst out of the matches so far. In the back, the Mexican guys brag about their wins, or at least I think they did. I don't speak very good Spanish, hit me with a brick. They keep saying that if Loki and Daniels had been on Team TNA, the result may have been different. I think this is going to take up the whole show, because apparently it's now round 2. It'll be a tag match with Juventud and Abismo. Wow, harsh, he just had a match. They'll face Sonjay and Jerry Lynn. We're only halfway into the show and it's starting to get a bit boring. I want to know what the gifted cab drivers are up to, damn it. It seems to be the Juve show anyway. Can't argue with his booking in TNA, he looks like an absolute boss. It's hard to care after seeing this match 4 times in a row already. They even hit a lot of the exact same moves, so what's the point? 4 of these matches in a row was my absolute limit. Guerrero does an inverted Frankensteiner, which at least is something new. They do a double pin spot where the ref just completely ignores Jerry Lynn's pin, which actually started 5 seconds earlier than the other one. Fortunately, it isn't the finish of the match. Negro rolls through on Sonjay Dutt's Frankensteiner and gets a 3. Well, Sonjay is really looking like a weak link here. In the back, Skipper and Saban say they're in a bad mood as they've lost 5-1. Apparently, Slapnuts is unhappy. Well, he's always unhappy. Skipper says it's not over until the fat lady sings. He complains that Loki and Daniels weren't on his team. Yay, another World X Cup tag. S.A. Rios and Hector Garza versus Skipper and Saban. Why did the morons at TNA decide to book it this way? It's getting seriously repetitive. I fell asleep and woke up to see Crisp Saban beating Hector Garza. End this now, please. In the back, Slapnuts threatens all the officials. They have pledged to be 100% loyal to Slapnuts. You can see where this is going, can't you? Jarrett thinks Scott Hudson knows who the director of authority is. He says Mike Tenay. For God's sake, go talk to him then, Slappy. This is the lowest of efforts I've ever seen to create a show. 8 wrestlers and a crap storyline about who the new DOA is. I was incredibly relieved to see Terry Funk stumble out, and not the sort of relief that I usually have with TNA that makes me go to the Slash zone. He cuts a promo complaining about... I don't even know. He's moaning about being called a legend and how hard his life is. He moves on to promise that he'll bring Raven back to TNA. A 2-minute promo, unfortunately. Raven will be back on the next show. I bet Slapnuts was dumping in his nappy of anger. Then they randomly promised that Chyna will be on the next show. Surely not, I reckon she's going to no-show that. Otherwise that TNA appearance went completely over my hawk head. Reason to get through a boring show though. Mike Tenay shows off the World X Cup. This poor cup. How many times did TNA repurpose this cup over the years? Anyway, it'll be the same 4 guys versus the other same 4 guys fighting for the same cup that it always is. But this time it's an elimination match. TNA are down 5-3 in the scoring, so a pretty big disadvantage. Let's get through this one as quickly as we can, just by covering the eliminations, as I can take no more of this and I'd be happy to never see any of these people again. The first elimination is Sonjay Dutt when Garza drops him on his face and hits a standing moonsault. So now Team TNA need a clean sweep or something for the rest of this match. Straight after, Skipper submits Abismo Negro. Shout out Garza hitting a crazy corkscrew dive out of the ring. He misses a moonsault though and Saban puts him away with a cradle shot. Shawn Michaels' cousin, Michael Shane, watches on. That's all we need. S.A. Rios hits Skipper with a shooting star and he's done. Okay, apparently it's 2 points for an elimination, not 1. Saban also hits Hoover with a cradle shot for just a 2. Probably a good thing because his shoulders were never even down. Juice misses a 450 but he lands on his feet and then he beats Chris Saban with his own damn finisher. How is TNA still in this thing? I swear the scoring doesn't make any sense. Straight away, Jerry Lynn puts away S.A. Rios with a devastating move and predictably we're down to the captains. Juve hits him with a Juve driver and that's that. Surprisingly, Team AAA win the Super X Cup. Slapnuts interrupts the Mexican celebrations. He's in a foul mood.
He demands to speak to Mike Tenay. Man, can you imagine if Jarrett and Tenay had a match after all their history together? Smack him one, Tenay. Tenay says he doesn't know who the new DOA is and he's sick of Slapnuts treating him like this over the years. He says he flies from Las Vegas every week for the love of TNA and that should prove his dedication. Slappy threatens to fire him. Tenay screams and squares up to him. Sadly, this is the highlight of the show so far. Jarrett fires him, which leaves Tenay panting and sweating. He leaves the building in a depressed state. This is like when Triple H feuded with Jim Ross. Slappy smiles with happiness and that's how it ends. I enjoyed the show at first, but the idea to have the entire cup over one show was a bad idea. It got repetitive seeing the same guys over and over again, and there was only really one storyline throughout the show. Let's check out our second episode today, which should be better. Well, as it turns out, the World X Cup is not essential viewing in terms of following the TNA storylines. You can almost completely skip it and still understand what's happening on the Shove It show. What is happening is that we seem to have Scott Hudson replacing Mike Tenay on commentary. The show starts with, you have got to be kidding me. The Four Friends. Why are they still a team? The cup is over. They're taking on Shark Boy, Jason Cross, Roddy Strong, and Jimmy. Don't let him near a Mike Rave.
It's Jimmy Rave, and I'm ready to get this match over with so we can party! Woo!
But I had to figure all of that out for myself because the commentary team don't even acknowledge the Jobber Tag Team. Jason Cross is always a lot of fun, like a lesser version of AJ Styles. Saban and Jimmy Rave have a fun exchange, they clearly have great chemistry. Saban throws Dutt on top of him for a 2. Cross hits one of his special backbreakers on Dutt. Jesus, look at this move to get into a pin from Dutt. It's moves like that which is why TNA had high hopes for him. We get dives to the outside with pretty much everyone flying through the air like the Hawk, except Shark Boy, he rarely flies. Instead he hits a deep sea drop on Saban. Skipper hits him with a catatonic. Strong hits a neckbreaker and Dutt dives on him with a hurricanrana. Fun match this one, it's nice to see some new guys on the show. The camera misses Chris Saban's dive out of the ring. Jerry Lynn stops the crossfire and does the cradle pile driver to Cross for the 3. The celebrations are broken up by the Slapnut squad. He hits Jerry Lynn with his guitar. Jarrett fires Jerry Lynn and says Skipper is the new captain of the X Division. Whatever that means. Jarrett proclaims that there is no new director of authority and he is the only one with power. Slappy turns his focus to Chris Harris, who cut a promo on him 2 weeks ago. Jarrett's going to give him a match tonight to prove how worthless he is. In the back, the new franchise are being boring. Shane Douglas says he's a legend in wrestling and he's a bad man. He wants Michael Shane to show everyone what he's made of tonight. Shawn Michaels' cousin is scared because he'll have to go out there on his own tonight. Randomly, he says Ron Killings will get his ass franchised. Chris Harris grabs the mic to a huge crowd cheer. He says he'll show everyone that Chris Harris is the better man tonight. Oh, well, here he comes. Shawn Michaels' cousin, Michael Shane. Wait, he's not even on his own. He has Tracy Brooks with him. Talk about stupid TNA mistakes. Douglas clearly said that he'd have to go out there on his own tonight. Anyway, Truth dominates Michael Shane. He has a sit-out hip toss and the splits into the kicks. Truth starts thrusting at the crowd and nails a power slam. Michael Shane stops a weak scissors kick attempt with a double leg into a figure 4. It doesn't really hurt Truth, who comes back with the lie detector and he does now hit the scissors kick. Shane Douglas attacks Conrad at the Spanish announce table, which distracts Truth, who stares like a gorm, and Shane almost rolls him up. Ron the Truth hits a suplex into a stunner. Tracy Brooks tries to dive with the pie on the sky, but Truth catches her and she's powerbombed. Michael Shane manages to drop toe hold Ron the Truth into Tracy's cast. Sweet chin music connects, and Michael Shane, yes, Michael Shane has beaten Ron Killings. Give me a break. Jarrett's Goon Squad meet backstage. Kid Cash is laying down the law. The Red Shirts say they'll win the match tonight and celebrate this by beating up Kid Cash. The promo suddenly becomes hilarious. The gifted Glenn Gilberti, how is he gifted, says that tonight they will have a street fight, which is their speciality match? Since when? But the issue is that the cabbie is scared of clowns. He's so scared that he can't wrestle tonight and Kid Cash has to take his place. Here they are then, the Red Shirt Burks. Who remembers when these guys were the TNA Tag Team Champions for 1 week? They take on Dustin Rhodes and El Leon. Imagine paying for this one. Dustin hits one clothesline and tags out, which prompts Don West to tell us just how impressed he is with that. With what? El Leon power slams Northcutt for a 2. Dustin gives Legend an atomic drop. The Burks are thrown out of the ring, but for the first time, there's no one really capable of hitting a dive. Legend finally managed to hit Dustin with a kick. They keep cheating and Legend throws Dustin with an overhead suplex. Northcutt hits him with a diving elbow for a 2.
Dustin back body drops Legend and tags El Leon, but somehow the ref didn't see the tag. Northcutt smashes his nutsack. Hey, it's all fair in love and war. Dustin's been smashing dudes in the nuts for years. Question: why is Dustin struggling so much with these jobbers? He's isolated for ages whilst I feel rage bubbling up inside me. Finally, El Leon has the tag. He crushes Legend with a spinebuster and super kicks Northcutt. The pin is broken up. The Lion spears Legend and looks to set up for something, but Northcutt returns. They have a miscommunication and El Leon pins Legend with a Uranagi. Well, thank God for that. The Naturals rush the ring once again like they have been lately of Powder. Leon fights them off with a chair. Why does one of the Naturals look like a twin of Chris Harris? In the back, it's Father James Mitchell and the Gathering. Mitchell says Raven won't be here tonight. Punk's promos continue to improve. He's actually very good at this point. He hopes Raven is here tonight so he can kick his ass. Raven's been missing from TNA for 2 months. In the back, the red shirts argue with Kid Cash until Jarrett hits Legend with a guitar. Jarrett swears that nobody will be feuding amongst his troops. Northcutt is now given a choice. He can either side with Jarrett or side with Legend. Just get rid of them both. Well, I've got some brilliant news for you all. That, my little friends, was the final match of the red shirt security in TNA. My day just got so much better, and I ain't even seen your girl yet. Who are these two people in the ring? God knows, but they introduced Johnny Fairplay. It turns out this is an incredibly strange segment. He says he was supposed to bring Chyna out tonight, but she's no-showed. What a surprise. Apparently she would only come if she could have first-class airplane tickets, but nobody in TNA has them. She also wasn't allowed creatine backstage. Then randomly Fairplay says she wanted a picture of Triple H, but his nose wouldn't fit on the picture. What's bigger, Triple H's nose or Chyna's Adam's apple? Okay, he's completely destroying her for no reason. He makes fun of her failed music career. He calls her record crap and says he'll sue her for no-showing. He also wants to sue Simon Diamond, Brian Urlacher and AJ Styles. He calls AJ Styles a trailer-dwelling hillbilly. This brings AJ out to the ring. I forgot AJ was now the tag team champion alongside Abyss. AJ screams boo at him, which makes Fairplay soil his knickers. Abyss jumps AJ on the ramp and this has turned into a match. The winner of this one will be allowed to choose their tag team champion partner. AJ and Abyss are another two who have really good ring chemistry. Nothing AJ does has much effect until AJ does a hurricanrana and clotheslines him out the ring. AJ almost misses a springboard dive. Abyss wakes up in the ring and hits a pretty scary looking press slam. Abyss looks to chokeslam him through the table on the outside, but AJ just about escapes and he kicks Abyss down. He soon knocks Abyss down again with a kick. They sort of botched the springboard inverted DDT, but it doesn't look too bad. AJ gives Abyss a Pele kick on the top rope and snaps off the Frankensteiner. That's a 2. Styles now brings the table into the ring. They briefly ignore that and AJ almost rolls up Abyss from a chokeslam attempt. AJ does look to put Abyss through the table, but then Jarrett makes the save. He gives AJ a stroke. Abyss tries to slam AJ on the table, but somehow it doesn't break. So Abyss climbs up to the second rope and dives with a splash just as the table collapses a bit too soon. You could see that one coming for miles. It was just such perfect timing. Or terrible timing, depending on what way you look at it. Chris Harris runs them off a little too late. So AJ wins the match by DQ, and now he should be able to choose his own tag team partner, right? Well, there's no mention of it. In the back, the New York numpties are still pretending that one of them isn't secretly associated with Jeff Jarrett. Johnny Swinger swears blind that he hasn't signed allegiance to Jeff Jarrett. The Diamond Man vows to find Kid Cash's clipboard so he can inspect it and get this settled. The KID out to the ring now alongside the gifted Glenn Gilberti. How is he gifted? They're going to have a street fight against the Insane Clown Posse. They have a long entrance hanging out in the crowd with the Juggalos. Violent J eventually hits a Death Valley driver on Gifted Glenn with Cash breaking it up. Gilberti hits a Russian leg sweep and they also slam Cash on top of Violent J. They cripple him with a spear and a clothesline, but Shaggy returns with a missile dropkick, one leg for each guy. The ICP double team Gilberti a couple of times. They even hit a double brainbuster to Cash. Violent J sets him up for a moonsault, which he lands. Shaggy also wants to dive, but he misses it. The cabbie appears with a chair. Shaggy promptly kicks it back in his face. Too Tough Tony brawls with the cabbie. Eventually, Cash annoys the referee too much, who pushes him over into a pin. That gets them the 3. The bad guys beat up the referee, and David Young even gives him a cab driver slam. It can't be over, he's a referee. Diamond and Swinger eventually save the referee, and Diamond has the clipboard. He finally gets to read it and sees that Swinger did indeed sign allegiance to Jeff Jarrett. I called this about a month ago. They all beat up the Diamond Man and everybody's happy. I can't wait to see Diamond and Swinger feuding. How exciting that's going to be. Goldilocks is threatening Eric Watts when Mike Tenay randomly walks in and takes the cameraman with him. Here comes the gathering, but will the man called Raven show up? Terry Funk heads to the ring first, and yes, Raven is here with a new look too. The gathering use weapons trying to get the advantage, but Raven looks fresh. Raven does a new submission across the ropes to Punk. Terry Funk is smashed to pieces only a few minutes in. Punk gives him a backbreaker and suddenly the match resembles a normal tag match. Punk says Terry Funk ain't shit. Julio De Niro devastates him with a twisting fisherman suplex. His ass drop is countered though when Funk gets his knees up. Tags are made and Raven looks energized and refreshed from his long break. He gives CM Punk a snot rag and the gathering get a bulldog clothesline combination. Raven and Punk fall out of the ring and Terry Funk starts doing a Kiwi roll. Punk breaks that up. Raven superkicks him and hits the raisin effect to De Niro for the 3 count. The good times don't last for Raven though because the gathering attack him. James Mitchell has a taser. He wants to use it on Raven, but Funk uses himself as a human shield. And that, my friends, was the final match of Terry Funk in TNA. In the back, Scott D'Amore makes his TNA debut on the dance floor. He says the World X Cup was so successful that they're going to do it each year. He criticises Jerry Lynn and Team TNA and calls them all losers. In the second America X Cup, he'll be bringing Team Canada to face Team TNA. I see where this is going. Raisin is in a poorly mic'd room complaining about Father James Mitchell. Raven says the old Raven is now awoken. He also wants Jeff Jarrett's title. Raven's going to bring a new partner in next week and that'll be Sabu. Just the main event now. Kind of a big deal for Chris Harris. James Storm is out injured in case you're wondering what's happening. The match won't be for Jarrett's title. Chris Harris hits the first big move, a delayed vertical suplex. He slingshots himself out of the ring onto Slappy. This quickly resembles any standard Jeff Jarrett match with brawling around the ring and the use of chairs. Jarrett puts him in the figure 4 in the middle of the ring, but can't make him tap out. Harris does have his moments in this one, perhaps the full Nelson slam was the closest he came. Anyway, ref bump and the stroke. But no, it doesn't end the match. Harris dodges a belt shot and hits the spear for a 2. Yet another 2 off a power slam. Slapnuts is a resilient bugger. Chris Harris nails the catatonic when Kid Cash climbs onto the apron. He tells the referee if he counts to 3, Jarrett's going to fire him. Jesus Christ. Harris doesn't care and he nails a top rope leg drop. Once again, Kid Cash reminds the referee that he'll be fired. Harris and the referee start having a heart-to-heart. He shouldn't have bothered because Jarrett smacks Harris with the belt and that's the 3. What a bunch of bullshit. For some reason, Slapnuts is very proud of this win. He's interrupted by Mike Tenay on the ramp. Tenay says that he's been rehired by the new Director of Authority, and the new Director of Authority is Vince Russo. The show goes off the air. I called that 2 weeks ago. The show certainly felt like Russo was back. Not really a good show. Jarrett was truly out of control here. I think despite that, Chris Harris came away from that one looking great. AJ Styles feuding with Abyss is not a bad thing, and Team Canada are on their way. Yeah, the show is improving, and if you don't agree with that, I'll get your girl moving. We open with a triple threat. The Juice, Juventud Guerrera, who pretty much won the X Cup for Team AAA on his own, and he's facing Petey Williams, who is a last-minute substitution for an injured Teddy Hart. Bit of a shame really, because Petey Williams wasn't unknown in TNA at this point. Also in this match is Jerry Lynn. Nobody can land a move, and all the wrestlers look around expectantly at the crowd, who just aren't impressed. Mike Tenay tells us that everybody who was recently fired by Slapnuts has now been rehired by Russo. Don Callis has also been banned from the asylum. Williams gets the first 2 on a springboard clothesline. Williams gets another 2 off a leg drop. Lynn hits a double inverted DDT for his own 2, and it is quite a short match really. Jerry Lynn hits the TKO on Guerrera, but Petey Williams steals the pin with a diving splash. If Petey Williams is gonna be a big character on the upcoming shows, it only makes sense to give him the win really. But yeah, it's not really the Team Canada people we're familiar with. A random announcement is made that America's Most Wanted a tag team of the year. Give me a break, they've hardly wrestled as a team in a year. Mike Tenay also gets an award plaque for Announcer of the Year. Poor Don West. Mike Tenay is now in the ring bragging that he's got his job back. He's sceptical on if Russo has good intentions for TNA. I am not used to seeing Russo look so calm and collected. He's on the verge of tears as he recalls how Jeff Jarrett beats him up when he was last in the company. He blames television ratings for turning him into a monster 10 years earlier. He says he was playing for the wrong team the whole time, but now he's been forgiven and he is a changed man. The crowd chant Hogan. He wants the TNA roster to come out so he can apologise, but instead he gets a wild Slapnuts appearance.
Jeff Jarrett.
Jarrett looks like the cat that got the cream. He brags that he beat Russo up so badly that he left TNA. It's all okay though because Jarrett says he forgives him. Russo wants him to know that this isn't going to be like the last time, and the curtain is coming down on the Jeff Jarrett show. If only that was true. He demands that Slapnuts passes the torch to somebody else. Jarrett is fuming about this. He shoves over Russo, but Russo won't fight back. Comically, he slaps him, and Russo sells it like it was a punch from Mike Tyson. Vinny Roo gets up and says that he's helped everybody see that he is a changed man by not retaliating. The crowd chant, "asshole," and he leaves. I'm not quite sure this is the effect he was hoping for. Slapnuts looks like a failed rock star here. In the back, 2 members of the ICP are interviewed. It's not the main 2, so nobody really cares. Too Tough Tony hates the cab driver or something. Who wants a hype package for the feud between Swinger and Diamond? No? Crickets? Well, basically Swinger secretly signed an alliance with Slapnuts but didn't tell Simon Diamond. Now they will have a match. It's hard to care about either of these guys. Swinger runs away from him for ages all about the arena whilst it looks like it's on fire once again. Nothing happens and they make it to the ring. Apparently Russo has banned cage dancers. Maybe there is some truth in him asking Tiffany Stratton to wear more clothes after all. Anyway, thankfully it's over quickly when Johnny Swinger hits Diamond with a shut up or I'll smack you one. But then a dork from the back snitches and the match is restarted. Swinger needs to smack that guy one. The ref stops Swinger from swinging again, but the ref is swamped by Jarrett's army. Imagine creating a faction just to have him feud with Simon Diamond. The 2 ICP guys from earlier randomly make the save, but the master of the cab driver slam hits a cab driver slam, a cab driver slam. It's not over, so Cash hits Smash Mouth. Now it's over. That horrible segment is followed up by Shawn Michaels' cousin Michael Shane and the new franchise. Douglas gets interrupted by Slapnuts. Slapnuts wants advice on how to deal with Vince Russo. Shane Douglas tells Jarrett not to trust him. The Hotshots are also here and they're told to deal with America's Most Wanted tonight. Kevin Northcutt is still employed for some reason. He's been used by Slapnuts as an errand boy. Could life get any worse than that? The new franchise will now have a tag match against the Free Live crew. It's not been going well for the crew. They've barely been on TV, and they haven't done anything funny in a while either, and the Truth lost to Michael Shane on the last TNA show. They start out okay, with Truth hitting a top rope leg drop to Douglas's nutsack. Michael Shane sends Truth out the ring and hits him with a big flip dive off the apron. They have Truth isolated. Michael Shane hits him with an overhead throw. Truth eventually wakes up and Douglas dumps in his nappy of fear. Truth connects with the lie detector and tags out. Conad nails a rolling clothesline and a face jam. Conad can't stay on top for long though as he's sent into the turnbuckles. Douglas attacks the Mold Dog on commentary for absolutely no reason and he snaps. Back in the ring, Conad hits a powerbomb and locks on the Tequila Sunrise, but there's no ref. Tracy Brooks sort of smacks Conad with her cast and Michael Shane hits Sweet Chin Music for the 3. Wow, 3 men just lost to 2 men and a woman with a broken arm. What losers. The Free Live crew seem like they've had enough of losing matches lately and they take it out on each other. The Mouldy one calms them down though. In the back, it's America's Most Wanted. Storm will be out for another 6 weeks thanks to an attack from the Naturals. Tonight, Chris Harris has a chance to get some revenge against Chase Stevens. Instead, he talks about almost beating Jeff Jarrett last week. He's annoyed with Vince Russo that he hasn't had a rematch against Jarrett. Harris steals Storm's catchphrase and leaves. You'd want Chris Harris to run over Chase Stevens quickly, but that just doesn't happen here. Chris Harris hits a power slam, but fails on the catatonic and Stevens hits a DVD. It's a bit awkward really, because Harris took Jeff Jarrett to his limits the previous week. Eventually Chase Stevens misses a moonsault and Harris hits a spear for a 2. He just picks him up and hits the catatonic for a 3. Right result, but struggled way too much. Russo sends another referee to the ring. He's ordered a second match for Harris with Andy Douglas. I don't understand if Russo is a heel or a face at this point. Douglas hits a big knee to the gut and locks on a brutal abdominal stretch. Harris fights out of that and beats Douglas pretty quickly with a roll-up after smashing the Naturals into each other. Vince Russo is a dick and makes a third match, this time a handicap match against both the Naturals at the same time. Very bizarre. James Storm arrives to offer moral support. The crowd are loving Harris as he hits a double clothesline. The Naturals respond with a slightly awkward looking double team to throw Harris down. Chase Stevens nails a diving clothesline and they start dominating. This handicap match seems a lot longer than the previous 2, which means this is the Chris Harris show. Eventually the ref gets distracted and Chase Stevens tries to cheat with a steel chair. James Storm isn't having that and super kicks the chair into his face. That's the 3. I guess they really are going to go all in with Chris Harris as a single star. But what was the damn point in the Naturals after losing 3 matches in a row? Not a great way to establish a new tag team. Would it not have made more sense for Harris to have this match against the gifted cab drivers instead? I mean, they could lose as many matches as they want and it won't affect them. They'll still be jobbers. Vince Russo refuses to explain why he's messing with Chris Harris, but then Chris Harris walks up with a filled nappy. Vince Russo tells him that he's not ready for the world title yet. He reminds him that Jarrett has been a champion for 20 years and it's his job to get Chris Harris ready to be a champion. Then Russo tells him he's going to get a title shot against Jarrett, but in the build up to that title shot, he's going to hate Russo for what he's going to put Harris through. Okay, so Russo isn't really a heel, he's just trying to make Harris realise how talented he is. I'm on board with that, it's pretty cool. Here come the Gathering now. They will take on Raisin, who has new music and his tag team partner is Sabu. It's all very easy for the ECW guys in the beginning. Raven hits a super kick and Sabu dives off the Gathering out of the ring. After Raven takes them out of a bulldog clothesline, he gets hit with a big Julio boot and the match turns. De Niro likes to throw kicks and hits a nice spinning kick. Sabu snaps and starts throwing chairs at them. Punk also gets a corner chair dive. James Mitchell tries to smack out Raven with a chair which fails. Sabu hits the triple jump moonsault to loud chants of ECW. CM Punk makes the save. Everybody is just using chairs now. Mike Tenay is lost for words. Raisin hits the Raisin effect on Punk to end the match. This feud needs to end now, it's been months. Raven gets the mic and he challenges Slapnuts to a title match because it's his destiny. He moans that Chris Harris is getting a title shot and comically screams, "What about me? What about Raisin?" In the back, AJ Styles cuts a promo about his match tonight. The winner of this tables match tonight will be able to choose their own partner to hold a tag belt with. Basically, it's the same deal as last week. He randomly says that this is how the game is played and walks off. Was this meant to be a new catchphrase? I preferred Zip It.
Jeff Jarrett. Zip it! Ricky the Dragon Steamboat comes up to me and says, "Kid, you're gonna be great." Looked at him and said, "Zip it! You're gonna be great! Zip it!"
Conrad hypes up an upcoming show where it'll be Team Mexico versus Team Canada. It will be America X Cup 2? Not again, it's only been a couple of weeks since the last one, and it was just way too much. Hopefully it'll be better booked this time. Oh great, Johnny Fairplay is still here. He still has it in for AJ Styles apparently. So the main event will be Abyss versus AJ Styles in a double tables match. Sounds pretty fun. AJ gets us started with a cutter across the ropes into a springboard hurricanrana. Abyss isn't hurt and he sends him upside down on the outside. Styles manages to turn it around by kicking a table into Abyss's meathead. He hits a beautiful flip dive out of the ring. Tell me, why does everything that AJ does always look so good? Yes, there's thousands of guys who could do these moves, but no one can do it quite like Styles. AJ have a dropkick on the outside now. He sets Abyss up on a table and he wants to dive, but Abyss recovers. Abyss almost press slams him on the apron, which looks scary for a moment. The monster uses a chair to calm Styles down, and as usual, Abyss tries an ass drop on the chair, and wow, it actually worked. I said in a recent video that it never works, so that shows that the Hawk can be wrong. Moments later, he tries another ass drop and AJ shoves the chair into his nutsack. I'll take it. AJ has Abyss balancing on the ropes. He charges and Abyss brutally throws him overhead through the table. How can this guy still walk in 2024? It's not over though because it's a 2-table match. Abyss wants to use a powerbomb to end this one, which AJ fights off. Now Abyss tries a chokeslam, instead AJ kicks the table away. Oh wow, check this move out. AJ runs off the table into a hurricanrana and sends Abyss through another table on the outside. I haven't done one of these for a while, but this one is truly deserved.
NWA Impact brings you the Smack of the Week, sponsored by All New Blonde for Men. If you're a brown-haired Potter, put some blonde in it. It makes you look hotter.
Oh man, this is the Zipper Man AJ Styles. He's doing it for his community. He's going flip-flop flying all over the table. Oh, he's onto the monster Abyss Frankensteiner through the table. He cut it in half without a chainsaw. And the crowd want more.
That was the NWA TNA Smack of the Week, sponsored by Blonde Just for Men. Get it? Got it? Shove it.
These two just do some crazy stuff together. It's strange that they never really revisited this feud properly in the Hogan era. AJ escapes a back body drop but runs into a black hole slam. Fortunately, not through a table. Styles starts attempting a powerbomb when Johnny Fairplay takes away the table. AJ punishes him with a Styles Clash. Then there's a ref bump. AJ hits some chair shots and sets up a broken table. Abyss cautiously lies on the table. AJ hits a springboard 450 but the table won't break. He does it again and it still won't break. On his third attempt he tries a splash. Now it breaks. The ref is out and there's nobody to end the match. Randomly Lex Luger struts out. Luger picks Styles up and press slams him out of the ring for a table. This was revenge for AJ beating Luger a few months prior. It's still incredibly random though, because who would remember that? Luger wakes the ref up and just points at him that AJ has gone through the table and the ref takes his word for it. Abyss is the winner and he is now the sole tag team champion. So will he pick Lex Luger as his partner? Abyss seems to quite like him, as he smiles with happiness as Luger tortures Star Wars in the rack. And that's how the show ends. Pretty rubbish, minus the main event. Way too many jobbers and pointless characters on this show, and not enough gifted cab drivers, and where the hell is Don't Look at My Ass? TNA, you have one of the biggest stars in wrestling history on your roster and you're not using him. You're shooting yourselves in the foot. Let's check out episode 2. It starts with Kevin Northcutt, who is no longer a security member but he does still have the music. He's taken on Chris Harris. What a slow match this is. For some reason Northcutt looks less impressive than when he was a red shirt. Did he jump off the gear or something? It's announced that once again Chris Harris will be having another match. At least he'll be getting a breather though, as his next match will be in the main event. Harris throws Northcutt into the chair and comically his head gets stuck. Harris whips him and the chair into the pole very lightly. Back in the ring, Northcutt throws Harris into the ring pole. He follows it with a Michinoku driver for a 2. We get a double down after a Harris suplex. He's looking tired but he still manages a top rope crossbody. Harris blocks Northcutt's finisher attempt and nails a spear for a 2. The match continues to be a back and forth affair as Northcutt comes close off Uranagi. Kevin Northcutt misses his awkward elbow drop and Harris beats him with a catatonic. In the back, it's Trinity making a rare appearance. She says she isn't with Jeff Jarrett, but now that Russo's back, she expects him to have her back because he loves her. Up walks Sonny, Don't Look at My Ass Siaki. He brags that he knew Vince Russo was coming back. Simon Diamond is worried about his new teammates for tonight in some sort of match that they're having. Diamond asks D'Lo what type of opportunities the WWE gave him. D'Lo says the Fed gave him a hard time. Pretty pointless shot at them and short memories, they pushed him hard for a few years. He turns his attention to Truth and asks why he's gone from a world champion to a nobody. Truth says being the champion was his career highlight, but he's not happy with his career now. I don't blame him. Konad said he was a multiple-time WCW champion and Wolfpack member and he expects Vince Russo to have his back. Diamond speaks again and says he will be Swinger's worst nightmare. That 10-man tag is up next. The Notorious KID, Michael Shane, the Gifted Cab Drivers and Johnny Swinger, and they take on Don't Look at My Ass, Diamond, D'Lo, Truth and Konad. Well, I asked for some more main characters on this show and here we go. Konad has a rare motivated start. It's like Vince Russo coming back has cheered him up. Truth hits a leg drop to the cabbie's coin purse. Siaki and Cash square off and Siaki almost breaks Cash's neck with a suplex. The amount of times that Kid Cash has almost died in this company. Moments later, the Truth dumps Cash with a devastating snap slam. Cash is basically dead after being dropped on his face, but Cash somehow wakes up and hits a double springboard moonsault on Tag Swinger. He dumps his nappy of fear and runs away from the Diamond Man. Diamond instead takes out his aggression on Disco. Gilberti catches him with a low drop kick and now Swinger is happy to have the tag. He manages to escape after a while and Ron the Truth Killings is also looking extra motivated. Truth is in there for a while but tags out after delivering an ass kick. Simon Diamond manages to hit the cabbie with the Simon series, but he gets distracted, and there it is, the cab driver slam, the cab driver slam. It's not over because the match breaks down and everybody starts hitting finishers. Don't you just love how Swinger just stands on the apron forever waiting for his cue? It looks like Diamond is going to get his hands on Swinger, but he bails, and instead Diamond super kicks the cabbie for the 3. There's chaos after the match too, everybody is fighting everywhere. Randomly, the Insane Clown Posse and Fool run off the hills, and that's not good because the cabbie is scared of clowns. And winning matches, it seems. Frankie Kazarian cuts a pre-recorded promo about how 54-year-old Jerry Lynn took his spot in the World X Cup. He wants to challenge Jerry Lynn to show that TNA missed out on Kaz. That match is now. Kaz works Lynn's arm over for ages. He does manage a Frankensteiner, but Kaz immediately goes back to his arm. And a bit of face work thrown in for good measure. Kaz tries to make Lynn tap with a cross arm breaker. That doesn't work, so he tries Back to the Future. Surprisingly, Lynn kicks out. Jerry Lynn slips out of the Wave of the Future and hits a TKO for a 2. Comically, they try to do a pin trade spot where Lynn isn't strong enough to bridge Kaz up and the ref just randomly stops counting. It does not matter anyway because Kaz beats him moments later. That could have been far more stupid. I guess Kaz has proved his point. Randomly, the man called Raisin marches out and he gives Kaz a Raisin effect. What is the meaning of this? I guess it's just because Raven wants to moan about not getting a title shot. He says Chris Harris is a nobody. He brags about taking the new church out of TNA and beating up the Gathering. Once again, he screams, "What about me? What about Raisin?" He boots Kaz some more and says he's gonna go to new levels of terror if he doesn't get a title shot. Randomly, the Naturals hit the ring and attack Raven. Why would Raven be scared of them? They lost 3 matches in a row on the last show. Douglas gets the mic and says, "What about the Naturals?" Then the lights go out. The lights come back on and Sabu starts throwing chairs about. In a car park, Slapnuts and Douglas moan about Vince Russo for a while.
All I got from it was that Shane Douglas wants to franchise Russo's rear end. Strange comment to make. Team Canada hold a backstage celebration. This was a bit of a strange segment, seeing as most fans wouldn't really know who these guys are. I think Teddy Hart has appeared once or twice a couple of years ago, but you can't expect us to know 4 random guys. But that's the least of our concerns, because suddenly Team Japan has become a thing. And wow, these are some wacky gimmicks right here. It looks like Tony Khan on crack and Ronald McDonald with a piss drinking addiction. I'd only heard of Nasawa. The other 2 are Kashinbo Kamen and Ibasan. Apparently they are wrestlers for children's wrestling shows. They take on Dutt, Skipper and Saban. Hilariously, the 2 children's wrestlers dominate the TNA guys. One of them hits a big springboard moonsault out of the ring. What am I even watching here? It's hard to take this serious. These guys are out there doing all these crazy moves to comedy goofballs. Elix Skipper has a really nice flurry of offense. Bodies are just flying everywhere from the Skip man. Well, it is his house after all. Thankfully, Team TNA do eventually win with a triple team. Would have been hilarious if they'd lost that one. In the back, Goldilocks is on the phone to Eric Watts laughing that he doesn't have a job. She vows to find a real man. She's going completely nuts, talking fast and stuttering. That was a strange and unnecessary segment. Now it's going to be a Falls Count Anywhere match, the Monster Abyss versus AJ Styles yet again. Not really sure why that's 3 shows in a row. Well, apparently Russo off-screen decided that the tables match had an unfair finish and therefore nobody has won this feud just yet. They fight on the ramp. AJ's weak attempt at a discus punch is regrettable when Abyss blocks it and Gorilla Press slams him into the crowd. How the hell can they do this week after week after week? AJ climbs up some stairs and hits Abyss with a flip dive. This feud is insane. Don West begs for a replay, but they can't bother to shirt for ages afterwards. A strange man in the crowd tips a drink over Styles. It was Johnny Fairplay. Styles spin kicks a chair into the monster's face. Unfortunately, he tries to lift Abyss and pays for it. Abyss hits a diving splash onto AJ in the chair for a 2. We get a ref bump with Abyss throwing Styles out of the ring. He hits the black hole slam, but there's no ref. A new ref arrives to count, but that's just a 2. AJ does manage to lift him with a German suplex for a 2 count before Abyss clotheslines the new ref for the second ref bump of the match. AJ nails the Styles clash with a new referee arriving a little bit too late and only getting a 2. Styles decides that he wants to play with some tables again. Abyss is unfortunately too fat and the table collapses. AJ sets Abyss up on the broken table and it seems to be open season on the refs because somehow AJ splashes Abyss, but this causes a 3rd ref bump. Don Harris apparently wants the job, but Abyss smacks him out, then Styles smacks him too. They decide that this match is too out of control and once again they throw the match out. The ring is filled with wrestlers and security desperately trying to separate them. The crowd chant bullshit and it's over. The Insane Clown Posse challenge the Gifted Cab Drivers to a dog collar match next week. Now Team Canada are here, led to the ring by Scott D'Amore. Teddy Hart looks like he's been in a car crash. They threaten NWA and the Mexicans. The Juice takes offence to the threats. The 2 factions brawl. Security are going to be so busy tonight, you better boost their pay, slapnuts. Talking of which, here he is. Strangely, he's complaining that he doesn't have a match tonight. He starts threatening Borash. Tiny the Timekeeper is terrified. Jarrett hates this guy. Kill him, Jarrett, get him! Why does nobody ever threaten Don West? Jarrett turns to TNA. He starts ripping him out of the chair when Chris Harris comes to make the save. Shane Douglas comes to Slapnut's aid. The ring is filled with trash from the last match. Don Harris gets rid of Slapnuts and this is turned into a main event match with Don Harris as the referee. Now say this to yourself. Shane Douglas versus Chris Harris with Don Harris as the referee. It really doesn't sound like any sort of main event that you'd want to see. Douglas quickly takes Harris down with an arm breaker. He also hits a shoulder breaker. This is now officially the best run of offense in the career of Shane Douglas. Harris does get a small package for a 2, but it's all Douglas really. The match starts to drag and Jarrett is up to his usual tricks around ringside. Don Harris has to calm him down. Shane Douglas takes out James Storm and he wraps his hand around a chain and tells Harris, "Shut up or I'll smack you one." Don Harris makes the count, but it's just a 2. Slapnuts is still distracting the referee. Storm hits a kick on Douglas and Harris hits a spear, and that's the 3. TNA pulls smug faces at Jeff Jarrett. Vince Russo makes his way out, looking like a vampire. Russo wants to see if Chris Harris is ready for his title shot. He questions if Harris is actually ready because James Storm keeps interfering on his behalf. Yeah, that's right, let's just ignore all the people interfering on his opponent's behalf. He says that he's not going to be able to beat Jeff Jarrett without any help. Harris is on the verge of tears as he's told that he's not ready. Russo says he's going to postpone the match with Jarrett. Chris Harris flips out and says the world title contract has already been signed. Russo gives in and says the match will happen, but he won't be responsible when Slapnuts beats Harris up. Chris Harris and Jeff Jarrett brawl. Harris is so desperate to beat up Jarrett that he leapfrogs Don Harris. That's that. Much better show overall. I'm enjoying the build for Chris Harris versus Jeff Jarrett. The undercard guys are putting on a show, and Abyss versus Star was just banger after banger. And if you don't agree with that, I'll take your girl on our banger. This X Cup is just Canada versus Mexico, which is just really confusing because they've been talking about a Team NWA going into this one. I guess they suck too bad. And I wanted to give you the abridged version and cover 2 shows. But then TNA smacked me square in the gut because they ended up giving me lots to talk about. Plus, they decided to make the opening match Teddy Hart versus S.A. Rios, and I'm sorry, but this isn't one that the Hawk can just gloss over. I was far too intrigued. Both guys start out showing that they're even in athleticism until Rios catches him with a spinning heel kick. Hart drop toe holds him back and randomly works an armbar. He gives up on that and does a Russian leg sweep without release. But he probably should have released his ass as S.A. counters the next one into a backbreaker. Slightly botchy looking arm drag now as Teddy goes back to the arm work. Rios seems to have a slight edge, but Scott D'Amore tries his best to slow him down on the dance floor. He still can't stop the split-legged moonsault though. Rios tries another like a dumbass. Of course Scott D'Amore stops him again, which allows Teddy to hit a springboard dropkick. Rios pauses on the ramp for ages waiting for Teddy to dive. He eventually decides not to dive and instead smacks Rios. Now he's ready to dive and he hits a double springboard moonsault. They're now saying that Teddy has injured his knee. I hope not, it's just heating up here. Rios zones in on the knee in the ring. He hits an alley-oop and a super kick to Hart, who falls from the ring. S.A. hits a very tame dive out there. Never seen something so tame from S.A. Rios. Teddy Hart blocks him from getting back to the ring and springs into a head scissors out of the ring. He isn't done and a moonsault off the crowd barrier which Rios blocks. Big diving crossbody from Rios now for a 2 count. He climbs straight back up, but this time Scott D'Amore stops him. Teddy dives into a slightly dodgy DDT and ends the match with a dive that he calls the Heart Attack number 2.
NWA Impact brings you the Smack of the Week, sponsored by all new Blonde for Men. If you're a brown-haired Potter, put some blonde in it. It makes you look hotter.
Oh man, he's a member of a Hart family, but he's not Brett or Owen, he's Teddy, and he's climbing to the top and he's ready. This boy can fly, man. He's got the wings of a big buffalo bison who just stole a red can to try something. Oh man, that is a second heart attack right there, and it made the ladies stare.
That was the NWA TNA Smack of the Week, sponsored by Blonde Just for Men. Get it? Got it, shove it.
This was decent, but that knee injury looked legit because everything Teddy did after the injury showed he was struggling to balance. In the back, Hoovy says they will win the World X Cup for a second time. Petey Williams will now face the Juice. It seems to be wrestled a lot better than the last match. The Juice has been pushed pretty hard during his TNA appearances, and he was considered to be the MVP of the last World X Cup. He completely dominates Pete Williams, and this makes sense, as Williams is a large unknown at this time in TNA. There's an interesting move here from the Juice, almost a variation of a Stars Clash. Williams comes back with a Turtle Whirl Russian leg sweep, shades of TNA the video game. Juice eventually wins this one with a Juve driver. Less exciting than the first match, but also less botchy, so I guess it was better. In the back, Team Canada are gathered around a crying Teddy Hart. Scott D'Amore screams at Johnny Devine that he needs to get the Canadians back in front. Teddy's going berserk though and screaming like he's Ken Shamrock on roids and he won't quit. See what I mean? Straight into the next match. It's Johnny Devine versus Abismo Negro. As expected, it's the weakest match so far. Johnny Devine beats the Power Ranger with a springboard reverse Rana. Johnny Devine has a haircut like a bitch office worker who's miserable at his life. To the back again, and the gifted cab driver's having a counselling session. The cabbie is scared of clowns, and the gifted Glenn Gilberti, how is he gifted, is trying to get to the bottom of it. Kid Cash walks in calling them both dorks and warns them that they need to focus for their feud with the insane clown posse. It ends with Gilberti saying quit clowning around. That's probably the highlight of the show right there. The next match will see the breakdancing Jack Evans taking on Hector Garza. High flying versus power matchup then. Another 2 guys who can put on a good show. Garza would be a world champion in today's wrestling world. It looks like fucking El Chapo or something, or some sort of drug lord. On the flip side, Evans looks like he's going through withdrawals. Mike Tenay shouts out Blitzkrieg from WCW as a role model for Jack Evans. You don't really hear stuff like that anymore. He then moves on to talk about how Brian Alvarez trained Jack Evans. Whatever happened to good old Brian and Vinny? I never thought I'd hear them mentioned in TNA. Evans is full of himself after taking down Hector. He responds with a beautiful explosive dropkick. He also runs through him with a clothesline, but he breaks up his own pin. Really enjoying the contrasting characters here. Evans catches him with a head scissors to send him from the ring. No dive yet though. Hector again dropkicks him out of nowhere. He then misses a charge and falls out of the ring again. Now Evans dives with a 450 off the apron. It feels like most wrestlers nowadays look up to Jack Evans.
For the third time, Garza hits a dropkick. He tries to finish him with a crazy corkscrew moonsault but ends up eating the mat. Evans hits him with a couple of standing presses for a 2. Hector's in the ropes. Out of nowhere, he just wipes out Evans with a powerbomb and a normal moonsault to end this match. Strangely, I enjoyed that one the best, a simple and effective clash of styles. Back we go again, America's Most Wanted are looking miserable as usual. Harris has a world title shot on the next show. He discredits Vince Russo's comments that he isn't ready to be a main eventer. Harris points out that he's been beating multiple wrestlers per show. Whilst this is indeed true, he still hasn't beaten anybody who actually matters. He admits his world title match won't be easy, but he's been training for this for 10 years. Decent promo. Sometimes it's a bit of a shame when you know in hindsight that a wrestler doesn't win the world title. You can't suspend your disbelief. Team Mexico and Team Canada are drawing 2-2. Mike Tenay speaks with Vince Russo. Russo thinks Chris Harris will lose to Slapnuts next week, although he wants Harris to win the match. He promises a fair fight, which literally never happens in a Slapnuts match. Don't you just love it when a wrestling company lies to you? Jack Evans and Teddy Hart will now face Abismo Negra and Juventud. Yeah, this is starting to get slightly repetitive now. It turns out to be an awful lot of fun though, even if I was getting tired of it. There's a lot of teamwork here, so I think they do enough to make it stand out from the previous matches. The Mexicans dominate the match with their experience edge. Evans misses a crazy springboard dive and gets dropkicked. The Juice also wipes out Evans with a springboard dropkick. They do poetry in motion and Teddy Hart thinks he's going to be a smart ass, but he gets clothesline too and the crowd love that one. The Canadians both end up in trees of woe. Teddy is dropkicked and then sent into Evans. They pull Hart's nutsack into Evans' face. What a knockout. Negro hits Evans with a turtle whirl before Evans comes back with a nice pin. Evans tags Hart, who hits the Juice with a diving DDT and a couple of Samoan drops, which I am just not okay with. Samoan drops should just be saved for Samoans and fat guys, and Hart is neither. He hits his crazy dive, but surprisingly the Juice survives. They don't give up though, and Jack Evans hits a corkscrew 630 to Negro, who is not the legal man. The Juice wipes out Evans with a missile dropkick, and then he makes Hart tap out to the Juve lock. In the back, it's the Clown Crew. Violent J says the Juggalos are waiting, and thousands have been turned away from the arena tonight. They're saying they're going to have a Dark Carnival match, but first they need to find some herbs in their limo. You need a lot of herbs to get through this show. Johnny Devine and Petey Williams versus Hector Garza and S.A. Rios. The Mexicans start hitting double drop kicks. Hector sure loves a drop kick. He throws S.A. Rios into a Frankenstein on Devine. Johnny Devine does a weird sell job off a DDT and eventually gets a super kick. Hector Garza continues his good heel work. He's the best man on this show. Peter Williams gives him a taste of his own medicine with a dropkick and then he slingshots himself out of the ring into a Hurricanrana. The Canadians dominate for a bit now. Rios is sandwiched with dropkicks. God, these guys need something else. How about smacks to the gut? There's another one. The Canadians do a nice combination of a superplex nutsack stomp, but Rios stays alive. He uses some athleticism to dodge Petey and he kicks his head off and then tags Garza. Hector Garza hits a weak turtle whirl slam and a super kick. But once again he breaks up his own pin like a moron. Instead he hits Petey Williams with a brutal release German suplex for a 2 count. Devine reappears and he nails a slam, not even sure what that's called. I'm calling it the Devine drop. Nice tornado DDT to S.A. Rios now. This one is frantic, I've had to keep rewatching to keep on track. Petey Williams hits a Russian leg sweep straight into a Devine crazy moonsault and S.A. Rios just had to stand there like a dumbass as it all goes down, and that's how the match ends. Another fun match with a not so good finish. It's now predictably a 4-4 draw. Team Canada have an interview and God, I don't know what Jack Evans was thinking here, it's embarrassing. He sounds like a 10-year-old kid who just got his first bicycle.
Visuals! You know, because we take it to the top, baby. You can't stop Canada.
Hey, who would have thought that Fucashon?
You got to! Boy, I hope you like that.
I guess the decider will be an 8-man elimination tag. Johnny Devine is left dumping in his nappy of fear after S.A. Rios turns him inside out. Demore on commentary talks about how unfair this competition is due to the vast superior edge of the Mexicans. Much like the other matches, they are the dominant force. Garza turns Evans inside out of a clothesline. Garza Jr. would be proud of that one. Evans comes back with a springboard missile dropkick. Juventud smashes Teddy with a head scissors out on the ring apron. They come back to the ring where Teddy Hart slips and the crowd audibly laugh. He tries again and his move is botched. The crowd are all over Teddy Hart. He desperately clings to his knee to help play the blame game. Juve and Negro hit Evans for a crazy double team. Devine has to break up the pin in dramatic fashion. Johnny Devine hits a slingshot leg drop but spends too long celebrating and doesn't see a dropkick coming, which almost knocks off his douchebag haircut. Juice eliminates Jack Evans with a top rope Juve driver. Teddy Hart somehow manages to hit his crazy dive straight after to kill off Abismo Negra. These two teams can't be separated. The Juice is in now. He hits a TKO but the pin is broken up. Suddenly, Juventud is hit with a double team with Devine putting his feet on the ropes and the Juice is a goner. S.A. Rios rolls him straight up after. Petey Williams actually thinks he can beat S.A. Rios with a simple elbow. That ain't gonna fly in this match, Petey. He realises this too, so he gives Rios a backbreaker whilst Teddy Hart does a shooting star, and that's enough to beat Rios. Hector Garza delivers a standing moonsault to Teddy Hart, and the ref clearly counts a 2, but somehow it's called a 3. Took the shine off this match a bit. It's just Garza and Williams. Garza hits a gorilla press slam and his dive ends the match. Abismo Negro humps him with happiness and everyone is happy, even the Hawk. Much better than the first World X Cup. The matches were just more fun, the characters were more interesting, and Hector Garza is the Don. So Team Mexico win the cup twice in a row. What a team, but despite that, the show isn't actually over. Instead, a wild slapnuts appears.
Jeff Jarrett.
He makes fun of Chris Harris because he's only had 2 tough weeks in preparation for his world title match, whilst Jeff has been doing this his whole career. He says Harris has only been winning because James Storm keeps interfering in his matches. Scott Hudson isn't brave enough to back Chris Harris, which leaves Jeff smiling like the cat that got the cream. Strangely, on this World X Cup show, the main event will be a Dark Carnival match. Not sure how this even fits on the show, but whatever, if I see another dropkick, I'm going to fly to Nashville and smack Slapnuts with a brick. Kid Cash and the Gifted Cab Drivers take on the Insane Clown Posse and Too Tough Tony. I didn't have much to say for a while until Violent J hits Gifted Glenn with a Japanese arm drag. The match grinds down to a halt because the cabbie is scared of clowns. Kid Cash comes in instead. Shaggy stacks Cash across the rope so that the Too Tough can hit a somersault senton. Maybe this 4-man team should have entered the World X Cup. Cash comes back with a bat body drop. The cabbie eventually does find his coin purse and isn't scared of Too Tough as he isn't a clown. Unfortunately, he runs into a snap slam. Weapons come into play and the clowns are in their element. Gifted Glenn saves the cabbie from a beating. Too Tough randomly hits a corkscrew dive out of the ring, and comically the clowns punctuate that by throwing a weapon. Suddenly the arena goes dark and ICP music starts playing. Well, that was random. Why do it halfway through a match? At this point, the battle is going all over the building. Violent J has fun battering Gifted Glenn with a cane and he hits a white Russian leg sweep. The Gifted Cab Drivers desperately try to protect themselves with chair shots as Cash falls into the ring, landing on his head, like he often does. Shaggy throws a chair at him, which somehow manages to stay standing up on its own. Kid Cash does eventually end up evening up the odds because he's pretty handy with a chair. Rude Boy has to interfere for the clowns with a chair, which he smashes into Cash's face and then he runs away. A ladder comes into play now. The Gifted Cash-only cab drivers hit triple clotheslines. Shaggy is almost killed for a chair shot. Why is the cabbie suddenly not afraid of clowns anymore? Awkwardly it goes dark again as the music loudly plays. This fires up the clowns who use the ladder like Terry Funk. Violent J hits the Gifted one with a Death Valley driver. Too Tough tries forever to hit Cash with a fade to black, but it takes a few attempts to hit the move. The ICP hit the cabbie with a double brainbuster. Randomly, Monty Brown of all people chooses this time to re-debut with the company after an entire year. He doesn't seem to like clowns either. He powerbombs Tony on a ladder and Cash hits a frog splash to get the free. A cab driver slam into the ladder would have been far more effective. I can't get over how random it was for Monty Brown to be the difference maker. He doesn't fit into this group at all. I can't even make a funny team name up without it sound like I'm being a racist prick, so I won't even bother. But yeah, Monty Brown is back in TNA. I love Monty Brown, so this is great and it's much needed with this struggling roster. And that's that. Actually a really fun show in the end. Botchy at times, Spotfest a lot of the time, but man, I think it was just great seeing these guys. Rather than the New York Numpties, Shane Douglas, the red shirt security, the black shirt security, Eric, I could go on. This roster is a joke. But not on this night. Shame TNA couldn't afford to take the guys away from AAA permanently. Most of the Team Canada guys did end up signing with TNA or coming back. Well, except one of them. As this was the infamous show where CM Punk and Teddy Hart got into a fight. It all stemmed from an ROH show where Teddy Hart had done some unplanned spots to Punk. They agreed to fight in the road outside a restaurant to settle it, and punches were thrown, but there's mixed accounts on who actually won this fight. Teddy Hart was fired from TNA for this incident, and Punk would stop appearing from the promotion soon after this. Punk should have just kicked him in his knee and he would have had an easy win, and if you don't agree with that, I'll smack you so hard that you never grin. The show starts with Frankie Kazarian taking on Elix Skipper. Kaz is on a war against Team NWA because he's sad that he wasn't chosen for their little team. Skipper is always a lot of fun and he hits his rope hawk hurricanrana. Kazarian is the first to dive out the ring. Skipper then hits a belly to belly but misses his top rope leg drop. That'll knock off some piles. Kaz's Back to the Future doesn't get the job done, but moments later he wins with a roll up. Not as good as you would expect for these two guys. Kaz is a bad loser too, but Jerry Lynn, who makes the girls grin, makes the save. In the background is the gifted cash-only cab drivers. Also here is Shawn Michaels' cousin and Johnny Swinger. They are entering some sort of number one contendership match tonight. Kid Cash doesn't like being bossed around by the gifted one and calls him Scotty Not Too Hotty. Vince Russo out next with horrible music which sounds like someone squeezing a fart through a tube of cheese. He's here to talk about Chris Harris, the number one contender. He confirms he isn't a heel and he's just been trying to make sure that Chris Harris is ready to become a world champion. They're interrupted by a man called Raisin and Sabu. Don't you love how Russo and TNA somehow tower over the wrestlers? He is angry that he doesn't have a match tonight and says he deserves a title shot. Vince says he's been calling him all week, but Raven couldn't be bothered to answer because he was doing God only knows what. Russo offers them a tag team title shot, but Raven doesn't want that, he only wants a world title shot. Vince then offers to put him in the gauntlet match tonight, but Raven rejects this idea too. Finally, Vince offers to put him in a number one contenders match with AJ and Abyss, but Raven once again rejects this idea. What a moron. Russo has now run out of ideas. Raven suggests that he actually takes Chris Harris's place, who's getting the world title shot tonight. This starts to get more and more heated as Raven's nappy fills with anger. Russo decides to stand by his decision and he will not take Chris Harris out of the main event. Raven compares this to WCW politics, even though Russo reminds him that he's always had his back. Raven leaves, but tonight he says he's going to cause some trouble. Just a reminder that Monty Brown strangely returned to TNA last week. He formed the most random faction of all time, the Gifted Alpha Cash-Only Cab Drivers. He's got an interview talking about hating clowns. He's straight into his Serengeti character now with the funny mannerisms and impressions. He promises to hit the pounce, period. Probably the best promo of all time on this show at this point. His match is up next. Monty Brown takes on jobber Chris Vaughn. Mike Tenay desperately tells us that this black shirt security scrub is one of the biggest fan favourites in TNA. Well, if that's the case, this company is screwed. Jobber Vaughn slaps him and dumps in his nappy affair, running Monty Brown around the ring, but he eventually catches up with the jobber and hits the Scott Hall special. Brown hits a net breaker on the outside. Oh great, Johnny Fairplay is in the front row. It doesn't go much longer as Brown takes his head off with a clothesline and the pounce. The Alpha Bomb finishes the match. Monty Brown is a bad winner as he hits another powerbomb. A Harris boy stops Monty from doing any more damage. In the back, a spotty AJ Styles talks about his match with Abyss tonight, amongst other things. He confirms he's not aligned with Vince Russo this time. Shane Douglas will now face James Storm, who's been out of action for a very long time with a busted up arm. Storm quickly clotheslines him out the ring and hits a slingshot crossbody. Suddenly the match turns botchy and horrible with an Irish whip where nobody seems to know who's whipping who, and then Storm's kicks don't go to plan either. Douglas turns the match, kicking Storm to the outside. He hits a neck snapper in the ring and smiles with happiness. He then makes the bad decision to try and fly. Of course, Storm slams him from the top. The cowboy comes close with clotheslines and closer again with a snap slam. Tracy Brooks is distracting the referee, which is bad timing as her man hits the belly to belly and the ref doesn't know about it. Douglas briefly argues with Tracy and then turns around into the last call superkick and it's over. Shane Douglas argues with Tracy Brooks again and Shawn Michaels' cousin, Michael Shane, but ultimately he calms them all down and this terrible faction will be continuing. They stay with this angle for an irritating amount of time when, let's be honest, nobody cares. In the back, a wild Slapnuts appears.
Jeff Jarrett.
Abyss is also with him as he's facing AJ Styles for the number one contendership tonight. Slapnuts makes fun of Chris Harris by saying that he's scared hiding in his little locker room. Goldilocks randomly interrupts the promo with Eric Watts on the phone. Slapnuts calls him a big goof and hopes he's enjoying the unemployment line. Abyss makes kissy faces at Goldilocks. Now it'll be time for some sort of number one contendership gauntlet match. We start out with the Diamond Man, Simon, and the master of the cab driver slam, David Young. The cabbie hits his taxi rank kick and an enziguri kick and a drop kick. He's making the Diamond pay his fare tonight. Then the Diamond just throws him out before the third guy has even entered the match. It's going to be Kid Cash. He fares a bit better than the cabbie and actually makes it to the next guy, who is D'Lo Brown. Brown gives Cash a 3/4 net breaker. Brown and Diamond hit a back body drop together and also a back suplex. In next, it's the gifted Glenn Gilberti. How is he gifted? D'Lo quickly powerbombs him. Kid Cash looks like he's dumb, but then he holds on and skins the cat and somehow sends D'Lo out of the match. D'Lo Brown is the second elimination? What a jobber. Sonny, don't look at my ass, Siaki is next up. He hits a nice pop-up power slam to Kid Cash, a drop kick to Disco, and a full Nelson suplex also to Kid Cash. It's going well until Raisin interferes and he plants Siaki with a Raisin effect. This is because he views Siaki as one of Russo's boys. Siaki is eliminated. Michael Shane up next. It's like they're trying to annoy me as much as possible with the eliminations of anybody that people care about. I never thought the gifted Glenn Gilberti would be the most popular man in the ring.
That doesn't change with the half-man, half-spud Konad out next. He drops Cash on his face, but Michael Shane quickly takes him out with sweet chin music. At this point, everyone's really relieved to see the truth. Konad eliminates Kid Cash, but Gifted Glenn eliminates him. The Diamond Man eliminates Gilberti. For God's sake, Johnny Swinger is the last man, and he eliminates his former partner. Down to the final 3. Seriously? There's 3 men in the ring, but there's only one possible outcome. Johnny Swinger is eliminated by Michael Shane. Now Truth and Shane will have a one-on-one match. Shane hits a pretty nice hip toss slam, but no pin is made. He continues cheating and is offered help from Shane Douglas's chain, but he won't use that for some reason. Bad choice, because Truth hits him with a front suplex for the 3. Ron the Truth is now a world title contender. Is this the start of him getting back to the main event scene? Probably not. The new franchise consider fighting each other, but they can't be bothered. In the back, Vince, Russo and Raven have a screaming match. Russo says despite their friendship he won't stand for his actions tonight. He also makes Sabu leave, who hasn't really done anything wrong. Up next, wow, it's a ladder match for the #1 contendership for the Slapnuts belt. Feels like everyone's going to be a #1 contender on this show. The Monster Abyss versus AJ Styles. In all honesty, this is probably the earliest example of a great TNA feud. AJ catches Abyss out very early on with a Pele kick. AJ isn't strong enough to monkey flip him or dive him down though, and Abyss takes his head off. The ladder comes into action. Abyss shoves it into Styles, who responds by barging the monster off the apron. Styles climbs the ladder, but he takes too long and the ladder is shoved over. That's a real turning point for the match. Abyss whips him into a corner ladder and just spends a while sort of waddling around. Styles comes back with a wheelbarrow bulldog into the ladder, a springboard dropkick and a dive out of the ring. He still can't retrieve the prize hanging in the sky, and Abyss knocks him back to the mat and also hits a shock treatment backbreaker. The monster sets up another ladder on the outside. Styles does manage to fight off the chokeslam by biting the Abyss, but Abyss soon boots him in the nutsack and smashes him into a corner chair. Abyss has nasty intentions with 2 more chairs, however Styles still has something in the tank and he hits a Styles Clash. AJ gorms out for a while before climbing up the ladder and hitting a crazy 450 to the monster. The monster still isn't done, and they fight on the top of the ladder, eventually ending with Styles giving him a sunset flip powerbomb into the chairs. Styles has this match in the bag, but then a man called Raisin appears on the ring apron. What a dick. That allows Abyss to push the ladder over as Styles falls outside the ring and hits the ladder on the outside. Abyss climbs the ladder and he wins. So may I remind you that the heel Abyss, who is aligned with Jeff Jarrett, is now the #1 contender for his belt. What a match. Russo looks depressed. Tenay and Don West make some match announcements. Next week, Monty Brown versus a Harris twin and a tournament to decide the new tag team champions. So I guess AJ Styles and Abyss have just given up because they're supposed to be the champions. Pretty low-key vacation of that belt. In the car park, AJ Styles and Raven exchange words. Sabu splits them up. Chris Harris gets a very long hype package for his title shot. The issue is that he hasn't beaten anybody important, just jobbers and scrubs. They desperately try to hype up 28-year-old Chris Harris, but I'm not sure it's working. They even show his family at ringside, but it's just impossible to buy that he has a chance against world champion Slapnuts. At least the crowd are firmly behind Harris. Harris starts out with some hip tosses. Jarrett dodges the third and smiles like the cat that got the cream. Jeff spends ages winding up Mike Tenay, as he often likes to do. James Storm forces him into the ring. Chris Harris hits a power slam for a 2 count. Wildcat comes close again for a roll-up, a backslide and a small package. Jarrett dumps in his nappy of fear and hides on the outside. Abyss is randomly shown on his own viewing platform. The ref sends Storm to the back, which is fine as long as Jarrett's cronies are also banned from ringside, as Russo is guaranteed a fair fight here. Back in the ring and Harris hits a bulldog and a reverse atomic drop. The flying dropkick destroys Slapnuts and he's sent from the ring where Harris nails a dive. He beats Jarrett up in front of his family. Unfortunately, he spends too long showing off to his family and he runs up the steps and catches nothing but the fence. Back in the ring, Harris turns over a crossbody for a 2 count. Jarrett shuts him straight back down with an enziguri. Slapnuts now hits a cab driver slam, not a move you'd often associate with Slappy. It's not over. Harris eventually returns with a full Nelson slam, but he can't hit his diving ass drop. Slapnuts puts on the figure 4, and Harris holds on for a very long time, and Slappy just can't get the job done. Chris Harris tries to improve the excitement of this match by hitting a top rope dive over the crowd barrier. An announcement is randomly made that if both men don't get back in the ring by 10, Jarrett will keep his belt. Why would Jarrett be in a rush now? Well, strangely and completely out of character, Jarrett makes it back to the ring first. Harris ends up hitting a delayed vertical suplex and a top rope elbow drop for a 2 count. Jeff Jarrett still managed to reverse the catatonic, but Harris manages to reverse the stroke and he hits a spear for a 2 count. The match then goes to complete bird turd when Harris spears the referee down whilst not even being that close to Jeff Jarrett. The energy comes out of the crowd and they moan and groan.
Both guys end up with steel chairs and Harris gets the best of that exchange. A new referee has arrived who somehow misses Jarrett smacking Harris out with the title belt. The new ref can only count to 2. Jarrett tries to use the belt again, but the new ref is stronger than the last, and that allows Harris to hit the catatonic on Jarrett for a 2. Then there's another ref bump. Double J hits the stroke, but no ref. A new ref arrives, and he only gets a 2. Jarrett has another tug of war with the referee. James Storm returns and he super kicks Jeff Jarrett. This time, Raven pulls the referee out of the ring. Raven must be high because he keeps screaming "Where's Russo" when he's clearly stood on the ramp. This distracts the referee and Slapnut smacks Harris with the guitar for the 3. They promised a fair match. 2 different people interfered in the match. Don't you love it when wrestling companies lie to you?
NWA Impact brings you the Smack of the Week, sponsored by all new Blonde for Men. If you're a brown-haired Potter, put some blonde in it. It makes you look hotter.
Oh man, the man called Raisin is here distracting the referee, man, and the Memphis mid-card Cabbage Patch Curly-Head Cruncher Vagina Muncher Slapnut sees an opportunity. Oh, he smacks Wildcat Chris Paris with the acoustic instrument. He's left his head with a dead.
That was the NWA TNA Smack of the Week, sponsored by Blonde Just for Men. Get it? Got it? Shove it.
The show ends with Russo warning Raven that next week he is screwed, and AJ Styles and Raven fight. It was alright. The first half of the show was borderline unbearable, but things picked up during the second half. If you don't agree with that, I'll make sure you never laugh. Start this week with a tag team tournament. Shows how times have changed that this company could rustle up 8 different tag teams in 2003. It'll be about half of that now. Douglas is here to discuss recent problems of his group as there's been tension. He teases smacking out Shawn Michaels' cousin, but doesn't do it. Instead, he strongly believes that they will become the tag team champions. They face the team of Christopher Daniels and the Warrior Low Key. It's a Triple X reunion. It's good to see the Warrior back. Michael Shane is destroyed with double team face washes. They scrub him so much that he's not going to need a bath for a week. It doesn't go much better for Shane Douglas. They stack him on the top rope and hit double drop kicks. Skipper is shown happily watching his guys backstage. Low Key hits Mongolian chops to Douglas before he turns it around for his team. I started zoning out because the new franchise makes me feel sick with boredom. Daniels finally wipes him out of a kick to the back of the head. Low Key also takes out Douglas with a rolling kick. He starts peppering Michael Shane with kicks as the snot really starts to fly. He somehow survives that and hits a flatliner. Finally, some Triple X teamwork to destroy Michael Shane. Daniels also hits the BME, the best moonsault ever, with the pin getting broken up. Douglas takes him out of the ring. Meanwhile, Low Key wipes out Michael Shane in the corner. Tracy Brooks tries to fly with the pie in the sky, but smashes her own guy. Triple X win with a powerbomb neckbreaker combination. Very average, but the new franchise is just not good, so I won't blame this on Triple X. Despite everybody and their cat hoping that this is the end of the new franchise, they are sadly going to be let down. In the back, it's the gifted cab drivers, the gifted Glenn Gilberti, how is he gifted, and the master of the cab driver slam, David Young. And Trinity too for some reason, because TNA can't bother to do anything with her. They are entering the tag title tournament, but Glenn is worried that David Young is too much of a jobber. Kid Cash walks up and says he can't trust any of these people, and he says his tag team partner is out injured, so he has to go back to his roots tonight. Gilberti inquires if this means he's going back to the trailer park. No, he's bringing his personal family member. Kid Cash predicts that the two teams will meet in the second round. The gifted cab drivers versus Slash and Sin, who haven't been seen for a long time. Remember when he was Kazani? Yeah, that didn't go well. Wolfie D's having a few medical bills right now, by the way, so if you're a fan of PG-13, you can help him out. But he's quite a proud man, so maybe just check out his podcast. Anything like that will help him. Anyway, Slash and Sin hit a nice double team. They keep the double team going with a dropkick Russian leg sweep. Gilberti should be done after a leapfrog splash, but somehow no. David Young causes a distraction and Disco's able to take advantage and tag out. Young decks Sin with a powerful clothesline. It's now the gifted cabbie's turn to double team. David Young misses a cab driver assault, but he still has something in the tank as he fights off Sin's next move, and there it is, the cab driver slam, the cab driver slam. It's over. No, Slash breaks up the pin. Gilberti back in and he sets up for the Village People's Elbow. As usual, he misses it. The crowd chant Disco sucks dick. Young is too slow to prevent the tag to Slash. Slash hits a pump kick to Disco and another one to the cabbie. Slash hits a net breaker and the gifted cab drivers are really struggling here. He snap slams Young for a 2. The gifted cab drivers start cheating with Trinity also attacking Sin, but Slash still manages to double drop kick the drivers. Sin returns to the ring and hits a Rough Rider as Slash hits the whirly bird to the cab driver. It's over. No, no, no. How could it go down like that? Vince Russo is in the back with a bunch of wrestlers. The man called Raven is upset as he's found out that he's been suspended from the internet due to his actions last week. Raven feels they're treating him like a high schooler. He says he's better than every single man in the room, as Don't Look at My Ass Siaki struggles to keep it together. Raven is very upset and feels betrayed by his best friend Vince Russo. They then have a tug of war over Sabu. Next out, Don Harris. How is this guy still getting TV time each week? Thankfully, he's jumped by the most recently returned alpha male. Monty charges with a chair into his face. He's throwing refs about and he crushes the Harris twins' arm. This is a highly enjoyable segment. Monty grabs the mic and starts introducing his alpha male character to the crowd. He says it's not rabbit season, it's not duck season, it's open season on any wrestler who gets in his face. That's a challenge which is answered by Sabu. Sabu isn't a jobber and reverses the alpha bomb. He starts hitting familiar Sabu offense on Monty. He gets some decent height on the triple jump moonsault. Monty dodges some chair shots and dumps his nappy of fear and runs away. Well, that went from great to turd quickly. In the back, Team AAA are still here for some reason. Apparently, in 2 weeks, it's going to be the third World X Cup. Jesus, TNA, aren't you overdoing this a bit? Hector Garza will now be the captain of Team Mexico as Juventud Guerrero has been removed and exchanged with a wrestler called Heavy Metal. Another tag tournament match will be the notorious KID Kid Cash and his random tag team partner will be the debuting Lance Archer. They hint that they're brothers. They take on the Diamond Man and the Don't Look at My Ass Man. Diamond is upset because he wanted to fight Johnny Swinger instead. Cash gets smashed and beaten up for ages. Despite that, they can't actually get the free on him. Everybody's waiting to see what the big man can do. Archer eventually cheats, allowing Cash to make the tag. He assists Cash with a moonsault on the Diamond. Archer also hits his own big boot for a 2. The double teaming continues with Archer treating Kid Cash like a missile for another 2. Cash hits a backbreaker as the crowd desperately plead for Siaki to get into this match. Diamond is crushed with a double back body drop. Archer with a side slam now. I refuse to believe that a jobber like Simon Diamond could possibly survive this onslaught of moves. The big man wants to do something cool now. Cash climbs up him on the top rope, but he misses his moonsault.
NWA Impact brings you the Smack of the Week, sponsored by all new Blonde for Men. If you're a brown-haired Potter, put some blonde in it. It makes you look hotter.
Oh man, it's the notorious Kid Cash and his big brother from another mother. This Kid Cash, man, he's climbing up his own panda, man, like he's Mount Everest and he's about to reach the summits, but oh man, instead he dives and he plummets. Kid Cash catches nothing but the mat and a rash.
That was the NWA TNA Smack of the Week, sponsored by Blonde Just for Men. Get it? Got it? Shove it.
The show ends with Russo warning Raven that next week he is screwed and AJ Styles and Raven fight. It was alright. The first half of the show was borderline unbearable, but things picked up during the second half. If you don't agree with that, I'll make sure you never laugh. Diamond tags Don't Look at My Ass. Siaki hits a pop-up power slam to Cash and he smacks out Archer. Siaki now have a pop-up Samoan drop, which I'm okay with, but I'm not okay with it just being a 2 count. The heels have too much for him though, and they crush him with a high-low. Diamond wakes up and super kicks Archer out the ring and he flies down on top of him. It ends when Archer hits Siaki in the head with a pipe. Wow, not a good night for the main characters on the Shove It show. AJ Styles has a complaining segment about how he's not been booked on this show after Raven screwed him out of the world title. Vince Russo marches up and wants them to be best friends again. AJ isn't having it and he's furious that he's been screwed but can't have a chance at redemption. The next match will be another tag match, the Naturals taking on the Mold Dog. He's flying solo because apparently Konad has no-showed. The DO Double G does okay for a while all on his own. Konad actually runs out halfway through the match and somehow this makes the situation worse for the Free Live crew. There's a ref bump and Konad has powder thrown in his face and the Naturals beat Konad with a chair shot. Not much to say. Up next, a wild slapnuts appears.
Jeff Jarrett.
He laughs at Chris Harris for proving him right that he isn't ready. Jarrett is very happy because he doesn't have to compete for a while until they establish who his next challenger will be. Mike Tenay randomly brings out the icon Sting, completely unadvertised by the way. Mike Tenay wants to know about Sting's movie about his life. Apparently, from my research, this was essentially a documentary about Sting's life called Moment of Truth. Apparently, it's hilariously bad as they tried to recreate moments from WCW but by using TNA wrestlers. It's also essentially a vehicle to convert people to Christianity. He blathers on about his crap film forever, nobody cares. He does say that he will be here on the next show and he's going to get involved in something. Truth cuts a promo about his upcoming match. He has a chance to become the #1 contender for the world title tonight. He says he's doing this for the crew. Randomly, Goldilocks interrupts him. She insinuates that she is now the manager of Abyss. Okay, Abyss versus Ron the Truth Killings for a shot at the world title. We start out hot with Truth smashing Abyss out of the ring and diving on him with a Hurricanrana. It leads to a giant brawl taking place in the crowd for a very long time. They return to the ring with Truth hitting a scissors kick on a chair. He continues using the chair like he's freaking Sabu. Abyss is having a hard time now. He gets the splits into the kicks. Truth keeps going when he hits a falling headbutt to the nutsack, and I don't care how much of a monster you are, that's gonna hurt. He connects with a middle rope dropkick and he even hits the front suplex. He's about to win the match when Raven drags the referee from the ring. Man, Abyss is getting a lot of help from Raven in these matches. Abyss hits a shock treatment backbreaker, but that's a 2 only. Despite being a known dick, Raven's allowed to stay at ringside. Abyss hits the black hole slam and yet again Raven's in the ring, this time hitting Abyss with the chair. The referee throws the match out, which was going along pretty nicely. AJ Styles hits the ring to beat up Raven. He's really giving it to Raven when Abyss wakes up and black hole slams AJ. You'd think Abyss would be upset at Raven. All 4 guys fight. Just put them in a fatal 4-way Russo. Instead, we get the wrestlers from the TNA locker room breaking it up. Do you know a wrestling trope that I think needs to die? You know, like when the match has been thrown out but everybody's still good to continue. Why not just let the match continue? Wouldn't it be more inconvenient for the promotion to have to take time booking another match for the following week? Truth has the mic and he complains that TNA haven't been letting him talk because they're worried about what he'll say. Truth asks for a fatal 4-way next week. Jerry Lynn is still talking about the World X Cup. He thinks Team NWA will win next time. Newsflash, Jerry Lynn, you didn't even get to take part in the last one. And that sure doesn't make you grin. Scott D'Amore makes fun of Lynn and Skipper for being jobbers. Slappy was causing chaos down in Mexico, which is why he probably hasn't really been on this show. It's also announced that a fatal 4-way match will take place next week with the winner facing Chris Harris and then the winner facing final boss Slapnuts. Man, I forgot about Chris Harris, so these 4 guys are essentially fighting over being the number 2 contender. Speaking of Braden Walker, here he is. Apparently his partner James Storm is injured again. Not been a good year for James Storm. He's also been suspended, which is kind of irrelevant if he's injured. But in typical TNA fashion, he is suspended without pay. Typical TNA, take an injured man's money away. He'd probably spend it on beer anyway. Harris says although he couldn't beat Slapnuts, he's come out of that match with more pride and belief than he had before. He's dying to face Jarrett again. Pretty good promo. Randomly, the X Division is the main event, a 6-way elimination match for the number 1 contendership. Pete Williams versus Nasawa versus Frankie Kazarian versus Prime Time versus Jerry Lynn versus... Oh wow, Amazing Red is back. I assume Chris Sabin's the champion, but we haven't seen him for a while. Red doesn't look like he's missed a step as he smashes Williams with a big DDT. Nasawa gets a 2 on a super kick to Lynn. Lynn gets his own 2 on his own kick. Primetime destroys Pete Williams' gut with a suplex onto the ropes and decapitates him with a leg drop too. Kaz grabs him and they keep reversing hip tosses until Skipper goes out the ring and Kaz hits a flip dive. The Amazing Red of course joins in with the diving. Lynn cashes Nasawa with the pile driver and he's eliminated. Williams tries to dive into a Hurricanrana which Lynn stops and they both fall out of the ring. Everyone's down and there's a lull in the action. Kaz gets us started back up again, drop kicking Lynn and Skipper together. Skipper later hits his rope walk Hurricanrana on Kaz. He shouldn't have bothered though because Red dives on him with a DDT. P.T. Williams breaks up the pin for some unknown reason. Maybe he didn't know the rules. Lynn kicks Red through the ropes and he immediately heads over to see if he's actually okay. Whilst that's going on, the camera manages to completely miss Kaz eliminating Skipper. Jerry Lynn isn't happy about that and he crushes Kaz against the ropes. Red is fine by the way and he returns with a double missile dropkick. P.T. Williams counters the code Red before Lynn wipes him out of a TKO. Lynn takes Kaz out. No idea he kicked out the move though. The crowd want to see Jerry Lynn win this one. They're going to be disappointed. Kaz and Williams work together to eliminate Jerry Lynn, so now the crowd are upset. They continue working together to crush the Amazing Red. He manages to kick out. Williams hits one of the first ever Canadian destroyers in TNA history, but it doesn't seem to be his finisher at this time. Kaz and Williams end up having a fallout, and Kaz hits the Wave of the Future to eliminate Williams. Kazarian has Red served up on a plate. Despite that, Red reverses Back to the Future into a code Red. No, it's not over. Red simply kicks his leg out though and hits the Red Star Press for the 3. Pretty cool to see Amazing Red back in the title picture. I wonder if he'll ever finish his feud with Raisin. The camera quickly cuts away to show a giant brawl happening in the back. Next week's show sounds like a good one with a fatal 4-way and the return of the Icon. We start off with a tag tournament match between the Naturals and the reunited Triple X, Christopher Daniels and Low Ki. It's all the reformed Triple X in the early going. They destroyed the inexperienced Naturals with tag team moves. TNA are really trying to help get this new version of Low Ki over. He doesn't really fly that much anymore, but he brawls like a vicious pit bull instead. It's announced that Chris Sabin has been stripped of his X Division title due to an injury. Certainly feels like Sabin has had more injuries than the average wrestler. Anyway, Low Ki has worked over on his own for ages. Daniels turns the match with a really nice hot tag. He's going nuts and almost wins with a powerbomb. The Naturals have a brief resurgence where they hit a double front suplex to Daniels. They try to do the same to Low-Key, who starts kneeing them in the head, and he locks on an armbar as the other Natural spinebusters Daniels. No one's move can get the job done, so just like last week, the Naturals try to cheat instead, using powder and a steel chair. This time, it doesn't work for them though, and Triple X win with a move which would later become a well-known tag team finisher down the road. In the back is Kid Cash and his big brother, the future Lance Archer. Cash was left abandoned alone in the tag team tournament last week, so he decided to bring in his brother as backup, and he will have the name Dallas. Like lots of other big men in their early days, he refuses to do any talking. After winning their first tag team match, it's time for another tournament match. They take on Slash and Sin, who have also just returned to TNA after a long layoff. Slash and Sin have the early advantage as the crowd chant "Evil." It's been a while since we've heard that in the Asylum. It's all going well until Slash ends up on the ring apron where Dallas big boots him. Cash hits a flying clothesline for a 2. He also double springs, and I think Wolfie was meant to catch him with a spinebuster or a side slam, but it looks more like Cash hits a DDT. Tags are made, and the future Kazani looks outmatched by the big man. The match breaks down with Cash hitting a kick to Kazani and a springboard senton leg drop. Wolfie gets rid of Cash with the whirly bird. Sin and Dallas go back to fighting, and Sin tries to get the crowd going, but they don't really seem to be behind him yet. It doesn't help him as Cash hits him with a pipe, so Dallas can hit a big slam for the 3. Decent build to Big Dallas so far. He's getting wins without us really knowing that much about him, so the intrigue continues. Now we get the highlights from Mexico of a wild Slapnuts appears.
Double J, Jeff Jarrett.
Even in Mexico, Slappy still wins. He cuts a promo from a Gold's Gym, running down the guys in the Fatal 4-Way match tonight. AJ, Abyss, Truth and Raven, with the winner facing Chris Harris to then go on to face Jarrett and challenge for the Slapnuts belt. He calls them all inexperienced at his level. Mike Tenay brings out Chris Harris and James Storm. Storm has just returned from a suspension without pay whilst he was injured, because TNA are dicks apparently, and bragged about how they suspended this injured man. Slapnuts instantly goes after Storm with a guitar on the ramp. Harris and Slapnuts brawl. Harris fights off the stroke and hits the catatonic. He isn't done though and grabs Jeff's guitar. Strangely, Raven stops him and hits the Raisin effect. AJ Styles flies into the ring, clotheslining Raven and Slappy. Raven and Styles leave, which allows Jarrett to also smash out Harris with a guitar. Do you know what doesn't make sense? TNA are just coming off a 3-month storyline where Jarrett is signing people up to join his army, and they've all just completely forgotten about that storyline. Don't get me wrong, I'm entirely grateful that it's not happening anymore, but it doesn't make sense. The alpha male Monty Brown has an interview. He refuses to call it the ring as it's his hunting ground. Tonight Monty Brown is hunting Sabu. He says he's also going to pounce the interviewer's old mum. He thinks Sabu was a goat eating hay or something. Hilarious promo. Funny what a difference a few weeks can make. That match is up next, Sabu versus the alpha male. It actually goes a bit different to how I would imagine, with Sabu dominating the early game with springboards. Monty eventually powers out of a submission with the electric chair drop. Sabu tries another dive which is caught and Brown power slams him. Sabu has another flurry of offense now where he slingshots himself out of the ring into a head scissors. Sabu starts going nuts and throwing chairs around. The ref doesn't care, I guess because it's a Sabu match. Brown hits a diving chair shot, but he spends way too long gorming out and he's thrown into the crowd barrier. Sabu tries to set up Monty Brown on the table, which instantly collapses, but Sabu just says screw it and leg drops him on the broken table. The ref tries to count Brown out, but only makes it to 3. Back in the ring, Sabu screws up a triple jump, but he's smacked out of the ring anyway. Brown throws Sabu into the crowd as Blue Girls desperately scatter trying to get out of the way. The fight heads up into the upper levels of the asylum where Sabu smashes a chair over Brown's head, but surprisingly nobody takes a big fall here, but both men are looking pretty wasted. Sabu tries to do something climbing the dancer's cage, but he can't make it and he just hits a random dive off the stage instead. The ref just decides to throw the match out as a no contest. They don't care and they just continue fighting until Black Shirt Burks break it up. Brown has snapped and won't stop attacking security guards. A really fun segment. In the back somewhere, the gifted cab drivers are still getting booked, despite losing all of their matches. Apparently, they're in a fatal 4-way match tonight with a chance to become the #1 contenders for the tag belts. Scott Hudson takes great joy in telling the cabbie that he has not won a match in ages. He is now 0-17. The gifted Glenn Gilberti, how is he gifted, just can't believe this stat. Why? We all can. He's a jobber. Gilberti says tonight Young better not let him down as his back is getting tired from carrying the cabbie. Mine would too from carrying that lump around. The new franchise are still here. They haven't broken up because somebody bloody hates me. Douglas brags that he's been teaching these kids how to be as great as he is. Not that great then. The Fatal 4-Way Tag match is next. It's the Don't Look at My Diamond crew. Talking of the cabbies losing streak, when did Siaki last win a match? The second team will be the Gifted Cab Drivers, the third team are the new franchise, and finally we have D'Lo Brown and Apollo, who TNA just don't seem to have anything for, so they've just thrown them together. I honestly have no idea who's winning this one. My prediction is the new franchise, because that would be the most annoying choice. D'Lo Brown starts out shaking his bobblehead in Douglas's face. D'Lo has mostly been wrestling in Japan at this time. D'Lo kicks Douglas in the head and does a double hip toss with Apollo into a splash leg drop combination. Shane Douglas comes back with a front suplex and he botches a neck snapper. Apollo throws him across the ring as Michael Shane comes in. Apollo spears him, but Diamond has already made a blind tag. Diamond snap slams Shane and tags Siaki, who hits a net breaker for a 2. He turns his attention to Douglas on the ring apron and tells him, "Shut up or I'll smack you one," but that must have gone to his head as he throws himself into the ring pole straight after. That allows Michael Shane to start working on his arm and shoulder. That doesn't last long though, as Siaki hits a pop-up Samoan drop, which I am okay with. The Gifted one has the tag from Shane. He grabs Siaki's eyelash and tags the cabbie. Siaki instantly superkicks the cabbie. Young comes back for Hurricanrana. For some reason he tags D'Lo Brown and everybody looks confused. Gifted Glenn is livid as D'Lo hits a sky high on Michael Shane. The new franchise are arguing again. The match completely stops as the new franchise argue on the ramp and they leave. The match restarts with D'Lo hitting a big spinning side slam on the cabbie. D'Lo makes a mistake though, and there it is, the cab driver slam, the cab driver slam. No one reacts to the move, and the Diamond Man hits the Simon series to the cabbie. He also superkicks Gilberti, but as soon as he turns around, Johnny Swinger decks him with a steel chair. The match continues. Apollo hits a TKO on the cabbie, and for some reason, Brown and Apollo are now the #1 contenders for the tag team titles.
NWA Impact brings you the Smack of the Week, sponsored by all new Blonde for Men. If you're a brown-haired Potter, put some blonde in it. It makes you look hotter.
Oh man, this dude truly is the biggest, the baddest, the #2 man in the business. It's Apollo, man. He just crushed the cabbie without forgiveness. That swinging net plan of wicker snapper was something to witness. For a while, he won't be taking no fares, but Apollo ain't got no cares.
That was the NWA TNA Smack of the Week, sponsored by Blonde Just for Men. Get it? Got it? Shove it.
Backstage, Scott Hudson is looking in cage for Abyss. A secretary woman says to leave him alone because he's concentrating on his match. Pretty sure this is Goldilocks, but that is admittedly a pretty good disguise. Crisp Sabin is wheeled out now to vacate his X Division title. Apparently they wanted him to FedEx the belt back, but he wanted to do it in person. So, to crown a new champion, we have Frankie the Future Kazarian taking on the Amazing Red. The referee is loudly booed tonight. He looks really confused. I don't know what he did wrong. Red gets us started with a flurry of moves, including a head scissors and a drop kick to knock Kaz out of the ring. Kaz comes back to the ring for a pump kick and a springboard leg drop for a 2. He does a nice leg sweep to stay on top and hits another leg drop. Red makes a comeback with a DDT before he's quickly closed down with a net breaker variation. This match has a surprising lack of high flying, but Red now does hit a flip dive. Kaz starts arguing with Crisp Sabin at the desk and he tries to steal his crutch. Sabin isn't having that though, and Kaz turns around into Red diving off the steps at him. Back in the ring, and Kaz slams Red on his stupid little bandana and he crushes him with a slingshot DDT. Red's fine though, and out of nowhere he hits the code Red for a 2. Unfortunately for Red though, he misses the Red Star press and Kaz rolls him up for the win. Decent match, but nothing too crazy. Kaz takes a victory lap with his new belt. It would take the Amazing Red an incredible 5.5 years to ever capture that belt again. Kaz is being a dick, so Sabin's friends on Team NWA come to his rescue. In the back, Truth hypes up his main event tonight. Conrad is here and he's sulking because he and Road Dogg feel that they haven't been given any opportunities lately. Didn't they have a tag tournament match last week, which they lost? Suddenly, things get really strange. They're blathering on about the World X Cup when out walks former WCW superstar Dave Taylor to introduce Team UK. Yeah, Team UK, apparently that's a thing suddenly. He says he's here to introduce the team, but then hilariously, none of them are introduced. So I'm going to do it for you. Dean Allmark, Robbie Dynamite, Frankie Sloan and James Mason, who still wrestles today on the UK Indies. I know this because every time I see his face on a poster I think it's Simon Miller. The big bold boys of wrestling faction cannot be stopped. Interesting that none of the guys on this team went on to make a name for themselves. I guess we'll find out why that is over the coming weeks. The Icon Sting's going to be here next, but not just him, also Vince Russo on commentary. He's been surprisingly inoffensive since returning to TNA. Sting will be the special enforcer for this Fatal 4-Way. Raven versus Abyss versus The Truth versus Styles for a shot of Chris Harris to then get a shot of Final Boss Slapnuts. Abyss and Raven get started for double flapjack on Truth. Abyss fights off the Raisin effect as Truth clotheslines him from the ring. AJ hits a springboard moonsault, but as usual, Raven is a dick and he ruins it. Truth hits a Hurricanrana as a powerbomb counter on Abyss, but now Raven is back. Styles smashes him with a springboard dropkick. Truth and Styles work together now to take the monster down, and they start hitting the heels with double dropkicks. Abyss shuts them up with a double back suplex. Raven returns again, and he stops an Abyss slam with a bulldog. Everyone keeps sneaking out of finishers. Sting and Raven start fighting around the outside, and Abyss joins in. They're not very smart. They've completely lost their attention on this match because they hate Sting so much. Styles and Truth use the distraction to hit double flip dives out of the ring. The Truth starts using a chair. He heads back into the ring and hits the lie detector on Styles. His scissors kick is broken up by known dick Raven. Raven takes them both out with a bulldog clothesline combination. What a strange match this is. I really wouldn't have a huge problem with any of these guys winning the match. Styles gives Raven a chair drop toe hold. The Truth gets rid of Styles with a scissors kick onto the chair with the pin being broken up again. We move on to Abyss folding Truth in half with a black hole slam, but there's that dickhead who's known. But he's about to get a taste of his own medicine as he hits the Raisin effect on Abyss and AJ Styles breaks the pin up with a Swanton bomb.
Dude, I was watching NWA TNA the other day, man. And this dude, AJ Styles, man, he stole my Swanton bomb finishing maneuver, man. But it didn't finish. Man, I'm going back to North Carolina. And I'm going to tell my stoner friend Shannon all about you. AJ Styles, man.
AJ has it won with a Styles clash on Raven, but then Slapnuts decides to get involved and break the pin up. Gee, great job, Sting. It was really worth having you here. Jarrett throws a white towel into the ring, which distracts Styles. He thinks Russo did it. Raven kicks him in the nutsack and wins with the Raisin effect. Man, what a horrible finish. Russo looks like he's going to cry. I know how he feels. Raven advances to face Chris Harris next week, plus it's going to be the return of the World X Cup, which at this point I have zero interest in watching. I'm still going to do it though. It's episode 89, which is the World X Cup 3. Team Mexico versus Team UK? The issues are as follows. The majority of the people watching this video aren't going to know any of the members of Team UK. And on top of that, Team UK don't even wrestle in X Division style. And it gets worse because Mexico don't even have Juventud this time. So it begs the question, why did TNA think this would be a good idea? Who was this meant to be appealing to? Especially because this is just a few weeks after the last World X Cup, which was vastly superior. Right, let's get this out the way. I've looked at the schedule and we are not that far off some of the bigger stars joining TNA and the start of Impact, so the Hawk has to hang in there. The first guy out is Extreme Dean Allmark. At least S.A. Rios is still here though. You know, he's a big favourite of the Hawk. I think when I was coming up watching the light heavyweights of the WWF, it was S.A. Rios and Taka Michinoku who really appealed to me. How did the WWF never have them in a programme together? Anyway, on to less interesting things. We're about a minute in and they're just rolling around on the floor. It doesn't feel like an X Division match at all. In fact, it's not much of a match, pretty simple. S.A. Rios wins after about 5 minutes when he drops Dean Allmark on his face and nails a split-legged moonsault for the 3. A waste of time. We cut away from that nonsense tournament so that Raven can hype his match against Chris Harris. Raven won the Fatal 4-Way last week and now he has to beat Chris Harris to get a match against Slapnuts and his Slapnut belt. I'm not sure what sort of match to expect from these two. He calls Chris Harris a corporal whilst Raven is a 4-star general. They talk about how Vince Russo isn't being a nutcase anymore. Raven complains that he isn't a Vince Russo guy anymore, whilst AJ Styles and Sonny don't look at his ass Siaki are. Raven thinks Russo doesn't want a guy like Raven representing the company. The next match is Robbie Dynamite taking on Heavy Metal. Yes, this is an episode of TNA. It's another crap match which doesn't even reach 5 minutes. Mexico win yet again with a roll-up. Why are we doing this? It's like TNA knew they shouldn't have done this, they just want to get it over as quickly as possible. Chris Harris gets a long miserable promo where he discusses that nobody wants him here as he's taken up a main event spot. The next pointless match is Frankie Sloan, who makes the girls moan, versus Hector Garza, who's been like the MVP of all of these things. He really has been must-watch. Mike Tenay tells us that Frankie Sloan has the most basic offense of his team. Wow, I'm really excited to see this match then. This is unlike any other Hector Garza match I've seen. It's slow and uninteresting. Frankie Sloan won't stop working on his leg as the crowd sound annoyed. Frankie works a single leg Boston for what feels like eternity. Sloan eventually misses a diving ass drop and Garza rolls him up a couple of times. The match ends soon after Garza decides to hit a powerbomb which almost makes Frankie's thong fall apart. Garza wins with a corkscrew moonsault. This isn't going well. In the Team UK locker room, Dave Taylor is livid at his team of jobbers. Taylor is worried about what the Queen is going to think about this. Yeah, I'm sure she was a massive TNA fan. James Mason is the team captain and also a proud member of the BBWs. I also mistake him for Simon Miller all the time. He takes on Abismo Negro and Mason jumps in before the bell. Mason keeps hitting clotheslines and uppercuts. Negro comes back with a back suplex, a stunner and a suplex. This doesn't feel like an X Division competition at all. It's almost over after a gut-wrench powerbomb. To his credit, James Mason hits a pretty impactful somersault senton. Surprisingly, this turns out to be the best match so far. These two guys do work quite well together, and it's the only thing on this show so far which has even been worth moving your eyelids for. Abismo ends up giving him a frog splash for a 2, and then he looks to dive again when Dave Taylor rushes out and smacks him with the flag. Mason puts on a cross-face chicken wing for the tap-out win. In the back we have Kid Cash and Dallas. They are a part of a tag team tournament for the vacant belts. He calls Christopher Daniels talentless and says Loki is a midget and the only big thing about him is his lips. Dallas refuses to talk as usual. The World X Cup continues with Frankie Sloan, who makes the girls moan, and Robbie Dynamite versus S.A. Rios and Hector Garza. Hector's still selling his leg from the last match, so they're talking about this essentially being a handicap match. Rios grabs Robbie Dynamite's arm and bounces off the ropes into a super kick. Garza suddenly stops no-selling his leg as he hits a sort of fall-away slam into a dropkick to the ribs. Sloan goes back to attacking his bad leg. This goes on for quite a while. Now it gets a bit strange. After waiting so long to make the tag and finally doing it, SA immediately tags his partner back in. They hit some really poor double team moves, and now of course Garza is stuck back in the ring having his leg worked over again. It made Team Mexico look really dumb. The exact same thing happens again too, although this time the double teaming is a bit better. It turns into the S.A. Real show eventually, and that is why I love this guy so much growing up. He is flipping and kicking everyone down. He should have it won with a submission when Dave Taylor once again smashes him out of a flag for the 3. The best match so far in an otherwise unremarkable World X Cup. In the back, Loki is asked if Triple X are back together. He says no, not really, they just want the tag titles. Daniel says if they manage to win the tag titles, they'll talk to Skipper about it. Dean Allmark and James Mason are up next. They take on Abismo Negro and Heavy Metal. Jesus, this just does not feel like a TNA show. Heavy Metal starts out well, but he's too cocky and Mason springs into the ring and boots him away. Dean Allmark almost wins with a backbreaker. Abismo tries to turn up the energy of a dropkick and a backbreaker whilst his partner connects with a crossbody. Nice spot now as the Mexican guys both spring off the ropes at the same time. Slingshot dives are hit to the outside. Nice dropkick off the apron by Heavy Metal. Abismo has it won, but the referee has ADHD. Predictably, Dave Taylor interferes once again, but this time it's different. Because he doesn't use a flag, he hits a bulldog instead. James Mason wins with a chicken win submission again. Not terrible, but hard to enjoy because not a single guy here is a TNA guy. Up next, a wild Slapnuts appears. Yep, even on a show like this, he still appears.
Double J, Jeff Jarrett.
He calls Raven the master of the swerve, but he'll never be able to swerve Slapnuts. Chris Harris is a tag team wrestler, but next week he's going to find out what it's like to lose to a main eventer. The finals of the World X Cup is up next in this weird and forgotten period of TNA's history. It's going to be an 8-man tag. The TNA crowd loudly chant Mexico. Here we go then. Dean Allmark hits a nice kick which seems to surprise everybody, including himself. Hector Garza completely outsmarts Frankie Sloan. Man, this guy is such a big missed opportunity in wrestling. I don't know how he didn't end up a star. Yeah, this guy was probably a big star down in Mexico, but he should have been on every teenager's wall as a poster all over the world. Mason and Heavy Metal battle over who is the hardest man. It seems to be Heavy Metal. He is made of metal after all. The crowd are starting to sound really restless now. Heavy Metal was the first man eliminated after once again Dave Taylor cheats and interferes. Abismo Negro seems to be the dark horse this episode. I've been enjoying him a fair bit. He eliminates Dean Allmark with a tombstone piledriver. Heavy Metal beats Dave Taylor to the back. James Mason almost wins the Superman pin. Sloan leaves the match soon after due to an S.A. Rios split-legged moonsault. We're down to 2 versus 2. It doesn't go much longer though as Rios and Hector Garza hit stereo moonsaults and get the double pin. Not a good World X Cup. The British guys look like jobbers despite being solid Mac technicians. It was just poorly booked and poorly planned. It should never have happened with these guys. They weren't the right sort of wrestlers for this competition. Now can we please, for the love of God, TNA, take a break from this? Next week, James Storm will face Slapnuts in a non-title match. Russo looks a bit depressed about this show. Don't blame him.
Next week's show's starting to sound good though, with Sabu facing Monty Brown and Harris versus Raven. D'Lo, Brown and Apollo will also get their tag title shot from whoever the next champions are. Just like the last World X Cup show, the show ends with something completely unrelated as it is the finals of the tag team tournament. Kid Cash and Dallas take on Triple X for the tag team titles. Wow, Dallas makes an aggressive start to this one, hitting multiple backbreakers to Low-Ki and hurling him away like a sack of shit. He also throws Cash on top of him, but they don't seem to be in a rush to win. Kid Cash nails his double spring into a head scissors and a tornado DDT. When it's all going well for Kid Cash, it always looks great. His next dive is blocked and Daniels hits a flatliner. Low-Ki comes close with a bunch of pins on Cash. Triple X now have to work together to do any damage to the big man. Kid Cash realises they're losing, so he cheats with a chair from the outside on Low-Ki. Man, these refs are dumb. Somehow Low-Ki is even dumber and he thinks that Daniels hit him with it. Daniels also smashes Dallas with the chair and the ref is useless. Low-Ki then connects the cartwheel kick on Dallas in the corner, but just to 2. Kid Cash takes out Daniels with a pipe to the back and Dallas wins with his big slam from last week. The new tag team champions are Dallas and Kid Cash. Not a bad rise up the company at all for Archer, capturing the TNA tag titles in only his 3rd or 4th match. But overall, not a good episode of TNA, and we just had to kind of get through that one. Monty Brown and Sabu, rest in peace, are feuding, and Raven is facing Harris for the number 1 contendership tonight, so let's go. The show opens up with a wild Slapnuts appears.
Double J, Jeff Jarrett.
He's cutting a promo in a wife beater, running down Chris Harris and Raven. He's already 6 months into this title reign, Jesus Christ. James Storm also gets to speak because he was recently smashed in the head with a Slapnuts guitar. He says he doesn't need to run around with guitars or guns. I thought he was a cowboy, that's kind of killed his own gimmick right there. At ringside, Slapnuts is causing chaos in only the way that he can. He's arguing with Mike Tenay, I love it when these two fight. Surprised they never tried to put them in a match. He claims that Russo is screwing him by taking all of his backup guys out of the company. I guess Slappy sees Tenay as Russo's friend. It is already a much more entertaining show than last week. He calls out James Storm to have their match now. Slapnuts immediately grabs a chair and starts causing more chaos. The referee pulls the chair away and Storm takes advantage of the opening. James Storm beats Jarrett on the commentary desk. It's been a very long time since we've actually seen James Storm have a match as he's been out injured. They head into the crowd because every Jeff Jarrett match must have crowd brawling. Jarrett turns it around with a hip toss and starts using a steel chair. Not sure why that's allowed. Jarrett tries to throw James Storm over a baluster, but nice spot, James Storm skins the cat. The crowd love that and they're very hot for this battle overall. Jarrett clambers on top of the commentary desk and Storm clotheslines him down. The hard hits keep coming as Storm hits a bulldog on the outside. James Storm tries to send him back into the ring, but it backfires and Slapnuts has him set up on the top rope. He hits a superplex, breathless start to this match. Jarrett gets a 2 off an enziguri. Jarrett keeps up the pressure and Storm's just hanging on in there. He manages to hit a head scissors eventually for a double down. Back up on their feet and Storm almost wins with a snap slam. He tries the Hangman's Noose, which strangely Slappy counters with a diamond cutter. Another 2 count. Randomly, Storm then does hit the Hangman's Noose straight after for his own 2. They both end up reversing each other's finishers before running headfirst into each other. This causes Slapnuts to grab the guitar and he throws the ref down. He turns around into a last call superkick, but there's no ref. The ref is desperately clutching at his eyelid. Like a dumbass, Storm tries to use the guitar. The ref stops grabbing his eyelash and stops Storm, and Jarrett hits the stroke for the 3. Well, we got every one of Jarrett's special moves there but a kick to the slash zone. Actually, a really nice match. Jarrett immediately grabs the microphone and threatens Vince Russo, Chris Harris and Raven. He says he's going to kill somebody in the steel cage next week. Slappy is a known dick and he smashes Storm with a steel chair. He even puts on the figure 4. Where the hell is Chris Harris? He must have been asleep because it takes him about a full minute to come down. Harris is wearing some ugly grey trackies from Sports Direct. Another known dick, Raven, climbs into the ring and he smashes Harris with a chair. Slappy escapes and Raven sort of drop toe holds Harris into some chairs. He keeps up the assault on Harris's arm. Mike Tenay then proudly tells us that the left arm is one of Chris Harris's best weapons. Well, I'm pretty sure you could say it about anybody. Vince Russo is the man to break up the fighting. Raven strangles him to his knees like he's the Undertaker. AJ Styles in some turd-covered pants gets rid of Raven. Why is Raven always such a dick on these shows? He may be worse than Slapnuts. AJ refuses to shake the hand of Vince Russo. In the back is the gifted Glenn Gilberti. How is he gifted? He's with the New York Numpty and the New York Knockout. They're all dressed in black, so I guess they're a team now. Johnny Swinger insults the Diamond Man, his former friend. He says he was forced to team with him in ECW. Oh great, they're having a match tonight. The master of the cab driver slam, David Young, marches up and asks Gilberti why he wasn't invited to the interview. Disco tells him to follow his orders and stop thinking that he's special. Haven't you missed these guys? An X Division title match up next. Sonjay Dutt will challenge for Kazarian's belt. I really hate the first X Division title design, it looks so cheap. Sonjay has the opening portion of the match. He looks to be in full control until Kaz hits a crazy overhead belly to belly out of the ring. On the outside, Sonjay comes back with a 619 type move. Kaz isn't hurt though, and he catches his moonsault and drops him on the ring apron. Kaz continues dominating in the ring. He certainly loves a suplex in this match. Really enjoying this one too. Kaz hits a crazy slingshot DDT out of the ring. Unfortunately for him, he wastes time bragging to Mike Tenay about how cool he is and regrets it as Dutt bashes him with a moonsault. He can't land his next dive back into the ring and he gets pump kicked. It's not over and the counters continue until Dutt hits a Hurricanrana. He tries a diving variation now, which Kaz catches and counters with Back to the Future. Surprisingly, Dutt doesn't go back to the future and he kicks out. Kaz with a nice leg sweep now into a springboard leg drop. It's like everyone on this show was so pissed off about how bad the show was last week. To highlight my point, Kaz ends the match with the flux capacitor. The crowd chant, "You still suck," but it's also over. No! Sonjay has his foot on the rope. Kaz dumps in his nappy of anger when randomly Dutt just wakes up and no-sells doing loads of pinning attempts. Sonjay can't connect with his Hindu press finisher however, and Kaz gives him the wave of the future for the 3. Tenay calls Kaz disgusting and screams no. Not sure why, it seemed like Kaz beat him fair and square in an entertaining manner. Kaz has the mic and says Team NWA are just full of geeks whilst he's the coolest person in the world. He has beaten Skipper and Dutt, so he demands to be named a member of Team NWA. He wants an official to come down. Instead he gets the Monster Abyss? That is random. Pretty sure he's not an official, but he hits Kaz with a black hole slam. Sonjay Dutt gets ready to fight with the monster. Abyss tries to shake his hand, but then instead hits him with a shock treatment backbreaker. A strange lady in a wig is on the stage. It seems like she's controlling the Abyss. In the back, Chris Harris now has a bad shoulder following Raven's attack. AJ Styles storms in and demands to take Chris Harris's place in the match. Russo asks Harris if that's okay, but he says over my dead body. The main event scene is hotting up. Some strange music plays now, which I haven't heard before. Unfortunately, it's Johnny Swinger taking on the Diamond Man, Simon Diamond. Any good wrestling show should have a piss break match, and this is it. I kept skipping it, but for some reason it was never ending. Just for the record, I would have done this too, even if this video was going on YouTube. I find these two guys the most pointless guys with no redeeming qualities whatsoever. It doesn't help that the "don't look at my ass" man and the "how is he gifted" man keep fighting on the outside. The master of the cab driver slam tries to rush the ring, but he takes out Johnny Swinger instead. Diamond throws Swinger into the turnbuckles, which doesn't even have the pad removed, and somehow it gets the 3. What a bunch of jobbers. Seriously, have you ever seen so many jobbers in one ring? Trinity hits Siaki with a steel chair, so I guess their little friendship is over. Swinger tears up Diamond's little gown. Nobody reacts to this. God, how much longer are these people on the show for? It is unbearable. One of the black shirt security people looks like Hardcore Hack. Someone give these guys a smack. The 3 live crew are in the back. Do you think the Truth will return to TNA? I'm not really up for that. It's going to be bland and he won't be the young angry man that he was back here. The crew want Vince Russo to choose a side or something. Side of my ass. The next one should be good though. The alpha male Monty Brown will take on Sabu. They've got a nice little feud going here. Sabu gets us started with a springboard DDT for a 2. Monty is up quickly, overpowering Sabu with a necktie backbreaker and a net breaker. I think it's gonna be another back and forth match here. Sabu with a Frankenstein and a leg drop for a 2. He now grabs a chair and bashes Monty so hard that it gets stuck to his meathead. Sabu tries the triple jump moonsault, which Brown counters. He quickly hits a release butterfly suplex. Sabu will now once again try Frankensteiner. This one is caught and Brown hits a diving powerbomb, but he seems to land badly on his knee. A guy like Monty Brown would easily be a world champion in any promotion nowadays. Shows the lack of good wrestlers. Anyway, Monty Brown hits the pounce, which clears Sabu out of the ring. Brown starts setting up a table. Sabu tries to dive him through it, but Brown wakes up, so Sabu clears the table and still takes out Brown on the ramp. This match is crazy. In the crowd, Brown hits a backbreaker and a sack of shit into some chairs. Sabu is completely no-selling everything he does though. They continue chasing each other in the crowd and throwing chairs about. This is pure chaos. They fight into the old sports entertainment locker room. The cameraman can't be bothered to follow them. It seems that the Abyss has made his home here. Sabu starts fighting with Abyss, which doesn't go well, and the monster powerbombs him for a table. Monty Brown and Abyss consider squaring off. Then the strange woman from earlier talks Abyss down and holds his hand and takes him away. I know it's Goldilocks, but I'm trying not to do spoilers here, guys. Monty casually turns back around and he pounces Sabu for the free. Complete craziness on this show. In the back, it's the new franchise. Shawn Michaels' cousin is crying. Douglas tries to steal motivational quotes from Any Given Sunday, but he botches his lines. I thought these guys had broken up. Kind of reminds me of back in the day when I used to work in an office and I had this moment where I realised that office life was not for me. I was given this meeting and I tried to steal a quote from Any Given Sunday and I said, "Life's a game of inches." It didn't go down well with people who hadn't seen the film before. The point was fair in my eyes. Michael Shane says he was the longest reigning X Division champion until Shane Douglas came along. Michael Shane says he's asked Vince Russo for an X Division opportunity. For some reason this really pisses off Shane Douglas. These guys belong with all those New York numpties from earlier on. What a bunch of jobbers. Out next it's Downtown, D'Lo Brown and Apollo. They are getting a tag title shot. The champions are Kid Cash and his big brother Dallas. I've missed Kid Cash. This guy's a dick, but in a good way. Surprisingly, a very slow and stalling start to this match. Brown does eventually take out Cash and then pretends he's diving out of the ring, but instead he dropkicks a confused looking Dallas off the apron. Apollo gets the tag and he hits a rough looking turtle whirl. This Kid Cash, he really takes an ass kicking every week. Dallas gets the tag, but Cash immediately grabs his brother and hits a flying dropkick over the top of him to D'Lo. Nice diving leg drop side slam double team combination now. Cash hits one of his crazy moonsaults to D'Lo as well. They start trading pinfalls, which annoys D'Lo, who randomly then hits a grazing Shining Wizard. You can tell that his time in Japan changed his moveset a bit. Anyway, it's kind of a mad end to this one too. A bit botchy as well, but oh well. Apollo nails the TKO on Dallas. Cash tries a double spring into a Hurricanrana, which almost goes wrong. The good guys try to double team Cash, but also botch it. Moments later, Cash tries another springing dive. This one's caught by D'Lo. He hits a spinning spinebuster. Apollo also hits a super kick, and D'Lo nails the sky high. Dallas breaks up the pin with a pipe. What an idiot. The ref throws the match out for DQ. But this apparently means Apollo and D'Lo Brown win the tag titles on a DQ, because for once they've decided to enforce that rule. Man, D'Lo and Apollo as tag team champions? How random. Dallas dumps in his nappy of confusion. This was a short title reign for the brothers. Raven cuts a promo saying that Sabu will have his back tonight while someone bangs about in the locker room. I think it's meant to be Sabu behind the door. Just the main event left. The Man Called Raisin facing Chris Harris for a shot at the Slapnuts title. Harris is heavily selling his arm. Why does every important TNA match have to see someone at a major disadvantage? Don't the officials care about a fair fight? Basically, Raven just keeps working the arm, with Harris trying to do some damage to Raven's leg. Unfortunately, after all the craziness of the matches we've seen on the show tonight, this match is slow and rubbish compared to them. James Storm and Jarrett both come out to watch in an effort to keep the blood flowing and not fall asleep. Russo looks like such a dweeb nowadays. He's here to remove everybody from ringside, but I guess security had gone home for the night. He needn't worry as Sabu and Storm brawl to the back. This distracts the ref and Raven gets a steel chair. Chris Harris dodges the drop toe hold and throws a chair into Raven's face. It doesn't help and Harris hits another chair in the corner. Then the ref is bumped in the corner. Chris Harris hits his spear, but there's no ref. Raven smacks him in the slash zone, but the Raisin effect is reversed into a small package and the ref wakes up to count the 3. Chris Harris will face Slapnuts in a cage next week. Well, you can't say he didn't earn it, but man, that match was boring. And that's the show. NWA TNA, get ready to spray. Well, someone's sure gonna spray. Monty Brown's opening the show. Really impressed with his second TNA run so far. Oh wow, is he really facing the Abyss? Seems like a pay-per-view quality matchup. Well, this is technically a pay-per-view, so shut up, Hawk. Oh, scratch that, they're actually teaming up. They take on Sabu, rest in peace, and it's meant to be Raven with him, but Raven is a known dick, and it seems like he's bailed on the match. Sabu bravely fights on, but the numbers advantage is too much, and Abyss boots him down. Sabu comes back with a DDT on Monty. He's barely hurt, and the heels take back over. The heels do eventually stop double teaming, but it doesn't get any easier for Sabu. Brown thumps his partner. I'm not sure if it was supposed to be a tag, but everyone's confused by that. They could possibly be partners who don't get on. Even more so when Sabu pulls Monty into the Abyss splash. Sabu starts swinging chairs. The springboard leg drop gets a 2 before Monty smashes out his own partner. Brown catches a chair to the face. Sabu then hits a textbook triple jump moonsault to Monty for a 2 count. The crowd chant ECW. Sabu now dives on Abyss with a Hurricanrana and throws another chair for good measure. He hits the Arabian facebuster, which won't be good enough to beat the monster. Monty's had enough now and he pounces Sabu. Abyss hits the shock treatment backbreaker and that's the end of this one. Raven is a dick.
Abyss and Monty seem like they might fight, but instead they just grit teeth at each other. Very intriguing stuff, two guys you wouldn't expect to be seen with each other. In the back, Raven and Chris Harris are fighting. Maybe Raven isn't a dick after all. Raven continues the attack on Chris Harris's shoulder from last week. Yay, it's going to be yet another TNA match where the challenger is going to be at a huge disadvantage. Raven sort of Pillmanizes his arm. He also drops a fence on it and keeps wrenching on the arm. James Storm finally makes the save, but it's way too late. Vince Russo is very concerned, but not concerned enough to delay the match. Raisin celebrates in the ring on top of his friend Sabu. What a dick, I was right the first time. Frankie Kazarian is in the back, he's all smiles despite still not being selected for Team NWA. He reveals that Sonjay Dutt and the Amazing Red are going to have a match series to decide who's going to challenge Kaz for his belt. The master of the cab driver slam, David Young, marches up demanding to speak to Scott Hudson, who's not here tonight. David is very upset that Gifted Glenn is giving him the cold shoulder. The cabbie declares he won't lose any more matches in TNA because he's going to be a winner for his fans. His match is up next. Here he is then, the master of the cab driver slam, David Young, who's taken on the Shark Boy. They are really pushing David Young's losing streak at this point. Young tries to prove a point but keeps getting rolled up. The cabbie does catch the Shark to his credit and drops him on his face. Now it'll be a gorilla press slam from David Young. The crowd chant, "Let's go Shark Boy." He now beals Shark Boy. I guess the days of high-flying David Young are truly over. Now it's a huge top rope beel from Young. I'm actually enjoying this match. He tries something from the top rope, but the Shark bites him off, but misses his diving fin butt. Then Shark Boy just small packages the cabbie for the 3. The cabbie drops turd in his coin purse. The 3 live crew storm down the ramp. They are an army tonight, I guess. Konad tells David Young he couldn't be a star if he was thrown by a ninja. Konad complains that his group haven't had any opportunities lately. He screams at Russo that the Truth deserves a world title shot tonight. Mold Dog agrees with that and wants the Suntan Superman to be the champion. He tells Raisin that he sucks in the ring and he blames him for the Truth not getting a world title shot. Chris Harris is sitting on an ambulance. A doctor tells Russo this might be the end of his career. Harris cries and asks if James Storm can take his place in the match with Slapnuts tonight. The camera cuts away to build intrigue. Out now is the New York Numpty, the New York Knockout, and the gifted Glenn Gilberti. How is he gifted? They will take on Sonny Don't Look at My Ass Siaki and the Diamond Man Simon. From my memory, this feud unfortunately goes on for quite a while. Siaki is growing an ugly beard. Sonny fights with Disco. Disco tries the chart topper, which Siaki reverses and he hits one of his own. Diamond and Swinger fight again as my hand hovers over the skip button. They fight on the outside where Siaki dives off the steps into Disco. The good guys also hit double super kicks to Swinger at the timekeeper's table. Back in the ring and the good guys hit a double flapjack to Swinger. Here comes the Simon series from the Diamond Man, but no, Swinger manages to break that up. Trinity takes a pointless cheap shot on the outside. Why can't we have the old Trinity back? Siaki tries to bring some excitement, but it's just impossible in this environment. The Siakalypse connects on Swinger, but the pin is broken up. The ref is distracted as Siaki tries to fly. Trinity shoves him off the top. Then she just randomly climbs in the ring as Swinger hits the double arm DDT for the 3. No, no, no. What a mess. I hate all of these people, and it sure felt like Trinity was supposed to do something else here, but they didn't let her. Should have done a moonsault. Then, randomly, Desire makes her return. How anybody could possibly remember her is beyond me. She has come back from a broken back. I originally blamed this on Trinity, but it wasn't even her, although the commentary team do blame it on her. Well, at least it looks like Trinity's gonna have something to do now. She is the girlfriend of Sonny Don't Look at My Ass Siaki. How random. In the back, it's decision time with Vince Russo. AJ Styles walks up saying he should be taking Chris Harris's place in the match. Russo is confused by this as he's been trying to get hold of AJ for months. Russo gives him the cold shoulder and leaves. Shawn Michaels' cousin, Michael Shane, will have a match now against Christopher Daniels. The winner of this match will take the place of Sonjay Dutt on Team NWA. Why anybody would want to take the place with that team is beyond me. They suck. Pretty much demonstrated by the fact that they're not having a proven winner like Kaz on the team. Daniels hits the first big move, throwing Michael Shane out of the ring. Shane's fine though and hits a net breaker back into the ring. Daniels again aggressively throws Shane out of the ring. Tracy Brooks interferes to help Michael Shane out. Michael Shane hits a flapjack which makes Shane Douglas squirt in his nappy of happiness. Tracy Brooks seems to be quite a good manager, she actually knows what she's doing. Daniels has enough of her though and grabs her by the haircut but takes too long. Michael Shane hits a body press out of the ring. It's not the greatest X Division match I've ever seen, but Michael Shane matches are rarely ever spot fests. I often wonder if this guy would have been better off doing more tag teaming. Daniels hits a nice T-bone suplex and a powerbomb too. The match spills out of the ring again where Daniels hits a split-legged moonsault with Shane Douglas surprisingly taking the bullet. Michael Shane shoves his manager away. The match gets back in the ring. Daniels hits the best moonsault ever for just a 2. Shane Douglas has a chain and he waits forever by the ring apron. It's kind of awkward for him, he's there for ages. I thought he was about to use it now, but instead Michael Shane hits a super kick for a 2. CD returns the favour with an enziguri. Daniels wants the last rites now. Oh yeah, there it is. Douglas with the steel chain to Daniels. You can get up now, Douglas. Michael Shane refuses to take the victory that way though. He wants sweet chin music, but Douglas keeps stopping him. What a bunch of wacky jobbers. Then Daniels just beats Michael Shane with an STO. An STO? When has that ever beaten anybody? Like I said, jobbers. Can we please end this stupid new franchise now? Daniels celebrates with the rest of Team NWA. Shane Douglas beats the crap out of Michael Shane, so hopefully it's over. Probably not though. Tracy Brooks protects Michael Shane and he hits a super kick. Back with Vince Russo again in the back, who's crying. It looks like the pressure's getting to him. He says he didn't expect this. Well, he should have expected it. Having Raven and Slapnuts on the show is always guaranteeing problems. The Abyss apparently wants a world title shot. Goldilocks comes up pretending she's from South America and smoking a cigarette. This somehow doesn't convince Russo to put Abyss in the match. We've got a world tag title rematch up next. I'm sort of enjoying this because it's 4 guys you wouldn't normally see together. Kid Cash and Dallas challenge for D'Lo and Apollo's belts. We start with Apollo throwing Cash out of the ring, but he's caught by his partner, so D'Lo dives on them both. Then Apollo gets the bright idea to fly out and he hits a damn flip dive out of the ring. The match comes back into the ring where D'Lo gives Cash a 3/4 net breaker. Apollo comes in and they double powerbomb Cash. Every week this Kid Cash is more like Kid Crash. He grabs an eyelash and tags out. It doesn't go any better for him with Apollo hitting a Batista-esque spinebuster. Kid Cash then causes a distraction and Dallas gives D'Lo a stun gun and Cash brings more pain with a springboard dropkick. Dallas throws his partner down on D'Lo, enjoying this one so far. D'Lo desperately tries to tag out but he's met with a high-low. Cash starts being a dick which fires D'Lo up. He catches a Cash springing Hurricane and powerbombs him with authority. The match is just broken down at this point and the D'Lo Shining Wizard rocks Dallas. The champions are rocking and rolling. Then it all goes a bit wrong as D'Lo tries a wind-up slam on Cash which sort of catches the ref. Everybody's distracted and the heels bring the pipe into the ring from last week. Apollo takes it back and starts going nuts with the pipe hitting people. The ref turns around and DQs D'Lo Brown and Apollo. What a dumbass, did he learn nothing from last week? So this is stupid, the tag belts have changed hands 3 times in 3 weeks. I have no idea where they took the belts off Dallas and Cash in the first place. In the back, the man called Raven is trying to get a world title match from Russo. Raven says it's his fate to become the world champion. Russo is again in tears because Raven is causing him so many problems. Raven thinks they both have common goals because they both hate Slapnuts. Why doesn't Russo just delay the match and have another number 1 contenders match? Or why doesn't he make someone do double duty tonight? Russo says he has made a decision and Raven firmly believes it's gonna be him. Slappy has a promo in the back. He runs down all his potential challengers tonight. How funny would it be if it turns out that Russo makes himself the challenger? Jarrett seems to think that Raven will be Russo's chosen man tonight. It's time for the world title cage match. Slapnuts looks all fired up for this one, but who will the challenger be? Raven is shown warming up as Russo cuts a promo. Russo promises to give Chris Harris a title shot once he's healthy. The crowd loudly chant truth. Russo says it won't be James Storm tonight because he isn't ready. Russo won't give Abyss a shot because he doesn't want to be bullied into handing out title shots. He won't give the Truth a title shot either as he feels bullied by the 3 Live crew. He starts teasing that it'll be Raven. Russo then says he refuses to make a deal with the devil and it won't be Raven. He says he's doing the right thing tonight, so the challenger will be AJ Styles. Probably the right choice, as AJ is the only person on this show who hasn't been a dick. Even AJ looks confused that he was picked. We start with a nice trade-off. This should be a crazy match. AJ hits a dropkick which rearranges Jeff's teeth. Slappy comes back with a kitchen sink. There's some nice camera work here. Nice for NWA TNA at least. Styles tries to hit an inverted DDT but pays for it as Jarrett throws him into the cage time and time again. Jarrett hits a back suplex without release and does another one. Never seen that from Jarrett before. AJ mounts a comeback on the top rope but he misses the missile dropkick. Double J moves on to try and work on Styles' leg but he keeps reversing him into pins. Jarrett uses the Scorpion Deathlock, presumably to remind us that Sting is sometimes in this company. That doesn't work and Styles reverses the hold, but Jarrett won't be beaten that easily. Styles flips over Jarrett and they almost botch the inverted DDT. I have seen that move botched so many times I'm surprised AJ kept using it in his arsenal. Jarrett reverses the Styles clash which causes a ref bump. Styles throws himself into the cage wall. Slapnuts has powder now, so I guess this isn't a no DQ cage match. Then Don West tells us it is, so why did they bump the ref? AJ kicks out of a powdered roll-up. He starts launching Slapnuts into the cage with half a white face. Now Jarrett has a chain. Styles dodges him and rolls him up for a 2 count. Jarrett then hits a shut up or a smacky one. Is this meant to be no DQ or not? Slappy tries a Styles clash which AJ reverses into a Hurricanrana and he moves that into a Styles clash. Slapnuts kicks out of course.
AJ just says screw it and he climbs the cage, and it's actually a really scary moment as Slapnuts pushes the ref into the cage, causing AJ to take a bump on the top of it. Jarrett then barges him to the floor, so I guess it's not an escape the cage match. Slappy leaves the cage, so why bother making this a cage match if the whole point was to stop people interfering in Jarrett's matches? Slapnuts gets Styles back into the cage with a guitar. The ref tells him no. You moron, you let him do this. Vince Russo tries to scale the cage but gets knocked down time and time again. Styles then boots Jeff Jarrett's guitar in half and does a crucifix pin, and AJ Styles is the new champion, thank God for that. Raven dumps his nappy of anger, Russo praises God. Styles is now a 2-time NWA heavyweight champion. AJ doesn't want to shake Russo's hand though, he wants to hug him. Well, it wasn't as high risk as I expected, but they still put on a good match. That's the show. I immediately feel annoyed as the opening match is going to be a World X Cup preview. Why do we need a preview? We've had at least 20 of these matches in the last few months that we know are exactly the same. It's an 8-man tag, Team Mexico taking on Team NWA, who have Christopher Daniels now instead of Sonjay Dutt. It's always good to see Garza. The next World X Cup will be 4 teams, so at least that might be a bit more interesting. It's way too soon after the last one though. Heavy Metal has the better of Crisp Sabin and he tags out the curious case of Abismo Negro. The match turns as Sabin hits a monkey flip and a springboard spinning heel kick. Abismo continues getting destroyed and Skipper ensures they continues with a rolling clothesline. It all goes wrong though as Skipper can't get him up for a powerbomb or a pile driver, I'm not sure what he was going for, but he tried and he failed. Abismo instantly botches a turtle whirl, so he just does it again, and the second time it works. Hector comes in with a beautiful missile dropkick to Daniels. Here comes S.A. Rios, who does some athleticism into a spin kick. Hector's being a dick again, but despite that, Daniels takes him down with an STO, usually followed by the BME, but he's taken too much damage. Heavy Metal also manages to fall on his head, and Lynn should have him beaten, but the pin is broken up. Metal and Abismo work together, but none of it seems to be flowing that well. Abismo hits a move to Sabin I've never seen before, which somehow doesn't hurt Sabin, who quickly hits a cradle shock. The match is broken down. Jerry Lynn looks like a desperate man tonight. Everybody hits dives out of the ring, somehow almost everyone misses Heavy Metal's moonsault. Back at the ring and Triple X almost get the free off a suplex crossbody double team. Rios and Garza also have a double team move. Garza is still brilliant. And just as I say that, he falls on his head from a moonsault. The commentator's curse. I still love him though. Skipper and Rios exchange kicks. Daniels misses the BME and Rios wants to show him how it's truly done, but he also misses. Then Christopher Daniels just rolls up S.A. Rios for the free. I like a lot of guys in this match, but I'm so burnt out on the World X Cup format, and this match was a bit of a mess. Scott D'Amore's been on the dance floor making fun of Jerry Lynn the entire match, and Lynn isn't impressed and he tries to choke him out. I am almost tempted to skip the World X Cup. I won't, but honestly, I don't want to watch another one. Money must have been really tight for TNA at this time. Mike Tenay is teleported into the ring as he fills his nappy of happiness to introduce the new world champion AJ Styles. This will be an interview segment. Hilariously, the mic keeps cutting out as he talks. We do get the feedback though eventually, and he thanks the fans for sticking with him. He says he won't be wrestling this week due to injuries sustained in the cage match, but he will defend the belt next week. And that match will be against a man called Raisin. AJ is randomly interrupted by the 3 live crew. The Mold Dog looks very sunburnt. Mold Dog calls him small and says he used to take bigger pills than AJ Styles. Conrad thinks AJ is only champion due to politics, and Truth wants a world title shot. Vince Russo interrupts before anything can go down. The crowd are behind Truth and not AJ Styles. Mold Dog says back in Vancouver, Billy Gunn was going to beat up Vince Russo, but Mold Dog saved him. Conrad said he started a petition in WCW to stop Russo from being fired. Don't you love it when they always bring up stuff from other companies? Russo then brings up DX and says Mold Dog wasn't originally planned to be in DX, but he voted for him and he got him in the group. He also proved he wasn't racist by giving Conrad a tag title shot in WCW. Mold Dog demands that Raven be replaced by The Truth. Styles and Russo look like father and son. AJ suddenly decides to give The Truth a title shot in an hour's time, with Russo screaming no. Isn't it funny how Slapnuts can somehow avoid defending the belt every week, but Styles falls to peer pressure on his first day on the job? The tag titles will be on the line once again now. It's going to be a nightstick on a pole match between D'Lo Brown Apollo and the champions Cash and Dallas, with the fight starting in the back. Cash is thrown from the top as soon as the bell rings. Apollo sends Dallas into the corner, but hilariously, the nightstick falls from the pole. Everybody looks around confused and sad. Apollo gives Cash a press slam into D'Lo Brown's cutter. A new referee arrives, looking equally confused.
Jobber Chris Vaughan finally puts the nightstick back on the pole. Meanwhile, Cash and Dallas do some double teaming. Dallas hits D'Lo with a big wind-up slam. Cash continues the dominance with a nice moonsault, but like a moron, he forgets it's a pole match and tries to make a pin. Dallas launches Cash into D'Lo Brown's nutsack. Then the nightstick has fallen off the pole again. Cash tries to distract from that with a moonsault off his partner, but he misses it. Big powerbomb from Apollo. TNA officials make a change on the fly and says to win the match you have to touch the top of the pole and then you will be handed the nightstick. Cash and Dallas try something which goes wrong as D'Lo hits a flying shining wizard. Apollo is the only man standing after a cutter. He climbs to the top and he has hit the pole. He's handed a nightstick but Cash tries to steal it, but he can't hit anything as D'Lo Brown hits the sky high. D'Lo Brown goes to town with the nightstick. D'Lo then hits a scary flip dive out of the ring onto Dallas. Cash tries a dive onto Apollo, but he's caught and given a Batista-style spinebuster. He tries another slam to Cash as Dallas decks Apollo with the stick and Cash has the roll-up victory. Not a good match, too many issues around the pole stipulation, and that is 2 awkward matches in a row. Scott Hudson is in the back searching for Abyss. Goldilocks is also here pretending that she hasn't been on the show for the last few weeks wearing weird outfits. Goldie says Abyss has been talking to her and he's ready for his match. This shocks Hudson, who thought Abyss couldn't talk. That very monster is heading to the ring now. He's facing Sabu. This should be a good one. But it's actually a much slower start than I expected. Sabu eventually gets the Abyss out of the ring and almost misses his flip dive. I don't say this often, but this crowd are horrible tonight. They sound exhausted and fed up of all the botches. A table comes into play. Sabu tries to wake the crowd up with a DDT. When that doesn't work, he starts using a steel chair. Nice steel chair springboard leg lariat from Sabu, and the follow-up moonsault gets him a 2 count. Abyss finally lands a boot, which sends Sabu out of the ring, who hits his head in the process. He's fine though, and out of nowhere, Sabu dives out the ring with a leg drop on Abyss through the table. Goldilocks charges down the ramp, which gets Abyss back to his feet. She distracts the referee as Sabu hits a springboard moonsault. One Goldilocks slap almost knocks the referee out. Sabu drags her into the ring but can't do anything. Abyss is back, but Sabu escapes the backbreaker, but unfortunately for him, he runs straight into a black hole slam. No pin is made though, instead Abyss slams the referee down. The match is then thrown out for DQ. Abyss wraps a steel chain around Sabu's neck when, oh no, it's the return of... Not him again, I thought he was done. He fights off Abyss and stands tall. We get a hype package for the returning Desire, who suffered a broken back. The Diamond Man, Sonny Don't Look at My Ass Yaki, and Desire have an interview now. The Diamond says Simon Diamond is dead now, and he is now Irish Pat Kenny. He is apparently 100% authentic Irish. He sure doesn't sound like it. After a quick Google, he is born in Indiana. The New York Knockout, the gifted Glenn Gilberti, How Is He Gifted, and the Johnny Swingman take on the 3 people from the previous interview. First, Disco has the mic. He says they are better than everyone in the building because they are from New York City. Swinger thinks Irish Pat Kenny is hilarious, and Trinity calls him lame. She says she won't be taking a backseat to anybody from now on, and she has created the NYC faction. Well, she's just gone down in my estimation. Desire seems to be too innocent for this show somehow. As established last time out, I don't care about any of these people anymore. I've heard a lot of surprising takes in wrestling, but I've never heard anybody say they are a fan of the Diamond Man. Sorry, Irish Pat Kenny. I don't want to see Trinity as a heel either. Well, on Desire's triumphant return to the company, Sonny stops Trinity from using a chair on her, and then Desire wins via roll-up. I can't believe that team won a match. In the back, Raven is being a dick, as usual. He threatens the cameraman to give him TV time. He says he may be a lot of things, but he is not a liar. He thinks Russo's a liar though, due to the handshake they had on the last episode. Not sure why he's even bothering to complain. AJ Styles has given him a title shot next week. He hasn't even won anything to deserve it. He's just been a massive dick on this show, ruining everybody's matches. Tonight, he's going to be facing James Storm though. Storm also has an interview and he vows to get revenge for the hospitalised partner Chris Harris. Tonight, Raven will fly into the eye of the storm. He didn't actually say that line. That was pure Hawk. He should have said it though. Kid Cash randomly walks up offering fake sympathy to Storm. He tells Storm that he is a better tag team champion than he could ever be. Storm attacks Cash for basically nothing. Here we go then, the man called Raisin versus James Storm. Storm starts out with fire, driving Raven into the crowd barrier with Russian leg sweeps. They head off to fight into the crowd. So far, a Slapnuts free episode. It's like being in a toxic relationship, isn't it? I hate him, but when he's not here, it feels like something important is missing from the show. Storm uses a chair for a bit before Raisin comes back. Storm's feeling his arm now, and Raven isn't helping it. It kind of trundles along for ages, but not a lot is happening. Storm has it won with the last call, but Dallas takes the referee and Cash hits Storm with a nightstick.
Raisin wins the match with the Raisin effect. Yeah, it pretty much sucked. Storm is beaten further with the nightstick and also a high-low. Randomly, D'Lo Brown saves James Storm. Comically, security guards then swarm the ring, but the Hills have already left. Out of the blue, a wild Slapnuts appears.
Double J, Jeff Jarrett.
He's just having a video package moaning about losing his belt. He basically says AJ Styles only won it because it was a swerve which Jarrett didn't see coming. He was sure he'd be facing Raven on the night. Jarrett threatens Russo and says he still has a rematch clause. Just the main event to go on, not a very good show. Hopefully the main event could turn some of that around. Ron the Truth Killings challenges for AJ Styles' belt. Truth starts with a waistlock takedown, which almost reduces AJ Styles to tears and he has to bail from the ring. He returns. AJ is trying to sell his ribs from the cage match on the last show. Truth dodges a dropkick, but moments later runs into another one. Truth hits the stun gun. It's all Truth so far. AJ still can't do anything when Truth hits a power slam, and it looks like AJ's just waiting to lose this match. But no, he finally wakes up and kicks Truth off the top. AJ hits a flip dive with his legs smashing the very close to ringside crowd barrier. How is this guy still wrestling in 2025? Styles gets back into the ring and he's working on Truth's leg with a knee breaker. Styles works the leg for a long time. It turns into a strike-off eventually with AJ trying to dropkick but taking the ref out by mistake. Truth does a cradle pin, but no ref. Truth looks around anxiously to see if anybody's going to interfere. Yeah, Truth, they always do. AJ rolls up Truth as a new referee arrives. Both guys' shoulders are down though, as the referees argue, Vince Russo and the 3 Live crew storm the ring. The crowd are still chanting that Truth won the match. The match must continue apparently. They both frantically try more pinning attempts and one of them works and the winner of the match is AJ Styles. AJ is busy trying to celebrate when known dick Raven jumps in. Raven throws him into the barrier and hits the Raisin effect on the ramp as the show goes off the air. That last bit where the match restarted felt very pointless. It only lasted for about a minute, but disappointed in this match, not gonna lie, I thought they'd do better. Overall, a very disappointing episode of NWA TNA. Let's hope for better next time. The show opens up with Ron the Truth Killings yelling at Mike Tenay and asking for a ring interview. Russo joins them straight away. Konad says Russo is trying to protect his chosen champion AJ Styles, and Konad thinks Russo is screwing with the 3 Live crew. Konad is a very small, angry man. Mold Dog tries to cool the situation. He wants a rematch between Styles and Truth. The dog is busy explaining what brown nosing means when randomly, Monty Brown walks out. This is really weird. Monty Brown thinks that somebody mentioned his name when nobody did. He keeps calling them the 3 Hyenas. The Moldy one calls him a failed football player and asks who he's even beaten in wrestling. Monty says he played defense in football, but in TNA he plays offense, so he's going to pounce them all. They look a little bit wary. The crew try to jump in, but are quickly stopped by Black Shirt Burks. Russo is probably happy about this because it distracts the crew from thinking about AJ Styles. Or not, because the Truth starts strangling Russo. Russo says he's sick of all 3 of them for making his life hell since returning to TNA. He sends all 3 of them home. It's hard to feel sorry for the crew. I don't think they've been screwed at all. And I'm usually a massive fan of Monty Brown, but that segment made no sense, and he was never seen again on this show, so what was the point? Raven is sitting on a staircase looking miserable. He promises that he will fulfill his destiny and become the NWA champion tonight. He will also take AJ Styles out of wrestling permanently. Apparently something new is happening on this show called the 3 Strike Series. This will decide the next X Division title challenger. Sonjay Dutt will face Amazing Red in a best of 3 series. They're about to start fighting when Frankie Kazarian interrupts with a random security guard. He's just here to watch, for now at least. They start out trying to do a bridge spot, which I have always absolutely hated. The crowd sound restless as they keep exchanging holds. I did like this leg lock transition from Sonjay into a bit of an STF. It doesn't work though. Their exchanges slowly start to pick up speed. It's not the match I was expecting so far. Kaz sarcastically claps. This really feels more like a submission match. The crowd are in silence as Don West desperately tries to explain that they're only quiet tonight because this isn't the match they expected. Yeah, in other words, nobody wants to see these 2 guys have a technical match as they botch a Turtle World DDT. Sonjay Dutt hits the first high-risk move of a moonsault. Red responds with a kick, which sounds like a firework going off. He randomly tries to follow it with an elbow drop, which completely misses. Red's re-injured his leg, and Sonjay shows no mercy with the dragon screw and a cradle pin for the 3. Not the match that anybody wanted, but my guess is because they're going to have to do at least 2 matches, they wanted them to feel different from each other. I continue being slightly irritated at this show because the next match will be a new franchise match. Shawn Michaels' cousin has an interview first. He says he's parted ways with Tracy Brooks. He calls Shane Douglas an old man and leaves. Here we go then. Michael Shane versus Shane Douglas, who is somehow invisible but grabs a mic and does a Scott Hall "Hey Yo" impression. He then reveals that he's got Tracy Brooks by his side. Shane Douglas starts out with fire with a back body drop, a clothesline out of the ring, and surprisingly Douglas flies out of there too. Michael Shane tries to use Tracy as a human shield, which doesn't work, and Douglas drives him into the ring pole, nutsack first. Back in the ring and Douglas hits a neck snapper. Better match than expected so far. Michael Shane counters his next move with a DDT. It is a weird dynamic having Michael Shane as the heel, because Shane Douglas is so damn dislikable. Michael Shane works over his shoulder for a very long time. Tracy Brooks then distracts Michael Shane to slow him down and he misses his elbow drop. It doesn't help and Michael Shane goes back to his arm work. Douglas eventually hits a lucky snap slam. The match turns confusing with Tracy causing a distraction and throwing a chain in the ring which seemed to go to Michael Shane, but Douglas gets it and hits a shut up or a smacky one for the 3. So Tracy was with Michael Shane after all? Douglas looks a mixture of confused and upset. She tries to smack him with her cast. Douglas blocks that and spanks her. Michael Shane gets up, allowing Tracy to hit a cast smack. She looks quite beautiful tonight. She chokes out Shane Douglas with a belt and Michael Shane hits sweet chin music. Probably the most bearable these 3 people have been for a while. Some familiar faces show up next as Team Canada are interviewed about the upcoming World X Cup. 4 guys who would actually go on to have pretty good success in this company. Peter Williams is now the captain of the team, replacing Teddy Hart. The 3 live crew walk up saying that they're leaving the arena. Someone calls Scott D'Amore a fat bloated whale. Peter Williams says everybody hates Americans. Another World X Cup preview. I am so sick of this. I wish they'd go away. It's every week. It's so repetitive. Team NWA take on Team Canada. I'm just going to give you the abridged version because I can't take this anymore. It's not like it's bad. I've just seen it 50 times. Peter Williams wins the award for the first cool move of the match as he leaps off the top backwards into a Hurricanrana on Lynn. Flawless. Divine also hits a nice crossbody to Lynn, which doesn't make him grin. Lynn gets trapped for large parts of this match, but he finally falls backwards on top of Peter Williams and the tag is made to crisp Sabin. Sabin destroys the Canadians all on his own and hits a Widow's Peak type move to Eric Young. Not a move you normally see from Sabin. The Enforcer Bobby Roode stops him on the top and then we get a huge tower spot involving every man in the match. That should calm Sabin down. Or perhaps not, because Sabin has the next nice move with a springboard dropkick. Williams again quiets him down with a Canadian Destroyer. Daniels hits a Poison Rana to Divine. Roode then reverses Skipper's play of the day into a powerbomb with Lynn frantically breaking up the pin. Jerry Lynn has it won, but the ref is distracted. Jerry Lynn is also distracted by D'Amore. Lynn tries a cradle piledriver, but D'Amore hits Lynn with a hockey stick. Your winners are Team Canada. Great match, but when was the last time Jerry Lynn won a TNA match? He feels like a jobber at this point. Did he really have to take the loss here? Scott Hudson complains that somebody has destroyed Vince Russo's locker room. Known dick, Kid Cash walks in wondering what's happened. Cash says it wasn't the 3 live crew and he tries to blame it on James Storm. Storm chases him away. They fight to the ring, but Dallas joins in, so James Storm runs away. Slightly strange segment now with Sonny Don't Look At My Ass Siaki giving Desire a pep talk. Desire hates Trinity because she thought Trinity was supposed to be watching Siaki's back while she was gone. He tells her she doesn't have to do this. Okay, Trinity versus Desire. It has been an incredibly long time since we've had a women's singles match in this company. Thankfully, the referees banished the men from ringside. Desire launches Trinity across the ring. She hits a Velvet Sky-esque clothesline, but Desire is distracted by a concerned Siaki on the ramp. Trinity grabs her and hits a snapmare. Desire stops her moonsault though and pushes her out of the ring. She's fine and drags Desire out of the ring and spears her into the apron. Trinity starts stretching out her back. I feel her pain. That gets Trinity a 2 count. Desire fights back like she's Rocky. I have never seen so many clotheslines in one match. Trinity uses the ref as a human shield and kicks Desire in the ass and rolls her up. Not a good match at all. At least Trinity hits the moonsault after the match and it feels like forever since we've seen one of them. Trinity then fetches a chair and wants to do another moonsault, but this time Desire is saved by Siaki. Man, I wish Trinity had somebody on her level to fight. In the back, the New York Numpties are beating up Irish Pat Kenny. They tip bottles of beer over him to make him smell more Irish, then they put green paint on him. I guess this feud is continuing then. I have no idea why they've decided to revive the feud between Goldilocks and Eric Watts, but we get an incredibly long hype package about their history together. The short version of it is basically she turned crazy. Eric Watts complains about how bad his life has been lately. He says he's been sleeping in his car and showering at truck stops. He says he's now got a full-time job in TNA though, so things are looking up. We'll see how long that lasts. He accuses Abyss of stepping into his domestic dispute with Goldilocks. Eric then strangely asks which way to the ring and goes the opposite way. Here comes the monster Abyss. Eric Watts jumps him from the other side of the ring using a baseball bat. For some reason, Abyss isn't allowed to use the bat though. The crowd are in complete silence as Abyss dominates the match. Watts is stripped down. How can you be blessed with that sort of size and not hit the damn gin? He fights off a backbreaker and also a chokeslam, but Watts can't hit his chokeslam either, but he does hit a big boot. Watts connects with a flying clothesline, which works for him. He then fetches the baseball bat again, but the ref stops him. Goldilocks is in the ring and tries to take the bat away. That allows Abyss to recover, who hits the black hole slam for the 3. Thanks for coming, Eric Watts. Now don't let the door hit you on the way out. Goldie has the mic and says she has left him flat on his back, just like the last time she saw him. She stuffs a dollar bill down his throat, but this wakes him up. Like a dumbass, he's still forgotten about Abyss, who floors him. Abyss chokes out Eric Watts with a chain. He also destroys the security team. But everyone's got ADHD on this show, and he's forgotten about Eric Watts, who bashes him around the ring with a big black bat. This feud doesn't seem like it's ending. Okay, La Parker is here. At least a year since we've seen him in this company. The AAA president says something about Ultimate X. Raven walks up looking like a predator. He thinks La Parker has turned up to TNA to watch him win the title tonight. He then bashes his head in and says nobody cares about AAA. Wow, way to put the company over. Before the main event, James Storm says he will face Kid Cash next week. He shouts out soldiers and throws his little hat into the crowd. World title match time. These two have had some hilarious promos in the past. Sadly, we don't get any of them, but in the video package, Raven says if he wins the title, he's going to be a worse champion than Slapnuts. God, no, please don't let that happen. Raven challenges for AJ Styles' NWA Heavyweight title. Seems like this match is possibly getting 20 minutes. Not sure what's going on with AJ's chest. Is that a bruise? Raven batters Styles in the corner, who desperately tries to cover up. AJ catches his next kick and takes Raven down to the mat. He starts working on Raven's leg, showing some fire in the process. The fight heads out the ring with Styles kicking Raven into a fence. Back in the ring and AJ works on a deathlog. This isn't going down how I expected it either. Fair bit of that on this show tonight. I wonder if there was someone new backstage planning the matches out. Styles crashes and burns out of the ring. Raven has now decided to zone in on his arm. Raven seems like he wants to snap his damn arm off. Raven puts on a Bob Backlund style chicken win. It's not as good as Bob's because AJ escapes. AJ eventually makes a nice comeback with a DDT and a head scissors for a 2. Styles is basically finished though. It's 3 high profile matches in a row. Raven has nasty intentions with a chair, but AJ pulls off a kick out of nowhere. Raven then drops a container of chalk on the mat, which AJ tries to use but gets kicked away. Both guys are temporarily blinded, and comically Raven thinks the referee is AJ and he smashes him into the steel chair. Styles does the same thing to Raven. He makes the pin, but no ref. Styles then misses a springboard 450. Raven decks AJ in the head of a chair and makes a cover. Still no ref. La Parker appears on the ramp. I know Raven attacked him earlier on, but this is such a strange run-in for a TNA World title match. La Parker drills Raven with a DDT and he dances away of happiness. AJ Styles hits the Styles Clash and that's the 3. La Parker is then revealed to be Chris Harris. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, that was pretty cool and I didn't see it coming. It actually made perfect sense. Storm joins him in the beating. AMW are killing Raven here. The locker room spill out and try to separate the wrestlers. Russo has the mic. He says Chris Harris is out of line. Harris says he's not out of line, he still wants a world title shot and he feels like AJ robbed him of his shot. AJ agrees to a match for the world title next week and the show goes off the air with the roster brawling again. Another not so good show as we slowly trundle towards the 2-year anniversary. This one starts out with Mike Tenay in the ring bragging about how great the show has become. He announces that due to how great they're doing, they're going to be creating a new show called Impact, which is going to run alongside the normal pay-per-views each week. Known Dick, Kid Cash is the first man out. He's facing James Storm. Neither man has their partner with them. Cash jumps in before the bell. Storm quickly throws him out of the ring. Apparently, the reason that Kid Cash is bandaged up is that he got bit by a spider. Kid Cash keeps running from Storm around the building. He throws an office chair at Storm which falls apart and Storm throws it back in his face. Storm's finding this match pretty easy. Cash has to resort to a kick to the nutsack behind the referee's back. He also bites Storm. Just like that spider bit you, Cash. Cash is completely in control now. Storm tries to come back, but Kid Cash boots his head off. He tries the springboard flip kick to the nutsack, but he misses that. James Storm is awake now and hits a Russian leg sweep for a 2. A snap slam gets him another 2. The dominance causes Kid Cash's big brother Dallas to arrive at ringside, and then we get a double down.
This doesn't help Cash yet. Storm puts on his cowboy hat and does the hangman noose from the corner, but he boshes it. He should have concentrated less on putting his hat on. Dallas is on the ring apron now. Cash tries to use a nightstick behind the ref's back, but it's the last cool super kick for the 3. Kid Cash is a bad loser and he attacks James Storm, who does alright on his own for a bit, but then it's the numbers advantage as usual. Dallas hits the blackout and Kid Cash hits a frog splash. D'Lo Brown tries to make the save, but he's beaten down too. He gets a powerbomb. Chris Harris rarely makes the save. Not sure why it took him so long to save his partner, but the American Dream Dusty Rhodes is also with him. Of course, the Dusty factor is enough to get rid of the heels. Mike Tenay sits down with Vince Russo. He asks him about the Fox Sportsnet deal. Russo says he's so excited that he's just filled his nappy. He says he's been trying to protect AJ Styles, but AJ keeps handing out title matches each week. He also threatens the Free Live crew and says they will not disrupt tonight's main event. Out to the ring now, it's the alpha male Monty Brown. He says it's not rabbit season or dog season, it's open season on the Free Hyenas, the Free Live crew. He says B Jizzle is going to get a pounce. Here we go then, Monty Brown versus the Moldy One, which starts on the outside. Mold Dog floors him with 2 trash can shots. Monty Brown is fine and fetches a table. They head up to a balcony where Monty teases throwing the dog off the balcony. Of course, it doesn't happen. Instead, they head back down where the dog kicks him in the gut and powerbombs Monty through the table. It's all a waste of time and doesn't even hurt Monty. He starts smashing a steel chair into the Mold Dog's legs. We get to the ring for the very first time where Brown quickly hits the pounce for the 3. Monty tries an attack after the bell. Lot of dicks in this company. The other 2 Free Live crew members make the save. Elsewhere, the Diamond Man Simon is doing push-ups for some reason. In a park, Dawn West meets up with Desire. She says she broke her back because she was suplexed so hard that her back exploded. She said the doctors told her to never wrestle again, but her kids are so damn hungry that she has to come back to wrestling. She then reveals that she'd been dating Sonny Don't Look at My Ass Siaki for 3 years. Apparently, Siaki looked after all 3 of her kids while she recovered from her back injury. Not sure if they're actually his kids or not, because she says it like they're not. Then Trinity randomly attacks her in the park. She zones in on Desire's back and Don West is too weak to stop her. Siaki eventually makes the save. The next match is Sonjay Dutt. Hey, that shirt. Don't WWE use that gimmick nowadays. He's gonna once again face off with the Amazing Red. Last week, their match sucked because they tried to wrestle a submission match for no reason at all. It seems like this one could be better. Red does a wheelbarrow arm drag to throw Sonjay out of the ring. They both miss 619 attempts and Red dives on Sonjay. Sonjay comes back, throwing Red into the crowd where he hits a springboard flip dive. Dutt hits a nice net breaker back into the ring for a 2 count. Red's turn to come close as he slingshots into the ring into a code red for a 2. The Amazing Red looks to dive now, but he's drop kicked off the top and no matter how hard he tries, he still falls out of the ring. Sonjay won't let up and he hits a massive shoulder breaker. He misses the Hindu press and Red hits the red spike and the red star press for the 3. Not really as good as you would expect once again. They're going to have one more match next week, the Decider. The Mold Dog is lying backstage on the floor crying about his bad leg. Ron the Truth is livid because he says his world title shot has been stolen and he's going to be handcuffed to the main event tonight. Conrad is sick of Vince Russo messing with them. Shawn Michaels' cousin Michael Shane will now have a match against Shane Douglas. This is going to be a corporal punishment match. Despite the stipulation, neither man seems eager to grab a weapon. They have a wrestling match instead. Tracy Brooks eventually causes a distraction and Michael Shane is almost thrown out of the ring into her. It continues going badly for Michael Shane when he's caught and powerbombed. As Douglas throws punches, Don West says he can barely get it up, and you can hear them both chuckling away on commentary. Douglas finally starts using the leather strap. The belly-to-belly connects, but Tracy puts her boyfriend's foot on the ropes. Now Tracy has a wooden paddle. The match stops and Michael Shane tries a super kick, which somehow hits nobody, and Shane Douglas rolls up Michael Shane. Not sure what the point was in that match stipulation. This pretty much sucks Sonny Siaki's ass. Conrad and Russo are having a screaming contest with each other. Conrad feels that the Free Live crew are being mistreated. In a strange location elsewhere, the Diamond Man Simon fights with the gifted Glenn Gilberti. How is he gifted? The rest of the New York numpties are here. Trinity hits Simon with a trash can, then they cover him in Lucky Charms cereal and maple syrup too. It would be funny if this feud wasn't one I absolutely don't want to see. Where was the damn cab driver? Goldilocks is having a mental breakdown and demands that Eric Watts be fired from TNA or they're gonna get sued. Here come the Canadians for a tag match. Petey Williams and Bucket Hat Bobby Roode take on Abismo Negro and Hector Garza. Williams and Hector to start. Hector rocks Petey like a baby and then throws him overhead. TNA are really starting to talk this guy up and it seems to be working. Despite that, Petey Williams hits a diving Hurricanrana. Hector no-sells that and drop kicks him and tags out. Petey Williams quickly hits a tornado DDT for a 2. Garza doesn't look so cocky against Bobby Roode. These two could be twins. Neither man can knock the other down. Garza uses some cheap tactics and kicks Roode in the legs. Negro's back in and hits a monkey flip. He's flipping and flopping everywhere. The cab driver slam doesn't get the job done. P.T. Williams back in and the Canadians do a nice bulldog double team for a 2. The Mexicans have a sort of double team of their own and a sort of lion salt from Abismo Negro. B. Roode gets wiped out by a double dropkick. Meanwhile, Williams is in the Tree of Woe when they shoot Roode into him. They then drag Roode's nutsack into P.T.'s face and this gets an incredibly happy reaction from the crowd. Abismo comes close with a side slam. Bobby Roode then turns the match on Garza with a snap slam for a 2. Scott D'Amore takes a cheap shot from the dance floor. Williams is dominating Negro now. He hits a head scissors and a hurricanrana and then he almost wins with a tombstone pile driver pin-in reversal. Hector Garza can't do anything either and he's arm dragged out of the ring. Williams dives on him with a hurricanrana. This guy was so smooth back then. The ref is distracted by antics on the outside and D'Amore just simply uses a hockey stick to Abismo Negro for the 3. Hector Garza is out for revenge, but he can't do anything, so Jerry Lynn also joins the ruckus because he hates Scott D'Amore. Considering this match was heels versus heels, I enjoyed it for sure. Jerry Lynn has the mic. He's livid that Scott D'Amore has been making fun of him every week. Lynn challenges him to a 5-minute match. Scott D'Amore is fine with that, as long as he can beat Bobby Roode next week. If Lynn loses that match, he must leave Team NWA. Jerry Lynn's fall down the card in TNA is remarkable and needs to be documented. There's trouble backstage now. Conrad is rolling around on the floor crying. They think it's Vince Russo who beat him up. Russo isn't exactly known for beating people up in TNA. Dusty Rhodes out now. He takes off his cowboy boots and puts his hat on top of them. He says this is Kid Cash. He says he and James Storm are going to beat Cash in Dallas next week in a bunkhouse brawl. The man, simply known as Raisin, has a promo now. He is livid that Chris Harris interfered in his world title match. Now he's got his own world title match. Yeah, just like you've been doing every week, Raisin. He says he has 130 IQ and he'll figure it out. Despite that, he's going to be forced to be handcuffed tonight to stop him from interfering in the world title match. He then promises to crack open Vince Russo's skull and drink the success from his brain. It really sounds like Russo has a hard job in TNA. I think people are too hard on him. Everybody hates him except Styles. Just the world title match now, but first, Run the Truth Killings and Raisin must come out to be chained to a pole. This stipulation is ridiculous. They should be locked in a cupboard backstage with a piano shoved in front of the door. Chris Harris challenges for AJ Styles' world title. The crowd are actually split here, which shows how well Chris Harris has been built up to this point. You know, it's easy to look back on his career and laugh because of the Braden Walker stuff, but this guy was really over at one time. AJ seems frustrated as he realises that he's not as powerful as Chris Harris. Styles suddenly does a backflip into an arm drag and an arm bar. Harris powers out of that hold and monkey flips Styles. Big inverted atomic drop from Harris. Chris looks to be in fantastic shape here. Despite that, Styles drop kicks him. AJ Styles almost seems to be playing the heel in this one. He dodges a punch and goes back to the armbar. Yeah, here we go. Predictable. Raven fights with Styles at ringside. This is so dumb. That fighting distracts Styles and Harris hits a superplex. Chris Harris keeps the power moves going with a power slam. Now it's a full Nelson slam. Chris Harris is coming closer and closer to victory here. Wildcat tries something else from the top now, but this time it's reversed by Styles into a German suplex. Moments later, Chris Harris manages to get a sharpshooter on, but Conrad arrives at ringside and he uses bolt cutters to free the Truth. Raven is still on the ring apron, but he's handcuffed. Chris Harris releases the hold and crashes into the ring pole. Raven starts distracting the referee as Truth climbs into the ring and hits a scissors kick. One of the Harris twins takes the Free Life crew away. Raven's still here though. What dumbasses. Chris Harris hits a big diving elbow drop, and I have no idea how Styles kicks out of that one. This is where AJ makes his comeback with a spin kick. Harris catches a splash in the corner though and hits his catatonic finisher. Raven drags the referee out of the ring. He steals the handcuff keys from the ref's pocket. God, I hate this. Raven creams Harris with a steel chair and also hits a drop toe hold into the chair. Then Sabu starts fighting Raven. He's been mistreated by Raven recently. They brawl for ages and you almost forget a match is taking place. Eventually, they lock Raven in a cupboard, which is where he should have been in the damn first place. Back at the ring, Harris hits a spear for a 2. Man, AJ Styles is getting the slapnuts treatment tonight. Chris Harris tries the catatonic again, and this time Styles turns it into a pin for a 2. We head on to a sort of stalemate situation with brawling, and neither man has the advantage. Then Kid Cash is here, hitting Harris with a pipe or a nightstick or something. AJ Styles beats Chris Harris with a discus clothesline. Man, I can't help but feel that Harris went down a bit easy here. Raven's still being a dick as well. Truth also wants to join in, so it looks like we're probably heading for some sort of fatal 4-way match.
Vinny Roo storms into the ring and pretty much confirms that, so there's going to be some sort of title match involving all of them next week. This wasn't exactly my favourite show of all time, it was pretty dumb. There's just uncomfortable levels of interference in almost every match. Then they make dumb stipulations which in fact make the interference even worse. It almost feels like this show is just waiting for some sort of big angle to get it moving again. No slapnuts for the last few weeks either, so maybe he isn't actually so bad. The shows haven't exactly improved with him gone. Just treading water all the way to the 2nd year anniversary. We start this show with Team Canada's Bobby Roode having his very first TNA singles match. It looks more like he's off for a fishing trip. Love how the name on his jacket is spelled R-U-D-E at this time. He's taken on Jerry Lynn, who makes the girls grin. If Jerry Lynn can win this one, he gets 5 minutes alone with Scott D'Amore on the dance floor. If he loses, he must step down as the captain of Team NWA. Lynn starts out with a head scissors and springboard drop kicks Roode off the apron. He keeps going with a cannonball off the apron. Lynn's looking a bit more motivated than usual. Jerry Lynn brings Roode back to the ring with a top rope bulldog for a 2 count. Now Jerry sweeps Roode's legs out and gives him a leg drop across the ropes. Lynn gets distracted by Scott D'Amore and finally Roode lands a clothesline. Bobby isn't done though and he drops Lynn across the ropes and barges him out of the ring. Scott D'Amore is being a dick on the outside and Jerry Lynn is really struggling now. He tries a DDT which gets reversed into a stun gun. Eventually Bobby Roode misses a diving ass drop and Lynn has a chance. He manages to hit a springboard diving smack and a diving hurricanrana. Scott D'Amore pulls the referee off the dance floor. That distracts the ref, rightly so, as Roode tries a hockey stick shot. Lynn dodges that and hits a Russian leg sweep. Referee is a bit slow and you can only count a 2. Roode tries a powerbomb now. Jerry Lynn slips out of that and hits the cradle pile driver for the 3. Scott D'Amore dumps in his nappy of fear. The ref is a huge dick and rings the bell straight away for this 5-minute match. Scott pulls his own trousers down and he looks like a constipated postman. D'Amore lands a clothesline. Don West says this match is unfair due to the extreme weight advantage. D'Amore hits a slam and a leg drop. Randomly, Scott D'Amore hits an overhead release suplex. Somehow he's looking more effective than Bobby Roode here. I thought that this match would just be him getting his ass kicked. We're already halfway into this match as Scott D'Amore gets a hockey stick. The referee dumps in his nappy of confusion. I truly love this image. He has no idea if this match is no DQ or not. Lynn stops D'Amore from using the hockey stick and he hits a head scissors. Lynn then hits a drop kick in the corner and a headbutt to the nutsack. Jerry tries the cradle pile driver, but Bobby Roode breaks it up. Typical TNA, not sticking to a match stipulation. Now the rest of Team Canada is here. The ref just throws the match out for DQ. The Team NWA nerds make the save. Wow, so Jerry Lynn faced Scott D'Amore and got his ass kicked for over half the match. In the back, Vince Russo looks like he's starving to death. He lists a bunch of people who he's going to fire tonight if they interfere in the main event. Now he was specific here, and that's going to play into effect for the main event. TNA never sticks to the stipulation. The master of the cab driver slam, David Young, wades out to the ring as Mike Tenay brags that David Young is now on a 38-match losing streak. His opponent is a man that he recently lost to an explosion, which the cabbie blamed on a camera trick. It's D-Ray 3000, a forgotten TNA jobber who was actually a lot of fun, if I'm remembering him rightly. The cabbie is almost rolled up straight away. Young is looking rather portly at this stage in his career. D-Ray comes close again with a diving crossbody. The cabbie counters his next move with a nice snap slam. He isn't done and almost removes D-Ray's afro of a clothesline. Then, David Young randomly hits a running powerbomb. That somehow doesn't get the JB done. The cabbie's coin purse is now full of turd. D-Ray almost puts him with a small package. Young responds with a big back body drop. D-Ray then moves on to have another flurry of offense with a drop kick and a back elbow for a 2. He almost wins yet again, with Young getting his foot on the ropes. David Young manages to reverse his next move, and there it is, the cab driver slam, it's over. Except it's not, because dorks are fighting around ringside, which distracts Young, and D-Ray rolls him up for the 3. David Young watches on as the New York numpties fight Irish Pat Kenny. Trinity also misses a missile dropkick. Young looks like he drinks piss for a living. Pat Kenny is beaten down 3-on-1. I have no idea why this is getting so much time. Trinity has a green bar of soap, which they will feed to the proud Irishman. Where would one even find a green bar of soap? Black shirt Burks finally break it up. In the back, Scott D'Amore brags about his team's work of the night. He says Team NWA have lost the war. We now have a 6-man tag team match. Team Japan are here. Nasawa is the only man I recognise, and they're facing Mexico with Abismo Negro, Heavy Metal and S.A. Rios. Rios barges down Nasawa and starts doing some pointless athleticism, which the Japanese wrestler also thinks is dumb. Instead, Rios goes springing off the ropes into a snap slam. He also hits a kick, and now Abismo and Ichigara are in. They can't do a whole lot and they tag out. Heavy Metal hits a backbreaker. The Japanese guys come back with a triple powerbomb. Turns out Beast Mode Negro is like the MVP of this match. He has a lot of fun. He hits his own backbreaker, but he only gets a 2. Moments later, he gets wiped out of a Fisherman's Buster for a 2 count. The Japanese guys have some cool moves. Everybody misses dives into the middle of the ring, but they aren't done. Heavy Metal hits a big flip dive out of the ring, and back in the ring, Rios has to break up a pin with a diving leg drop. Team Mexico will win this one with a powerbomb into a 450 dive. Pretty fun, it's just a shame the Japanese guys were so poor on character. We were barely introduced to who 2 of them even were. Abyss is here with Goldilocks. Mike Tenay screams at her for interrupting the show. She's looking for her ex-boyfriend, Eric Watts. Why is this guy still a character on this show? Abyss is twiddling her Goldilocks. Don West keeps calling her crazy. She starts screaming, "I'm not crazy," as Eric Watts fails on a sneak attack. Abyss whacks him with a steel chair, but Watts isn't done and he sends Abyss into the chair in the corner. He hits a bat into the gut of Abyss. Goldilocks turns red and is in floods of tears. That was a really strange segment. Sonjay Dutt versus the Amazing Red for a shot at Kaz's X Division title. Red powers him out of the ring straight away and has a bad landing on his flip dive. They're fine though, and Dutt hits him with a 619. The crazy dives continue with Dutt hitting a springing flip dive out of the ring. Much more exciting than their previous 2 matches. We get a double kick down and then a double smackdown. I never expected an Amazing Red clothesline to look so powerful. Sonjay blocks his next move and hits a diving powerbomb for a 2. The big moves keep coming, Red hitting a top rope code red. Not sure how that's not the 3. Sonjay comes back, sweeping his legs out and hitting a standing shooting star press for a 2. Red drops him back to the mat and hits his own press for a 2. The diving DDT finally gets the job done for the Amazing Red. He is the new #1 contender. Kazarian, the champion, is a dick and he tries to belittle Red. Amazing Red isn't having that though and he drop kicks Kaz in the back. James Storm is in the back screaming about Kid Cash. He's teaming up the American Dream tonight for a bunkhouse brawl match. It's a great promo from Dusty, showing the fire that's missing from many promos today, but his panting between sentences is a bit off-putting. Alright, Kid Cash and Dallas versus the Cowboy and the Dream. That's what it sounds like, and that's also the match we're about to see. The match just mostly consists of Storm being isolated and getting his ass kicked. The referee keeps somehow missing Storm's tags. James Storm mashes them both with trash can shots and decides that he can't be bothered to try and tag out now. He puts on his little cowboy hat and hits the eye of the Storm. Cash hits him with a pipe and Dusty has had enough now. Dusty takes off his boot and gives it to Storm, who hits the last cool super kick for the 3. Pointless stipulation match. The match did not deliver, but the finish was alright though. In the back, the alpha male Monty Brown is frantically pacing around. Monty takes Scott Hudson down to the floor, which he calls the bottom of the feud chain. Then he stands him up and takes him to the top of the feud chain and continues making fun of Hudson. Monty gets aggressive and doesn't want to be looked in the eyes. He says he'll win the deadly draw tonight, whatever that is. Tonight, someone will draw the pounds. Don West looks like Monty Brown dragged him through a hedge with his promo. The 3 Live crew are in the back, saying they don't care if they get fired tonight because they're not going to sit back and watch Ron the Truth Killings get screwed again. It turns out the deadly draw is just a 4-way match for the world title. Is it? I don't know. No idea what Monty Brown had to do with any of this. He's not part of this match. AJ Styles defends his title in a gauntlet match. I guess it's a gauntlet match. The first challenger is Chris Paris. It's going pretty well and a very even match. The clock appears on the screen to count down the next guy, so they should have probably just made this a fatal 4-way or an elimination match. Styles keeps kicking Harris, but he can't put him away of anything. Harris hits the catatonic and then the bell suddenly rings to announce Raven is here. Why wasn't the ref allowed to count the pins still? Apparently it is an elimination match, so it doesn't make any sense. Raven holds the ring and keeps Styles out of it. He hits a bulldog and once again gets rid of Styles. Raven fails on the Raven effect as AJ returns and he fails on a Styles clash. At this point, I have completely given up on trying to understand the rules as the commentary team keep contradicting themselves. They have no idea what the rules are either. We get a triple sleeper hold spot until AJ stuns them. Now the final man, Ron the Truth, enters the match. He gives Raven a splits into the kicks. He tries to give AJ a breakdancing axe kick, which is broken up. Everybody fights on the outside except Styles, who hits a springboard shooting star to the outside. Everybody, the crowd, the commentary team, they all undersell this move. Monty Brown is in the back, desperately trying to enter his passport details into a hamster. That's a UK joke right there. Google it. Styles and Truth start having a really nice exchange in the ring, which AJ wins for a nice kick. He tries to finish Truth with a dive, but Raven stops him and Truth hits a big shoulder buster. Just a 2 count. Styles ends up giving Raven a spinning toe hold whilst Harris has the Truth locked in a sharpshooter. The pile is eventually knocked over. Raven breaks up a Harris catatonic and super kicks him, only to get kicked by the Truth straight after. Styles and Ron the Truth have yet another trade-off, ending with AJ hitting the Styles Clash. Raven breaks up the pin. To be honest, I just want to see AJ and the Truth go at it in like an Iron Man match or something, that would be sick. Out of the blue, Sailor Slapnuts appears on the ramp. He hits AJ Styles with the guitar. Raven hits the Raven effect, but thankfully Chris Harris breaks up the pin. Harris realises he has a chance now. He hits the diving top rope elbow drop with the Truth pulling the ref out of the ring. Raven and Harris fall out the ring as the Truth looks to dive with a scissors kick. Wow, the Truth beats AJ Styles. Vince Russo immediately sprints down the ramp. Of course, the Free Live crew have a problem with what Russo is thinking of doing. It's all well and good when your guy gets an unfair victory, isn't it? Russo then randomly decides that the decision actually stands and Truth has won the NWA World Heavyweight title for a second time. This whole episode, man, complete bullshit. TNA never stand by their own stipulation. Yes, he did list a bunch of people who weren't allowed to interfere, so let's have someone else interfere, swerve bro. And then you give the Truth his title win, but it feels like he didn't earn it due to that screwy finish. And AJ Styles losing the belt quickly after just a month or so, and he defended it each week, and I was quite enjoying him as champion, it kinda sucks. And why was Monty Brown cutting a promo before this match when he had nothing to do with the match? Really confusing. No, this whole episode was lame, and if you don't agree with that, you've got no one else to blame. Episode 96 is yet another TNA World X Cup. Do you think that's enough TNA? You've had about 4 of these in the last 3 months. These must have been easy money saving exercises. I've got no other answers. Storylines are pretty much non-existent and it's just match after match with barely any storyline. It is frustrating too because the Truth just won the NWA World title and I'd prefer to see something happening with him. Stop moaning, Hawk, get on with the review. This World X Cup will be different because there's actually 4 teams as opposed to the 2 we normally see. We're going to start with a gauntlet match involving every single competing wrestler in this cup. Canadian Johnny Devine works with Team Japan to triple team Daniels. Crisp Sabin enters almost straight after that, so it feels a bit pointless. Sabin eliminates Ishikari with a dropkick. S.A. Rios has a nice flurry and he skins the cat and stays alive in this match. Petey Williams enters now and he destroys Sabin with a crucifix. Ishikada enters and hits a butterfly suplex. Surprisingly, Petey Williams eliminates Sabin very early into this match. Jerry Lynn struggles to eliminate Nasawa. He gets him gone eventually though. Team AAA eliminate Petey Williams through double teaming. That's another guy gone that I thought would last until the end. These Japanese wrestlers are just kind of generic. Things improve when Bobby Roode arrives. He spears Daniels and sends him out straight away. Team AAA eliminate Johnny Devine up next. Heavy Metal and a Japanese guy eliminate each other. Jerry Lynn is gone now and he seems to have hurt himself in the process. There's a nice elimination as Rios tries a heel kick but instead he launches himself out of the ring. Hector Garza is the final man to enter, which seems a bit unfair on everybody else. The biggest, best and most popular guy in the match coming in last. He clotheslines Roode out straight away. 2 guys go out at the same time and we are now down to the final 3. Skipper, Garza and Eric Young. Young looks like a complete clown at this stage in his career. Skipper and Garza flapjack him and clothesline him out. Garza and Skipper must now have a one-on-one match. They both try quick pins, which doesn't work. Garza can't land his moonsault, but Skipper can't land his play of the day. Garza drops him on his face and then just rolls him up with a bridging pin for the 3. I think even TNA notices that this guy is a star. I'm falling asleep here though, but then a wild Slapnuts appears. He screams at Mike Tenay that he must announce Jarrett's upcoming world title shot. I love seeing these 2 together. Slappy demands Russo appears too. Russo looks very skinny and miserable around this time. Jarrett accuses Russo of riding his coattails throughout his career. Russo demands Jeff Jarrett shake his hand in exchange for a world title shot. It's a swerve though bro, as it won't be a straight up singles match. Instead, it's going to be Slappy, Harris, Styles, Raven and the Truth in the first ever King of the Mountain match. I'm not sure why you'd be watching this if you don't understand what this King of the Mountain match is about, but it's basically a reverse ladder match. Slapnuts is livid about this new match, even though it's named after him. In the back, Jerry Lynn is asked why he keeps failing. Lynn tries to talk up his teammates, but he doesn't really have anything to say about his own personal failures. A tag match is up next. The Canadians, represented by Bobby Roode and Johnny Devine, take on Daniels and Skipper. Former teammates, they must have some sort of advantage. Triple X start the match with tag team moves that made them so successful in the past. You've just got to love the hang time on an Elix Skipper springboard leg drop. Skipper hits a DDT, which Devine no-sells and bounces off the ropes into a super kick. Bobby Roode comes in with clotheslines. Johnny Devine is nowhere near as effectual as Rude and he misses a shooting star press. Daniels decides to destroy the Canadians all on his own with STOs and Uranagis. He hits Bobby Roode with the best moonsault ever with the pin broken up. Daniels and Skipper now hit a suplex crossbody combination for another 2. Bobby Roode just randomly rushes the ring with a spear as Skipper hits a power slam. B. Roode takes out Skipper with a TKO. Devine eventually fights off a Frankenstein and hits a missile dropkick. Bobby Roode once again charges the ring. This guy just doesn't care about the rules. He hits Skipper with a twisting sit-out powerbomb which sets Devine up for a moonsault. No pin is made as Daniels is back. They hit Daniels with a superkick suplex, still no pin. Roode now finally does make a pin after hitting the double R spinebuster. How is that not the finish? Then B. Roode suplexes his own partner on top of Daniels. This is getting silly. How is this match not ending? They try yet another move, but now Skipper is back. Elix hits the rope walk head scissors to Devine, and finally they beat Devine with the neckbreaker powerbomb combination. That was a great little match. Got a bit silly at times, but I enjoyed all the tag team work. Cowboy James Storm is still hanging around with Dusty Rhodes because they're both cowboys, I guess. They're actually getting a world tag title shot next week. I guess this gives Storm something to do whilst his partner is challenging for the singles gold. Another tag match is up next. Misagawa and Hiwa Jr. They take on Abysmo Negro and Heavy Metal. It's always interesting to see the names that turn up on these early TNA shows and seeing if they went on to do anything special, but these 2 Japanese guys are quite unknown still to this day. I guess when it comes to this match, we like Abysmo at least, so that's something. He hits a frog splash, suplexes and powerbombs. Today keeps talking about the debut of TNA Impact on commentary. Well, that's a waste of time, that show's never going to go on to be anything. The crowd are very quiet for this match, probably because they don't know these 4 guys. One of the Japanese guys has a trademark move where he stomps 10 times, but it looks horrible. It's so hard to enjoy this match. It's not exactly 4 guys who are established within TNA. Surprisingly, Team Japan win this one with an exploder suplex, and nobody cares. Scott D'Amore is on the dance floor with Team Canada. They're on the verge of losing this tournament. D'Amore warns Eric Young everything is riding on his shoulders tonight. Maybe because Scott hasn't been interfering in their matches for a change. That's probably why they're losing. So that match is up next. This should be an exciting one because it's a 4-way ladder match. Eric Young versus Ishikari. Is he wearing mascara? Also S.A. Rios and finally Jerry Lynn. Rios gets us started with a dive on Young. Lynn does a baseball slide too and hits a reverse elbow to Ishikari, with Don West pointing out that it wasn't very good. Ishikari kicks Lynn in the corner and hits a tornado DDT. Young gets rid of him with a backbreaker. Ishikari is much more famous than his teammates and seems to be respected within the industry. Anyway, Rios smashes into a ladder in the corner. EY smashes Lynn with a nice moonsault. It's funny watching a guy so early into his TNA career. I bet they did not expect him to stick around for so long. Lynn tries to remove him with a dive out of the ring. Ishikari hits Rios with a head scissors. He tries another one, but Rios drops him on his face. Rios wants to dive, which fails as Lynn stacks him on his nutsack. Jerry climbs up to meet him. Bad choice because he gets front suplexed into the ladder and then Rios dives, which the cameraman misses. EY tries to do something clever with the ladder on the outside. He heads back to the ring and drop kicks the ladder into Rios. Jerry Lynn has returned now. He bulldogs EY into the ladder. Ishikari tries the famous Terry Funk windmill spot, but it looks terrible with the ladder, it's not impactful. Don West again points out how bad it looks. Young puts that to a stop. Jerry Lynn takes out Young with a ladder DDT. He isn't finished with him and hits a leg drop across the ladder. The match quietens down for a bit now. I quite like Jerry Lynn sweeping out Eric Young onto the ladder though. S.A. Rios randomly starts working on Ishikari's leg. He would never do this again. Jerry Lynn and Young fight again. Young drops Lynn on the ladder. He can't stay on top and he's dropped onto the ladder. Young screams in agony. Eric Young then whips Lynn into the ladder and then dramatically collapses to the mat with the ladder. Lynn gets hit with a hurricanrana into a ladder. Eric Young once again is a menace in this match and gets the advantage. He takes too long Gorman out though and Lynn hip tosses him into the ladder with Rios quickly moonsaulting Young afterwards. He also powerbombs Jerry Lynn into the ladder. Nobody seems to be able to climb the ladder in this one. S.A. misses a lion salt now and crashes into the ladder. Lynn reverses an Ishikari DDT and suplexes him into the ladder. For the third or fourth time, Eric Young holds the advantage, but he still doesn't climb. He pays for that and gets face jammed into the ladder, and then he's nailed with a crazy catapult out the ring. That looked awesome, it's probably the highlight of the match. Finally, some guys do go up the ladder, but instead of reaching for the win, Rios powerbombs him. S.A. does climb the ladder again, but misses his leg drop. Eric Young has actually managed to return. Lynn climbs up the ladder with him and throws EY off the top. Lynn is about to kill Eric Young with a pile driver off the ladder when Scott D'Amore appears on the dance floor hitting Lynn with a hockey stick. Eric Young wins the match. This also means that Team Japan are eliminated for being too rubbish. Really good shit. We ain't done tonight though. Good to see the new NWA World Heavyweight Champion Ron the Truth Killings actually on the show. They apparently still hate Vince Russo, even though he awarded the Truth the belt under suspicious circumstances. They say that the King of the Mountain match is unfair on Truth. Well, that I do agree on. Team Mexico have a promo. Hector didn't sweat in the main event because he already won a Battle Royal against all of them. To be fair, Hector, you entered last in that match. The main event for the World X Cup is an Ultimate X match. P.T. Williams versus Hector Garza versus Crisp Sabin. Are we looking at a third straight win for Team Mexico tonight? During their introductions, Garza gets a superstar pop from the crowd, hilariously louder than Chris Sabin's. Garza and Sabin team up to take out Williams for a while before they fight. Sabin kicks in but can't do anything else as he falls in his nutsack courtesy of PT. Williams arm drag Garza, who no-sells that and hits a dropkick. Garza then drops PT on his face and looks to climb, with Sabin instantly stopping him. Chris Sabin fails on a cradle shock and gets dropkicked. Nice diving spinning heel kick from Sabin now. He follows that with a nice wheelbarrow German suplex. PT is up again, climbing the ropes, and he falls on Garza into a crushing DDT. Garza does come back though, and he hits a German suplex on both guys. Another nice move now as Garza is hanging from the ropes, and Sabin hits him with a springboard dropkick into a powerbomb. Soon after, there's another crazy move as P.T. Williams is thrown from the ring by Sabin into Garza. Sabin hits a nice slingshot crossbody out of the ring. Not sure which way this one's going, nobody can stay on top for long. Sabin manages to connect with a top rope cradle shock to shock Williams into submission. Sabin can't get the win though because Garza tilt-a-will slams him. There's the Canadian Destroyer from P.T. Williams now, everybody is down. The big moves continue though once they're up. We're still at a complete deadlock. Sabin ends up in the middle and nobody can seem to knock him down, and eventually Sabin gets the X. Team NWA finally win one. Funny how TNA have been so reluctant to put themselves over in this tournament, but it finally happens. Well, that was that. It was an okay show, I guess. The ladder match was the best match on the show, followed by Ultimate X. We're slowly trundling towards the anniversary show. Hopefully it doesn't blow. Scott D'Amore and Team Canada emerge from a cheap car with D'Amore screaming they need to take out Jerry Lynn tonight. Wow, what a hook for the show. You have got to be kidding me. We've just watched the World X Cup, but it seems to be sort of continuing, because tonight Team Canada's Bobby Roode and P.T. Williams will take on Heavy Metal and Jerry Lynn. Apparently they are now comrades because they don't like the way that Team Canada won the World X Cup. Lynn gets us started with a Hurricanrana. He's all fired up tonight after winning the X Cup. Bobby blocks a Tornado DDT, but he can't block an inverted DDT. Heavy Metal kind of resembles one of the Motor City machine guns. He hits a handspring back elbows for PT. Metal also hits a press slam and tags Lynn back in. Jerry Lynn nails a Turtle World backbreaker. P.T. Williams dodges a leg drop but fails on a pin. Lynn drop kicks Roode off the apron and throws PT out of the ring on top of him. Scott D'Amore leads his troops up the ramp with a stream of diarrhea dripping between their legs. They do return, with Roode making a blind tag and hitting an aggressive spear. Roode nails a butterfly suplex for a 2 count. The Canadians do a double team bulldog now behind the ref's back for a 2. Heavy Metal manages to come back with a strange dropkick, but he still can't manage to tag out. Jerry Lynn is a house on fire when he does get the tag. He comes close to beating P.T. Williams with a super powerbomb. Scott D'Amore tripped Lynn up on the dance floor. That doesn't help though, and Lynn counters the Canadian Destroyer with the Kryptonite Crush. Heavy Metal dives on Bobby Roode. D'Amore's in the ring again. Lynn is about to kill him, but Eric Young interferes with the hockey stick, and that's how this one goes down. Scott D'Amore beats up Heavy Metal until Elix Skipper and Chris Sabin make the save. The good thing about Team Canada is, yes, most of their matches have the same finish, but at least you get good wrestling before that finish. Bold boy Scott Hudson desperately tries to explain the rules for the first ever King of the Mountain match. He makes it far more complicated than it needed to be. It's a reverse ladder match, but you aren't allowed to hang the belt until you've pinned somebody. If you get pinned, you go in the penalty box. You can thank me later, bold boy. He also interviews Chris Harris about the match. He says he'll go in all guns blazing and get an early pinfall. He also believes that James Storm and Dusty Rhodes will get the tag titles tonight. Then he reveals that Dusty Rhodes is actually a member of America's Most Wanted. Well, I wasn't aware of that, but he says it's official. Alpha male Monty Brown is out next. He's randomly facing Sonny. Don't look at my ass, Siaki. This is the sort of TNA we were missing on the last show. Monty jumps Siaki straight away. Monty gets distracted screaming and Siaki finds an opening. Siaki hits a nice kick and another kick which knocks Monty from the ring. Monty starts getting frustrated that he can't get in the ring. He throws chairs at Siaki. He starts running and screaming in the crowd. Come on ref, surely he should be counted out. Siaki gets sick of waiting and decides to join him after 20 seconds. Sonny Siaki clotheslines him. Out of nowhere, Monty Brown smashes him in the gut and delivers a flapjack on the edge of the bleachers. The referee looks really confused on what to do next. Monty brings him back to ringside the hard way. Siaki looks like he's been destroyed. Despite that, Monty only gets a 2 in the ring. Now Monty Brown for back suplex and a huge double underhook suplex. Then out of the blue, Siaki just hits a slightly botched pop-up Samoan drop for a double down. When they get up, it's all Siaki. He has a net breaker but can't hit the Siakalypse. He seems to be doing okay, but you can't let your guard down against Monty Brown because he hits the pounce for the 3. Enjoyed this match, it felt very hard hitting. Shame Siaki had to keep losing though. The gifted Glenn Gilberti, how is he gifted, and the New York numpty swinger decide to hit Siaki with a coconut. Oh god, they're going down this route, aren't they? They dress Siaki up with some stereotypical island dress, I guess. Irish Pat Kenny has also received some mockery for his heritage, and he fights them off. Trinity puts a stop to that by getting him from behind. Now Desire is here with a strap. Wow, Desire is the one who makes the successful save. This was exactly what we missed on the last episode. In the back, Bold Boy is with AJ Styles now. He talks about his strategy for tonight. AJ says he's the favourite tonight because it's essentially a ladder match. Raven interrupts the interview, calling him white trash and a redneck. He says the strategy is to eliminate the opponent before the match starts, and then he tries to attack AJ, but he doesn't manage to eliminate him. The X Division Gold is on the line now. Amazing Red is the challenger after beating Sanjay Dutt in a 3-match series. The champion is Frankie the Future Kazarian. Kaz keeps taking him down and celebrating like a moron. Red isn't phased and takes Kaz down time and time again. Kaz tries to fly, but he eats a dropkick and falls out of the ring. Red hits a big flip dive out of the ring and his leg smashes the crowd barrier. He isn't finished though and dives off the apron into a Hurricanrana. Kaz requests a timeout. He doesn't get one. He fails on a springboard DDT and this crowd are just 10 times louder than the previous episode. Red starts jumping and leaping everywhere but botches a backwards jump onto Kaz's shoulder. They just repeat the spot and Kaz hits an electric chair drop. This match has definitely turned now. Kaz nails a pump kick and another kick in the corner, just a 2 count. Amazing Red desperately tries a DDT which is turned around and he's suplexed into the corner. Kaz does a crazy double spring now into a leg drop. I love this one. Good match this. Red now does come back for DDT bouncing off the ropes. Amazing Red's little bandana comes off and he hits another DDT. Ronald McDonald then comes close with another pin. Both guys look spent now. Red hits a kick in the corner. Kaz just stacks him with his feet on the ropes, but surprisingly that isn't actually the finish. Red manages to nail Enziguri kick and the Red Star press for his own 2 count. Then he hits a 619 type move and looks to finish Kaz off. He springs into the ring, which Kaz counters, and he hits the Wave of the Future for the 3. The commentators scream about how unfair this was. To be fair, Kaz didn't even cheat, he won this match fair and square. Well, so far just halfway into this show, and it's better than the entire previous show. Next up is an interview with D-Ray 3000, who is apparently the first ever gut check competitor. If he can manage to win tonight's match, he gets a TNA contract. D-Ray seems really confused and thinks the master of the cab driver slam David Young should be the one having a gut check match, because he hasn't won for ages. And he's fat. D-Ray walks the wrong way. Fear the throw. I can't hear this music and see this man and not feel happy. It's impossible. Hilariously, his opponent is the Monster Abyss. Well, that doesn't seem fair at all. D-Ray frantically runs around trying to knock the monster down, which doesn't work, and Abyss press slams him. Abyss then becomes infatuated with his afro haircut. He finds the afro comb too. This is strange, and hilarious. Abyss snaps out of the trance and powers D-Ray into the corner. Abyss stops a dive, but can't do a chokeslam because D-Ray bites him. He manages to hit a dropkick to little to no effect, and Abyss takes his head off with a clothesline. Big freight train in the corner now to steal a line from Mike Tenay. D-Ray hits the ring pole in the opposite corner. There's the shock treatment backbreaker. Goldilocks, the manager of Abyss, appears at ringside with a briefcase. Abyss nails the black hole slam for the 3. She then reveals the briefcase is full of money, which apparently she took all the money from her ex-boyfriend, Eric Watts. Goldie now climbs into the ring and stuffs money into D-Ray's mouth. Eric Watts appears and tries to make the save. His arm is half the size of the monster's. God, this guy needs to go to the gym. Imagine being this tall and not making any effort. Fighting back using his leg works much better anyway. Watts takes the briefcase and even has the cheek to take the money from D-Ray's mouth. That's harsh, Eric Watts. He probably needed that money. Security remove Eric Watts as he's apparently supposed to be barred from the building. In the back is the new America's Most Wanted. They have a shot at the tag belts tonight. Dusty runs down the champions saying he's never heard of them. He says Kid Cash's mum hit him so badly she left him the day he was born. To be honest, this was a terrible Dusty promo. He didn't seem to know what he was trying to say. Now we go outside to the car park where Vince Russo is squaring up to Eric Watts. Russo says he's actually on his side, but he's scared because Goldilocks is threatening to sue TNA. Russo says to give the money back. Goldilocks joins them screaming at Eric Watts about how she hates his new girlfriend. She tells Russo to meet her later on. It was all a waste of time though, because these two people never met up on the show. Alright, the tag title match. The champions are Kid Cash and his big brother Dallas. The challengers are America's Most Wanted 2.0. The match takes forever to start. Dusty looks like he wants to eat Kid Cash. This really is a horrendous start to the match. It's completely derailed the momentum of the show. What were they waiting for? Finally it starts. Storm smacks down Cash and drop kicks him out the ring. Yay, more time for Kid Cash to waste. Cash starts throwing chairs into the ring. Dusty and Storm take a seat. Okay, I'll admit, that got a chuckle out the hawk. Cash comes back to the ring trying to kick Rhodes through the ropes. He clearly misses the kick, but Dusty goes down like a bullet hit him. Cash removes Dusty's boot and starts going to work on his disgusting cheese feet. At this point in his career, Dallas really reminds me of Big Talos in the NWA. The heels work over Dusty and keep cheating. Dusty eventually snapmares Cash from his knees and tags Storm. Storm throws rapid fire combos which don't take down Dallas, but the head scissors does. James Storm superkicks Dallas out of the ring and powerbombs Kid Cash for a 2. Kid Cash now has Dusty's boot. He tries a kick which fails and Storm smacks him in the head with the boot. The ref only gets a 2 count as he's pulled from the ring. Storm has it won again with a roll up when Dallas smacks Storm with a pipe and that's the finish. It was good when it finally got going, but it wasn't going long enough for me to call this good. In the back now, a wild slapnut.
Double J, Jeff Jarrett.
Jarrett has changed his tune from the last week. He no longer thinks that the King of the Mountain match is unfair on him. He believes that all the other guys have big egos that will hold them back tonight. He says he's smarter than them all. Then AJ Styles jumped Slapnuts. How's that for thinking Slapnuts? Slappy, of course, was the one to cost AJ his title. The week following this show will be the debut of TNA Impact. Not sure what I'm going to do about the reviews with that quite yet. Might do one Impact and one pay-per-view in each video going forwards, but we'll see. The NWA World Heavyweight Champion The Truth has an interview. Unlike Slapnuts, he isn't happy about this upcoming match. He says he feels like he's in The Wizard of Oz. Why does Conrad constantly have to block Truth from the camera? Nobody cares what this crab has to say. Mold Dog says he isn't scared of getting fired and he will do whatever it takes to keep the title on The Truth. Russo's going to fire Conrad or Mold Dog if they interfere in this match. When's the last time Mold Dog even had a match on this show? He wouldn't be a huge loss. Just the main event, and they are giving this a huge amount of time. The entrances start with half an hour on the show left. First ever King of the Mountain match. Chris Harris, AJ Styles, Raven, Slapnuts, and they all challenge for Ron the Truth Killing's belt. Harris is the one to take the first risk with a big dive. AJ, not one to be outdone, hits a flip dive out of the ring over the penalty box. Slappy desperately makes pins on the ramp, but can't get anybody. Back in the ring now, Raven bulldogs Truth. He can't hit the raisin effect because Harris flies at him from the box. At the top of the ramp, Styles suplexes Slapnuts. This action is crazy and it's all over the place. Slapnuts hits a crossbody into the ring on Styles. AJ turns the pin over and almost beats him. Slapnuts desperately tries a stroke on AJ, who slams him instead. Styles keeps trying pins now. Slappy can't go on like this, he's going to lose eventually. AJ decides to just break up his own pin and hits the Styles Clash to send Slapnuts to the penalty box. Wow, I wasn't expecting AJ to get the first pin. I wasn't expecting Slapnuts to be the first one beaten. Slapnuts will now be shoved in the box for 2 minutes. Vince Russo hands AJ the belt, but unfortunately for Styles, the others have all returned to the ring. Raven takes Styles out with the ladder. Harris spears Raven and then gets a 3. Wow, Raven went down pretty easily there. Slapnuts begs Raven for forgiveness in the box. They seem to be making a deal actually. Styles is the man to climb the ladder now. The Truth stops him. Jarrett now comes out of the box. Hilariously, Chris Harris drops the belt during his climb as he desperately reaches and the Truth nails him with a diving axe kick. Into the box goes Chris Harris. Harris beats up Raven in the box. And in the ring, Slapnuts powerbombs Ron Killings. Raven is now freed and will team up with Slapnuts. The match slows down for a bit as they keep slamming the ladder into people. Slapnuts gives AJ a face jam into the ladder. Truth does a splits under the ladder, but can't avoid the second shot. Somehow AJ Styles ends up lying on the ladder as teams slap Raven and dump him out of the ring. Raven sets up a table, but Jarrett's being too bossy and Raven does not like being ordered around. There it is, they start brawling. Raven drop toe holds Slapnuts into the chair. Finally, the champion has a chance to climb, but AJ wipes him out of a dropkick. AJ tries to climb. Slapnuts tries to powerbomb him, but they both fall out of the ring. Chris Harris comes inches away from winning when Raven throws powder in his eyes. Raisin hits the raisin effect for the 3. Slapnuts is now the only man not eligible to hang the belt. Finally, Jarrett hits the stroke off the ring apron to the Truth and Slapnuts has finally got a pinfall. Everybody is eligible, but Russo doesn't want to hand Jarrett the belt. Why does Russo have to be involved at all? AJ Styles then rolls up Slapnuts and he must go back in the box. Styles is on the verge of winning again when Raven pushes the ladder into the cage, and that one looked rough. Raven and Harris climb the ladder together. Harris sends Raven through the table. Truth stops Harris from winning, dragging him through another table. The Truth has about 20 seconds to win before Slapnuts is freed from the cage, but he spends the 20 seconds gorming around like a moron. Oh no, here it comes. Slapnuts decks Truth with the guitar. Everybody else has taken a big move at this point, so Slapnuts is free to climb. Hilariously, the structure falls apart in his hand, and Jeff has to desperately fix it, but this won't stop him from winning. Jeff Jarrett is once again the NWA TNA Heavyweight Champion. Truth had a damn 1 week title reign. What a bunch of bullshit. Great, so it's clear that Jarrett felt he should be the top man in this company with the debut of their new show. Randomly, Gorgeous George walks down the ramp, and I'm fairly sure she was never seen again in TNA, although we're gonna see. What an excellent show overall though. Loved this first ever King of the Mountain match, even if the winner leaves a sour taste in your mouth. But overall, this show was what I've been missing, and if you don't agree with that, I'll make you go missing. Episode 98 of NWA TNA. This show starts out with annoying trumpet players trying to play the NWA theme song, which nobody even likes. This is of course the presentation ceremony of the new 3-time NWA Heavyweight Champion, the one and only, the Wild Slapnuts appears.
Jeff Jarrett.
Yeah, so Slapnuts of course just won the first ever King of the Mountain match, taking the belt off Ron Killings. He truly looks like the cat that got the cream tonight. The crowd dumped blood in their nappies of anger. I can't believe he's already a 3-time champion. He demands that Vince Russo comes out to raise his hand. Russo looks like he's been drinking piss every day for breakfast. Russo wraps the title around Slapnuts and also puts a crown on his head. Not sure if this was a part of the winning the King of the Mountain thing, but I don't remember this crown appearing anywhere else. Russo wants to know why Jarrett keeps doing this stuff. He talks about how hard everybody in TNA has worked to reach this level as a team, whilst Jarrett is not a team player. Jarrett disagrees and takes credit for everything that's happened so far. Russo demands Jarrett changes and gets on the same page as them. Jarrett thinks that everybody else spent the last 2 years laughing at him, but he's the one laughing now. Jarrett demands Russo bows, but the 3 Live Crew make the save for Russo. Ron the Truth says Jarrett must run the 3 Live Crew gauntlet tonight. In the back, Elix Skipper has a tag title shot tonight, but his partner Daniels is injured and not here, so he will have to wait. Trinity and the New York Numpties call him a dork and say they will take the tag titles instead. The Gifted, Glenn Gilberti. How is he gifted? How is he still on the show, more like? He says he will stand on the apron tonight and let Swinger win the tag titles on his own. Here we go to the tag title match. The Swing Man and the How Is He Gifted Man take on the champions America's Most Wanted. Wildcat, of course, fresh off the main event scene, and he looks extra motivated tonight. Storm gives the New York Numpties a meeting of the minds, and there's not much in there. Chris Harris also launches his own partner out the ring. There's the camera angle I've not seen in TNA before. The New York Numpties get on top by cheating, and Gilberti keeps wrapping Harris's shoulder around the ring pole. The Numpties dominate for a while now. Swinger gets a 2 count off a flying smack. Gifted Glenn puts some stink in his punches. Harris manages to wipe him out of a flying lariat and hits another clothesline. The Cowboy gets the tag. He hits a power slam to Swinger and a net breaker to the Gifted one. Swinger is wiped out with an enziguri, but just a 2 count. Pins are traded, and then Harris just rushes the ring hitting a half Nelson slam. Gilberti takes out Storm with a Russian leg sweep. He tunes up the Village People's elbow, but runs straight into the last call from James Storm. Swinger's still here though, and so is Trinity. She looks to dive, but Desire stops her. The Wildcat hits a spear to Swinger, and that's how it goes down. Yep, fun match and a nice length. Desire continues beating up Trinity after the bell and hits her with a steel chair. She misses a shot with a metal stick. Desire has terrible punches. Gilberti smacks out Desire from behind. They slowly set her up on a table with Trinity climbing up the balcony. The Diamond Man and the Don't Look at My Ass Man make the save just in time. Oh man, I wanted to see Trinity do a moonsault off the balcony. Kid Cash and his big brother Dallas cut a promo saying that they aren't interested in the tag titles anymore. Kid Cash is interested in something else. Raven is in a barn with a flaming stick, looking like he has a full nappy. He will face Sabu tonight in his House of Fun. Now, Shawn Michaels' cousin, Michael Shane, will take on Crisp Saban. Saban quickly nails a Hurricane to throw Shane out of the ring. Saban doesn't let it catch his breath and dives down on him. The match is interrupted by Shane Douglas, who I guess is slowly transitioning into a part of the broadcast team. He wants to find out more about Raven and Sabu. Back at ringside, and Shane breaks up Saban, skinning the kitten. Nice wheelbarrow suplex from Shane now. Shane tries to dive, but misses the senton backsplash. Saban's chance to make a comeback. He hits a kick for a 2. Tracy Brooks tries to halt his comeback. Saban kisses her, but she breaks up the cradle shock. Then Michael Shane throws Saban into Tracy and hits the sweet chin music for the 3. The camera quickly cuts away. Shane Douglas finds Raven lying in a ring. He looks more depressed than usual. Raven says he's already retired Shane Douglas and forced him to become an interviewer. Raven turns his attention to Sabu now and reveals that there was never a singles match between these two. Wow, that doesn't seem like it could be true, but who am I to argue with Raisin? Raisin says he begged Heyman to let him fight Sabu, but each time Sabu has refused. Raven says if he loses tonight, he will retire. Quote the Raisin, nevermore. Sabu gets a team talk from Sonjay Dutt of all people? Why? The master of the cab driver slam, David Young, is told it's gut check time. He is confused as he already has a job. Young is told that he's 53-0 and his spot on the roster is now under threat. D-Ray 3000 and his afro don't know where he's at. Young says he's the one that should lose his spot and he will beat D-Ray in a match tonight. I love how they don't even bother explaining what a gut check match even is. Okay, so it's the ultimate jobber match. The master of the cab driver slam, David Young, versus Sonjay Dutt versus Shark Boy versus D-Ray 3000. Sonjay brings the excitement in the early going. The cabbie ruins that with a blind tag. Young hits a snap slam for a 2. Big clothesline from the cabbie now. D-Ray almost sneaks a roll up and then he comes close again with a crossbody. D-Ray won't stop spamming moves. The cabbie tags the Shark. The other 3 guys do a tower spot with the Shark getting a 2 count. D-Ray and the Shark randomly both try to dive at each other and D-Ray gets the best of that one. Sonjay Dutt brings the cabbie into the ring with a Hurricanrana. The Shark takes Sonjay out of a deep sea drop. The cameraman misses the cab driver slam, but it's not over anyway. Because they missed it, they do it again, and there it is, the cab driver slam, the cab driver slam. It should be over, but they botched the finish with the ref only counting a 2, despite D-Ray not kicking out. Then Sonjay Dutt just rolls up the cabbie for the 3. So I guess the cabbie is going to feud with the referee now? In the back, it's the 3 live crew. Isn't it weird how Mold Dog and Conad were only big names for such a short amount of time in the Attitude Era? Do we really get that nowadays? I guess maybe MJF? He was big for ages and now he's just kind of there. Am I wrong? I'm not a huge AEW fan. I'm not trying to shit on him like I like MJF personally. Conad admits he doesn't know the rules of a strap-on match against Slapnuts. The mouldy one will be the following match afterwards and a trailer park trash match. The match with the truth will be a ghetto justice match. Before any of that excitement, we've got a 6-man tag. Team Canada will take on Heavy Metal, Hector Garza and Jerry Lynn. Basically, they all hate the Canadians. They all hate storylines too, by the sound of it. This has been going on for far too long. It's a chaotic start to the match. Hector Garza hits a Turtle Wheel Slam to EY. Randomly, Heavy Metal flips to the mat for no reason and he pays for that. He does come out of a handspring into PT. The Mexicans working well together. They hit double drop kicks. Then they hit stereo dives, but it doesn't look great. Scott D'Amore returns to the dance floor, pursued by Jerry Lynn. Lynn doesn't grin as he's beaten down by the Canadian Enforcer. D'Amore keeps taking cheap shots. Lynn reverses the Canadian Destroyer with a slam and tags are made. Garza nails a moonsault to the outside on Eric Young. This guy is incredible. Back in the ring and Heavy Metal almost beats Rude with a Northern Light suplex. PT still can't hit the Canadian Destroyer, instead Lynn catapults him out of the ring. What's Randy the Ram gonna do next? Not much, by the look of it. Scott D'Amore hits Heavy Metal with a hockey stick. Somehow they botch a powerbomb, but Rude eventually nails it and that's how the match ends. Good match, bad finish. The Canadians beat up on Hector Garza until Jerry Lynn takes them out of his little flag. He almost gets to power-driver D'Amore, but Peter Williams makes the save. D'Amore rips up the NWA flag, but eventually the other Team NWA members run him off. Randomly, in an aircraft hangar, Raisin meets with Sonjay Dutt. Sonjay says there will be no match tonight because of some sort of promise between the two. Raven says, "Shut up or I'll smack you one." To be fair, Dutt actually hangs in there for a while before Raven hits a cheap shot and starts using a trash can. Raisin hits the Raisin effect. He isn't finished and handcuffs Sonjay Dutt. He puts a colander on his head and calls it a turban. Raven asks Sonjay to pass a message on to Sabu that promises can be broken. Well, maybe you shouldn't have handcuffed him to the ropes if you want him to pass on a message. It's all irrelevant anyway because Sabu just appears straight away and frees Sonjay. Dutt doesn't even pass the message on. A smiling Slapnuts is asked about how he feels about the gauntlet match tonight. Slappy does know the rules for the strap match. The winner will be the one who lands 10 strap smacks. Seems pretty quick and easy to me. Jeff isn't sweating any of this and tells Russo to keep stacking the deck against him. What a babyface. That match is next. Jarrett versus Conad in a strap match. It sucks. The announcer desperately tries to keep up with how many strap shots have landed. Konad gets to about an 8-3 lead. Slapnuts then slithers out the ring where he always dominates. He drives Konad into the steps and quickly evens up the score. Konad escapes into the ring and drop kicks him away. Slapnuts retrieves a bag of powder as Konad awkwardly waits for him on the apron. Slappy throws the powder and of course he wins this pointless short match. Gorgeous George from WCW randomly watches on, just like she has been lately. Slapnuts chokes out Konad as the Mold Dog emerges for his match. It's pretty much what you would expect, just two guys smashing each other with weapons like morons. Slapnuts beats him with the stroke into the guardrail, not really much to say. Just the Ghetto Justice match to go. Truth dances out of a guitar which really upsets Slapnuts. Truth quickly hits the lie detector. He also hits a power slam but no pins are made. Now it's the splits, into the kicks for a 2 count. Gorgeous George takes a closer look at Slapnuts who turns it around with a trash can. Jarrett keeps using a sleeper hold. More like a sleeper mold. Truth fights it off with a powerbomb. He quickly hits another powerbomb but then he misses his diving axe kick. Jeff wants to use a guitar but the ref is determined to stop him for some reason. I thought it was a street fight. Slapnuts can take no more of this interference and he smashes the referee with the guitar. Truth rolls up Slapnuts and another ref is on hand to just count the 3. Truth dances a jig of happiness. Guess he's in line for a title rematch now. Goldilocks cuts an anchored promo. She keeps threatening Vince Russo for not meeting with her. She talks about how rich she is and says she didn't steal the money from Eric Watts. Goldilocks wants Eric Watts' contract. She proposes Eric Watts vs Abyss in a money versus contract match. What a crazy woman. Why would she want Eric Watts' contract? Slapnuts is still in the ring kicking off. The comedy team can't stop smiling about this. The main event will see AJ Styles challenge him for the X Division title belonging to Frankie the Future Kazarian. AJ starts out showboating against Kaz. They keep telling the story that AJ Styles loves the new 6-sided ring because he can hit Kaz from any direction. Of course, we've all learnt from shoot interviews since that Styles did not prefer the 6-sided ring. Styles almost flips Kaz into the ring of a Styles Clash, but instead he does a powerbomb. Big dropkick from Styles now. Kaz is in trouble here. Kaz manages to slow down Styles with a leg sweep, but AJ quickly head scissors him from the mat. Kaz avoids a dive out of the ring and he hits a DDT on the ring apron. Kaz is dominated now and he hits a nice net breaker and he heads to the outside. He springs back into the ring with a leg drop which sends Styles out of the ring. Kaz axe handle smashes him and celebrates with a fan. Back in the ring and Kaz hits another dropkick and another basement one. The match greatly slows down for a while. Then Kaz sort of awkwardly falls on a springboard. It leads to AJ hitting a suplex out of the ring. Both guys are spent now. AJ is back in control of this one. He hits a suplex into a net breaker for a 2. Kaz slips out of a back suplex but gets a Pele kick for his troubles. Kaz still has enough to fight off a Styles Clash and he almost beats Styles with a roll-up pin. Then he floors Styles with a big pump kick for another 2. Styles can't hit a top rope Styles Clash and then Kaz hits the Wave of the Future, but it didn't look quite right. AJ kicks out anyway. We get a double down now when Styles hits a discus clothesline. Styles ends up hitting his crazy spiral tap dive which doesn't look like it connects with Kaz. There's confusion during the pin too as the bell rings before the ref even counts to 3. It doesn't matter anyway as the referee awards the match to Styles. We have a new X Division champion. Interesting, with the debut of TNA Impact they seem to have switched all of the champions. Then Dallas randomly attacks AJ Styles. AJ just runs away. Kid Cash jumps Styles from behind on the ramp. I guess this is what Cash was talking about earlier on. He wants the X Division title. Cash hits a frog splash to AJ Styles and the show ends. Look, I really like this show, but I think it's crying out for some heavyweights at this point. Where the hell was Monty Brown? He's been doing great stuff lately. I really like Hector Garza as much as the next person, but these random 6-man tags where it's Team NWA, Team Canada, Team Mexico, etc., they have just been going on for far too long. They have almost zero story to them, and I'm just a bit tired of it. I didn't realise that when Vince Russo found religion, he also forgot how to tell wrestling stories. And that's that really, just one more episode to go to the big anniversary. And if you don't agree with that, I'll send you back to nursery. The show starts out with the 3 Live crew. They're taking on a debuting Elite Guard. Such a stupid gimmick, look at the slow motion marching. They are the new Slapnut squad, who will protect their own at all costs. Sometimes I find it hard to believe that this is how Hernandez started out in TNA. The other 2 guys are Chad Collier and Black Onyx. They were apparently mirror images of the 3 Live crew. The 3 Live crew quickly clear the ring, so if these guys are mirror images, they aren't as good. Truth hits a diving leg drop to the nutsack of Onyx. The match spills out of the ring and the camera work here sucks Sonny Siaki's ass. The Elite Guard do get some offense in and it's Hernandez who impresses the most here.
He's still not quite good enough though, and Truth beats him with a scissors kick. The Elite Guard are bad losers though, and attack the crew, and then a wild slapnut appears.
Jeff Jarrett.
He's looking to cream the Truth with the Slapnuts guitar, but Vince Russo sprints down the ramp to try and stop him. Hilariously, Jeff Jarrett turns around and flattens him with the guitar. Everybody is distraught and upset about poor Vince Russo, and unfortunately for him, the rest of the Free Live crew run everybody else off, and Jarrett smiles like the cat that got the cream. Don West tells us that Vince Russo isn't trained to take an attack like that. Oh damn, I had no idea young wrestlers were smashed regularly in the head with guitars to make them ready for moments like that. A really weird video package plays about how Trinity has taken Desire's spot in TNA since she broke her back. Soon they will settle their differences in a first ever ladies stretcher match. But that won't be today, because instead, Trinity is facing a dreadlocked Angelina Love in her main roster debut. Back then, she's going as Angel Williams. Women's matches are not common in TNA at this time, but fortunately it is treated like a serious matchup. Trinity keeps hitting backbreakers. She is relentless with the back work, and this is supposed to be a warning to Desire. Angelina does have a small combat of a neckbreaker and a roll-up for a 2 before Trinity snap slams her. We return to the back work with a suplex. Randomly, Trinity does a 619, which isn't really fitting with how she's wrestled the rest of this match, and for some reason that ends up being the finish. She grabs a chair as the referee desperately saves his own bacon, and Trinity throws a chair into her face. She sets Angelina Love up for a chair moonsault, and there it is. Desire teleports into the ring and dodges the chair shot and drop kicks the chair into her face. Now Desire beats up the security geeks with a steel chair. I love how one of them just charges at her, holding his head out. In the back, it's the Don't Look at My Diamond crew. They hype up their match, which is called a humiliation box match. The Diamond Man is very upset because he's been getting bullied over his Irish heritage lately. He was held down and covered in Lucky Charms. Don't Look at My Ass says it's time for revenge and holds up a cheap box from under his bunk bed. That match will be next. It's the gifted Glenn Gilberti, How Is He Gifted, and the New York Numpty taking on the Don't Look at My Diamond in a humiliation box match. This feud is horrible. As the action begins, we're told that Vince Russo is being taken to hospital. They couldn't actually be bothered to get an ambulance for him, they just shoved him in the back of a car. I can't focus on this match. Apparently the losing team will be humiliated for 30 days. Gilberti has been humiliated his entire career. It goes on forever, it's kind of painful. Sonny Don't Look at My Ass Siaki wins with the Siaka lips on Gifted Glenn. There is some confusion though because the wrong humiliation boxes are brought to the ring. Another referee appears with the one from under Siaki's bunk bed. The New York Numpties try to leave but are told if they do not comply by the end of tonight, they will both be fired. Well, hopefully they both don't comply. Raven with a video package now about how he hates Sabu, but he has never been allowed to have a proper match against him. I love how they've just suddenly made it so that Sabu and Sanjay Dutt are apparently best friends, even though before the last show they were never seen together before. Raven is now asked why he's facing Sabu when the Sheik told them not to face each other. Raven said the Sheik is dead and he doesn't care anymore. They won't be facing each other yet, instead it will be Sanjay Dutt. Raven jumps Sanjay on the ramp. This beating goes on for a while around ringside. We come back to the ring where Raven goes for a powerbomb but breaks up his own pin. Big knee lift from Raven now. Raven gets bored of how easy this match is and he starts cutting a promo insulting Sabu. He demands that Sabu comes to the ring. Raven sellotapes Dutt's hooves together. Sanjay is unable to defend himself from Raven's screwdriver now. Sabu is a bad friend and lets Sanjay be carved apart for ages. Now Raven drop toe holds Sanjay into a chair. Raven's livid that Sabu is still not here. The ref fast counts a Raven pin so that the match can be ended as an act of mercy towards Sanjay. Raven demands that Sanjay Dutt calls out Sabu. He doesn't call him out as grease drips out of Sanjay's roid bag. Raven now sellotapes his legs together as he beats Sanjay in the head and Old Lady smiles with happiness. Sanjay finally caves to his demands and calls out Sabu. Raven tells Sabu the only reason the Sheik trained him in the first place is because they were related, but Raven is a god. Sabu almost smacks Raven one, but he's too much of a pussy. Raven continues attacking Sabu, but he just can't get a reaction out of him. One of the Harris boys tells Raven that this is enough. The American Dream also sprints out and tells Raven it's enough. Dusty tells Raven he is too disrespectful with the Sheik. Raven squirts in his nappy and runs away. Pretty cool segment. The master of the cab driver slam is told that he is now 0-58, but it won't get any worse tonight because he isn't booked. He is told he will most likely be fired from TNA soon. The cabbie demands to speak to Vince Russo, who everybody knows is in hospital. Eric Watts ruins the interview by smashing up a table. He demands to see Goldilocks because he wants a money versus contract match tonight against her client. I guess he's her client, Abyss.
Up next, Lance Archer aka Dallas will take on AJ Styles. This is being used as hype for when his little brother Kid Cash faces Styles for the X Division title. Styles keeps outpacing Dallas and barges him out of the ring. Styles does eventually allow him back into the ring and he hits a dropkick. They managed to botch a replay in production which looked like garbage anyway. Styles sends the big man out of the ring again, but his diving Hurricane is caught and Dallas sends Styles into the barrier. Dallas brings him back into the ring and throws Styles into each of the new ring turnbuckles. He starts pulling a wacky face, but he can only get a 2 count. Dallas continues dominating with a big crazy spinning slam for a 2. Check this out, Styles kips up away from Dallas' leg lock and transitions straight into the Pele kick. That honestly might be one of my favourite of all time. Unfortunately for Styles, Kid Cash starts interfering and ruins his springboard move. Dallas powerbombs Styles for a 2. This is a fun David and Goliath match. Kid Cash climbs onto the ring apron now. AJ slides out of the ring through his legs and takes him out, and then he sunset flips back into the ring, and that is enough to beat Dallas. But unfortunately for Styles, Kid Cash is a known dick and he starts beating AJ Styles up with a crutch. D'Lo Brown then returns to save his little friend AJ Styles. These are 4 guys who could put on some good matches together. D'Lo Brown grabs the mic and says AJ Styles getting the X Division title back has motivated him, and now he wants the world title for himself. The New York Numpties are refusing to come onto the camera. They have been dressed up. Gifted Glenn is now a leprechaun and Swinger is an island boy. Gilberti really suits this outfit. Swinger says that this sets the wrestling business back 30 years and they are now scared to go back to New York City. The cabbie desperately walks up begging Gilberti for help. Gilberti says he can't help because he's a leprechaun. It's also funny because Gilberti doesn't know that leprechauns are known for granting wishes. Glenn tells him he can't help, but he needs to find Dusty Rhodes who could help. D-Ray 3000 wanders onto the set and doesn't know where he is. The crowd are very happy to see him though. Disco asks if TNA are running drug tests anymore. The tag titles will be on the line next. For some reason, the challengers are Monty Brown and the Monster Abyss. The champions are America's Most Wanted. Abyss has a new attire with ugly evil skulls all over it. It's kinda lame. The story of this one will be that America's Most Wanted are strong, but they're not strong enough to deal with these 2 big old boys. Harris manages to rain down with punches on Abyss, but then he runs into a gorilla press slam when he should have tagged out. Monty Brown is in next with a butterfly suplex. Strangely, Monty and Abyss seem to be partners who do get on. They do eventually crash together, but it doesn't affect the outcome of the match, and the tags are made to the Tennessee Cowboy. Storm hits a Hurricane to Monty and a head scissors to Abyss. What a high flyer this guy was. He now pulls Abyss out of the ring with his legs and he dives onto them both. He is caught, but Harris dives onto the pile and that knocks them all down. The big boys start dominating again. Monty hits Storm with a sack of shit and a back suplex. Not many pins are made in this one. Storm eventually hits a wheelbarrow bulldog for a double down. It's like somebody told Storm to wrestle like a small guy, but in actuality there isn't much difference in size between he and Monty Brown. Monty just has a lot more muscle. Both guys tag out again. Everybody starts hitting finishers, but there still doesn't seem to be a clear advantage for anybody. Abyss hits a choke slam when he should have done a black hole slam to Storm and just gets a 2. He's an idiot and doesn't learn from his mistake as he tries a backbreaker next. He pays for that when Storm hits a last call and Harris dives off Storm to hit a spear. The match is going well, but the Naturals appear in the ring with powder and the match is thrown out for DQ. The Naturals steal the coats of America's Most Wanted. Man, these guys suck so far. They just randomly appear on Impact every couple of months and run interference, and that's it. In the back, Goldilocks is screaming and Eric Watts is grunting. Watts demands money from Goldilocks and then a big fight breaks out. In the back, a man called Raisin says he's embarrassed and needs to issue an apology because Dusty was right earlier and he shouldn't have disrespected the Sheik. Raven says he will apologise by paying tribute to the Sheik on the anniversary show. I'm enjoying Raven's work tonight. Up next, Mike Tenay interviews Scott D'Amore on the dance floor. He asks him why he shredded the NWA flag recently. D'Amore says he went too far in a moment of passion. He also says that the NWA is all about holding down Canadians. D'Amore moves on to make fun of Jerry Lynn. He says he can't win the big one and he is a failure. Tenay starts kissing the wrestlers' asses. He then says they only win their matches because Scott D'Amore cheats every week. They aren't allowed to speak to Mike Tenay. Bobby Roode randomly takes offence to this and asks when he will be allowed to speak. D'Amore says he's letting the team down and starts screaming in his face. This interview is over. Team Canada are out to the ring now for a flag match. They take on Jerry Lynn, Crisp Sabin and Elix Skipper. I'm not sure why this is the main event, but I'm sure the in-ring stuff will be great. In this match, the aim is to retrieve your flag and mount it back in your corner. I know it's essentially a pole match, but I actually liked it when they did this for steel cage. I'm not sure if it's going to be as good without one though. Team Canada are winning for ages. Skipper turns the match around with kicks and a belly to belly.
Sabin and PT fight the next portion of the match. They both show off their athleticism for a bit. Rude saves PT, which allows PT to drop Sabin on his face. The Canadians try to steal the flag from the outside but can't manage that. Skipper is like the MVP of this match. Nobody can deal with his range of moves. He manages to grab the flag, but Scott D'Amore interferes on the dance floor. D'Amore also grabs the Canadian flag. Bobby Roode gorms out for too long and he can't bring it home. Skipper tries to play of the day on Roode but is wiped out by a Petey Williams dropkick. Petey with a nice DDT counter on Skipper now, but once again, Skipper can't be stopped and he hits Eric Young with a nice reverse suplex. Jerry Lynn gets a hot tag and at this point there's just bodies flying everywhere. Sabin and Williams are clearly excellent dance partners. Honestly, man, this might be one of my favourite matches in ages. Everything is so smooth, these guys are just all excellent. Sabin stops Eric Young from winning with a nice top rope overhead suplex. Lynn hands the NWA flag to Skipper, who starts rope walking, but he seems to throw the flag away, not sure if this was a botch. Now Skipper stops Petey Williams from winning with an insane release German suplex from the top. Jerry Lynn once again hands the flag to Skipper. Why don't you do it yourself, you lazy git? Lynn does eventually try to win, but it's D'Amore with a hockey stick. He pretty much no-sells that and reverses Bobby Roode's powerbomb into a cradle power driver. Scott D'Amore once again hits Lynn with a hockey stick and now Eric Young hangs the Canadian flag to get the win. Well, they both tried to win in the same corner, so there was obviously some confusion and mistakes towards the end of this match, but it was still so much fun. That's 2 TNA flag matches that I really enjoyed now. We end the show with Slapnuts. He says he didn't mean to hit Russo with the guitar earlier, but he paid for getting in his way. Next week, it will be the 2-year anniversary of TNA. I'm actually surprised they haven't hyped more stuff for this. Perhaps they couldn't get any big surprises for that show, so they have nothing worth hyping. You know what? That was my favourite TNA pay-per-view for ages. Every match delivered, minus the humiliation match. The storylines are improving. Raven was at the peak of his powers here, and everything about that main event was just pure fire. The second half of 2004 could be a great time for the company. 100 weekly pay-per-views. We finally did it. And you know what? I was about to just put the video out and call it a day, but then I thought, that isn't very entertaining, you know. This is episode 100, this should be a big deal. And I don't want to call this the greatest achievement of my life, reviewing 100 episodes of TNA, but man, I finally did it. You know, look at me now. Nobody ever thought I'd be here. Just want to thank a few people, you know. Sonny, don't look at my ass, Yaki, for always believing in me. Believing in his ass. Gifted cab drivers for always helping me get there on time. Wacky AJ Styles for showing me that sometimes the best version of you is the one that nobody else likes.
Zip it!
And do you know who else? I'm going to thank God for putting me on this earth so I could do this damn thing. We must, of course, pay homage to those who didn't quite make it through to the 3rd year of TNA. Tiny the Timekeeper, Screech off Ring of the Bell, Cheeks, Beyond Boring Mike Sanders, and of course, the Rainbow Express. I'm pretty sure 90% of you aren't even watching at this point. Shove it, let's get on with the show. I love you all. We start out episode 100 of episode NWA TNA with a tag title match. The challengers are randomly Nasawa and Miyamoto. Great, it's going to feel like another World X Cup. Good to see the NWA legends in the house, that's kind of cool. The champions are America's Most Wanted. Miyamoto has a haircut like Tajiri. Despite his haircut, he doesn't do very well against either member of AMW. Nasawa looks like a raccoon tonight. He's feisty though, and he gets Harris down somehow, and then he hits a Shining Wizard for a 2. Harris turns it back around and hits a slam into James Storm's kick. Randomly, both guys start frantically throwing kicks, and the Cowboy wins that kick-off exchange. Nasawa cheats, and he gets Storm out of the ring, so Miyamoto can dive down on him. Storm gets beaten up for ages until he manages to land a head scissors and a devastating powerbomb. Chris Parris has the tag, and he stops the Nasawa dive and power slams him for a 2. Miyamoto gets a full Nelson slam, but he's then taken out straight after. Storm hits a power slam on Nasawa, and then Harris hits the spear. Storm smashes Nasawa with a super kick, and they finish him off with the death sentence, a move that we haven't actually seen for ages. It's over. Was the result ever in doubt? Hilariously, Miyamoto runs them off with nunchucks whilst Harris looks like he's corpsing. Then the Naturals jump AMW on the ramp with chairs while still wearing their gear. They also put lipstick on America's Most Wanted, so I guess they will be the next challengers. Kid Cash is interviewed backstage with Scott Hudson telling him how much he respects him. Kid Cash runs down AJ Styles, calling him a crony and a man protected by favouritism.
Apparently, Cash has broken his leg and he was meant to be facing AJ Styles for the X Division title tonight, but he's not going to be doing that anymore. Cash says he's not scared because he has Big Dallas with him. So tonight, AJ will have a mystery opponent instead. And on the subject of that, a very strange video package plays with a robotic voice rhyming which sounds like Jeff Hardy. No one else could possibly sound this high.
Lucky I am to still be alive, TNA, you're lucky too. Be so strong in a time such as this, your creative ways I will forever miss.
Up next, we have a stretcher match. It's going to be Trinity having a match against Desire. There isn't really a great storyline to this, just that Desire was out injured for a year of a broken back and she lost her spot to Trinity, which isn't really even true. Trinity zones in on her back straight away. Desire comes back with vicious strikes and a crazy spin kick. Desire smacks Trinity out the ring now. She has the crowd in the palm of her ass. Trinity dumps in her thong with anger. She turns it around on the outside and puts Desire on the stretcher. For some reason, the security team help her with this. You know, wouldn't it be doctors rather than security of a stretcher? I don't know, is the Hawk just being fussy? This is not going to be a scientific matchup. Desire hits a suplex on the ramp now and she rolls Trinity back down there. Trinity just says screw it and throws a chair into her face. Trinity's been a real dick. She sort of swings Desire into the steel steps now. Trinity positions her against the fence but misses her dive off the ring apron. The security team desperately cart her over to the stretcher. Desire pushes the stretcher straight into the crowd barrier and then throws her face into the barrier. They fight in the crowd for a bit now, with Trinity just spearing her down. They are going to be bruised as all hell tomorrow morning. They're going to be like bruised apples. All nasty and covered in big brown spots. Desire starts doing some weird sort of yoga poses against some stairs, and then Trinity just boots her from behind. The security team dump Desire on a stretcher, but Trinity starts telling them that she isn't done. Instead, she pushes her into a nearby table. Trinity heads up some steps and she flies with a leg drop but completely misses that and goes through the table. The crowd roar with chants of TNA. Now Trinity is dumped on the stretcher. They bring her outside towards an ambulance. Desire struggles to open the door. The door eventually does open but knocks her out, and it's Big Vito making his TNA debut. Remember that time when Vito was in and he was in WWE and he wore a dress? How do I go for years without seeing him and suddenly he's all over my channel? Vito lectures the paramedics in Italian gangster accent. He says he's got family business with Trinity. Trinity proudly wins this match. Well, that was fun. From two New Yorkers to another New Yorker, Vince Russo looks like complete trash. This is because he was hit with a guitar recently. He tells the referees if a guitar is used tonight there will be a DQ. And the title will be able to change hands on a DQ. Not sure if that only applies to a DQ caused by guitar usage or just any sort of DQ. Russo also says he doesn't know who AJ Styles' mystery opponent is tonight. Well, you're running the show, how could you not know? Next up, Scott D'Amore is on the dance floor and he'll be facing Jerry Lynn, who makes the girls grin. A match that he's been waiting for a very long time. Scott removes his top to disgusted groans from the crowd. They say he's got fatter deliberately because Lynn's too weak to lift him now. Despite that, it's Lynn with the first knockdown from a shut up or I'll smack you one. D'Amore tries to get DQ'd, but the ref isn't having that. Scott does manage to avoid a cradle pile driver and feels his nappy of fear on the outside. Apparently it's concerning that Dusty Rhodes isn't here. I was surprised by how competitive this match turned out to be. The downfall of Jerry Lynn is clear to see. During the first few months of the TNA show, he would have crushed Scott D'Amore regardless of a weight difference. Lynn finally hits a back body drop as Tenay says there was an earthquake. D'Amore again desperately avoids a pile driver. We return to action with Lynn hitting a head scissors, but the ref stops him from following that up and D'Amore hits a Northern Lariat of sorts. This match has now been going for like 9 minutes. Lynn catches D'Amore with a leg drop across the ropes, but again can't follow it up as D'Amore cutters him across the ropes. Scott climbs to the top and hilariously hits a diving clothesline. Why did they do this to Jerry Lynn, man? It's a 2 count. D'Amore feels his nappy of rage. He looks at the referee like he wants to eat him. Now Scott just sort of slops Lynn down to the mat and hits a flying ass drop. He hits a second ass drop, but somehow that's just a 2. Now Jerry Lynn misses an enziguri kick and D'Amore lifts him up, but that's reversed into a wheelbarrow bulldog double down. Lynn's awake now and he hits a running net breaker and a tornado DDT. For the 3rd time he tries the pile driver, again reversed. This guy's like Kurt Angle and Here Comes the Pain. Lynn has his own reversal now and gets an inverted DDT hit for a 2 count. Jesus Christ. Now D'Amore hits a Russian leg sweep for a 2. This is the most ridiculous match ever. Scott says it's time for a moonsault, and he actually hits it. No, it's just a 2. When you think about it, that's so silly too. When the commentary team have been saying how fat he is the entire match, and then this fat man does a flip through the air and squashes his opponent. Match should be done, right? Scott now realises he can't win and he grabs a hockey stick which knocks the referee down. This is a ref bump. Jerry Lynn does a Russian leg sweep, but there's no ref. Jerry turns his back for too long and Scott D'Amore smashes him with the hockey stick over Lynn's back. Yet another 2. This match, man. Who booked it? I need to know. Apparently, Scott D'Amore's finisher is called Demoralizer. More like Demoron. For the 4th time, Scott D'Amore avoids the pile driver and everyone's just rolling around to go nuts. And then Jerry Lynn does finally hit the pile driver and that's the 3. Of course, the Canadians are dicks and are bad losers. Crisp Saban gets rid of Eric Young in dramatic fashion. This whole time this brawl is happening and Born and Raised in the USA is blaring out over the speakers. This is so funny. All the members of Team NWA and Team Canada fight. Randomly, Christopher Daniels returns and makes the save for Team NWA. This was possibly the dumbest match I've ever seen. Scott D'Amore took Lynn to his limits over 15 minutes, so one of the longest matches in TNA history at this point, and he's almost beaten Lynn multiple times in this match without any help. Bobby Roode couldn't beat Jerry Lynn in 9 minutes a few weeks earlier. And you know what? It was actually a really fun match. Scott D'Amore is the MVP of the anniversary show so far. Way better than it had any right to be, but such a head scratcher. Of all the matches to give loads of time to and have a great match, it was this one. Lynn's actually almost done with TNA at this point too, which is kind of sad. Anyway, moving on, in the back is the gifted Glenn Gilberti. How is he gifted? And the New York Numpty Swinger. They are angry as they don't like their outfits, which they are forced to wear. Well, Gilberti doesn't like his outfit. They must wear these outfits for another 3 weeks or they will be fired. The master of the cab driver slam marches up. For once, he looks like the most sensible man in the room. He offers to help Gilberti and stop him from being a leprechaun. He asks us if he looks like a loser, and the crowd loudly cheer to this. He gives Glenn the idea to do a double or nothing offer to the Diamond Man and Don't Look at My Ass Man who have forced them to wear these outfits. This gives Disco an idea, and he will help the cabbie pick up his first win in a year. Another Jeff Hardy hype package. I think he's supposed to be giving clues as to who he is, but I can barely hear what he's saying, and it's obvious it's him anyway. Why are the Minis having a match on this show? I thought we'd move past this. They haven't done a Minis match in like a year, and for some reason they've chosen to do it on the anniversary show. It does have a hilarious start though, with a bull charging spot. Well, gotta laugh out the hawk anyway. The bigger guy keeps doing a comedy test of strength. Masquerita does eventually start doing arm drags and hurricanranas. The bigger dude finally drops him on his face and drops an elbow for a 2. This match is also way too long, it's completely unnecessary. Masquerita hits a running powerbomb, but of course it isn't the finish. Please end this match, it's so fucking long and has no storyline and nobody cares. It has no reason to be on this show. Apart from the comedy spots which do admittedly get a great reaction. It's fun when they do comedy, but it's just too much at this match. After 9 minutes, Masquerita wins with a roll up. Yes, they gave them 9 minutes and they were never seen again on TNA. Then the master of the cab driver slam, David Young, appears in the ring taking his top off. He beats up Masquerita and tries a pin, but the ref refuses. Young shoves him down. The other mini attacks the cabbie, so Young takes him out too. He is still demanding that the referee counts to 3. Young is desperate to end his losing streak. Then D-Ray 3000 teleports into the ring, but it's no good because Young hits the cab driver slam. The cab driver slam is over. Well, actually it's not, because it was never even a match. The minis both bite Young in the ass, and then the referee drop kicks him to a huge pop. All 3 men dogpile David Young, and the ref does count a 3 now. Okay, that was kind of funny. It's not actually listed as an official match anywhere else in the record book, so I think the cabbie is okay here. A very smart looking D'Lo Brown, except he forgot to iron his shirt, says that he's going to challenge the winner of tonight's world title match. He's then jumped by Monty Brown. He tells D'Lo he better go wobble his head somewhere else because he also wants a world title match. Anyway, it's time for the X Division title match. AJ Styles defending his belt against the mystery challenger. Who could it possibly be? Yeah, of course it's Jeff Hardy making his TNA debut, so a huge ovation. Now, Jeff had been let go by the WWE due to his drug usage and refusal to go to rehab. He had actually only wrestled twice over the last year before joining TNA. Mike Tenay calls him the hottest free agent in wrestling. The ungrateful crowd have forgotten everything that Styles has done for them and they all chant Hardy in unison. Actually, scratch that. To be fair, they do chant for Styles and it was nice to hear that. They have a nice start as both guys test each other out. Hardy lands the first knockdown. They have a chop battle now. Hardy takes his top off to loud screams and asks AJ for more. Styles with a leapfrog dropkick now. Hardy has his own kick and batters AJ from the ring and dives down on him. Styles get back to the ring with a springboard flying forearm. This crowd are berserk with their dueling chants. Hardy does the leg drop pin now for a 2, which causes the crowd to chant, "You've still got it." Jeff climbs to the top but misses and Styles dunks him back on the top rope. Bad choice as Jeff hits the Whisper in the wind. During a replay of that move, Kid Cash and Dallas cause a DQ. Presumably Cash is a jealous dig. You kind of get that they wouldn't want to blow their load with Hardy versus Styles, and yeah, that makes sense, right? But these two would never face each other in TNA one-on-one during this run of Jeff Hardy again. Jesus Christ. In the back, it's Shane Douglas, and he's found Sabu emerging from a curtain. Raisin has apparently built a tribute to Sabu's uncle the Sheik. A man called Irish Mickey, a former wrestler, walks up and tells Sabu that it's time he does the right thing and he needs to stop taking the disrespect from Raven. He gives him a hug and Sabu doesn't seem to love him as much as he loves Sabu. Great to see Larry Zbyszko, the living legend, again. Harley Race is looking well here too. Dusty still hasn't turned up though. He can't care much, but the main event is still left. A world title match, Ron the Truth Killings the challenger for the world title belonging to a wild slapnuts.
Jeff Jarrett.
Before this match can start, Russo comes out to remind us that Jarrett can't use his guitar. Larry Zbyszko gets to speak and he calls Russo a moron and points out there's probably other weapons under the ring. Wow, I've never seen under a ring like this on a wrestling show. Kinda cool. Another guitar is found under the ring and Jeff Jarrett dumps in his nappy of anger. Larry and Russo smash the guitars. Jarrett continues with his antics for a while before tricking the Truth and jumping him in the ring. Truth doesn't care and he hits sit-out hip tosses. Slapnuts runs away again. Slappy doesn't do any better on his return as the Truth almost beats him with a leg drop. Slappy finally does manage to land a dropkick now, which knocks Truth off the apron. Slappy destroys the Truth around ringside, but Truth makes a comeback in front of the NWA legends. Truth gets a crazy idea and he starts climbing the Titantron. Bad idea because Slapnuts doesn't let him do it and he hits him with a chair. Oh, so Jarrett can use any weapon as long as it's not a guitar. They fight on the ramp and Slapnuts hits the stroke off the ramp through the table. Slappy asks the ref to count Truth out. That doesn't even make sense, they've been fighting outside there for a few minutes now, why would the ref enforce the rules now? Truth makes it back anyway, but Slapnuts quickly traps him in the figure 4. The referees stop the Free Live crew from coming to Truth's aid. Truth somehow escapes the submission and he hits a sit-out powerbomb. The commentary team asks for a replay of that, but hilariously they aren't given one. Back on their feet and Truth hits the splits into the kicks. Jarrett comes back and hits another stroke from the middle rope. Truth fights this one off with a bulldog. Big front suplex from Truth now. Truth can't follow it with a dive. However, he's still in this one and he hits a shoulder breaker. Jarrett again gets desperate and he cutters Truth across the rope and somehow Truth's arm flails and how is this a ref bump? It somehow is though. Jarrett smacks Truth with the title belt and the ref wakes up, but it's just a 2. Why did the ref need to be distracted? We were using chairs and tables earlier on. A second ref bump now as Truth smashes into him with the lie detector. Jarrett looks like the cat that got the cream as he finds a third guitar under the ring steps. He winds up to smash Truth who blocks it. Slapnuts kicks him in the nutsack but Truth just won't let go. Truth eventually wins the test of strength with the guitar and he creams Jeff with the guitar. The ref counts the 3. Vince Russo arrives back at ringside and he's about to decide to reverse the decision but no idea why. Instead, Dusty Rhodes swells down the ramp. He tells Russo some lovely worldly advice actually. He says, in life, sometimes the wrong decision is the right decision. Don't make your decision with your head, make it with your ass. Russo will decide the outcome on Impact. Surely they aren't going to change the title holder again. It keeps jumping people at the moment. That match was really stupid, but the action was great. A really nice anniversary show in the end. I enjoyed seeing Jeff Hardy turn up even if what they did with him wasn't the best in the end. Who would have thought Scott D'Amore had it in him? And if you don't agree with that, I'll start sinning.